Master Shui Shu, also known in folklore as the Ghost Master or Heavenly Master, possesses the extraordinary ability to communicate with deities and spirits. He treads upon the yellow springs, wields the lantern of the underworld, glimpses fate, and cultivates the great path. When I was 12, my grandfather revealed to me that I was, in truth, a dead person. Chapter 1. The Crimson Coffin. My hometown is called Panlong Village. Nestled in the heart of the Moon Mountain in southeast Guizhou, a secluded little mountain hamlet. Behind the village lies a river, a place my grandfather forbade me from playing in. For every year, a few souls would tragically drown in its depths. Orphaned at a young age, I was raised by my grandfather. Thus, I heeded his words with utmost respect. During the sweltering summer days, I confined my play to the village's small pond, never daring to venture to the river behind the mountain. That summer, upon graduating from elementary school, I was at the pond with a friend, catching fish when the notorious local ruffian, Jiang Quan, approached with a group of older boys. The Jiang family was one of the wealthiest in the village, and Jiang Quan, slightly older than us, had earned the notorious moniker of Little Overlord due to his unruly behavior. He scoffed at the small fish and shrimp in our pond, urging my friend and me to join them at the river behind the mountain. Upon hearing the mention of the river, memories of my grandfather's warnings flooded my mind, and I promptly declined. Jiang Quan and his companions erupted in laughter, mocking my friend and me, branding us as cowards and timid souls. They insisted that all of them had grown up by the river and were adept swimmers, so there was nothing to fear. Perhaps emboldened by youthful defiance, I bristled at their ridicule, asserting, "I am not a coward," and thus, I led my friend to join Jiang Quan and his cohort at the river behind. The mountain oh my surprise, the scenery was quite enchanting. A small river wound gracefully from the foot of the mountain, sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. By the riverbank, lush wild grasses thrived. As we ventured into the thicket, a fellow named Tian Yu, as if stepping on a landmine, began to exclaim loudly, "Snake, there's a snake." Tian Yu parted the grass and discovered a small snake, approximately 2 inches long, lying amidst the foliage. Its body was pure white, devoid of any other markings, an extraordinary sight indeed. This little white snake appeared to be injured upon noticing us. It showed no inclination to flee. Jiang Quan picked up a stone, cursing as he approached, intent on killing it. I, unable to bear the thought, intervened and explained to Jiang Quan that snakes are sentient beings. Moreover, this white serpent posed no threat to us. Why should we resort to such brutality? Determined to prove his bravery, Jiang Quan insisted on exterminating the little white snake. A sudden idea struck me. I knew Jiang Quan was greedy. I happened to have a small sum of money, several dozen yuan meant for my living expenses, that I in a bid to save the snake. I disregarded the prospect of dinner that evening and quickly withdrew the cash from my pocket, offering it to Jiang Quan. I claimed that I was purchasing the snake to take home for my grandfather to brew wine. Jiang Quan squinted, contemplating the money, which seemed like a windfall to him, that he gladly accepted the cash, discarded the stone, and called out to Tian Yu and the others to go swimming in the river. Once Jiang Quan and his companions had wandered far away, I quietly moved to a secluded spot and released the white snake. My grandfather often imparted wisdom to me, stating that all beings possess a spirit and should not be harmed lightly. Although I had incurred a loss of several dozen yuan today, I felt a profound sense of joy in having saved a life. After releasing the white snake, I returned to the riverbank, where I found Jiang Quan and the others already splashing in the water, some swimming, others fishing, reveling in their merriment, while only the ragged fish remained on the shore, waiting for me. Jiang Quan emerged from the water, his head bobbing above the surface, and shouted at me and the ragged fish, "Hey, you two cowards, aren't you coming down?" Exchanging a glance with the ragged fish, we refused to back down, each of us diving into the water, joyfully swimming about. The river water was invigoratingly cool, instantly dispelling the heat within my body, a most delightful sensation. I lay on the surface, floating like a corpse. I suddenly heard the ragged fish calling for help. He was a good distance away, struggling in the water, as though something beneath was tugging at him. Jiang Quan and his crew, however, paid him no mind. mocking him with laughter. "Stop pretending we all grew up in the water. Who can't swim? Help! Help! Something is grabbing me from below." The ragged fish gasped, choking on water, his words tumbling out in disarray. Something beneath the water. At the utterance of that phrase, Jiang Quan and his gang fled faster than anyone else, indifferent to the fate of the ragged fish. My heart sank, suddenly recalling my grandfather's warnings. A chill swept across the river, raising goosebumps on my skin. Fear gripped me as well, yet I was not like Jiang Quan's group. The ragged fish was my brother, and I was determined to save him, no matter the cost. I bit my lip, took a deep breath, and swam with all my might towards the ragged fish. I reached out to grasp the frail figure of the fish, only to distinctly sense an uncanny force beneath the water, pulling the unfortunate creature downward. The fish trembled with palpable fear, exclaiming, "Oh, meow. Hurry, hurry and leave. There's something down there. Truly, something is grasping me." This was the second time the fish had mentioned the presence of something ominous beneath the surface. Observing its terror-stricken demeanor, I sensed it was no jest. Unable to free the fish, I pondered whether it was ensnared by underwater vegetation. Summoning my courage, I plunged into the depths to discern the situation. Yes, I opened my eyes underwater. An icy dread gripped me at the sight of a ghastly, decaying hand tightly clutching the fish's right ankle. "Doe." I gasped in shock, vigorously rubbing my eyes, mustering the bravery to examine closely. Upon further scrutiny, the ghastly hand had vanished, revealing a vast expanse of aquatic plants carpeting the riverbed. The tendrils entwining the fish's ankle were merely a dense cluster of water plants, swaying gently like spectral fingers. What a false alarm! Could it have been a mere trick of the mind, a result of overwhelming anxiety? I searched in vain, failing to catch another glimpse of that withered hand, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within me. At that moment, the fish was on the brink of collapse. Shaking my heavy head, I swiftly swam over, assisting in severing the aquatic plants entangled around its ankle. With a determined push on its rear, I propelled the fish to the surface. As I emerged from the depths, I inadvertently cast a glance back at the tangled aquatic vegetation below, where an unusual object captured my attention. A coffin. A blood-red coffin lay quietly amidst the muck and reeds, its vibrant hue strikingly vivid. While I had encountered red coffins before, they were typically of a subdued vermilion, not glaringly bright. Yet, this coffin was an astonishingly glaring crimson, with its surface appearing as if it had been smeared with fresh blood. After years of submersion, it showed no signs of fading whatsoever. Even more bizarrely, the coffin was ensnared by a bronze chain, thick as a wrist. The bronze chain coiled around the coffin 7 times, binding it tightly, as though to prevent whatever lay within from escaping. Suddenly, I felt something grip my ankle, and in a moment of panic before I could react, my entire body sank beneath the surface. At merely 13 or 14 years of age, I had never encountered such a situation, and chaos ensued as I thrashed desperately in the water. Just as I believed my fate was sealed, a small snake swam towards me from beneath, wrapping itself around my ankle. The sensation of being grasped vanished instantly, and I found myself rising to the surface, flailing my way back to the shore. Once ashore, the small snake slid off my ankle and leisurely swam into the underbrush. It was then that I marveled in astonishment, realizing that this very snake was the small white serpent I had rescued moments earlier. I sat idly by the shore, gently stroking my head as I reflected on the events that had just transpired. Could it be that this white serpent was the one that saved me? Chapter 2. The black handprint. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Despite my usual bravado, I found myself gripped by genuine fear after the recent events. I glanced back at Rotten Fish Boy, who lay on the ground like a desiccated fish, gasping for breath and incessantly clawing at his throat, expelling the foul water from his stomach. A chill ran down my spine as I turned to gaze at the river. With the swaying aquatic plants, the ghastly pale hand, and that blood-red coffin all danced before my eyes. I shuddered and turned back to see Rotten Fish Boy had ceased his retching, sitting on the ground, lost in thought as he stared at his right ankle. I called out to him twice, but he remained unresponsive. Moving closer, I noticed his complexion was dreadful, more ghastly than that of a corpse. following his gaze. My eyes fell upon his right ankle, and upon a mere glance, every hair on my body stood on end. A black handprint, there on Rotten Fish Boy's ankle, was a distinctly visible black handprint. I stared at him, and he returned my gaze. We remained in silence for what felt like an eternity before he could no longer contain himself. With a grimace, he asked Meow, "Please tell me, what was it that ensnared me just now?" A shiver coursed through my back. I recalled the first moment I had submerged underwater, witnessing a pale hand grasping Rotten Fish Boy's ankle. Yet, I later convinced myself it was merely a trick of the light, for I had seen aquatic plants entangled around his ankle. But now, how could I possibly explain the black handprint upon his skin? If it were indeed the aquatic plants that ensnared the ankle of the wretched fish, how could a mysterious black handprint have been left behind? Suddenly, I recalled that my own ankle had also been grasped moments ago, prompting me to hastily roll up my pant leg for inspection. To my relief, I discovered no eerie black mark upon my skin, which allowed me to exhale a sigh of relief. The frightened fish, on the verge of tears, pointed at his ankle and exclaimed, "Meow, could there be something foul lurking beneath the water? The elders have warned us that this river in the back mountain is a forbidden area of Panlong village, a place we are not meant to tread. Have we ventured into peril today? I am so afraid. It's all Jiang Quan and his gang's fault. Woe is me. They dragged me here." The fish was genuinely terrified. That strange black imprint, regardless of whose flesh it appeared upon, would instill fear in anyone. At a loss on how to comfort the sobbing fish or elucidate the situation, I felt a growing unease. The black handprint on his ankle was indeed unsettling, and reluctant to remain in his company any longer, particularly with the encroaching darkness, I bid him farewell and turned to depart. As I was leaving, I could not resist glancing back at the river-esque surface, where a veil of mist began to rise, enveloping the surrounding mountains and bamboo groves in a haze. Within that fog, I discerned a pale hand, faintly emerging from the depths of the river. A shiver ran down my spine, and I hastened my steps, unwilling to linger any longer. The frail figure of the little fish staggered behind, calling out in a state of panic, "Hey, Meow, wait for me. Don't leave me all alone." Upon returning home, the very first thing I did was take a refreshing cold shower, washing away the grime that clung to my skin, repeatedly checking to ensure there were no dark handprints on my ankles, and then I laundered my soiled clothes. Soon, when grandfather returns, if he discovers I ventured to the back mountain, I would surely face a scolding accompanied by stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Just as I finished my bath and hung my clothes out to dry, grandfather returned home. The villagers refer to him as Zheng Sanyi, and as for his true name, scarcely anyone seems to know it. The reason he is called Zheng San Yi is not due to being the third in birth order, but rather because there are two other elderly gentlemen with the surname Zheng in the village, both older than my grandfather. To distinguish between the three, my grandfather is affectionately called Zheng San Yi. His profession is shrouded in mystery. He is known in folklore as a ghost master, and the villagers respectfully address him as Master Shui Shu. The residents of Panlong village predominantly belong to the Shui ethnic group, with 99% being of Shui descent. And naturally, both my grandfather and I are among them. Although the Shui population is not large, we have possessed our own civilization from ancient times to the present. Shui Shu is the most ancient form of writing among the Shui people, which we refer to as Lu Sui. Lu signifies writing, while Sui refers to the water clan. Despite possessing our own script, the Shui people are largely unable to comprehend it. Only those with exceptional talents can understand Shui Shu, and only those who can do so may call themselves Master Shui Shu. The content recorded in the water scriptures remains an enigma to us, and my grandfather has never divulged its secrets. It is said that those who decipher the water scriptures possess the ability to comprehend the cosmos, communicate with spirits, and navigate the realms of yin and yang. My grandfather is the sole master of the water scriptures in Panlong village. Whenever there are joyful celebrations or ominous events in the neighboring villages, he is summoned to lend his insight. He has been away for 2 to 3 days, claiming to assist a prominent family in relocating a grave, and has only just returned. Since I can remember, my grandfather has nurtured me through his craft as a water scripture master. I have inquired about my parents, but he has remained tight-lipped, and I have refrained from pressing further, unaware of the hidden truths behind it all. Upon his return, having earned a modest sum, he brought home some delicacies and a bottle of soft drink for me. While a bottle of soda may seem trivial to a city child, for a child in the mountains, it is a rare treasure reserved for festive occasions. On a sweltering summer evening, with the moon hanging high and a gentle breeze wafting through the air, my grandfather set up a table in the courtyard, instructing me to light incense before we dined. Inside the hall, there lay a dark wooden box, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, containing unknown contents that I have never been permitted to uncover. Before this box stands an incense burner, and before each meal, I am required to pay my respects with incense. During our meal, my grandfather sipped his wine and inquired about the happenings at home over the past few days. I dared not confess to my grandfather that I had ventured into the forbidden area of the village that afternoon, instead feigning innocence and claiming I had remained at home all day. Fearing further interrogation from him, I hastily finished my meal and retreated to my bedroom, lying down. Perhaps the events of the afternoon had left an indelible psychological mark on me. Whenever I closed my eyes, the image of a large, crimson coffin would materialize in my mind, followed by a ghastly pale hand emerging from within, clutching my throat, rendering me breathless. I lay in a stupor on my bed, my head spinning as if I were feverish, my body ablaze with discomfort, unable to find solace in sleep even until the midnight hour. In the twilight of slumber, I faintly heard the sound of a door creaking open, a chilling breeze seeping in from outside. My consciousness was shrouded in haze. I yearned to open my eyes, yet my eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to part. In that murky state, it seemed as though a woman stood at my bedside, silent and fixated upon me. Chapter 3. Drowned. A profound fear enveloped me, rendering my voice mute. I managed to pry my eyelids open just a crack, only to behold a woman standing by the bedside, her entire being drenched as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. A veil of mist obscured her visage, rendering her features indistinct. She extended her arms, her damp hands pressing against my face, while an incessant flow of water invaded my mouth and nostrils, suffocating me and plunging me into a state akin to drowning. As I neared the brink of asphyxiation, a slick sensation crawled up my neck, coiling around it like a serpent. At long last, the wet hands withdrew from my face, allowing my breath to return to a semblance of normalcy. I could not ascertain how long I lingered in that disoriented state until the first crow of a rooster burst forth into the morning air. Each dawn, the roosters of the village heralded the arrival of a new day. Having resided in Panlong village for a decade, I had grown accustomed to their calls. Yet this morning, the crowing resonated with extraordinary intensity, akin to a thunderclap reverberating in my ears, jolting me wide awake. I finally emerged from that liminal state of half-consciousness, drenched in cold sweat, my bedding thoroughly soaked. My gaze, vacant and unfocused, drifted towards the ceiling as my mind lay in a fog. After what felt like an eternity, my cognitive faculties began to awaken, and the image of the woman from last night materialized in my thoughts, sending a shiver down my spine. Turning my head towards the bedside, I was met with emptiness. Not a soul was present, and even the door to the bedroom stood firmly closed. Where could the woman possibly be? I touched my head, murmuring to myself, could it be that last night was merely a dream? Yesterday evening, I was startled by an unexpected fright at the swamp, which led to a night filled with nightmares. This explanation seems quite plausible. As dawn broke, the world outside was awash with the sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of vitality, which alleviated my fears somewhat. After breaking into a cold sweat, I resolved to rise and take a refreshing shower. However, as I slipped my feet into my sandals, an unsettling sensation washed over me. Upon glancing down, I was taken aback to discover a large puddle by the bedside, with my sandals soaking in its depths, rendering them damp. Staring at the water's reflection on the floor, my recently awakened mind buzzed with confusion. My complexion turned ashen, and I felt faint, swaying slightly before collapsing onto the edge of the bed, utterly bewildered. This puddle was certainly not a result of my actions. I distinctly remembered retreating to my room after dinner, forgoing a shower, and thus my sandals could not have become wet, even had I bathed. It was inconceivable that so much water could have permeated into my bedroom. What, then, could be the origin of this peculiar puddle? My thoughts drifted back to the woman who had appeared by my bedside in a haze last night. I vividly recalled her drenched form, water cascading from her body. Could this substantial puddle be the remnants she left behind? Yet, I had always assumed that my experiences from the previous night were merely a nightmare. Was it possible that what transpired was not a figment of my imagination, but rather a tangible reality? Did a woman, dripping with water, truly enter my bedroom and stand by my bed, gazing at me as I slumbered? And did she intend to suffocate me? Who was that woman? Why has she come to seek me out? The more I pondered, the more terror enveloped me. I clasped my head with trembling hands, curling up beneath the covers, shaking uncontrollably. What is happening? Could it be that some vile entity from the mire has followed me back? Just as my fear reached its zenith, a sudden knock at the bedroom door startled me into a gasp. The door swung open, revealing my grandfather's silhouette. Upon seeing him, a wave of relief washed over me. He bore a bag laden with his work tools, and his demeanor suggested urgency. "Grandpa, are you off to work again?" I emerged from my cocoon of blankets. He nodded gravely and remarked, "Lon Yuzai was your friend, wasn't he? The one who lived by the river at the village's edge? He died last night under suspicious circumstances, and his father came weeping, asking me to take a look. He added, 'I've boiled you 2 eggs. Remember to eat them after you rise.'" With that, my grandfather hastily departed. For a full half-hour after he left, I remained ensnared in a haze of dread. Lon Yuzai is dead. How could this be? Just yesterday, he was full of life. How could he have perished? My mind raced back to the dark handprint on his right ankle, and I felt every pore on my body tighten, a chilling sensation seeping outwards. Could Lon Yuzai's demise be connected to that ominous mark? The silence within the room was so profound that it sent shivers down my spine. Unable to remain seated any longer, I rolled out of bed and sprang to my feet, neglecting to eat any breakfast. I hastily donned a piece of outerwear and made my way towards the home of my only friend, Lon Yuzai. A sense of unease weighed heavily upon my heart. For Lon Yuzai was my sole companion in Panlong village. Now, I found myself bereft of even that one friend. Lon Yuzai's home was situated at the village entrance, in close proximity to the outer river, an ideal location for fishing. Beyond the village lay a broad river, a tributary of the Duliu River, which we commonly referred to as the outer river due to its course flowing past the village, while the smaller river at the rear mountain was known as the inner river. The dwelling of Lon Yuzai was quite modest, resembling an old-style stilt house, dilapidated and worn. In the yard, numerous fish were laid out to dry, emanating a strong and unpleasant odor. Many villagers hesitated to associate with Lon Yuzai, primarily due to the overpowering fishy stench that permeated his home, especially in the summer months when it attracted swarms of flies and mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly, a truly unbearable situation. Thus, the nickname Lon Yuzai came into being. Upon arriving at Lon Yuzai's doorstep, I found a crowd gathered, engaged in hushed discussions and casting anxious glances, their faces marked by fear. As I entered the stilt house, I was met with the heart-wrenching cries of Lon Yuzai's mother. His father stood at the threshold, smoking a water pipe, his expression dark and foreboding. The room was dimly lit by an oil lamp, and Lon Yuzai's grandfather stood with his back to the door, inspecting the lifeless body of Lon Yuzai. I greeted Lon Yuzai's father before stepping further into the room. The room was modest in size, illuminated by the faint glow of an oil lamp, and my gaze was immediately drawn to the lifeless form of the rotten fish child. He lay upon the bed, his body already stiffened, eyes wide open in a haunting expression of eternal unrest. The sight was genuinely terrifying, nearly causing me to cry out in fear. I quickly covered my mouth, my eyes darting to his right ankle, where the dark handprint remained starkly visible, showing no signs of fading, as though it had penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. What perplexed me the most was the pool of filthy water on the bed, mingled with heaps of black, putrid mud, as if it had been dragged from a mire. The rotten fish child was drenched, his face marred by streaks of moisture. with black mud caked at the corners of his lips and nostrils. Beside his bed lay another puddle, almost indistinguishable from the one next to mine. My heart raced uncontrollably, my voice trembling as I whispered, "Grandfather, how did the rotten fish child die?" Grandfather turned his head, his expression grave, and slowly uttered 3 words. He drowned. Chapter 4. The Scent of Death Drowned. For a moment, I was at a loss, bewildered by the situation. Wasn't he the little fish sleeping in his own bed? How could he possibly have drowned? His parents, equally shocked by this revelation, rushed in to question Grandfather. "Grandfather, our son has been sleeping in his room all night. He never went anywhere. How could he have drowned? If he had indeed drowned, his body should be in the river, not in his own bed." Grandfather, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "The specific circumstances remain unclear for now. Remember, do not hastily bury the little fish's body. It should be left for 3 days before I handle it. A person who has died an untimely death harbors lingering resentment. A hurried burial could lead to calamity." Once he had given his instructions, Grandfather seized my collar with a grip akin to that of an eagle clutching its prey, dragging me outside while coldly commanding, "Come home with me." Thud! Grandfather brought me back to our home and ordered me to kneel in the hall. He then lit a stick of incense and placed it in the incense burner, commanding me to bow 3 times before the wooden box. As the ash accumulated in the burner, Grandfather brought forth a bowl, scooped a handful of ash into it, and filled it with cool, boiled water, sternly insisting that I drink this concoction. I grimaced at the sight. The mixture was murky and exceedingly difficult to swallow. However, witnessing Grandfather's solemn demeanor, I dare not protest and steeled myself to gulp down the entire bowl of ash-infused water. Within mere moments, my stomach began to churn violently. Waves of nausea surged within me, and I could no longer contain myself, letting out a retch as I vomited. What emerged was not a fragrant ash-colored liquid, but rather a large pool of foul, black water, repugnant and acrid, leaving me utterly astounded. After a prolonged bout of retching, I finally expelled every last drop of the vile liquid from my stomach, my face turning as pale as parchment, adorned with beads of cold sweat, rendering me as though I were utterly depleted of strength. My grandfather showed no inclination for me to rise. Thus, I remained kneeling on the ground. He sat upon the threshold, gazing at the moon above while languidly puffing on his water pipe, lost in contemplation. The atmosphere within the room was thick with silence and gravity. I could not discern how much time had elapsed. My knees had grown numb from kneeling when at last my grandfather ceased his smoking, stood up, and muttered to himself, "It has ultimately arrived." I was perplexed by his words and dared not inquire further. He approached me, hand clasped behind his back. I averted my gaze from his face, for I had never witnessed such severity in my grandfather. In my memory, he had always been a warm, benevolent old man with a gentle smile. "Did you and the rotten fish offspring venture to the small river at the back mountain yesterday?" he queried directly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. A multitude of eerie occurrences had transpired at that river, and the rotten fish offspring had met with an inexplicable and tragic demise last night. Fear gripped me, compelling me to divulge every detail of the previous day's events without reservation. My grandfather listened in silence, his countenance darkening with anger, before he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with indignation, "Do those scoundrels from the Jiang family realize the calamity they have brought upon themselves?" I cast a glance at my grandfather and, summoning my courage, inquired, "Grandfather, what is the truth behind that large red coffin at the riverbed? Have you seen it?" My grandfather's cheek twitched involuntarily, and instead of answering my question, he gestured for me to rise. My legs had gone numb from kneeling, and, as I stood, I stumbled slightly, nearly losing my balance. With a sigh, he said, "Come, let us pay a visit to that scoundrel Jiang Quan." My grandfather led me directly to Jiang Quan's residence. It was midday, and the Jiang family was enjoying a meal in their courtyard. True to their reputation as the wealthiest family in Panlong village, even a simple lunch was a lavish affair. Having just expelled a considerable amount of bile, my stomach was uncomfortably empty, and upon seeing the spread at Jiang's, I couldn't help but swallow twice in anticipation. Jiang Quan's extravagance was evident as he tossed a large piece of pork directly to the substantial black dog at his feet, which eagerly gnawed on it, revealing its gleaming white teeth. Seated across from Jiang Quan was a stout man with dark skin and a conspicuous gold chain around his neck, his father. Known infamously as Jiang Shun, he bore a face full of excess flesh, exuding an air of menace with his prominent eyebrows, suggesting a rogue demeanor. Originally a butcher, he made his living selling pork, engaging in unscrupulous practices, and later monopolized the pork trade across several villages before establishing a breeding farm, amassing a considerable fortune through dubious means. Jiang Shun was originally a nefarious character from Water Margin, infamous in Panlong Village, where he was derogatorily referred to as Jiang Shun by the villagers, highlighting his notorious reputation. However, he took pride in this infamy, ruling the village with an iron fist, which in turn tainted his son, Jiang Quan, with a similarly foul temperament. Upon seeing my grandfather and me enter the courtyard, Jiang Shun set down his wine cup, slammed his chopsticks on the table, and crudely exclaimed, "Get out! What are you doing here, eating the food of the dead? This is bad luck." His words ignited my anger. The villagers always addressed my grandfather with the utmost respect as Master Shui Shu. Yet, Jiang Shun had the audacity to insult him, laced with disdain and contempt. Surprisingly, my grandfather remained unperturbed, his stern expression transforming into a jovial smile. He walked around the dining table, leaving the Jiang family bewildered. Jiang Shun pounded the table, shouting, "Hey, filthy beggar, what are you circling around for? Do you want me to toss you a couple of bones?" My grandfather sniffed the air and remarked, "What a strong smell of death." His words, though measured, carried an undeniable weight. Jiang Shun, not being a fool, realized my grandfather was referring to them, and his expression shifted. He rose, slamming his hand on the table, his finger almost poking my grandfather's nose, and yelled, "Filthy beggar, are you cursing me? Cursing?" My grandfather chuckled softly, shaking his head. He glanced at Jiang Quan and coldly stated, "Ask your precious son if he ventured to the forbidden area in the back mountain yesterday." The formidable Jiang Shun's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the term forbidden ground. He swiftly turned to Jiang Quan, demanding to know if he had ventured to the forbidden area on the rear mountain the previous day. Jiang Quan, chastised by Jiang Shun, felt a rush of embarrassment, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Defiantly, he retorted, "So what if I did? It's merely a river. Why make such a fuss? Forbidden ground is just a ruse." Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face. Furious, Jiang Shun pointed at Jiang Quan, berating him with indignation. "Are you courting death? That is the forbidden ground of Panlong Village, a place even your father would not dare to tread. What business do you have there?" Ignoring Jiang Quan entirely, the elder remarked to Jiang Shun with an air of calm, "The scoundrel residing at the village entrance also ventured into the forbidden ground yesterday, and last night he met his demise." Chapter 5. The White Snake. Upon hearing the news of the demise of the rotten fish, Jiang Shun's robust physique trembled, and his expression contorted into one more grotesque than that of a person who had swallowed a fly. In stark contrast, Jiang Quan appeared utterly unfazed, mumbling a curse. "Serves him right. That rotten fish has finally met his end. After all, his existence was merely a blight on the atmosphere, even in death." The rotten fish continued to incur Jiang Quan's venomous disdain, revealing his utter lack of humanity, a veritable demon by nature. Moments ago, Jiang Shun had insulted my grandfather, and now Jiang Quan was heaping scorn upon the deceased. Unable to contain the fury boiling within me, I surged forward, closing the distance to Jiang Quan in a heartbeat. And with a swift motion, I unleashed my fist upon his face. Caught unawares, Jiang Quan's countenance erupted into a chaotic display as he collapsed to the ground. Clutching his face, his expression was one of disbelief. "You freak! How dare you lay a hand on me? I assure you, you won't leave this door today." Jiang Quan's use of the term freak stemmed from the prominent red birthmark on my left cheek, which rendered my appearance somewhat unsightly. Rumors circulated in the village, branding me as a ghostly child, a wretched soul destined for death, causing peers my age to shy away from me in fear. Like the rotten fish, who had also endured a childhood of disdain and isolation. I found solace in our shared plight, and thus we became each other's soul companions. Jiang Quan then placed his fingers to his lips and emitted a sharp whistle. The large black dog that had been lounging at his feet sprang to life, racing towards me with the swiftness of lightning. It leaped into the air, its razor-sharp fangs aimed directly at my throat. I was instantly startled, shutting my eyes in fear. In a swift moment, my grandfather suddenly lifted his foot and kicked a stool, which skidded across the ground and struck the large black dog. The dog tumbled twice, its tail tucked between its legs, whimpering as it fled. That old man, one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. It seemed to have grown tired of living. Jiang Minshin was enraged, seizing a beer bottle from the table and swinging it down towards my grandfather's head. Crash! The bottle shattered, causing my grandfather to sway slightly, yet he did not fall. Blood trickled from his head. Jiang Minshin had cracked it open. Witnessing my grandfather's injury, my vision blurred with rage, and I sprang to my feet, ready to charge in defiance. However, to my surprise, my grandfather reached out to stop me. He said, "Meow, let us go home." My heart ached as I gazed at him, tears brimming in my eyes. "Grandfather, He waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "Evil will be met with its own reckoning. Let us depart." Gripping my hand, blood dripping from his head, he slowly made his way towards the courtyard entrance. Behind us, Jiang Quan's mocking voice rang out, "Get lost, freak." I turned back, fist clenched, and shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Quan pointed at me and cursed. "What are you staring at, you dead freak? You better not cross my path again, or I'll beat you every time. Enough. Go inside and bring me a bottle of beer. Damn it, you're ruining my drinking mood." Jiang Minshin grumbled, flinging open his shirt and resuming his seat on the stool. Grandfather halted at the entrance of the courtyard, without turning back, addressed Jiang Minshin. "Now, if you deplete your wealth and flee to distant lands, perhaps you might evade calamity." Jiang Minshin, lifting his garment and placing his hands on his hips, retorted, "You filthy beggar, should you utter another word of nonsense, you shall no longer be welcome in Panlong village." Grandfather let out a cold, mirthless laugh, leaving behind 6 words, "You reap what you sow." Upon returning home, I intended to fetch some herbs to tend to grandfather's wounds, but he forbade me from wandering about, confining me to the bedroom. With a grave countenance, he instructed, "Meow, heed my words. From this moment forth, you are not to step outside this room." His expression was stern, and I dared not disobey, nodding in acquiescence. I understood the gravity of the situation. The demise of the wretched fish was possibly only the beginning. The children who trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the back mountain would not escape unscathed. Who would be next? Would it be I, Jiang Quan, or Tian Yu and the others? As I pondered these thoughts, a hissing sound suddenly emanated from above the beams. Looking up, I beheld a white silhouette dangling from the rafters. A snake, a small white serpent, pristine and without blemish. I recognized it instantly. This was the very little snake I had rescued by the river on the back mountain. Astonishingly, it had followed me home. What a marvel! The Moon Mountain region is characterized by its humid climate and its location deep within the mountains. For families like ours, residing in such an environment, encounters with snakes have become an everyday occurrence. From the moment we are born, we coexist with these creatures, and thus we harbor no fear of them. Our homes, whether stilt houses or wooden tile roof structures, remain delightfully cool, particularly during the summer months when snakes often slither in to escape the heat. They sometimes take refuge in the beams above or beneath the tiles of the eaves. Generally, we only resort to killing venomous snakes, driven by the concern for the safety of humans and livestock, while non-venomous snakes are spared and allowed to escape. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous snakes, yet I had never before seen one as pure white as this little creature. The small white snake hung gracefully from the beam, flicking its tongue as if greeting me. Strangely, upon seeing this little white snake, I felt no trepidation. Instead, a sense of warmth enveloped me. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was my savior. That day, had the little white snake not appeared just in time, I might have been dragged down by that sinister hand in the water. "Come here, little white," I called out, waving my hand. To my surprise, this intelligent little snake responded to my beckoning, gracefully descending from the beam and making its way to my bed. I extended my palm, and the white snake coiled around my wrist, gradually making its way up to my neck. The slippery sensation did not evoke discomfort. Rather, it sent me into fits of laughter, for I sensed that the little white snake was playfully engaging with me. The little white snake coiled around my neck, its head raised, and its tongue flickering against my face as if bestowing a gentle kiss. A wave of familiarity surged within me. Last night, when that woman had covered my mouth and nose, I was on the brink of suffocation. Subsequently, I felt something wrap around my neck, and then she released her grip and departed. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed this little white snake that rescued me in the dead of night. A profound sense of gratitude welled up within me. I had always heard that snakes are vengeful creatures, and the tales I encountered were predominantly about their retribution, scarcely mentioning their acts of gratitude. Yet this little white snake around my neck had come to repay a debt of gratitude. I had saved it once, and it had already saved me twice. I reached out to caress the snake's head, smiling at it with a grin. Shall we consider ourselves friends now? What shall I call you? Perhaps I shall name you Little White. Chapter 6. Refrain from opening your eyes. The confines of the bedroom offered little to alleviate the tedium. Yet the advent of the diminutive, ivory serpent served to dispel the monotony. The serpent exhibited remarkable amiability, and we whiled away the hours in companionship until the sun dipped below the horizon. A percussive cadence emanated from the portal, signaling an arrival. Upon perceiving the auditory cue, the serpentine companion gracefully dismounted from its perch upon my neck and ascended with sinuous movements to its abode amidst the rafters. Responding to the summons, I opened the door to find my grandfather entering. He bore 2 bowls, one containing a thin porridge, the other salted vegetables. In our rustic existence, culinary preferences were a secondary consideration. Sustenance was derived from whatever provisions were available. Even salted vegetables could suffice for a repast. Having foregone a midday meal, my stomach readily acknowledged its emptiness. I accepted the bowl of porridge and, in conjunction with the salted vegetables, expeditiously consumed the entirety of the offering. As I partook of the meal, my grandfather approached the bedside. With his left hand, he lifted the bedclothes, while his right hand produced a diminutive effigy carved from wood. The wooden figure appeared to be of recent creation, bearing the marks of fresh carving. Its dimensions were approximately the size of a palm, and its form was rudimentary, delineating limbs and a head, yet lacking in facial features. With a simple blade, I could replicate such a creation. Initially, I surmised that the wooden effigy was a gift from my grandfather. I bounded forth with alacrity, eager to examine the object more closely. As I picked up the wooden figurine, I soon realized its extraordinary nature. The front of the figurine bore my name, along with my birth date and zodiac signs, while the back was inscribed with cryptic symbols resembling incantations, emanating an aura of mystery. I looked at my grandfather in astonishment and asked, "Grandfather, is this wooden figure?" "Me?" He nodded solemnly. "To be precise, it is your doppelganger." "Doppelganger? What does that mean?" I inquired, my face a canvas of confusion. With a grave expression, my grandfather replied, "That woman will return to seek you out. I can only hope this wooden figure will serve as a decoy. Meow, pluck a strand of your hair and wrap it around the figurine. Tonight, you must not sleep in your bed, but rather beneath it." Upon hearing that the woman would indeed come after me, my heart began to race with trepidation. The memory of those damp hands and the suffocating sensation from the previous night lingered vividly in my mind. A shiver coursed through me as I looked up at my grandfather with pleading eyes. "Grandfather, why must I stay in the bedroom? Can't I sleep in your room instead?" He responded, "That woman is fierce, and I cannot guarantee my ability to confront her. Thus, I must resort to this method to protect you. You need to remain in the bedroom because she can sense your presence. If you are elsewhere, she will follow you there." Hearing this, my head spun with anxiety. I had never imagined that my moment of folly could attract such a malevolent entity. With a voice thick with emotion, I inquired of my grandfather, "Grandfather, who exactly is that woman? And why is that large red coffin submerged in the stream behind the hill?" He placed a wooden figurine beneath the covers, turned his back to me, and after a moment of contemplation, solemnly advised, "Knowing too much about certain matters may not serve you well. Heed my words. Do not sleep on the bed tonight. Instead, take refuge beneath it. Moreover, Regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not open your eyes. Remember, do not open your eyes. The gravity of his expression was a rarity, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. I inhaled sharply, biting my lip, and nodded vigorously. He gently patted my head, tidied the dishes, and exited the room. The waning rays of the sunset streamed through the wooden lattice window, casting an eerie crimson hue throughout the bedroom, reminiscent of blood. I found myself seated in a pool of that spectral color, staring vacantly at the sunset outside, feeling akin to a caged bird or a prisoner stripped of freedom. My heart constricted with anxiety. Yet, as the encroaching night gradually extinguished the daylight, my nerves tightened correspondingly. Darkness deepened, and my unease intensified, for with nightfall, that woman would surely return to seek me out. I could not shake the feeling that my grandfather possessed knowledge of this woman's origins, as well as the mystery surrounding the large red coffin. Yet, what eluded my understanding was why he chose to keep such truths from me. Why did he not reveal the reality? In my recollection, my grandfather has never uttered a single falsehood to me. Whenever I posed a question, he would respond with utmost sincerity. Yet, on this occasion, it was evident that he was concealing something. I felt a sense of panic and unease regarding the arrival of that woman, intertwined with frustration and irritation over my grandfather's reticence. These conflicting emotions left me agitated, causing me to pace restlessly in my bedroom. The little white snake had inexplicably vanished, failing to emerge all night to play with me. The room remained shrouded in darkness until the moonlight streamed through the window, abruptly awakening me to the late hour. Suddenly, I recalled unfinished tasks. I hastily retrieved the wooden figurine from beneath the covers, tore a strand of my hair, and wrapped it around the figure before tucking it back into the bedding. Next, I fetched a mat from the wardrobe and crawled beneath the bed, laying it on the floor. With my backside raised, I rolled into the darkness underneath. It was pitch black beneath the bed, one side pressed against the wall, and I curled up within the obscurity, finally discovering a semblance of safety. I remembered how, as a child, during summer nights when thunder rumbled and my grandfather was away, I would feel frightened alone at home and would crawl under the bed, covering my ears to shield myself from the sight of lightning and the sound of thunder. The space beneath the bed had always been my sanctuary. Yet as I grew older, I had not sought refuge there for many years. To my surprise, on this night, I found myself once again beneath the bed. However, this time it was not to escape thunder, but rather to evade a ghost. My heart raced, and my mind was engulfed in a haze, rendering me incapable of finding solace in sleep. I could not ascertain how long I had endured this torment, perhaps until the depths of the night. Eventually, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from the doorway, as if someone had pushed open the bedroom door. Immediately, an eerie gust of wind rushed in, sending a chill through me that banished all remnants of drowsiness. Instinctively, I yearned to open my eyes, but a flash of realization struck me. No, my grandfather had repeatedly admonished me that tonight, regardless of the sounds I might hear, I must not open my eyes. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to keep them shut. In my mind, I silently repeated to myself, "Do not open your eyes. Absolutely do not open your eyes." Chapter 7. The fragmented face, the human brain, is a peculiar entity. When our eyes are open, gazing at the world around us, our minds often remain devoid of eccentric thoughts. However, when we close our eyes, especially when we forcefully do so, strange notions begin to bubble forth like effervescent bubbles. The more we implore ourselves to refrain from fanciful thinking, the more our minds rebel, conjuring up absurdities that grow increasingly vivid and pronounced. A vivid image emerges in my mind. A woman clad in a striking red garment, her form drenched, pushes open the door to my bedroom and steps inside, one deliberate footfall at a time. Her hair cascades down like aquatic tendrils, thick and lustrous, obscuring her visage and trailing upon the floor, leaving a path of dampness in her wake. Her hair, also soaked, resembles a broom, and wherever she treads, large patches of moisture follow. The sound of her footsteps gradually approaches the bedside, yet perhaps it is merely an auditory figment of my imagination, conjured by my heightened anxiety. I am merely a 12-year-old child, and such a scene would instill dread not only in a child, but even in an adult, likely driving them to the brink of madness. My fists are clenched tightly, my palms slick with perspiration. I scarcely dare to breathe, my small face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Every nerve within me is taut, as if on the verge of snapping under the weight of fear. In this moment, time seems to stretch infinitely, dragging on slowly, agonizingly. I had never imagined that mere minutes could stretch out like centuries. I felt as though I might suffocate, when suddenly a soft sigh emanated from beside the bed, followed by a chilling breeze that creaked the bedroom door shut. Had she left? Had that woman truly departed? I slowly unclenched my fists, a surge of elation coursing through me. Had my grandfather's wooden figure truly succeeded in deceiving her? The room was enveloped in silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Although it was the height of summer, the nights in the mountains were not overly warm, especially as I lay beneath the bed. Theoretically, the ground should have been cool, yet I was drenched in perspiration, my body clammy as though I had just emerged from water. Initially, I had not entirely lowered my guard. My nerves remained taut. However, prolonged tension in both mind and muscle can lead to profound fatigue, and after a while, my nerves naturally began to relax along with my taut muscles. In my earlier state of heightened anxiety, I had felt little discomfort, but now, as I relaxed, I became acutely aware of a pervasive soreness throughout my body, as if every sinew was being painfully tugged. I lay limp on the cool mat, feeling as though I had become a mere puddle of mud. Time slipped away, and the silence in the room grew deafening. I had entirely let my guard down, convinced that the woman had indeed left. Thus, I unwittingly released my vigilance and completely forgot my grandfather's admonitions. In an unexpected turn, I found myself awake, my gaze drawn towards the bedroom entrance from beneath the bed, fueled by an insatiable curiosity. Yet, the moment my eyes fluttered open, a cascade of damp hair met my horrified gaze, cascading down from the bedside. My mind reeled, utterly blank. Contrary to my expectations, the woman had not departed. She lingered still within my chamber. The sound of the door closing earlier, was it merely a cruel deception? Petrified, I could only stare, transfixed, as the tresses parted, revealing a deathly pale face. In the inverted perspective, the visage appeared all the more ghastly and unnatural. Bathed in shadow, the face possessed an uncanny pallor, luminously white. A pair of chilling giggles escaped the woman's lips, sending shivers down my spine. At most, a mere meter separated me from this macabre countenance, a distance that amplified my despair. Then, fissures began to surface upon the woman's face, as though it were shattering. Blood trickled from these cracks, transforming her into a grotesque mask of gore. I was nearly driven to madness by fear, my tongue seemingly lodged in my throat, and my eyes felt as if they might burst from their sockets. I yearned to scream, yet whether it was the paralyzing terror or the obstruction of my tongue that rendered me voiceless, I could not produce a single sound. My mouth gaped open like a fish gasping for air. Then, an even more horrifying event transpired. Strands of hair, resembling serpents, slithered towards me with a rustling sound. Those locks entwined around my arms, coiled around my neck, and gradually wrapped around my head, while they incessantly invaded my mouth and nostrils, suffocating me. Regret consumed me. I lamented my lapse in vigilance and wished fervently that I had heeded my grandfather's warnings. I felt as though death was imminent, and in my haze, it was as if I were being dragged beneath the water surface where everything was murky. I struggled desperately, yet the icy water surged into my body, sapping my strength to resi before my eyes. Fleeting images began to flash by like a white horse darting through the gaps of time, reminiscent of yellowed film strips rapidly passing before me. I saw my grandfather seated in the courtyard, a pipe clenched between his teeth, while I, no larger than an infant, nestled upon his knee, my snowy white backside raised. My grandfather, with a cheerful demeanor, patted my rear, assisting me in changing my diaper. I beheld myself bedridden. As my grandfather tenderly offered me herbal concoctions he had painstakingly prepared, feeding me sip by sip, I recalled summer nights spent with him, bamboo basket on our backs, flashlight in hand, As we ventured into the fields to catch frogs, the air filled with their croaking symphony. Our basket brimmed with frogs, our legs caked in mud, all beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight. Yet, I also witnessed a haunting scene, a corpse, heavily pregnant, drifting upon the river's surface. As a newborn's head slowly emerged from her womb, it is said that when one nears death, the entirety of their life flashes before their eyes. Having witnessed so many childhood memories, could it be that my end is approaching? But what of that final image? How could I possess such a memory? Is this truly a fragment of my own recollections? Chapter 8. Dream. Just as I was about to sink beneath the water's surface, an unexpected hand reached out from somewhere. Grasping my arm, the hand was warm, pulling me upward, lifting me higher and higher. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. It felt as though I had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. At last, I broke free from the water. In that fleeting moment, I beheld a delicate visage, a fair and beautiful little girl, seemingly of similar age to mine. I found myself perplexed. Who was this enchanting child? Where'd she come from? When had such a lovely girl appeared in my village of Panlong? Strangely enough, despite her unfamiliar features, I felt an inexplicable kinship with her, as if I had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded me. This little girl had saved me, managing to rescue me from the grasp of that woman. She pulled me from the depths, and I was so utterly exhausted that I could not stand, collapsing onto the grassy bank. Lying wearily on the ground, I felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from my body. The little girl lay down beside me, resting close, and then she extended her tiny hand, gently wrapping it around my neck. I longed to open my eyes and see her, but my eyelids felt too heavy to lift. Her voice, melodious and soothing, echoed softly in my ears. Meow, do not be afraid. I'm here with you, do not fear. I drifted into a deep slumber, perhaps comforted by the presence of this lovely girl beside me. In this tranquil state, I slept soundly, devoid of even a single dream. When I awoke, the little girl waved goodbye to me, adorned in a flowing white dress, ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. She said to me, Meow, I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. While I am not by your side, you must take good care of yourself. After uttering these words, the little girl turned and vanished into a swirling mist. I hurried after her, still perplexed about her identity and how she knew my name. Why had she come to my rescue? I took a couple of steps, but suddenly my foot slipped and I fell. In that moment, my head collided with a solid surface, producing a dull thud. Wincing, I cradled my head and looked up, only to realize I had struck the bed frame. How peculiar. I turned my head and discovered I was still lying beneath my bedroom bed, not submerged in water or sprawled on grass. And there was no sign of the little girl in white. It dawned on me that everything I had experienced was merely a dream. Yet, such a dream felt astonishingly real. Outside, the morning light flooded in, and I crawled out from beneath the bed, my body drenched in sweat. The room was eerily silent. The woman had indeed departed, as evidenced by the damp footprints on the floor, confirming her presence the night before. Sunlight streamed through the window, stinging my eyes. The events of last night, both illusory and tangible, left me in a state of disorientation, struggling to discern reality from fantasy. I approached the table and settled down, pouring myself a generous glass of cool boiled water, which I eagerly gulped down. On the table lay a small mirror. I raised it to examine my reflection and was startled to find numerous delicate red marks adorning my neck, reminiscent of something that had constricted me. This brought to mind the perilous strands of hair from last night, which nearly choked me to death. I then recalled the little girl in the white dress. Who was she? Was she a celestial being? Surely, she was the one who saved me last night. As I traced the red marks on my neck, thoughts of the girl's ethereal beauty made me break into a foolish grin. If I were to encounter her again, how could I express my gratitude? My home is devoid of treasures. Perhaps I could offer myself instead, giggling at the notion. However, the thought of such a sacrifice suddenly froze my smile. As I caught sight of the red birthmark on my face, stirring feelings of inadequacy within me. My appearance is so grotesque that others have labeled me a freak, while that little girl possesses such striking beauty, akin to a fairy. How could a wretched, unattractive boy like me dare to entertain such lofty dreams? It is no different from a toad aspiring to court a swan. Enough of these fanciful thoughts. I sighed, shaking my head in bitter resignation, forcing myself to dispel these unrealistic fantasies. Just then, the bedroom door swung open and my grandfather entered, bringing with him 2 boiled eggs. The living conditions in a mountain village are far from affluent. Many families must wait until their birthdays to indulge in a single boiled egg. Yet, my grandfather has always treated me with great kindness, often preparing 2 eggs for me to bolster my health and enhance my nutrition. Last night, after a restless night, my stomach was growling with hunger. Without a second thought for the heat, I swiftly peeled the eggshells and devoured them ravenously. My grandfather approached the bedside, lifted the covers, and glanced at the wooden figurine, inquiring, "How did you sleep last night? Did that woman visit?" Quite well. I felt nothing," I evasively replied. I told my grandfather a lie, omitting the fact that I had opened my eyes during the night, fearing his reprimand. I felt anxious, stealing glances at his reaction. Fortunately, he did not press further, but instead said, "Come, change your clothes." "Where to?" I asked curiously. "To the small river on the back mountain." "What?" I exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that a forbidden area? Someone died there last night by the river." My grandfather's expression turned grave. "What? Another person has died?" I shivered, stammering as I asked, "Who was it?" My grandfather looked at me solemnly. "Jiang Quan." My heart raced. Jiang Quan had died last night, and in the village's forbidden zone. It was needless to say, he must have fallen victim to that woman's hand as well. Although I harbor no fondness for Jiang Quan, we are, after all, fellow travelers who have ventured into the forbidden grounds. Now, one by one, those who have traversed this realm are meeting their demise, and I truly feel as though I am on the brink of collapse. My mind is awash with a cacophony, and I scarcely comprehend how I followed my grandfather out of our home. The sun blazes overhead, yet despite its brilliance, I feel naught but an absence of warmth upon my skin. We traversed the village and arrived at the forbidden grounds in the mountains. The small river continues to flow serenely. In the distance, I discern a throng gathered by the riverside, composed of villagers from our community, their wails carried by the wind, filling my ears with a profound sorrow. A sense of trepidation envelopes me as I cautiously trail behind my grandfather. As we draw nearer, the sight before me induces a wave of dizziness. Chapter 9. Hairstrand Jiang Quan has met a gruesome fate. His demise is nothing short of horrifying. He kneels by the riverbank, his head bowed in a posture that resembles penitence, creating an eerily surreal tableau. Strangely, Jiang Quan's entire body is drenched, water cascading from him as though he has just emerged from the depths. His nostrils, ears, and mouth are stuffed with hair strands, long, thick, and unmistakably not his own. They belong to a woman. These dense tresses ensnare Jiang Quan completely, rendering him akin to a tangled ball of yarn. This sight sends a chill down my spine. I am all too familiar with the hair strands adorning Jiang Quan. They belong to that woman. It is she who has brought about his untimely end. Due to the bizarre nature of Jiang Quan's passing, no one dares to approach his lifeless form, not even his parents. Someone has summoned my grandfather to manage the situation. As my grandfather and I approach, the villagers instinctively part to grant us passage, though it is not for my sake, but primarily for my grandfather, who commands considerable respect in Panlong village. Upon nearing, I observed Jiang Quan's parents. His father, the formidable and fearsome Jiang Min Shun, now crouches beside his son's corpse. Head bowed, chain-smoking in a state of despair, his countenance ashen and heavy with sorrow. Jiang Quan is a plump middle-aged woman, notorious in Panlong village for her boisterous demeanor, often relying on the reputation of Jiang Min Shun. At this moment, this raucous woman was rolling on the ground, wailing and crying with a heart-wrenching intensity. Jiang Min Shun looked up, and, upon seeing his grandfather, a flash of fierce light crossed his eyes. He violently tossed aside his cigarette and rushed forward, seizing his grandfather by the collar. "Old man, clarify for me how my son met his demise. Did you meddle in it? Why did my son die after you came to our home? Why?" Jiang Min Shun displayed a complete lack of respect for his grandfather, and his coarse demeanor provoked the ire of the onlookers, prompting one villager to shout, "Jiang, release third master at once." or we shall not be kind to you. Witnessing Jiang Minshun's behavior incited my own anger. We had come to assist in handling Jiang Quan's body, yet we were unjustly slandered by Jiang Minshun. I pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, "Jiang, do not falsely accuse. Your son was harmed by malevolent forces. What does that have to do with my grandfather?" In the face of Jiang Minshun's baseless accusations, my grandfather remained remarkably composed, calmly addressing him. "Do not forget, it was your son who broke the rules and led the way into the forbidden ground. His death is not the fault of others, but solely his own." Though my grandfather spoke the truth, Jiang Minshun was incensed, raising his fist as if to strike. "You old fool." Suddenly, a stout man approached, delivering a thunderous command. "Stop." The man, approximately in his 50s, possessed piercing eyes and was known as Nyoda, the village head of Panlong village, a figure of considerable stature within the community. No matter how unruly Jiang Minshun might act, he dared not show disrespect in the presence of the village chief. At Nyoda's bellow, Jiang Minshun immediately ceased his actions. Nyoda approached, swatting Jiang Minshun's hand away, and admonished him, "Jiang Minshun, what do you think you are doing?" Jiang Minshun, with fury in his eyes, pointed at the lifeless body of Jiang Quan and exclaimed, "This old fool has caused my son's demise." Grandfather cast a cold glance at Jiang Minshun, remaining silent. Nyoda, observing both grandfather and Jiang Minshun, furrowed his brow and stated, "Jiang Minshun, do not slander without evidence. I have thoroughly investigated the matter. It was indeed your son Jiang Quan who disregarded the village rules and led a group of children to this forbidden area for amusement, thus inviting disaster upon himself. This calamity was wrought by your son's own actions. How can you lay the blame on old master's own?" Jiang Minshun, feeling a flush of embarrassment from the village chief's reprimand, remained obstinate. That female corpse was originally meant to be cremated, was it not? It was this old man who insisted against it, claiming that burning it would bring misfortune. He took it upon himself to procure a grand red coffin, declaring it a soul-sealing coffin, and entombed the corpse within. He then declared this place a forbidden area, barring the villagers from entering. This entire affair has been orchestrated by him, and now that my son has met with tragedy, I have every reason to suspect his involvement. If not him, whom should I blame? Jiang Minshun spoke animatedly, spitting saliva all over my grandfather's face. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was deeply affected. I stood nearby, utterly astounded by Jiang Minshun's words. It became evident that the large crimson coffin in the river was a soul-sealing coffin, crafted by my grandfather himself. And it was also the resting place of my grandfather's own burial. The so-called forbidden ground was a creation of my grandfather as well. Who then was the female corpse within that coffin? Why did my grandfather choose not to incinerate her, but instead inter her in the river? He was undoubtedly aware of it all. Why did he choose to keep it from me? Why the persistent concealment? Although I had long suspected that my grandfather knew about the crimson coffin, I never imagined that the entire affair was orchestrated by him, that the coffin itself was his handiwork. And now, this very coffin had claimed the lives of two individuals, a putrid fish and Jiang Quan. Would there be more casualties to follow? I gazed at my grandfather in shock, for the first time feeling that the loving figure I had known was now somewhat alien. The river breeze swept across the desolate bank. Silence enveloped us, with no one daring to utter a word, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jiang Minshun grew increasingly fervent, once more confronting my grandfather, demanding, "Speak, you old fool. Clarify this for everyone. By burying that female corpse here, you have planted a ticking time bomb. My son was killed by the very bomb you buried. Old man, return my son to me. Return my son." Enraged, the wife of Jiang Minshun charged forward, a stone clutched in her hand. Village Chief Nyoda attempted to intervene, but his efforts proved futile. A resounding thud echoed as the stone struck my grandfather's head with brutal force. The village chief stood aghast. Jiang Minshun's wife was equally stunned, and a hush fell over the assembled crowd. My grandfather, possessing the agility to evade the blow, made no attempt to defend himself. Blood trickled down his face from the wound, yet his expression remained serene. With unwavering composure, he declared, "Now, I have repaid you for the life of your son." Chapter 10. The seal compensation? Can you truly compensate for my son's life? A life for a life. I could easily end yours right now to avenge my son, Jiang Minshin exclaimed, as he drew a sharp cleaver from behind his waist, a formidable tool typically wielded for butchering large animal bones. Upon witnessing Jiang Minshin brandish the knife, several villagers recoiled in fear. With an imposing demeanor, he advanced towards my grandfather, the cleaver raised high. In that moment, despite my small stature, an inexplicable courage surged within me. Fear was absent from my mind. I bent down, seized a stone from the riverbank, and pointed it defiantly at Jiang Minshin, shouting, "If you dare harm my grandfather, I will take your life. You insolent brat, how dare you?" Jiang Minshin seethed as he realized a mere child was daring to challenge him. Enraged, he began to stride towards me, knife in hand. "What do you intend to do, Jiang? What are your plans? Come, if you dare, and chop me up along with the village chief." Villager Nyoda interjected, stepping in front of me, bravely pointing to his own head as he shouted at Jiang Minshin. Jiang Minshin directed his knife towards the village chief. Despite his audacity, he lacked the courage to strike. With a furious roar, he flung the cleaver into the river, grasped his wife with one hand, and cradled the lifeless body of his son, Jiang Quan, in the other. His face darkened with rage as he turned to leave. As he departed, Jiang Minshin hissed, "I swear, I will return to set that coffin ablaze." My grandfather observed him coolly, retorting, "Unless you wish to bring ruin upon the entire village." Jiang Minshin shot a menacing glare at my grandfather, declaring, "Old fool, our conflict is far from over. Just wait and see." As I gazed at the departing figure of Jiang Minshin, a wave of indignation surged within me. I lamented my youth, wishing fervently that I were an adult capable of delivering a sound thrashing to him. Jiang Minshin's obstinate nature was utterly incomprehensible. He placed the blame for his son's demise, who had recklessly trespassed into forbidden territory, squarely upon my grandfather. Furthermore, while my grandfather and I had previously sought to extend a helping hand, the two of them had repelled us with scornful words and violent actions. Now that Jiang Quan had met his end, they had no one to blame but themselves. "Let's disperse. Everyone please go home." The village chief waved his hand, signaling for the villagers to depart. Gradually, the onlookers retreated, leaving only my grandfather, the village chief, and myself. My grandfather stood silently, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the small river. The village chief approached him, also with hands behind his back, and with a tone of reflection remarked, "Look at this river. It is truly beautiful." Indeed, the river behind the mountain was a sight to behold, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, with sunlight shimmering upon its surface like scattered gold. However, none could fathom that beneath this picturesque stream lay a sinister, large red coffin. The village chief lit a cigarette, exhaling 2 rings of smoke, and with a furrowed brow expressed his concerns. Master, there is some truth in what Jiang Minshin said earlier. The corpse buried in the river is akin to a ticking time bomb. It will inevitably erupt. Have you considered dealing with that body? Do not disturb the corpse." Grandfather spoke coldly, then turned to the village chief. 12 years ago, I made it abundantly clear to you that the resentment of the female corpse is exceedingly potent. She has long since transformed into a malevolent spirit. I have retained her remains solely to confine her soul. If it were as simple as the gentleman god suggests, would I have gone through such great lengths? The village chief bit down on a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Master, if you are so formidable, can you not subdue that woman's spirit? Nonsense. Grandfather glared at the village chief and shook his head. If I could have captured her spirit, I would have done so 12 years ago, and there would be no need to wait until now. The village chief discarded his cigarette and rubbed his hands together, inquiring of grandfather. Master, this woman's spirit has been sealed for 12 years, remaining undisturbed all this time. Why has her spirit resurfaced now? Is the seal ineffective? Grandfather sighed heavily. The time of the Ghost Festival is approaching, and this year's festival is extraordinary. A blood moon will manifest. Every 60 years, during each cycle, a blood moon appears, and the malevolent energy between heaven and earth reaches its zenith, turning the moon red. Thus, as we draw closer to the Ghost Festival, All manner of malevolent entities grow increasingly restless. This female corpse in the spirit sealing coffin is no exception. I've already sensed her stirring within the coffin. I had intended to return here in a few days to assess the situation and reinforce the seal. However, I never anticipated that those mischievous children, led by Jiang Quan, would so blatantly disregard the village's prohibitions and venture here to frolic. As a result, the spirit of the woman has been roused prematurely by their living presence. And now it is too late for me to reinforce the seal. With a heavy heart, my grandfather sighed deeply, lamenting, "This is all fate. This is all destiny." Upon hearing his words, a wave of regret washed over me. Had I known, I would not have accompanied Jiang Quan to this forbidden place. I could not have imagined that a moment's whimsy from a few children would bring calamity upon our entire village. If I had foreseen such dire consequences, I would never have dared to come here, no matter the cost. The village chief, hands on his hips, shook his head in dismay, exclaiming, "Alas! Our entire village has been doomed by these few mischievous brats." My grandfather replied, "We cannot blame them entirely. 12 years ago, the corpse floated to our Panlong village, marking the calamity bestowed upon us by the heavens, one that we cannot evade. What shall we do now? Are we to sit idly by and await our doom?" The village chief asked, his face etched with urgency. My grandfather responded, "We shall take it one step at a time. The immediate danger lies with the children who ventured into the forbidden area, with the demise of Lan Yuzai and Jiang Quan. The next in line should be Hu Yutao or Tianyu." The village chief sighed, saying, "Though these children are indeed mischievous, they are but young and naive. Witnessing their potential demise weighs heavily on my heart as their leader. San Yi, as the village chief, I implore you to rescue these children." Grandfather offered a bitter smile and remarked, "Is it necessary for you to mention such matters? Regardless of which child it may be, I shall endeavor to find a way to rescue them. However, I'm not a deity, and I cannot guarantee success. To speak frankly, even my own grandson may not be safe under my watch." Upon hearing grandfather's words, a pang of anxiety struck my heart. The village chief glanced back at me, raising a finger as if to chastise me. Yet he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he stamped his foot heavily, sighed, and hurriedly passed by me. "Nyoda," grandfather suddenly called out to the village chief. The chief halted, turned to look at grandfather, and inquired, "What else do you wish to convey, Sanyi?" Chapter 11. The corpse in the river Nyoda? Grandfather called out to the village chief without turning his head. The village chief paused, glancing back at grandfather, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture impeccably straight, and his head slightly raised as if gazing at the heavens. In a somber tone, grandfather spoke. 12 years ago, I sealed the spirit of that woman within her coffin, with the intention of gradually dissipating her resentment over time. Theoretically, by today, even if her wrath had not entirely vanished, it should have diminished significantly, yet it remains as potent as ever. What could be the reason for this? The village chief inquired. Grandfather replied, I too ponder the reason behind this persistent resentment. The woman clings to something that she cannot let go. Niuda, what do you think it is that she cannot release? A flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed the village chief's face as he forced a stiff smile. Third Master, you asked me, but who am I to ask? I do not know that woman. How could I possibly fathom what she is still holding on to? Grandfather nodded, his expression laden with meaning. Very well. If you come to any realizations, do not hesitate to share them with me. Concealment will only lead us all to ruin. His words carried an undertone that seemed significant. Yet the village chief offered no response and hurriedly departed. On the vast riverbank, only grandfather and I remained. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was fair. If not for the imposing crimson coffin and the lifeless woman within, this could indeed be considered a land of fortune. Yet, how did this auspicious location transform into a desolate wasteland? I approached my grandfather and said, Grandfather, I overheard your conversation with the village chief earlier. You must know the truth behind this matter. Could you share it with me? My grandfather gestured towards a large stone beneath us, saying, Have a seat, and I shall recount the tale. I nodded and settled onto the stone, while he sat beside me, producing a small, elegant water pipe. As he drew upon it, he began to unfold the story. The events traced back to 12 years ago. It was a summer day, following a night of torrential rain, when a female corpse was carried downstream by the raging river. At that time, the small river behind the mountain was not yet forbidden. It served as the backyard of Panlong village, where villagers often ventured to fish and gather shrimp. At that juncture, Nyota had just assumed the role of village chief. Whether out of a desire to make a good impression or to establish his reputation, he was exceedingly dedicated to his duties. Concerned that the heavy rains might trigger a flash flood, Nyota chose to remain vigilant on the mountain throughout the night, prioritizing the safety of the villagers over his own comfort. When dawn broke and the rain ceased, Nyota went to the riverbank to wash his face, only to behold a female corpse drifting toward him from upstream. He was the first to discover the body. Upon seeing it, Nyota felt an instinctual aversion. The presence of a corpse was inherently ominous, and he wished to avoid any association with such misfortune. He had initially thought that the body would simply float away with the current. Who knows why? When the female corpse drifted to this section of the river in Panlong village, it ceased to float downstream and instead lingered upon the water's surface. However, this stretch of river possesses neither hidden currents nor whirlpools. Theoretically, the corpse should not exhibit such erratic behavior. Nyota stood by the riverbank, observing intently for quite some time, yet what transpired next was beyond his wildest imagination. After meandering in the middle of the river for a brief moment, the corpse astonishingly stood upright in the water. At this moment, Nyota discerned clearly that the corpse belonged to an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Having lived for half a lifetime, he could scarcely fathom that such breathtaking beauty existed in the world. Although the woman was deceased, she appeared remarkably lifelike, as if merely slumbering with her eyes closed. Furthermore, her abdomen was notably round, revealing that she was indeed with child. The corpse's refusal to depart from the river's center, combined with its eerie ability to stand upright, suggested something profoundly unsettling. Only a fool would disregard the strangeness of the situation. Without delay, Nyota hurried back to Panlong village and sought out the most capable figure, Old Master Zung, to relay the events succinctly before leading him to the riverbank at the back of the mountain. Upon arriving at the river, Old Master Zung discovered that the corpse not only stood in the water below. Upon witnessing the situation, Master Zung realized that the female corpse was enveloped in deep resentment. Only a body brimming with vengeful spirit could stand upright in the water. Hearing of the corpse's overwhelming rage, Nyota felt a twinge of fear and implored Master Zung to devise a means to banish the spirit. Sighing, Master Zung replied, "The female corpse has drifted to Panlong village and has come to rest there. This is the will of heaven. It is futile to attempt to drive it away. This calamity has been bestowed upon Panlong village by the heavens themselves." Nyota, disheartened by Master Zung's words, was filled with bitterness, cursing the heavens for the misfortunes that had befallen Panlong village. What sin had Panlong village committed to deserve such a dreadful fate? This unbidden disaster was unwelcome to all, purely an act of fate, which could be seen as the village's destiny. Master Zung instructed Nyota to return to the village and procure a large red rooster. Once at the riverbank, he slaughtered the bird. Then, Master Zung, cradling a bowl of the rooster's blood, waded into the river and approached the female corpse from behind. He dipped his fingers into the blood, inscribing and drawing upon the back of the corpse. After a while, he instructed Nyota to toss over a prepared length of hemp rope. While Master Zung was engaged in his ritual, Nyota, following his instructions, found a basin, placed the rope within it, and soaked it in the rooster's blood. At this moment, the rope Nyota threw over was already imbued with the blood. Master Zung took the rope and wound it around the corpse 3 times. Strangely, as the rope made contact, a sizzling sound emanated from the corpse, as if it were being scorched, accompanied by billowing clouds of black smoke. The corpse of the woman, initially rigid, now appeared to be gradually softening. "Pull!" called out Master Zung, as Nyota, standing by the riverbank, exerted all his strength to drag the body onto the shore. Just as the corpse was being pulled up, Nyota suddenly exclaimed in surprise, losing his footing and falling onto the grass. Master Zung climbed out of the water and inquired about the commotion. "Nyota, His face filled with terror, pointed at the woman's abdomen and stammered, I just saw her belly. It moved. Master Zeng reached out and pressed his hand against the woman's stomach. Nyota questioned, Master, this woman is already dead. Her child, it cannot still be alive, can it? Instead of responding to Nyoda's concern, Master Zeng hoisted the body onto his shoulder, placing it into a pre-prepared sack, and began his journey homeward. He addressed Nyoda, saying, I shall return first and contemplate how to handle this deceased woman. Chapter 12. The Substitute Grandfather. What happened next? How did it unfold? I inquired anxiously, captivated by the events of 12 years past. My grandfather squinted as he continued his recollection. The female corpse was enveloped in vengeful spirit, her soul transformed into a malevolent ghost. I found myself unable to vanquish her spirit. Thus, I enlisted the village coffin maker to labor through the night, crafting a grand crimson coffin. Within its confines, I inscribed a soul-binding incantation, turning the coffin into a vessel of containment for her spirit, sealing her within. Subsequently, I bound the coffin with bronze chains and interred it in the small river behind mountain. Initially, I believed that over the span of 12 long years, the resentment of the female corpse would gradually dissipate. However, to my astonishment, her malevolence not only persisted but grew stronger, particularly as the time of Ghost Gate opening approached. The coffin could scarcely contain her wrath. During this period, as I contemplated resealing the coffin, I never anticipated that you mischievous boys would venture here to play, inadvertently awakening the spirit of the female corpse with your living energy. Now, any attempt to seal her is futile. At this juncture, my grandfather's expression darkened. The current predicament is that the woman's ghost has emerged, and when the Ghost Gate opens on the 15th day of the 7th month, it is highly likely that her corpse will also break free from the coffin. A sudden gust of river wind swept through, sending a chill down my spine. My grandfather withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. This year's 7th month is exceptionally ominous, heralding the appearance of a blood moon that occurs once every 60 years. At that time, the malevolent energy, both above and below, would reach its zenith in 60 years, and many sinister entities would seize this opportunity to manifest. On that day, calamity would befall Panlong Village. I gazed anxiously at my grandfather and implored, Grandfather, can you avert this disaster? He replied, I do not know. I can only say, I will do my utmost. As he turned to walk away, a profound unease stirred within me. My grandfather, the village's water scripture master, was the most capable person in our community. If even he could not find a solution, then Panlong Village truly faced dire misfortune. I followed him back home, where our lunch was exceedingly simple. He prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Before we began our meal, as per our custom, I approached the center of the hall to incense the wooden box resting on the table. I had always been curious about what lay within that box. Unable to comprehend why my grandfather insisted I pay homage to it daily. Yet, he neither divulged its contents nor permitted me to open it, shrouding it in mystery. After offering my incense, I had just lifted my bowl to take a few bites when I heard the sound of sobbing from outside. Looking up, I noticed several individuals at the door. A few adults accompanied 2 children, who were none other than Hu Yutao and Tian Yu, the very ones who had ventured into the forbidden grounds with me. Previously, Hu Yutao and Tian Yu had been loyal followers of Jiang Quan, serving as his right and left arms. Now, with Jiang Quan deceased, they were utterly terrified, stripped of their former arrogance and swagger. Kneel! Quick! Kneel before Third Master. Hu Yutao's father shouted at the 2 boys. Hu Yutao and Tian Yu entered the courtyard and, with a thud, knelt before their grandfather. The grandfather quickly set down his bowl and rose, asking, What is this all about? Old Hu, get those children up. However, Old Hu did not bid the children to rise. Instead, he patted his knees and knelt down himself. With Old Hu's kneeling, several others accompanying him followed suit, all of whom were family to Hu Yutao and Tian Yu. Observing the multitude of kneeling figures in the courtyard, the grandfather urged, Get up, speak your minds directly. We are all from the same village. There is no need for such theatrics. Please rise. Old Hu remained on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, hands clasped in front of him, addressing his grandfather. Third Master, My child is indeed somewhat unruly by nature, but he has not committed any grave misdeeds. This venture into the forbidden area was instigated by that boy from the Jiang family. Upon their return, I chastised them severely. Of course, as parents, we bear an undeniable responsibility. We have failed to supervise them properly, and we are at fault. We are at fault. With that, old Hu broke down in tears, striking his own face several times with a resounding slap, causing half of his cheek to swell. It was evident that he genuinely felt remorse. Tian Yu's father, old Tian, also bowed before the grandfather, saying, "Third master, you are the esteemed scholar of our village, the most capable person among us. I implore you, save our children, please." I sighed inwardly, reflecting that had I known this would come to pass, perhaps things could have been different. In the ordinary course of life, when your son, Jiang Quan, behaved arrogantly and rampantly in the village, why do we not witness your remorse? However, it must be said that the families of Hu Yutao and Tian Yu exhibited profound respect towards grandfather, which starkly contrasted with the demeanor of the Jiang family. Thus, it is evident that Jiang Quan's demise bears an undeniable responsibility on the part of his father, Jiang Menshun. Had their attitude towards us been more amicable at that time, grandfather would undoubtedly have extended his assistance to Jiang Quan. Grandfather addressed old Hu and old Tian. "Rise, both of you. I shall do everything within my power to assist these two children." Upon receiving grandfather's verbal assurance, both families were overwhelmed with joy. Old Hu was even moved to tears, pressing Hu Yutao's head and urging, "Hurry, bow to third grandfather and express your gratitude." Hu Yutao bent down, bowing 3 times with resounding thuds, exclaiming, "Thank you, third grandfather. Thank you, third grandfather." Tian Yu, not wishing to lag behind, followed suit and bowed 3 times as well. Grandfather instructed old Hu and old Tian, "Provide me with your children's birth dates." They promptly recited the birth dates of Hu Yutao and Tian Yu, to which grandfather nodded, momentarily neglecting his meal, and retreated into the inner room. When he emerged, he held 2 pieces of wood and a carving knife. Grandfather settled into a chair, rotating the wood in his left hand while gripping the carving knife in his right, fully engrossed in his intricate work of sculpture. Grandfather's hands moved with remarkable speed. In less than half an hour, 2 pieces of wood were transformed into 2 wooden figurines. He had previously crafted similar wooden figures for me, claiming they serve as my doppelgangers to deceive the female ghost. The front of the wooden figures bore names and birth dates, while the back was inscribed with incantations. Grandfather handed the 2 wooden figures, inscribed with the names Hu Yutao and Tian Yu, to old Hu and old Tian, respectively, instructing them, "Go home and arrange a funeral." "What? A funeral?" Old Hu and old Tian trembled, utterly bewildered, staring blankly at grandfather, the wooden figurines they had just received falling from their hands to the ground. Chapter 13. There is no way out. The courtyard lay enveloped in a profound silence when suddenly, old Hu's wife could no longer contain her anguish and burst into tears, exclaiming, "San Yi, these 2 children are not yet deceased, and you are instructing us to prepare their funeral. Are they truly beyond salvation? Are they truly beyond salvation?" The grandfather raised his hand, urging calm, "Do not be overly agitated. Allow me to finish speaking." Old Hu's wife stifled her sobs, and all eyes turned to the grandfather, their expressions taut with anxiety. He continued, "These 2 wooden figures are mere substitutes for your children. You shall take them home and conduct a funeral for these wooden effigies. It is merely a ruse to deceive the female specter. If fortune smiles upon us, we may deceive her into believing that the children have perished, thus averting her wrath." After a brief pause, the grandfather added, "Prepare a boat to set sail at midnight. Transport these children to the neighboring village to evade the storm until this turmoil has subsided." Upon hearing these words, the 2 families bowed deeply before the grandfather, expressing their profound gratitude, and carefully cradled the wooden figures as they departed. That very afternoon, both the Hu and Tian households erected altars of mourning. Within these somber spaces lay coffins, yet instead of the bodies of Hu Yutao and Tian Yu, they contained their wooden substitutes. Black and white portraits of the children adorned the altars, with braziers flickering before them. Family members donned mourning garments, kneeling in front of the braziers, burning paper offerings while weeping uncontrollably. To an unsuspecting observer, it would appear as though Hu Yutao and Tian Yu had truly met their demise. For an entire day, the village of Panlong was enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow and dread. As night descended and dinner was finished, my grandfather instructed me to gather a few articles of clothing in my room. I was perplexed, unable to comprehend the purpose behind his request. He explained, "You must accompany them to the neighboring village to seek refuge and return only after the 15th day of the 7th month." "No, grandfather, I will not leave. I wish to stay with you," I declared resolutely. My grandfather gently stroked my head, his voice filled with tenderness as he replied, "Silly child, if that woman discovers you are still alive, she will surely come after you. Can I protect you on the 1st and the 15th days? Moreover, if you remain by my side, how can I devote my full attention to confronting her?" His words resonated with reason, and deep down, I understood that my insistence on staying would only burden him further. Yet, I was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Anxiety and fear gripped my heart, and I dreaded the thought that if I left, I might never see my grandfather again. "Grandfather," I choked on my words, my eyes brimming with tears, momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed my grandfather could read my thoughts, for he comforted me, saying, "Why shed tears? We are not facing a permanent separation. You are merely being sent away for a time to evade the storm. Once the matter is resolved, you shall return home safely." I bit my lip and nodded vigorously. I gathered a few changes of clothes. After all, it was the sweltering summer, and I did not require much. I fashioned a cloth pouch and slung it over my back. As the midnight hour approached, my grandfather summoned me to step outside, reminding me to pay my respects to the wooden box before we departed. After offering my incense, I followed him out, making our way towards the banks of the outer river. The outer river was a vast expanse, and with the remote nature of Panlong village, there were only two means of leaving: traversing the mountains or navigating the waterways. Given the towering mountains surrounding us, crossing them was rather inconvenient. Thus, traveling by boat was the most expedient option for the villagers. Upon our arrival at the riverbank, the families of Old Hu and Old Tian were already present, each holding their children tightly, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Old Hu approached, carrying an oil lamp, and inquired of my grandfather, "Sanyi, is the boat ready for departure?" My grandfather nodded in affirmation and led me aboard the vessel. In light of the recent events that had stirred unrest within the village, no one dared to venture outside at night, let alone the boatmen, who were conspicuously absent. Therefore, Old Hu and Old Tian took on the roles of boatmen, paddling in tandem while my grandfather seated us 3 children in the center of the boat. The others remained ashore, waving us goodbye. Hu Yutao and Tian Yu's mothers ran alongside the boat for quite a distance, their voices filled with concern as they cautioned, "Be careful. Make sure to stay safe." Observing their mothers, a bittersweet pang stirred within me, and envy washed over my features. How I longed for my own mother to be there by the riverbank, chasing after me and showering me with her well-intentioned admonitions. However, my hopes are but distant dreams. Having grown up without a mother, I'm entirely unaware of what she looks like. The small wooden boat glides through the waves, gradually merging into the dense embrace of the night. The evening is enchanting. The sky is crisp and clear, with the moon hanging aloft like a jade plate. The river reflects the moonlight, and, as the night breeze caresses the surface, a shimmering dance of light emerges. The night shatters the moonlight and scatters it into the river, crafting a scene of breathtaking beauty that captivates the soul. As we sit in the little boat, immersed in the splendid night, we find ourselves oblivious to any tension or fear. However, as we continue our journey, we suddenly notice that the moonlight seems to have dimmed. A mysterious mist begins to rise from the river, enveloping everything in its peculiar embrace. In no time, it obscures the brilliant moon and the vast sky, leaving us surrounded by a blanket of white, rendering everything indistinct. Visibility drops dramatically, and both Old Hu and Old Tian are compelled to cease their rowing, stabilizing the boat in the center of the river, hesitant to make any sudden movements. In such thick fog, it is all too easy to lose our way. Even those seated directly across from one another struggle to discern each other's features. The only glimmer of light is the oil lamp at the bow of the boat, flickering like a fragile spark among the stars, appearing so feeble. A wave of panic washes over us. Despite the chill of winter, we have never encountered such dense fog on the river, let alone in the sweltering heat of summer. At this moment, we feel as though we are ensconced in a strange, white world, unable to discern the cardinal directions. Third Master. Third Master. Old Who's voice trembled slightly. I feel that this fog is rather peculiar. Indeed, Old Tian echoed. In my entire life, I have never encountered such dense fog. After a moment of contemplation, Grandfather uttered 2 words. Return. Return. We were all bewildered. We had only just set out not long ago. Why must we turn back? Old Who asked in confusion. Third Master, are we not supposed to escort these 3 children to the neighboring village for refuge? If we return now, what about the 3 children? Grandfather inhaled deeply and coldly replied, This is a ghostly barrier. We can no longer leave the village. Quickly, turn around. Chapter 14. The Fireman and the Ghostly Barrier. A chill ran down our spines. Was this the barrier laid by that female ghost? Hu Yutao and Tian, you were visibly frightened, clinging tightly to me. I inwardly mused. What good does it do for you to cling to me? I'm terrified as well. Old Hu and Old Tian, wary of the situation, promptly turned the boat around. However, the surrounding mist was so dense that they soon lost their sense of direction, making it quite challenging to navigate back. At this moment, my grandfather retrieved a lantern from his backpack, a distinctive octagonal wind lantern. Its surface shimmered with an ancient bronze hue, emitting a ghostly glow. The lantern's design was rather rustic, adorned with 8 small copper bells that jingled softly with the breeze. I was no stranger to this lantern. My grandfather would always carry it when venturing out at night or traveling along dark roads. He ignited the oil lamp inside, then covered it with a glass shade. As the river wind blew, the little copper bells chimed melodiously. The river lay in eerie silence, and the sound of the bells floated across the water, strikingly clear and pleasant, yet laced with an unsettling quality that felt almost ominous in the dead of night. My grandfather placed the wind lantern at the bow of the boat and instructed Old Hu and Old Tian to row. Strangely, the light emanating from the lantern began to dispel the surrounding fog. Our small boat glided slowly across the river, parting the thick mist like a knife. The lantern illuminated the waters ahead, guiding us on our pathway home. Jingle, jingle! The sound of jingling bells echoed along the path, cascading into the river. At last, we returned to the shore unscathed. Once the boat steadied, we hurriedly disembarked. Grandfather, carrying a lantern, led the way, and we closely followed in his wake. It was only then that I realized the lantern in Grandfather's hand was no ordinary one. It was a talisman capable of warding off malevolent spirits. No wonder he always carried it while traveling at night, for the darkness harbors many unsavory entities, and with the lantern in hand, they dared not approach him. Third uncle, where are we headed now? Old Who inquired anxiously. Grandfather's expression turned grave. Someone has disturbed the soul-restraining coffin. You must inform the village chief. We shall first proceed to the forbidden grounds in the back mountains. Old Who nodded and swiftly dashed towards the village chief's residence, while Grandfather led us hastily to the forbidden grounds. Old Tian muttered, Who is reckless enough to disturb that coffin? Have they grown weary of life? Without turning back, Grandfather replied, Who else could it possibly be? A thought flickered in my mind, and a name surfaced. Jiangmin Shun. Aside from him, I could think of no one else who would dare to tamper with the soul-restraining coffin. As we arrived at the forbidden grounds in the back mountains, we soon spotted several flickering flames amidst the darkness. Illuminated by the firelight, the face of Jiangmin Shun appeared particularly menacing. There stood Jiangmin Shun, his wife, and a few of his workers, brandishing torches on the riverbank. Before them lay the strikingly vibrant red coffin, a vivid hue that stood out starkly against the night. Several workers were drenched, clearly indicating that they had retrieved the coffin from the river. Jiangmin Shun held a bucket of gasoline, pouring it over the surface of the coffin while cursing, appearing almost deranged. Stop it! Grandfather shouted, hastening towards them, pointing at Jiangmin Shun and his group, demanding, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? What am I doing? Huh? Jiang Min Shun glanced sideways at grandfather, sneering, "Tonight, I shall incinerate this coffin, and I wish to see who dares to stop me." As he spoke, he produced a lighter and flicked it on. Grandfather coldly regarded Jiang Min Shun. "You, Jiang, are endangering the lives of the entire village. Stop spouting nonsense." Jiang Min Shun spat back. "You old fool. Do you think I will believe your drivel? Let me tell you, no one can stop me today. I must burn this coffin. You damn bastard. You are harming my child. I will fight you." Old Tian stomped his foot, enraged, and lunged forward. We children had initially planned to seek refuge in the neighboring village that night. But due to Jiang Min Shun disturbing this coffin of souls, the vengeful spirit's wrath had intensified, establishing a ghostly barrier that trapped us in Panlong village. Thus, Old Tian's accusation that Jiang Min Shun had endangered his child was not unfounded. "Stop him!" Jiang Min Shun commanded the workers. Old Tian, somewhat frail, was no match for the burly butchers from Jiang Min Shun's slaughterhouse. As soon as he lunged, he was quickly subdued and pinned to the ground. At that juncture, Nyoda, the village head, accompanied by Old Hu and several members of the village committee, hastened to the scene. Village head Nyoda bellowed at Jiang Min Shun, "Halt. I say halt this instant. Whoever dares to touch this coffin tonight answers to me." Nyoda, wielding considerable influence as the village head, commanded respect. Upon his pronouncement, the butchers immediately ceased their actions. However, Jiang Min Shun remained undeterred, sneering at Nyoda. "Does being a village head make you formidable? They may fear you, but I, Jiang Min Shun, do not. I tell you, my son was killed by this very coffin. Tonight, I shall incinerate it to avenge my son, and no one, not even the Celestial King, can prevent me." With these words, Jiang Min Shun cast the lighter upon the coffin. My grandfather stepped forward, intending to intervene, but it was too late. The coffin, thoroughly doused in gasoline, ignited instantly upon contact with the lighter, the flames spreading rapidly, engulfing the crimson coffin in what seemed like a mere blink of an eye. Crafted from wood and catalyzed by gasoline, the fire raged intensely, the coffin boards crackling and popping as they were consumed. The firelight cast a crimson glow upon the riverbank, and even Jiang Min Shun's face. Jiang Min Shun, seized by madness, laughed maniacally as he danced around the burning coffin, resembling a man possessed. We exchanged bewildered glances, staring vacantly at the burning coffin. My grandfather's face was ashen, and he remained silent. The village chief, Nyo Dashin, appeared dejected, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring to himself, "Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and a fireball leaped from the coffin, sending the lid soaring into the sky. From within the flames emerged the figure of a woman, her entire body engulfed in fire. Before Jiang Min Shun could comprehend the situation, the fiery corpse lunged forward, seizing him and pulling him into the inferno. A harrowing scream pierced the air as Jiang Min Shun was instantaneously transformed into a being of flames. This horrific scene left all present in a state of shock and terror. Chapter 15. Prostration. Save him. Why are you all standing there? Save him. Save him, wailed Jiang Min Shun's wife, tearing at her hair, her voice breaking with despair. However, it wasn't that the crowd was indifferent to his plight, but rather that rescue was simply impossible. Engulfed by the raging inferno, Jiang Min Shun was held fast in the embrace of the female corpse, rendering any intervention futile. All they could do was watch helplessly as the flames consumed him, his agonizing cries soon silenced. The river breeze carried with it the acrid stench of burning flesh. This was retribution in its most immediate form. Grandfather had earnestly cautioned Jiang Min Shun against disturbing the soul-sealing coffin, but his warnings were ignored. Jiang Min Shun not only disregarded them, but set the coffin ablaze himself. In the end, that very fire became his own demise. Who could be blamed but Jiang Min Shun himself? As the flames subsided, Jiang Min Shun's wife succumbed to grief, fainting from her incessant weeping. Amidst the chaotic rocks lay two charred corpses, their human forms barely discernible, their features utterly unrecognizable, a truly devastating sight. One of the calcined bodies was the woman from the coffin, the other, Jiang Min Shun. Grandfather approached and beckoned to the butchers, instructing them to retrieve Jiangminshin's remains. The butchers, still reeling from the horror they had witnessed, stood transfixed, unable to fully comprehend what had unfolded. Each of them was deeply shaken, filled with trepidation, grateful that Jiang Minshin had not tasked them with igniting the fire. For whoever had lit the flame would have surely met their end. A few butchers hurriedly procured a burlap sack, donned their gloves, and placed the charred remains of Jiang Minshin within it. Third Master, how shall we dispose of this woman's corpse? One inquired. The elder pressed his lips together and replied, You may leave, I shall handle the rest. The butchers nodded in relief, having long wished to depart from this grim scene. The elder gestured towards the unconscious wife of Jiang Minshin and instructed the butchers, take her as well. With that, they hastily fled the riverbank, carrying both Jiang Minshin's body and his wife. The elder turned to the village chief and the others, saying, You should return as well. The village chief nodded. Patting the elder's shoulder, Third Master, is entrusted to you. Soon, the others dispersed, leaving only myself and the elder on the darkened riverbank. I glanced around, feeling a chill in the air that instilled a sense of fear within me. The elder approached the charred female corpse, lantern in hand, and beckoned me over. The sight of the corpse was truly horrifying. I hesitated, uncertain of my grandfather's intentions. A meow, kneel, he suddenly commanded. What? I questioned my own hearing, bewildered by his request to kneel before the lifeless body. I rubbed my ears in astonishment, remaining motionless. The elder's tone turned grave, a meow, kneel. The voice of my grandfather carried an irresistible tone of command. With no choice left to me, I reluctantly knelt down, the rough stones beneath my knees causing me discomfort. Grandfather, I opened my mouth, intending to inquire about the reason behind this, but unexpectedly, he uttered two words through gritted teeth. Bow down, bow down. My astonishment was profound. My mouth agape, words eluded me. What did my grandfather intend? Why was he compelling me to bow to this female corpse? Hadn't this very corpse nearly brought about my demise? How could I possibly show her such reverence? Bow 3 times. My grandfather insisted, his expression grave, indicating he was not jesting. Grandfather, I furrowed my brow and questioned loudly, why must I kneel before this corpse? Why must I bow? She is the very reason for my peril, and yet I am to honor her? Please, enlighten me on the reason behind this. My grandfather bit his lip and let out a soft sigh. First, bow down, and then I shall explain. I gazed at him, slowly nodding. Although his request was peculiar, I was certain that he would never wish me harm. There must be a rationale behind his insistence. Very well, I would bow. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, unable to bear the sight of the corpse's ghastly state. I bowed thrice with a series of loud thuds, feeling a painful bump form on my forehead that made me grimace, dizzy, and disoriented. Clutching my forehead, tears welling in my eyes, I asked my grandfather, now, can you tell me the reason? Grandfather sat upon a stone, extracting his pipe and puffing thoughtfully, a gravity I had never witnessed etched upon his visage. After a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered a phrase, "She is your mother." The mere 4 words reverberated in my ears like a thunderclap. In that instant, I felt as though I'd been struck by lightning, my entire being rendered paralyzed. I gazed at the lifeless form before me, her eyes wide and bulging, as if they might burst from their sockets. My teeth clenched together, producing a rattling sound, and blood oozed from the crevices between them. My body trembled uncontrollably, shaking with a fervor I could not contain. Words failed to encapsulate the turmoil within. My heart felt hollow, my mind engulfed in a fog of confusion. The impact of those 4 words weighed heavily upon my psyche. 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down my cheeks, and I could not fathom the reason for my weeping. They simply flowed uncontrollably. Throughout my childhood, I once pondered the possibility that my parents had ventured far from home or perhaps had long since departed from this world. Yet, I could never have imagined that my mother lay within this sealed coffin, the sole restraining casket, crafted by my grandfather's own hands, encases my mother. To my astonishment, my mother has become a vengeful spirit, filled with unquenchable rage. My mind is a tumultuous whirlpool, inundated with countless questions. What on earth is happening? What on earth is happening? Ha ha ha. I cannot fathom why laughter escapes my lips. Perhaps it is the result of profound psychological turmoil. As I laugh and weep simultaneously, I resemble a madman. I wipe away my tears and shout vehemently at my grandfather. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. Grandfather, you must be deceiving me, mustn't you? Surely you are jesting. This is the most absurd jest I have encountered in 12 years. Oh, moving. How utterly amusing. Oh, not amusing at all. This jest is anything but humorous. Chapter 16. Am I dead? My grandfather remained silent, patiently waiting for my emotions to settle before he spoke. Bury your mother's remains, and then return home. Whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you. Gazing upon the charred remains before me, it was difficult to comprehend that this pile of ash and bone belonged to my mother. Throughout my life, I had never seen my parents' faces nor felt their affection. To discover my mother for the first time as nothing more than a heap of burned remains was a profound sorrow. I suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness, for I did not even know what my mother looked like. It seemed my grandfather could read my thoughts. He spoke softly. Your mother was exceptionally beautiful, a rare beauty. When I first saw her, her body had already been in the river for several days, yet she appeared so lifelike, as if she were merely asleep. A rare beauty? My mother was a rare beauty. An indescribable feeling surged within me, and suddenly I harbored a deep resentment toward Jiang Men-shun. Even though he too had been reduced to ashes, I could not forgive him. It was all his fault for burning the coffin, leaving me unaware of what my mother looked like. This might haunt me as a lifelong regret. I cautiously picked up a piece of blackened bone and asked my grandfather, "Grandfather, my mother's body." He gazed at the dark, still surface of the river, his expression somber as he replied, "Your mother drifted along this river to Panlongville." I nodded, cradling the bone as I approached the riverbank, silently murmuring, "Mother, may you rest in peace." I gathered her remains piece by piece, casting them into the water, and after removing my outer garment, I wrapped the remaining fragments of bone, discarding them along with my clothing into the river. Such is the fate of beauty, an unparalleled enchantress departing in such a cruel manner. Indeed, the heavens are merciless. By the time I had finished with my mother's remains, dawn was breaking, and despite a sleepless night, I felt no weariness. My heart was burdened with countless questions that, if left unresolved, would drive me to madness. I returned home with my grandfather, who prepared a bowl of noodles for me, garnished with an egg. Yet I had little appetite, eating merely a few bites before setting down my chopsticks. I remained silent, merely gazing at him. After finishing his meal, my grandfather pulled out a water pipe and settled into a chair, puffing away. The only sound in the room was the soft gurgling of the smoke. It wasn't until the first rays of dawn illuminated the room that my grandfather finally spoke. What I told you about the events from 12 years ago was true. However, I concealed one crucial detail from you. A crucial detail? I instinctively straightened in my seat as my grandfather looked at me, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. And articulating each word deliberately, he said, "In truth, you are a dead person." What? I was utterly taken aback, nearly tumbling from my chair. What did my grandfather mean by that? How could he claim I was dead when I was very much alive? Why does Grandpa say I am a dead person? I gasped in astonishment, my mouth agape, and my mind felt utterly blank, consumed by a single, haunting refrain. I am a dead person. I am a dead person. The impact of this revelation struck me with a force akin to discovering that the corpse in the coffin was my mother. At merely 12 years of age, the relentless onslaught of such shocking truths threatened to unravel my very sanity. The bizarre nature of my mother's corpse and my own supposed demise transcended the limits of my imagination. Suddenly, it dawned upon me that these 12 years had seemingly been lived in vain, shrouded in a thick fog of mystery. Everything around me, including myself, was steeped in enigmas and falsehoods. Cradling my head in my hands, I wore an expression of profound anguish, genuinely feeling on the brink of madness. Grandpa spoke softly. "I understand that you may find this difficult to accept, but given the circumstances, I must reveal the truth of your lineage. The day the village chief, Nyoda, summoned me to the riverbank, I discovered, to my astonishment, that the corpse bore signs of fetal movement, an extraordinary phenomenon. Typically, When a mother dies, the unborn child perishes as well. Yet this corpse had been submerged in the river for several days and still exhibited signs of life. Moved by compassion, I concocted an excuse to bring the corpse home, where I personally assisted in delivering the child from her womb. "That child is you." Grandpa pointed at me, and I trembled violently, my body shaking uncontrollably. I found my grandfather's narrative utterly astonishing, akin to listening to a tale from the Arabian Nights. He recounted that I had been alive within my mother for several days after her death, and he had assisted in my delivery. Such an absurdity was almost beyond my comprehension. My grandfather declared, "This matter is known only to you and me. After assisting in your birth, I arranged for a sealed coffin to entomb your mother's remains. When others inquired about you, I simply told them that I had found you in the mountains." I pressed my lips tightly together, tears welling in my eyes. "So, you're not my biological grandfather. You do not even know who my father is." My grandfather nodded slowly, beckoning me to approach him. He extended his hand, affectionately stroking my head, and said, "I have no children of my own and have lived a solitary life. How could I possibly have a grandson? However, for these past 12 years, I have raised you from infancy to the brink of your primary school graduation. In my heart, you are truly my grandson. As you emerge from the water, I named you a Miao. You are Zheng a Miao, and you shall forever be the grandson of Zheng Sanyi." His words were heartfelt, each syllable searing into my soul like a branding iron. Though I am not his biological grandson, reflecting on the memories of the past 12 years, I realize that my grandfather has cared for me with a tenderness that surpasses that of a blood relation. An elderly, solitary man nurturing a helpless infant into adulthood over the span of 12 long years. Such hardships are beyond expression. Memories of childhood now surge forth in my mind with unparalleled clarity. My grandfather, in his unwavering devotion to provide for me, set aside his esteemed reputation and borrowed milk from the village women to nourish me. He would sit in the courtyard, crafting toys with his own hands, such as bamboo dragonflies and rattles, while cradling me in one arm and gently enticing me with the rattle in the other. On summer nights, as swarms of mosquitoes danced in the air, he would vigilantly stand by my bedside, fanning me to sleep. Furthermore, each time he returned from his errands, his pockets would secretly harbor a few candies, which he would discreetly place beside my pillow while I slumbered. Chapter 17. The Scarecrow's Sole Continuation. Grandfather. 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 I cried thrice, plunging into my grandfather's embrace. Having grown up without parents, my grandfather is my sole kin. Although I was retrieved from the belly of a deceased woman, he regarded me as his own, bestowing upon me all his affection. I believe this humble elder from the mountains truly embodies greatness. Grandfather gently caressed my head, tears mingling with his smile. "Good child. Meow, do not weep. Good child. You have endured so much over the years." Endured? No, I feel no sense of grievance. Were it not for my grandfather, I would have perished long ago, and the current Zheng a Miao would not exist. The mere fact that I am alive is the greatest fortune. I harbor no grievances, truly. Grandfather, you mentioned that my mother has been gone for several days. How is it that I still live? I raised my face, inquiring of him. Grandfather explained, "Your mother was no ordinary woman. She was a practitioner of the mystical arts. In her final moments, she used her last vestige of life to shield you. Of course, it could also be that you are blessed, and the heavens have willed that you survive." Upon hearing grandfather's explanation, I recalled my mother and was overwhelmed by sorrow once more. Maternal love is indeed profound, even in her dying breath. My mother managed to protect me with the last remnants of her vitality. I had always believed I had never experienced maternal affection, unaware that I had felt the immense love of a mother even before my birth. I have a magnificent mother and a remarkable grandfather. Suddenly, I no longer feel tragic. I realize I am fortunate, truly fortunate. Grandfather, since I have survived until now, why did you just refer to me as a dead person? I gazed at him in bewilderment. Grandfather took a puff from his water pipe and gestured towards the small wooden box on the table in the living room. "Go fetch that little box. Have you not always been curious about what lies within? Today, I shall indulge your curiosity." A small box? I hastened to the table and picked it up. Since my earliest memories, this box had been a secret in my heart. Grandfather had never permitted me to open it, nor had he revealed its contents. Several times, when he was away, I had been tempted to pry it open, yet I always resisted. There must be a reason for grandfather-esque secrecy. Now, the mystery that had long occupied my thoughts was on the verge of being unveiled. The excitement within me was beyond words, mingled with a trace of anxiety that caused my hands to tremble as I cradled the box. I brought it to grandfather, but he did not take it. Instead, he calmly instructed, "You may open it yourself." My lips pressed together. I was both exhilarated and apprehensive, breathing heavily as if I were about to unveil a mystery box, the thrill lying in the uncertainty of its contents. Creak! I unfastened the clasp on the lid, and as it flipped open, the contents revealed themselves before my eyes. I stared blankly into the box, momentarily frozen in astonishment. For countless years, I have pondered the contents of the box, yet I never anticipated that it contained such an unremarkable straw figure. Inside the box lay a palm-sized scarecrow, astonishingly mundane. I stood in silence for a few seconds, struggling to believe my eyes. Hesitantly, I extended a hand to grasp the scarecrow, and indeed, it was merely a scarecrow constructed from dried straw. Affixed to its back was a yellow talisman inscribed with my name and birth date. The writing had faded considerably, appearing far from the vibrant markings of red cinnabar. My grandfather remarked, "The characters on the talisman were written with your fingertip blood. Grandfather, this scarecrow. It cannot possibly represent me, can it?" I queried in disbelief. He confirmed, "You are correct. This scarecrow is indeed you. It is intended to restore your soul." Restore my soul? I scratched my head, utterly perplexed. Grandfather nodded, puffing on his water pipe as he explained, "This brings us back to our earlier conversation about why I referred to you as a dead man. Although I successfully extracted you from your mother's womb, you had lingered in the corpse for several days, and by the time you were delivered, you were on the brink of death. Your soul had already extinguished. Thus, while you still draw breath, you exist as a living corpse. I have previously told you that a person possesses 3 souls: the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. Each is indispensable. The loss of any one soul renders one effectively dead. Even if they still breathe, they are but a lifeless shell. Thus, in order to save you, I have utilized a straw figure to prolong your life, temporarily compensating for the soul of humanity that you have lost, allowing you to grow up and leap about like a normal child." After a moment's pause, my grandfather pointed to the red birthmark on my face and remarked, "In truth, this mark upon your visage is not a mere birthmark, but rather a manifestation of corpse poison, having lingered within your mother's lifeless form for several days. You have inevitably been tainted by some of this noxious essence. Your mother was an unparalleled beauty. How could she possibly bestow upon you such a blemish? However, do not be disheartened. In the future, there may be an opportunity to purge the corpse poison, and thus the mark upon your face can be eradicated. At that time, you shall transform into a strikingly handsome young man." Ha ha ha. I stood in stunned silence, realizing that I was not a complete being. My soul had been lost, and it was my grandfather who, through the straw figure, had restored my spirit, enabling me to survive. My eyes welled with tears as I knelt before him. My grandfather, taken aback, inquired as to my actions. I choked on my words, expressing my gratitude. "Grandfather, thank you for saving me. I am truly grateful. Without you, I would not exist in this world." He helped me to my feet, gently caressing my head, and with a smile, he replied, "We are bound by blood. My dear grandson, there is no need for such formalities. Although it was I who rescued you, over the years, you have also gifted me with immeasurable joy. Without you, how could I have savored the delights of family? In truth, I harbor great gratitude towards the heavens for sending you into my life. Otherwise, I would have spent this lifetime in solitude." As he spoke, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. "Grandfather, must I tend to this straw figure for a lifetime?" I pointed at the scarecrow and inquired of my grandfather. He sighed, his expression growing grave, and said, "I had no intention of revealing the truth to you, but since you have broached the subject, I feel compelled to share it. However, I implore you to carry no psychological burden after learning the truth. Observing the solemnity etched on my grandfather's face, I understood that what he was about to convey was of utmost significance, and I had already surmised that this matter would profoundly affect me. A wave of nervousness washed over me as I bit my lip, took a deep breath, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 18. The Chosen One 18. The Scarecrow can only protect you until you reach 18. My grandfather's voice carried a hint of helpless bitterness. I stood there, staring blankly at him, a chill creeping down my spine. After prolonged silence, I asked, "Grandfather, do you mean that, after I turn 18, I will no longer be able to live?" My grandfather, puffing on his water pipe, wore a somber expression. "The Scarecrow can only sustain your soul until you come of age at 18. You were born missing a soul, and my abilities are limited. I can only protect you until you reach adulthood. After that, your 3 souls will solidify in the Scarecrow will no longer be able to assist you." At this point, my grandfather's voice trembled, and I could sense the deep remorse in his tone. What a cruel jest fate has played upon me. 12 years ago, I was destined to die in the womb, yet fate refused to let me perish. If I was not meant to die, then I should be allowed to live fully, but fate, in its capriciousness, has denied me that as well, leaving me with a missing soul and a life limited to 18 years. Rather than subject me to such torment, it would have been kinder to let me die 12 years ago. Why force me to endure these 18 years of suffering? There exists a term known as the Chosen One, typically used to describe those favored by fortune, blessed by the heavens. In this moment, I too felt like a chosen one. Others are bestowed with all the luck in the world, while I have become the embodiment of all misfortune. In an instant, sorrow welled up within me, and I could not help but laugh. A laugh at the cruelty of fate, at the injustice of destiny, and at my own predicament. When my grandfather noticed the peculiar smile on my face, he comforted me, saying, "Meow, do not be disheartened." "No, Grandpa, I truly am not saddened." I shook my head, and suddenly a sense of clarity washed over me. I smiled and said to him, "Grandpa, I have always been like a ghost. I was meant to perish before birth. These 18 years of life have been a fortunate gift. Each day I live is a gain. Therefore, if viewed from a different perspective, I am indeed fortunate. At least the heavens have granted me 18 additional years, allowing you to be my grandfather, and bestowing upon me the most blissful and beautiful memories of my life." It is hard to fathom that such words could emerge from the lips of a 12-year-old child. Even I find it difficult to believe they came from me. I am unsure why, but in that moment, I felt as though I had aged several years, experiencing the tribulations of life and gaining insight into the cycle of existence. My grandfather set down his pipe, placed a hand on my shoulder, and spoke solemnly, "Meow, do not be disheartened, nor lose hope. I never said you must perish at 18. We still have hope." "Hope?" I gazed at my grandfather. He nodded and affirmed, "Yes, hope, until the very last moment. We must not relinquish our hope. If before you turn 18, you can find a soul that aligns with your destiny, restoring the part of your essence that is missing, you will be able to live like any other person." I let out a sigh, and my grandfather's words regarding hope resonated within me. Indeed, it is hope, albeit rather minuscule. No, exceedingly diminutive. If it were so easily attainable, he would have found it for me during these long 12 years. Thus, his words were merely a form of consolation. I managed a wry smile and replied, "Grandfather, it's all right. I understand that such matters are subject to fate, are they not? If heaven desires me to persist, it will surely bestow upon me the opportunities one seek. Conversely, if it is not meant for me to endure, even in another 18 years, I may never encounter a soul aligned with my destiny." Grandfather said, "Meow, your birth is extraordinary. I have faith in heaven. You are 12 this year, and there are 6 years until you reach 18. I wholeheartedly believe that within this span, you shall recover that missing soul." In truth, I held little hope regarding the restoration of this soul. In life, one's mindset is paramount. I shall strive to embrace joy in these remaining 6 years, ensuring that my journey upon this earth is not in vain. Grandfather sighed softly and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to know?" I shook my head. The enigmas of my lineage, the mysteries of my fate, the forbidden secrets of the mountains, All the perplexities that have plagued me for years are now mostly clear. Grandfather nodded and said, "Go rest in your room. You have been awake all night." I acknowledged him with a sound and turned to head towards my bedroom. After taking a couple of steps, a thought suddenly crossed my mind, prompting me to pause. Upon seeing me halt, my grandfather discerned that I had further inquiries and asked, "What else do you wish to know?" I turned to him and replied, "Grandfather, you mentioned that my mother is not an ordinary person, possibly a practitioner of the Tao. Do you know anything about her background? Or perhaps any clues regarding her identity?" At that moment, my mind was set on accomplishing something meaningful in the remaining 6 years of my life, and my foremost objective was to uncover the identity of my parents. I did not want to depart from this world without knowing who they truly were. My grandfather squinted in contemplation for a moment before responding. "Your question reminds me of something. When I saw your mother's body, there was a flame-shaped red tattoo at the center of her brow. I didn't pay much heed to it then, but upon reflection, that flame tattoo might very well be an emblem of her identity. In the future, should you traverse the world and encounter someone with the same tattoo, you may uncover your mother's true identity. As for your father, I possess no clues whatsoever." I nodded in acknowledgement. It was clear that discovering my father's identity was beyond reach. The only semblance of a lead lay with my mother, that flame-shaped red tattoo emblazoned on her brow. In this lifetime, I was uncertain if I would ever encounter another with the same mark. After a refreshing shower, I returned to my bedroom, which felt rather vacant with my solitary presence. I glanced up at the beam above, noticing that the little white snake had not returned for several days. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped me, constricting my heart. I collapsed onto the bed, buried myself beneath the covers, and wept inconsolably. The events that transpired during this night, the tales I have heard, would drive any individual to the brink of despair, let alone a mere 12-year-old child such as myself. I emerged from my mother's lifeless form as a fetus, inherently lacking a fragment of human spirit. I'm destined to live only until the age of 18. My mother, consumed by vengeful wrath, has become a malevolent spirit. Each of these burdensome truths is sufficient to shatter one's resolve, not to mention the overwhelming weight of suffering that has been thrust upon my solitary shoulders. Perhaps it was due to a sleepless night, leaving me utterly fatigued, or perhaps it was the unbearable emotional toll that left me weary. In any case, as I wept, I gradually succumbed to a state of drowsy oblivion. Chapter 19, a fragment of jade pendant. When I awakened, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Having gone an entire day and night without sustenance, my stomach growled in protest. I ventured out of my bedroom and into the main room, where I overheard someone speaking. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the village head, Nyoda, who had come to visit. He brought with him a bottle of aged wine and some marinated delicacies, which he set upon the table. Seeing that I had awoken, my grandfather beckoned me over, inviting me to partake in a meal. With enthusiasm, I hurried to arrange a small square table in the courtyard, retrieving a stool to complete the setting. Once my grandfather took a seat, he addressed Nyoda with a pointed remark. "One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Nyoda, let us be honest. You did not come merely to share a drink with me today, did you?" With that single statement, my grandfather pierced through Nyoda's intentions. Nyoda chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his hands together before uncorking the bottle. As he poured wine for my grandfather, he remarked, "Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eye of Sanyi." Nyoda filled his own glass as well, lifting it in toast to my grandfather. "Sanyi, let us begin with a sip." My grandfather clinked his cup against Nyoda's, downing half of his drink in one go, while Nyoda swallowed his entire glass in one swift motion. He wiped his mouth and poured himself another. Even I, observing from the side, could discern that Nyoda harbored some unspoken concern. My grandfather, savoring a slice of marinated meat, squinted at Nyoda and inquired, "Are you recalling something you wish to share with me today?" Nyoda glanced up at my grandfather, and suddenly, with an unexpected motion, he slapped his own face with a resounding crack that startled me. I looked at Nyoda in astonishment. Having never witnessed someone strike themselves with such intensity, grandfather seemed to have anticipated something long ago, his expression utterly impassive. Nyoda lifted his wine glass, this time not clinking it with grandfather's, but instead downing it alone, his eyes stinging with tears. As he reached for more wine, grandfather restrained his hand, saying, "Let us speak of matters at hand. Can drinking truly resolve our issues?" Nyota nodded, pressed his lips together, and with a strained voice confessed, "Third grandfather, actually. I have lied to you about something." Grandfather remained silent, methodically popping peanuts into his mouth, the crunching sound echoing in the stillness. Nyota, with reddened eyes and a bowed head, resembled a child who had erred, a stark contrast to his usual commanding presence as the village chief. He continued, I concealed something from you. 12 years ago, that female corpse. The mention of the female corpse from 12 years prior pricked my ears up. I hadn't expected Nyoda's visit tonight would revolve around my mother. What could he have hidden from grandfather all those years ago? I recall the significant remark grandfather had made by the riverside. If anything crosses your mind, do not hesitate to share it with me. Concealment will only lead us all to ruin. In hindsight, it seemed grandfather had been aware of Nyoda's reticence all along. With a heavy sigh, Nyota fished a small box from his pocket and placed it upon the table. I took a glance and beheld a beautiful jewelry box, perfectly square in shape. Nyota raised his hand and struck himself fiercely, lamenting, "Third master, I beg your pardon. I have wronged you. For all these years, I have concealed a grave matter. Why discovered that female corpse? I was blinded by greed and noticed that the corpse was clutching a jade pendant tightly in her hand. I perceived that pendant as a valuable treasure, and succumbing to avarice, I appropriated it for myself and concealed it." "What?" I exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Nyota in disbelief. "As the esteemed village chief, how could you commit such an act?" Nyota, chastised by a mere child, flushed crimson and repeatedly muttered, I truly, grandfather sighed. "I have always warned you. Had it not been for the vengeful spirit emerging from the coffin, you might have concealed this matter for a lifetime." Nyoda's face grew hot with shame as he confessed, "I am aware of my wrongdoing. As the leader of the village, I am deeply ashamed. For so many years, I have refrained from allowing others to learn of my misdeeds." Grandfather glared at Nyota, took a sip of his drink, and set down the cup with a thud. "As village chief, are you not aware that taking belongings from the deceased is a grave taboo? A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. One must not touch the possessions of the dead. Such prohibitions have existed since time immemorial, especially regarding the belongings of those who have met untimely fates. The souls of the wronged carry immense resentment should you disturb their personal belongings. Their vengeful spirits may seek you out. 12 years ago, my mother, bearing wounds, perished in the river, clearly enveloped in a shroud of grievance. In her final moments, she clutched this jade pendant tightly, signifying its profound importance to her, and naturally, it has accumulated a considerable amount of resentment. Nyota, blinded by greed, recklessly seized this pendant from my mother's lifeless grasp, perhaps out of a desire to endanger his own life. For the past 12 years, my mother has been sealed within the spirit-restraining coffin, which is why Nyota has enjoyed a dozen years of tranquility. However, now that my mother's spirit has escaped the coffin, Nyota can no longer remain at ease, fearing that the pendant may bring misfortune upon him. It is this desperation that has led him to seek out my grandfather, confessing the absurdity of his past actions. I, Nyota stammered, his face flushed with shame. "I was blinded by avarice, believing that the pendant was a treasure, entirely forgetting any taboos, fixated solely on claiming it for myself. In truth, I have regretted it since returning home. For 12 years, I have lived in constant trepidation. The pendant in my house felt like a ticking time bomb. I truly regret it. Absurd. Indeed, it is utterly absurd." My grandfather shook his head and opened the jewelry box. Inside lay a delicately crafted jade pendant, modest in size, approximately the length of a thumb, shaped like a vertical concave letter. Although I possess limited knowledge regarding jade, merely observing this jade pendant evokes in me a sense of its considerable value. Its texture is remarkably exquisite, exhibiting a vibrant emerald hue, with strands of ice visible within. Despite the passage of many years, this pendant retains its luster. The surface is adorned with intricate floral engravings, and at its center lies a vividly carved mandarin duck. My grandfather gently caressed the pendant, lifting it for a closer inspection, and remarked to Nyoda, "This is not a complete pendant. It appears to be a half." "Indeed," Nyoda responded, "I have consulted several artisans skilled in jade craftsmanship, and they opine that this pendant ought to be part of a pair. The left side bears a vertical concave character, while the right side displays a vertical convex character. Together, these terms form a harmonious unity, and the mandarin ducks above perfectly complement each other, embodying the quintessential symbol of longing and affection." Chapter 20. The token of longing, the fragment of jade, a half of the token of longing, raises the question, where might the other half reside? This token, crafted specifically for lovers, serves the purpose of evoking memories of one another, alleviating the pain of yearning, and symbolizes a bond of love. My mother possessed one half of this token, suggesting that the other half must belong to my father. According to Nyoda, when he encountered my mother's lifeless body, he discovered her tightly clutching this half of the token, underscoring its profound significance to her, so much so that she could not bear to part with it, even in death. Grandfather had previously mentioned that my mother's resentment lingered for 12 long years, unwavering and unyielding, attributed to something she could not let go of. Might it be that the half of the token stolen by Nyoda is the very object of her attachment? If this is the case, the true architect of this calamity is not us innocent children, but Nyoda himself. In a moment of insatiable greed, he pilfered the half of the token from my mother's grasp, resulting in her unresolved anguish over the years. Had the situation not spiraled beyond control, it is likely that Nyoda would have continued to conceal his reckless act. I cast a glance at Nyoda, overwhelmed by the urge to deliver a forceful kick. With a pitiful expression directed at grandfather, Nyoda trembled as he uttered, "Third uncle, what shall we do now? I have returned this half of the jade pendant. That woman will not come after me, will she? What are we to do?" Grandfather's countenance was stern and gloomy, almost as if it could precipitate rain. He pointed a finger at Nyoda and scolded sharply. "You come to me now, seeking counsel? Are you aware that it is your insatiable greed that threatens to drag the entire Long village into your grave?" His disdain for Nyoda's leadership was palpable. Upon hearing this, Nyoda was instantly stricken with panic. He felt his knees before grandfather, bowing repeatedly like a supplicant. Grandfather, I realize my mistake. Please, can you save me? I know you possess the means to do so." Grandfather regarded Nyoda with a penetrating gaze and sighed deeply. "Return home for the time being." Nyoda bowed once more before rising and hastily making his way towards the exit. Grandfather's voice followed him, a warning laced with gravity. "Remember, do not attempt to flee from Long Village. It is futile. Anyone who tries to escape will bring about their own demise." After a pause, he added with particular emphasis, "Especially you." A shiver ran through Nyoda, who chose silence and hurried out of the courtyard. "What a scoundrel Nyoda is!" I muttered in indignation. Watching his retreating figure, grandfather shook his head and murmured, had he known that this fragment of jade would summon such calamity, not even with tenfold courage would he dare to touch it. He took a sip of his drink and continued, "Now that the event has transpired, reproaching Nyoda serves no purpose. In just 2 days, it will be the 15th of July. With a heavy thud, grandfather set down his cup, rose with an air of finality, and, hands clasped behind him, shook his head as he retreated into the room, the jade piece in his possession. Nyoda has departed, and grandfather has retreated to his chamber, leaving me alone in the courtyard. The appearance of that half-jade pendant weighs heavily upon my heart. Gazing at the table laden with wine and delicacies, I find little appetite, merely consuming enough to quell my hunger before clearing the table and returning to my room. The night is enveloped in silence. For several days now, an inexplicable stillness has settled over the village, devoid of the usual chorus of insects and frogs. As if an invisible malevolence has cast a pall over the entire area, rendering it eerily quiet. I lie in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Could that half of the love token be the token of affection between my mother and father? My mother clutched that piece tightly in her hand until her last breath, a testament to the depth of her feelings for my father. But who was my father? Grandfather has spoken of my mother as a rare beauty, whose body remained uncorrupted after days submerged in the river. If my mother was indeed so stunning, might my father have been an equally remarkable figure? My mother bore wounds, suggesting she may have been pursued before her demise. Where was my father during her peril? Could he have already met a tragic end? Reflecting on these thoughts fills me with sorrow, and I drift into a restless sleep only when dawn breaks. When I awaken, it is already evening. The house is quiet, with grandfather having locked himself away for the entire day. His reluctance to venture outside must hold its own reasons, and I choose not to disturb him. Though it is summer, the days have grown dark unusually early, instilling a profound sense of unease. I sat in the courtyard feeling a chilling wind sweep through, an inexplicable coldness coursing over me. I shivered and was about to retreat indoors when I noticed several members of the village committee hurriedly approaching my door, knocking frantically. They asked, "Meow, where's your grandfather?" I walked over and opened the door, inquiring, "My grandfather's inside. Do you need something?" Observing their anxious expressions, I sensed that something grave had transpired. They disregarded my question and hurried past me into the house. As they reached the threshold of the main room, I saw my grandfather standing there, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright. "What has happened?" my grandfather asked in a calm voice. One of the men replied, "Third uncle, it's bad news. Something terrible has occurred." Another interjected, "Nyoda has died. The village chief Nyoda has passed away." "What? Nyoda is dead?" I exclaimed, my face a mask of shock, a wave of dread washing over me. Just last night, Nyoda had come to my home, pleading with my grandfather for help, and now he was gone. He had confessed to my grandfather, relinquishing that half of the jade pendant, fearing my mother would seek him out. Yet in the end, he could not evade this calamity. In truth, Nyoda was a respectable man, having accomplished much for the village during his tenure as chief, and he held considerable esteem in the community. However, he had made one grave mistake 12 years ago by taking that jade pendant from my mother. This single misstep, perhaps the only wrongdoing of his life, ultimately led to his demise and brought disaster upon the entire Panlong village. Grandfather seemed to have anticipated the fate of Nyoda long before. Upon hearing the news of Nyoda's demise, his countenance remained remarkably unperturbed, devoid of any emotional upheaval. He merely remarked, "I knew it all along." He did not heed my advice. With a shake of his head, grandfather inquired of the man present, "Where is Nyoda's body?" It is on a wooden boat, and no one dares to touch it," the man replied, trembling with trepidation. Grandfather lifted his chin slightly, commanding, "Let us proceed. Take me to the scene." The group nodded in agreement, wielding flashlights as they led the way, while grandfather followed, behind with his hands clasped behind his back. Not wishing to remain alone at home, I trailed closely behind grandfather as we hurried to the riverbank of the outer river. Chapter 21. Blood from the 7 orifices. The riverbank lay shrouded in darkness, save for the chilling wind that howled ominously, reminiscent of ghostly wails that instilled a sense of unease. The small wooden boats, the primary means of transportation for the villagers of Panlong, were often tethered along the riverbank, gently swaying with the rippling waters. Yet among these vessels, one particular boat stood out as an anomaly. It was not secured to the bank, but rather floated solitary in the heart of the river. One individual raised a flashlight, directing its beam toward the center of the river, and spoke to his grandfather. "Third grandfather, the body of Nyoda is on that boat." Grandfather gazed intently at the water's surface, where a dense mist floated ominously. This mist was identical to the fog encountered during their recent outing, which grandfather had described as a ghostly barrier, the manifestation of vengeful spirits' resentment. It was precisely this supernatural barrier that prevented anyone from leaving Panlong village. Just the night prior, grandfather had cautioned Nyoda to remain within the village, forbidding any reckless attempts to escape. However, it seemed Nyoda could not withstand his terror, disregarding his grandfather's advice in a desperate bid to silently flee the village under the cover of darkness. Consequently, as grandfather had foreseen, those who dared to escape would meet their demise. The members of the village committee were also aware of the eerie mist that enveloped the river, and even upon sighting Nyoda's lifeless form, none dared to recover the body. Instead, they sought assistance from grandfather. Grandfather remained silent as he retrieved the octagonal lantern from his backpack. With the river breeze, the lantern chimed melodiously, standing tall and proud. He ascended into a small wooden boat. Observing this, I immediately followed suit, untied the rope at the bow, and boarded the vessel alongside him. Had I been alone, I would have certainly refrained from embarking. Yet in my grandfather's company, fear dissipated. In our village, both the young and the old, men and women alike, were adept at rowing, and I was no exception. Once aboard, I grasped a long bamboo pole and pushed the small boat away from the shore, gliding slowly towards the river's center. The weather had been exceedingly hot in recent days, with no rain falling, and the river flowed gently, calm and unhurried. The small boat carrying the lifeless body of the ox swayed languidly in the water. Dense fog soon enveloped us, swiftly consuming the silhouettes of my grandfather and me. Turning back to glance, I could no longer discern the figures on the shore. The thick mist shrouded me, instilling a profound chill within. It was not merely a surface cold, but one that penetrated to the marrow. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but I felt as though numerous hands within the fog were tugging at me, desperately attempting to pull me overboard. A wave of panic surged through me, and I urgently called out to my grandfather. Grandfather! He ignited the lantern, and it promptly illuminated the surroundings. As the light flickered to life, the encroaching fog that had gathered around us was immediately dispelled. Bathed in the gentle glow of the lantern, the chill that enveloped me began to dissipate. The hands that had emerged from the dense fog seemed to retract, as if retreating into the mist. I exhaled deeply, yet in the blink of an eye, my back was drenched in cold sweat. In truth, the outer river usually presents a picturesque scene. Especially on summer evenings, villagers often gather by the riverside to fish, admire the moon, or even row boats for leisure. The water flows serenely, with a full moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight reflects upon the surface, creating shimmering ripples. At times, one can become so entranced that it becomes difficult to discern whether the moon resides in the heavens or the waters below. However, with the appearance of my mother, this originally enchanting scene transformed entirely. The river lost its beauty, and the moonlight was obscured by the thick fog. I steadied myself with a bamboo pole as our small wooden boat slowly approached the corpse of Nyoda. When we were just 2 meters away from the vessel ahead, my grandfather leaped onto the boat, bearing Nyoda's body. He grasped the rope at the bow, tying our 2 boats together, and instructed me, "Meow, let us return." In the dim light of the lantern, I cast a glance at Nyoda and was struck by the horrifying sight. His body contorted in an unnatural position, eyes bulging, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. I dared to look only once, nearly toppling into the river from fright. Stealing my resolve, I averted my gaze and earnestly began to row the boat. Strangely, after only a short distance, I suddenly realized that the boat seemed to have become immobile. The small wooden boat appeared to be anchored in the middle of the river, immovable despite my fervent efforts. "How do we come to a halt?" my grandfather inquired. To my surprise, the oar I was using to propel the boat suddenly snapped with a sharp crack. Staring in astonishment at the broken oar, I turned to my grandfather and said, "Grandfather, something seems amiss." Just as I turned back, a sudden splash echoed behind me, and my grandfather, who had been standing at the rear, vanished without a trace. My face contorted in disbelief. Was that splash truly made by him? How could he have fallen into the water? Did he leap of his own accord? As I surveyed my surroundings, an oppressive fog enveloped us, shrouding visibility to less than 5 meters. The river lay cloaked in darkness, and after my grandfather fell in, he disappeared without a sound. Not even a ripple graced the surface. When my grandfather was by my side, I felt a sense of calm, but now, with his sudden absence, a wave of panic surged within me. In this vast world, it felt as if I was utterly alone. An overwhelming sense of solitude gripped me with fear. Of course, I was not entirely alone. The lifeless body of the ox accompanied me in the desolate boat. Yet, if the ox's corpse were not there, perhaps my anxiety would have been less acute. Its gruesome state was enough to haunt one's nightmares at a mere glance. Despite knowing the horror of the ox's condition, I could not resist the urge to look, my mind plagued with the dread of what might transpire with a lifeless form. Time passed by, second by second, yet my grandfather remained elusive, intensifying my unease. I circled around the wooden boat, contemplating several times whether to leap into the river and dive beneath the surface to ascertain the situation. I was deeply concerned about the possibility of my grandfather encountering an accident underwater. However, I pondered that if my grandfather were indeed in peril below, my own plunge would hold no significance. Should he be unharmed, my descent would merely render me a burden to him. Anxiety, restlessness, and trepidation tormented me, and fine beads of cold sweat began to form on my forehead. I fervently prayed in my heart, "Please, dear grandfather, do not let anything happen to you. Please, do not let anything happen to you." Chapter 22. The Resurrection of the Dead. The river wind blew coldly as I leaned over the bow of the boat, my gaze fixed intently upon the water's surface, my entire focus absorbed by its depths. Suddenly, I felt a weight pressing down upon my shoulders, as if something had settled there. Startled, I turned my head to the right, only to find a ghastly pale hand resting upon me, devoid of color and marked with the mottled signs of decay. The hand upon my shoulder belonged to a corpse. What stood out most was the gold ring adorning the middle finger of the right hand. I faintly recalled that the village chief, Nyoda, wore a similar ring. The mere thought of Nyoda sent a chill coursing through me from the soles of my feet. Could it be that these hands I drew in a sharp breath and looked back, only to be met with the sight of a bloodied face? The features of a corpse, mere inches from mine, so close that our noses nearly touched. My eyes widened in terror, and I let out a piercing scream, struggling violently to free myself from the grasp of those lifeless hands. The figure behind me was none other than the deceased Nyoda himself. Wasn't he lying in that small wooden boat behind us? When had he risen? I had been so fixated on the river that I had failed to notice Nyoda creeping up behind me. Moreover, I could scarcely fathom that a dead man could rise again. Having grown up with my grandfather, I was aware of certain truths, and it was abundantly clear that Nyoda had indeed come back from the dead. Resurrecting the dead is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, which may transpire shortly after death, within a few days post-mortem, or even during the burial rites. The causes of such a phenomenon are manifold, yet primarily fall into two categories: internal factors, such as the unrest of those who have met an untimely demise, and external influences, like encounters with animals possessing a spiritual essence, which may provoke such an occurrence. Given the absence of animals aboard the vessel, it is highly likely that the cause of the resurrection of the deceased, referred to as Nyoda, stems from the former, his untimely death and the lingering resentment associated with it. Observing Nyoda's grotesque visage, with blood streaming from his orifices, one can ascertain the weight of his grievance. Throughout my life, I have only engaged in petty squabbles with children. Thus, this marks my inaugural encounter with a corpse. My adrenaline surged and my blood pressure escalated, nearly overwhelming my senses. My body was taut, akin to a drawn bow, and my face flushed a deep crimson. Nyoda, with his lifeless gaze, bore eyes veined with crimson, seemingly on the verge of dislodging from their sockets. He opened his mouth, releasing a noxious, dark green miasma that was utterly horrifying. A guttural, beast-like roar erupted from his throat, and in an instant, Nyoda lunged towards me. I remained prone at the bow of the boat, unable to rise, and once more, he pinned me beneath him. The weight of the deceased is already formidable, and compounded by the resurrection, his strength surpassed that of the living by tenfold. I strained against Nyoda's chest, but my efforts proved futile as he cackled menacingly, his jaws agape, intent on biting me. The foul breath of the imposing figure loomed perilously close, suffocating me with its stench to the brink of unconsciousness. In this moment of life and death, a memory surfaced of a survival method my grandfather had once shared with me, one that was both simple and remarkably effective: the blood from the tip of the tongue. Known as pure young blood, this essence, especially that of a young boy, was deemed to possess extraordinary potency against malevolent spirits. My grandfather had instructed me that should I ever encounter an evil entity, I could use this blood to preserve my life in dire circumstances. At this critical juncture, with my life hanging by a thread, his words echoed in my mind. Without hesitation, I bit down on the tip of my tongue, a sharp pain coursing through me, leaving my head spinning. Yet, The agony was of little concern. The scalding blood pooled in my mouth. With a forceful inhalation, I filled my cheeks with it, and, facing the menacing figure, I expelled it in a violent spray. The warm blood struck him squarely in the face, and to my astonishment, I witnessed an immediate reaction. The sound of sizzling filled the air as tendrils of black smoke began to rise, reminiscent of acid splashing upon his skin. The beastly roar that erupted from him was primal, as he clutched his face in agony, collapsing onto the deck of the ship. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing as I observed the writhing and howling figure before me. A mix of fear and exhilaration surged within me. I had not anticipated the sheer potency of the blood from my tongue. At that moment, I discovered a clever strategy to confront the formidable Bulda, and my fear dissipated instantly. I bent down and spat 2 mouthfuls of blood from my tongue towards him. Bulda was exceedingly terrified of the blood, and when it splattered upon him, it burned like boiling water, causing him to wail in distress. My courage surged as I shouted at him, "Get up, you fool! I've long found you intolerable. Rise! If it weren't for you, my mother would not have turned into a vengeful spirit. If it weren't for you, Panlong village would not have faced such calamity. If it weren't for you, my dear friend, the unfortunate Yu Zai, would still be alive. I seek vengeance for my mother. I seek vengeance for Yu Zai." As I was caught up in my fervor, Bulda suddenly let out a terrifying roar, and without warning, he lunged forward, seizing my throat with a hand. His grip was like a vice, rendering me breathless. My tongue instinctively extended outward, leaving me unable to spit any more blood. Panic surged within me as I flailed my limbs, desperate to escape. Without the protection of my blood, I knew I would be no match for Bulda. Was I truly reveling to the point of despair? His grip tightened slowly, squeezing the last remnants of oxygen from my throat. I gasped for air, my mind growing increasingly hazy from the lack of oxygen, and the world around me began to blur. Just as I was on the brink of departing to the realm of the dead, I suddenly heard a tremendous splash. A figure shot through the water like an arrow, descending from the sky and landing directly behind Bulda. That figure was none other than my grandfather. In this critical moment, grandfather finally appeared, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. He materialized behind Yoda, biting into the tip of his right index finger to use his blood as ink. Swiftly, he inscribed a crimson talisman in the palm of his left hand, then opened it wide and struck fiercely upon Yoda's back. A muffled thud resonated as a burst of sanguine light erupted from Yoda's back, causing his lifeless form to convulse twice before collapsing within the confines of the cabin. Silenced forevermore, I clutched my throat, gasping for breath, feeling as though my lungs were on the verge of bursting. Grandfather withdrew his hand, standing proudly at the bow of the ship, drenched from head to toe, water continuously cascading from him. Chapter 23. Grandfather's figure was somewhat slender at this moment. He stood upright at the bow of the boat, resembling a spear firmly planted in the vessel, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Wiping the moisture from his face, he inquired with genuine concern, "Miao, are you all right?" "I'm fine." I shook my head, my heart still racing as I touched my neck. Had it not been for grandfather's timely arrival, I would have either suffocated or had my neck brutally twisted by Nyoda. "Where did you go?" I asked him. Grandfather waved his hand, fatigue evident in his voice as he replied, "It's nothing. Let us row the boat now. We should be able to leave." Nodding in agreement, I cautiously nudged Nyoda's lifeless body with my foot to ensure he was truly unresponsive. Only then did I grasp the bamboo pole and steer the small boat towards the shore. Upon our return, a group of anxious individuals awaited us on the bank. As soon as they spotted grandfather and me disembarking, they rushed forward, their voices overlapping in excitement. "Third uncle, why were you gone for so long? Third uncle, did you encounter any trouble? Third uncle, did you bring back the village chief's body?" Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed, "Grandfather is exhausted. The village chief's body is on the boat. You all can carry it back." I directed them to retrieve the body, yet they hesitated, fear evident in their demeanor. Grandfather reassured them, "Go on, it's all right. Take Nyoda's body." Upon hearing my grandfather's words, the others felt a sense of relief as they hoisted the prepared burlap sacks and climbed into the small wooden boat to load in the lifeless body of the ox. They then carried the ox's remains back to the village while my grandfather and I returned home. Before departing, my grandfather cautioned the group, saying, "Tomorrow the village committee will issue a notice. After nightfall, everyone must remain indoors and under no circumstances venture outside, or they shall bear the consequences. Remember this well." The group nodded in understanding, fully aware of the significance of the morrow, their expressions laden with gravity. Once home, my grandfather took a refreshing shower, and upon emerging, he boiled a large pot of water to prepare a substantial bowl of noodles, generously adding a hefty lump of lard. He diligently consumed the meal, appearing utterly exhausted. Yet his complexion improved significantly after finishing the hearty bowl. As he settled into a chair and exhaled deeply, he requested my assistance in retrieving his water pipe. He then embraced it, seated in the yard, and began to smoke with a rhythmic puffing. I too brought a chair and sat opposite him. "Grandfather," I said, "tomorrow marks the opening of the gates to the underworld." He nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, tomorrow night will witness a blood moon that occurs once every 60 years. After a brief pause, he continued, "Tomorrow night will be the day of my final confrontation with your mother." A tremor of apprehension coursed through me at the mention of a confrontation. A wave of sorrow washed over me, for both parties involved were my beloved kin, my grandfather and my mother. Regardless of the outcome, I would suffer. Yet, could I persuade my grandfather to refrain from sealing my mother away? Can I dissuade my mother from seeking revenge against Panlong village? No, I am powerless. I can do nothing. Seeing my dejection, my grandfather discerned my thoughts and said, "Miao, remember, your mother has been dead for 12 years. Whether it is the charred female corpse from last night or the wandering spirit in the village, neither is your mother." I bit my lip, my eyes reddening as I nodded. My grandfather's words held merit. He spoke thus to alleviate my sorrow. I swallowed my tears and changed the subject. "Grandfather, I have never seen a blood moon in my life. What does a blood moon truly look like?" He exhaled a puff of smoke and replied thoughtfully, "You shall find out tomorrow night. However, do not yearn to witness the blood moon. Its appearance heralds ominous signs. You must understand that the 15th day of the 7th month, when the gates of the underworld open, is already the day when the earthly realm is most saturated with negative energy. Many malevolent spirits seize the opportunity to emerge, and the blood moon, which occurs once every 60 years, intensifies this negativity tenfold. Just imagine how many fiends and phantoms will be unleashed in such a potent atmosphere. Thus, after each blood moon, some malevolent entities that have not been seen for centuries will descend upon our world. A chill ran through me, and I licked my lips, asking my grandfather, "Grandfather, tomorrow night during the blood moon, what will happen to my mother?" He shook his head. "I do not know. I cannot fathom." "Grandfather, do you have confidence in defeating her?" I inquired in a hushed voice, for this was the matter that weighed most heavily on my mind. My grandfather, with his head bowed as he drew on his water pipe, took a long while to respond. "I can only say, we shall do our utmost." The words "do our utmost" were uttered from his lips for the first time. Typically, he approached every endeavor with unwavering confidence. Yet this time, it appeared that his conviction was lacking. If even my grandfather felt ill-equipped to confront my mother, who in Panlong village could possibly stand against her, should my grandfather falter, it was likely that the entire village would not witness the dawn of the following day. A wave of anxiety surged within me, prompting an involuntary outburst. "It's all Nyo Da's fault. Were it not for his avarice, we would not be embroiled in this predicament." Indeed, my grandfather sighed heavily. Nyo Da, after all, is the leader of our village. How could he so easily forget such a taboo? Years ago, a similar incident occurred in the neighboring village, and it was Nyo Da who facilitated my visit there to resolve the matter. He was even a witness to that event. How could he now find himself committing such a grave error? Foolish, utterly foolish. "Grandfather, have you experienced such an event before?" I asked in astonishment. "Indeed," he replied, the smoke from his pipe shrouding his face. "That was over a decade ago, back when Nyo Da had yet to become the village chief, and you were not yet born. The incident took place in the neighboring Yuliang village, triggered by a greedy villager who absconded with the gold earrings of a deceased person. From that moment, Anyone who came into contact with those cursed earrings met a strange and untimely demise, claimed by vengeful spirits. One of Nyoda's cousins was also embroiled in this affair. He was filled with trepidation and, in tears, sought Nyoda's assistance. Upon learning of the situation, Nyoda instructed his cousin to approach me, requesting that I intervene to resolve the matter. "Grandfather, you have never mentioned this incident before. Could you enlighten me?" I gazed at him with a face full of curiosity. Grandfather nodded. "Certainly, you have grown up now, and I can share more stories with you, so you may learn to protect yourself better in the future." He added some tobacco to his water pipe and slowly began to recount the tale. Chapter 24. Taboos within our culture. Numerous taboos exist, handed down through generations by our ancestors. While one may choose to disbelieve these prohibitions, it is imperative to refrain from violating them. Transgressions may lead to dire consequences. A few examples include: one must never handle the belongings of the deceased, particularly those of individuals who met untimely ends, lest one be haunted by vengeful spirits. During funerals, wearing vibrant red attire is forbidden, as it may provoke misfortune. While dining, chopsticks should never be upright in a bowl of rice, as this signifies offerings made for the dead. And one must avoid gazing into mirrors at midnight, for it is said to invite the loss of one's soul. Furthermore, when traversing dark paths at night, should one hear their name called, it is wise not to look back, for it may be a spirit summoning their soul. The list of taboos is extensive, and I shall refrain from detailing each one. The tale my grandfather recounted to me stemmed from a violation of these very taboos. A few kilometers from Pamlong village lies Moon Village. The name Moon Village is said to have two origins, the first being the village's layout, which resembles a crescent moon when viewed from above. The second pertains to the extraordinary beauty of the moon visible from this elevated village, perched atop a mountain, allowing one to witness the luminous orb from nearly every corner throughout the year. Moon Village, once a picturesque and tranquil mountain settlement, was forever altered by a tragic event that occurred 17 or 18 years ago, a calamity that cast a shadow over its serene existence. The catalyst for this misfortune was, in fact, quite simple: the passing of an elderly matriarch within the village. The venerable matriarch, blessed with 4 generations under one roof, led a life brimming with happiness. At the remarkable age of 90, she remained vigorous and sprightly, exhibiting a vitality that often surpassed that of the younger folk. Her unwavering aspiration was to reach the centenarian milestone, and many believed her to be destined for such longevity. Yet, life is fraught with unexpected turns. She met her end in a most perplexing manner. On a day when the mountain winds howled fiercely, the matriarch ventured into the courtyard to gather the garments that had been hung out to dry. In a cruel twist of fate, a piece of debris, swept by the wind, fell directly upon her temple, silencing her instantly. Such an untimely demise is often regarded as a tragic calamity, a disaster descending from the heavens. Despite her fervent desire to attain the age of 100, the suddenness of her death left a lingering bitterness in her heart. The nature of such a death is fraught with peril. The corpse itself is deemed exceptionally dangerous, for the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences. The family, engulfed in grief, established a shrine in the courtyard, enlisting a carpenter to craft a coffin for the matriarch. Her body was placed within, yet the lid remained unsealed, as customary for a period of 3 days prior to interment. In rural communities, there exists a profession known as the coffin bearer, whose duties are evident from the title. These individuals are specifically tasked with the solemn responsibility of transporting the deceased. Additionally, they assist with the handling of the body and the excavation of graves. Some coffin bearers earn their livelihood solely through this vocation, while others partake as a secondary occupation. Regardless of their primary engagement, all coffin bearers must undergo rigorous selection before entering the field, with one crucial criterion being the strength of their fate. Those lacking sufficient fortitude in this regard are ill-suited for this solemn profession. Due to their daily interactions with the deceased, coffin bearers often find themselves susceptible to malevolent spirits, especially if their destiny is not particularly strong. Even in the absence of such supernatural encounters, the constant exposure to the aura of death and the oppressive energy surrounding corpses can take a toll on those with a weaker constitution, leading to ailments, madness, or even sudden demise. In this instance, the elderly matriarch met an untimely death, prompting her family to seek the services of 4 seasoned coffin bearers, all of whom were professionals in their trade. These skilled practitioners dedicated themselves solely to the art of coffin carrying, traversing numerous villages to fulfill their duties wherever needed. Their extensive experience and diligent work ethic earned them relatively higher compensation. Conversely, there exists a category of part-time coffin bearers who engage in other occupations during the day and take on coffin carrying as a supplementary source of income. Their fees, naturally, tend to be somewhat lower. Given the matriarch's sudden demise, her family, fearing unforeseen complications, opted not to skimp on expenses and enlisted 4 veteran coffin bearers, each boasting over a decade of experience, with 2 of them having devoted the greater part of their lives to this calling. However, fate took an unfortunate turn on their journey, as a recent rain had rendered the mountain paths treacherous. One of the coffin bearers suffered a mishap, resulting in a broken leg. Faced with no alternative and unable to procure a replacement on short notice, the remaining bearers decided to enlist a novice apprentice of the injured bearer to step in for him. Although this apprentice is a novice, the other 3 possess considerable experience, making it seemingly effortless to guide a newcomer through the established procedures. The novice assured them repeatedly of his unwavering obedience to their commands, vowing not to act independently or take liberties. Observing his obedient demeanor and articulate speech, they consented to allow him to take part. Prior to their departure, the master reiterated his instructions, meticulously outlining every precaution, and pledged to share half of the remuneration with the apprentice. However, amidst his numerous admonitions, the master inadvertently overlooked the most critical warning: to refrain from handling the possessions of the deceased, particularly those of individuals who met an untimely end. It is unlikely the master anticipated that the old matriarch would possess belongings upon her passing. Ultimately, it is this seemingly clever apprentice who becomes the unwitting architect of their misfortune. The apprentice, surnamed Meow, hails from a destitute background, having suffered from malnutrition in his youth, resulting in his slender and frail appearance, earning him the nickname Monkey. His plight is indeed tragic. Orphaned at a tender age, he grew up without a single relative, relying on the kindness of others for sustenance, miraculously managing to raise himself. Lacking formal education due to his impoverished upbringing, Monkey struggled to secure employment as an adult. By chance, he encountered a coffin bearer who would later become his mentor, a seasoned craftsman with 3 decades of experience in the profession. The old coffin bearer immediately took a liking to the monkey, primarily due to the monkey's resilient character, having survived such arduous circumstances since childhood. His fortitude was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the monkey was not only industrious and intelligent, but also willing to endure hardship. Additionally, the old coffin bearer felt a pang of compassion for the monkey's unfortunate background and wished to pass on his craft, thereby securing a successor for himself while ensuring the monkey had a meal to sustain him. Thus, the monkey entered the profession of coffin bearers. Prior to assisting with the burial of the elderly matron, the monkey had already accompanied his master on several occasions to carry coffins, demonstrating agility and skill in his tasks, which had garnered praise from the families he served. Consequently, the master's invitation for him to substitute was also a form of acknowledgement of his abilities. Chapter 25. The pallbearer. The time for the matriarch's burial was set for dawn the following day, thus the night prior, for pallbearers arrived at her residence to assist with preparations. Before the interment, it was necessary to tend to the matriarch's remains, ensuring that any accompanying artifacts from her family were properly arranged. Once everything was in order and verified, the coffin would be sealed and nails would be driven in, signifying that the casket would remain closed henceforth. In accordance with tradition, the family members rummaged through their belongings to find a piece of old clothing, from which they each cut a corner. This fragment was intended for the deceased, symbolizing a reminder of her family, serving as a spiritual anchor in the afterlife. The numerous family members gathered all the clipped fabric corners into a small pouch. With a sense of eagerness, the young pallbearer, known as Monkey, took the pouch filled with fabric scraps, climbed onto a stool, and leaned into the coffin to place these remnants into the matriarch's hands. The other pallbearers observed Monkey with admiration, recognizing his attentiveness and aptitude for the task. The matriarch's family shared similar sentiments, appreciating the young pallbearer's enthusiasm. However, as Monkey placed the pouch into the matriarch's grasp, his eyes were drawn to a gleaming gold ring adorning her finger. It was a substantial, pure gold band, glistening brilliantly, a cherished piece she had worn throughout her life, a relic from her youth, gifted to her as part of her bridal dowry. Perhaps it was due to a childhood steeped in poverty and hardship that, upon encountering the golden ring for the very first time, the monkey's innate greed was ignited. A surge of fervor coursed through him, leading to a decision he would soon regret. He resolved to stealthily take the ring for himself. In that moment, all his attention was captivated by the glimmering treasure, and any notions of taboo or admonition were cast aside. A singular thought consumed him: to claim the golden ring as his own. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, the monkey felt a pang of trepidation. Yet his greed ultimately prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he seized the fleeting moment when he was tucking the edges of the clothing into the hands of the elderly matriarch. In plain sight, yet unseen, he deftly liberated the ring from her grasp. With everything in place and no apparent complications, he concealed the ring within his pocket and feigned a casual clap of his hands before slowly lowering the coffin lid. The relatives outside remained oblivious to the happenings within. Since the pallbearers had declared everything ready, they did not dwell on it further, nor did anyone think to inspect the body once more. As the lid sealed shut, a sigh of relief escaped the monkey. Once the coffin was closed, the truth would remain hidden from all. He envisioned returning to the town, or perhaps the city, where he could discreetly sell the ring for a handsome sum. Though no one witnessed the monkey's furtive actions, the heavens were ever watchful, even in secrecy. Divine eyes discerned his misdeeds, foretelling inevitable retribution. At that moment, another pallbearer approached with a mallet, ready to finalize the sealing of the coffin. The monkey, ever eager, volunteered to take up the shovel, proclaiming his desire to seal the coffin. Such enthusiasm should not be stifled, and the other three bearers of the coffin, without a second thought, stepped aside to rest. Clutching a long coffin nail in one hand and wielding a hammer in the other, the monkey circled the coffin, diligently nailing down the lid at each of its four corners, effectively sealing it shut. From this moment forth, no one would be able to open the coffin, and the secret of the monkey's theft of the golden ring would remain known only to him, as the heavens and the earth bore witness, while others would remain oblivious. As he hammered the final nail into place, the monkey wiped the sweat from his brow, unnoticed by anyone around him, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief. With the lid secured, the weight that had burdened his heart began to lift. Seeking a moment alone, he slipped away to the latrine, where he retrieved the golden ring, admiring it closely and playing with it in his hands before ultimately concealing it within the folds of his undergarments. This was his first time engaging in such an act, and a tinge of anxiety lingered within him. Yet, he attempted to reassure himself by rationalizing that it was merely a stroke of fortune. After all, who else would help the elderly lady remove her ring? It was merely lying there, and why not take it if it was available? Having comforted himself with various justifications, the monkey nonchalantly rejoined the others. In the early hours of the morning, the host treated the coffin bearers and the grieving family and friends to a meal known as the farewell feast, a customary practice in rural areas. In rural areas, the journey to bury the deceased often requires traversing great distances, sometimes involving steep mountains, which can take a good part of the day. Therefore, before setting off, the bereaved family customarily hosts a meal for the guests, ensuring their hunger is satiated. Particularly, they lavish the pallbearers with sumptuous food and fine wine, ensuring they are well-fed and spirited for the task ahead. Perhaps buoyed by the joy of the occasion, the pallbearer named Monkey relishes the farewell feast with unusual delight, consuming not just one, but 2 bottles of liquor, a considerable indulgence for him. One of the pallbearers cautions Monkey against excessive drinking, reminding him of the serious responsibilities that lie ahead. Should he become inebriated, it would pose a significant challenge to lift the coffin. As the farewell meal concludes, dawn breaks, signaling the time for the funeral procession. The four pallbearers enter the Hall of Mourning, swiftly binding ropes and inserting a central beam known as the dragon bone, flanked by two additional beams arranged in a T-shape, totaling 3 dragon bones. The term dragon bone refers to the wooden poles utilized by the pallbearers to carry the coffin, while the binding ropes are termed dragon tendons. The origins of these names remain obscure, passed down through generations of pallbearers who have come before. With all preparations complete, the 4 pallbearers take their positions at the corners of the coffin, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. A seasoned pallbearer at the front calls out, "Lift!" Together, they exert their strength. Though none are particularly stout, their musculature is well-defined, free from excess fat, each a skilled laborer in lifting and transporting. As they apply force, the veins on their necks bulge, and the muscles in their arms swell with exertion. Strangely enough, despite the 4 pallbearers' faces turning crimson with effort, the coffin remained utterly immovable. The onlookers were bewildered. It seemed inconceivable that these 4 men could fail to lift such a casket. Not only were the spectators astonished, but the pallbearers themselves were equally perplexed. Having carried coffins for many years, they had never encountered one that could not be lifted. How heavy could a corpse be? Along with the coffin, it might weigh 300 to 400 pounds, which, when divided among the 4 men, would amount to just over 100 pounds each. While this weight may seem considerable to an ordinary individual, it was trivial for these seasoned bearers, whose sinewy physiques suggested that it was impossible for all 4 to be incapable of lifting a coffin. Chapter 26. The Golden Ring. Generally speaking, before burial, coffins must not directly contact the ground. This precaution aims to prevent the coffin from absorbing earthly energies, which could adversely affect the deceased within. It also serves to deter insects, rodents, and similar creatures from infiltrating the coffin and damaging the body. Thus, prior to interment, coffins are elevated above the ground. In rural areas, this is accomplished quite simply. 2 long benches are placed front and back, supporting the coffin. For those who adhere to tradition, a layer of lime is sprinkled beneath the coffin to ward off pests. At this moment, regardless of how much effort the 4 bearers exerted, the coffin containing the venerable matriarch remained immovable, not even budging from the benches. The benches stood firm, as if the coffin had sprouted 2 legs, resolutely anchored to the earth. One of the bearers, puzzled, remarked, "What is going on? It feels as though the coffin is filled with stones. It's exceedingly heavy." Another bearer replied, "This is truly strange. This is the first time I've encountered an immovable coffin. Lao Hu, could you check if there is an issue with any part of the process?" The man referred to as Lao Hu remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable. Lao Hu, the oldest among the bearers at 50, had been in this profession since his teenage years, accumulating over 30 years of experience and witnessing many peculiar occurrences. He sensed that something was amiss and addressed the others. The current situation likely indicates that the deceased harbors unresolved grievances or perhaps has a deep attachment to this place. Reluctant to depart, burial schedules are strictly adhered to, and upon realizing the anomaly, the family grew increasingly anxious. Old Hu had his ways, summoning all of the elderly lady's family members to bow and burn paper offerings in her honor. The numerous attendees, not daring to slacken their efforts, knelt in a sea of reverence, taking turns to present their offerings. When the yellow paper was finally consumed, Old Hu called upon the monkeys and their companions once more to carry the coffin. It remained quite heavy, yet a source of solace lay in the fact that, through the collective exertion of the 4, they managed to lift it, albeit unsteadily. In a hurried yet timely manner, they reached the burial site, successfully interring the coffin. The 4 bearers were thoroughly exhausted, left pondering the inexplicable weight of the old lady's coffin. A secret lingered in the heart of the monkey, yet he dare not voice it. Despite the arduous journey, the family was not ungrateful, recognizing their toil. They bestowed each of the bearers an additional red envelope atop their original remuneration. Having received their pay and the envelopes, the 4 expressed their gratitude and departed with joy. The monkey returned home, adhering to their agreement, sharing half of his earnings with his master, while the master permitted him to keep the red envelope. The monkey had amassed a considerable fortune from this endeavor, 3-fold gains: his remuneration, the envelope, and a golden ring. Elated, he indulged in a rare treat at the village entrance. savoring a marinated pig's ear and purchasing 2 bottles of strong liquor, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way home. Little did anyone anticipate that the exuberant monkey, who had celebrated the previous day, would be found lifeless in his home the following day. To everyone's astonishment, it was revealed that the monkey had taken his own life, hanging himself in a tragic turn of events. The very rope that the monkey used to hang itself was, astonishingly, the dragon tendon employed for lifting coffins. Witnesses to the monkey's tragic demise reported an unsettling sight. Its eyes were wide with terror, blood oozing from all orifices, as if it had been horrifically frightened to death by some unspeakable force. Many were perplexed by the monkey's death, for suicide seemed the least likely cause. The monkey had always been resilient, a veritable human in spirit, exhibiting remarkable fortitude under pressure. If it truly wished to end its life, why did it not do so during the harshest and most trying times of year? Having endured the most arduous days, with life now gradually improving, and having received both reward and red envelopes just the day before, it seemed utterly illogical for it to take its own life under the cover of night without any prior indication. Furthermore, the sheer horror etched upon its lifeless face suggested foul play. Even if it had indeed chosen to hang itself, the manner of its death could not have been so grotesque. Soon, rumors swirled throughout the village regarding the cause of the monkey's death. Some claimed it had succumbed to depression. Others insisted it was terminally ill, while still others whispered about a malevolent spirit encountered while lifting a coffin. Later, when the monkey's master arrived to assist in handling the remains, he discovered that the monkey's palm was tightly clenched around a gold ring. This was a sight unfamiliar to him. He had never seen the monkey wear such an ornament, and given its financial circumstances, it was highly improbable that the monkey had purchased it. Out of a sense of nostalgia, the master decided to keep the ring, fashioning it into a pendant by attaching it to a string, a tangible reminder of his beloved pupil. Little did he know, an eerie occurrence was about to unfold. The monkey master had scarcely worn the golden ring for 2 days when he was discovered drowned in his own cesspool, which was merely 1 meter deep. On that fateful day, he had not consumed any alcohol and was in a remarkably lucid state. Yet, for reasons unknown, he perished in a pit only 1 meter deep. How could an adult not manage to rise from such shallow waters? With the demise of the monkey and his master, both met their ends in a most mysterious fashion. The master's wife, gripped by fear, hastily arranged for her husband's funeral and subsequently liquidated their assets, yearning to return to her maternal home. In her departure, she pocketed the golden ring, intending to pawn it at the local jewelry shop for some money. However, as fate would have it, while en route, the tractor she was riding suddenly lost control and careened down a slope. The others aboard emerged unscathed, yet she was thrown from her seat, her head striking a rock, resulting in her immediate demise. Whispers of rumors began to circulate in the village, claiming that the golden ring was cursed. Whoever possessed it would meet an untimely death. Consequently, no one dared to touch the ring, and its whereabouts became a mystery. Days later, a young man named Gangwa stumbled upon the golden ring in his dog-esque kennel, likely retrieved by his pet during a frolic. Having heard of the ring's ominous curse, Gangwa was instantly overcome with dread. Now that the ring had found its way into his possession, did it signify that he would be the next victim to die an unnatural death? Upon recalling his cousin Nyoda's mention of the venerable Zhongsan, Gangwa immediately rushed to Panlong village in tears, beseeching Nyoda to accompany him to pay a visit to Zhongsan, seeking his assistance in quelling the ongoing turmoil. After meticulously inquiring into the circumstances surrounding the matter, Zhongsan proceeded to the home of the old lady, producing a golden ring for her family to identify. At last, the origins of the ring were unveiled. Zhongsan admonished them that the possessions of the deceased must not be claimed. The old lady had met an untimely demise, leaving behind a heavy spirit of resentment. This golden ring, having been her treasured belonging throughout her life, held immense significance for her. The ring had been stealthily taken by a monkey, and it was clear that the old lady's wrath was profound. To appease her spirit, the only recourse was to return the golden ring and restore it to her rightful place. Chapter 27. Blood Moon Grandfather. What happened next? A shiver coursed through me. Yet the more I trembled with fear, the greater my curiosity grew. Grandfather set down his water pipe and replied, "What happened next, of course, was the return of that gold ring. I persuaded the family of my great-grandmother to exhume her coffin, and upon opening it, we placed the gold ring back upon her finger. I performed a ritual for her, which barely alleviated her resentment, allowing us to lay her to rest once more." At this point, Grandfather rose to his feet. "It is getting late. Let's retire indoors." I nodded and returned to my bedroom. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade fate. The day of the Ghost Festival had finally arrived. From the moment I awoke that morning, I observed the sky was shrouded in gloom. The relentless sun of previous days had vanished, leaving a murky sky filled with ominous clouds, as if rain were imminent. However, Grandfather informed me that what loomed above was not mere rain clouds, but rather a gathering of malevolent energy. Each year, on the day the gates of the underworld open, countless vengeful spirits and restless souls emerge, and the atmosphere becomes saturated with a chilling aura, reaching its peak. Having lived for 12 years, I have witnessed 12 ghost festivals, yet none have been as terrifying as this year's. In previous years, although the malevolent energy was palpable, it had never been as oppressive as it was today. The sky today appeared as if the world were nearing its end, instilling a sense of unease within me. By afternoon, the ominous atmosphere had thickened, creating an impression that night had already descended despite the day. The darkness enveloped both the heavens and the earth, prompting many village homes to ignite their lights. Outside, a chilling wind howled furiously, producing an eerie wail, while the trees rustled ominously, as though a tempest were on the horizon. In such dreadful and terrifying weather, no one dared to venture outside. Every villager remained behind closed doors, seeking refuge within their homes. I lay on my bed in the bedroom, my eyes fixed on the sky outside, my heart racing. The malevolent aura in the heavens coalesced in vast quantities, shifting shapes, at times resembling surging ocean waves, at other moments akin to a terrifying black hole. Ultimately, it morphed into a colossal, ghostly visage, hovering ominously above Panlong village. As time elapsed, that ghastly face descended gradually, pressing down. An overwhelming sense of oppression made it difficult for me to breathe, as if that specter sought to engulf the entire village. Throughout the day, silence reigned. No insects chirped, no frogs croaked, and even the chickens and dogs within my home fell silent. The once proud rooster buried its head deep within its wings, trembling in fear. As night fell, a crescent moon emerged in the sky, revealing to me the fabled blood moon that appears only once every 60 years. The moon of a summer night, typically resplendent, now shone like a jade disk. However, the moon tonight is not the usual hue we are accustomed to. Instead, it radiates an eerie, blood-red color. The sensation is utterly peculiar, as if someone had plunged a knife into the firmament, leaving a gaping wound from which crimson liquid flows. The heavens, it seems, are wounded. Initially, amidst the obsidian sky, only a slender crescent moon is visible. In the past, we referred to such a crescent as a silver hook, but tonight, this silver crescent has transformed into a bloodied curve. This sanguine hook hangs in the sky, creating a gash in the celestial canopy, from which blood begins to pour forth incessantly. Gradually, the blood-red hook enlarges, ultimately evolving into a full moon. When this blood-red orb graces the heavens, the impact is profoundly striking, especially given the intense visual assault reminiscent of apocalyptic scenes in science fiction films. The large, round, blood-red moon appears extraordinarily sinister, casting an eerie crimson hue across the entire sky, transforming it into a turbulent sea of blood. Concurrently, from the depths of the surrounding mountains, an array of bizarre sounds emanates, roars of wild beasts and the sinister hisses of malevolent entities. The once silent Moon Mountain has suddenly erupted into cacophony, an uproar that evokes a deep sense of unease. Just as my grandfather foretold, the blood moon has emerged, and many wicked beings are surfacing, eager to seize the opportune moment to enhance their powers. After all, such an opportunity arises but once every 60 years. I stood transfixed, gazing at the crimson moon hanging in the sky, utterly astounded, rendered speechless. For a fleeting moment, I even entertained the thought that this was not reality, but a dream. Such a scene seemed to belong solely to the realm of dreams. Suddenly, the door swung open, and my grandfather entered, his demeanor grave and resolute. This evening, he had donned a complete traditional attire of the water tribe, a collarless long gown, a white cloth wrapped around his head, and his legs bound with fabric. His garments were an immaculate white, almost blinding in their brilliance. Upon adorning this ensemble, my grandfather appeared to shed years, exuding an invigorated spirit and an aura of valor that emanated from within. Though slender in build, at this moment, he radiated an invisible yet formidable presence. His gaze was unwavering, his face alight with determination, as if he were preparing to march in a battle. "Grandfather, are you heading out?" I licked my parched lips, feeling the effects of a day spent bedridden, devoid of sustenance, and suddenly aware of my frailty. My grandfather exhaled softly, speaking with calm assurance. "Some matters must ultimately be resolved. Grandfather, I shall accompany you." I strained to rise from my bed, bewildered by the surge of courage that welled within me. Perhaps it was the influence of my grandfather's formidable presence. In that moment, I felt an astonishing lack of fear. Truly, not a hint of trepidation. My grandfather did not respond directly to me. He picked up a blue cloth bag and handed it over, placing it gently in my hands. "If I do not return tonight, take this bag and leave this place forever. Delve into the contents within. Your innate brilliance assures that mastering what lies inside will benefit you throughout your life." As I heard the tone of his words, it felt as though he were bequeathing his final wishes, and I could not help but feel tears welling in my eyes. "Grandpa," I opened my mouth, my throat constricted as if a multitude of thoughts yearned to escape, yet inexplicably, no words emerged. I dared not contemplate what my path would be should he not return tonight. My grandfather reached out, tenderly stroking my head, before lifting the octagonal lantern and turning to leave the bedroom. Chapter 28. The celestial tome, the silhouette of my grandfather gradually dissolved into the encroaching night, as the flickering light of the lantern dimmed and soon faded away. I hastened out of the bedroom, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, pierced only by the chilling wind that howled like the notes played by the Grim Reaper. I called out for my grandfather, yet my voice was torn apart by the frigid gusts. Returning to my room, my heart was in turmoil, unable to find solace for even a moment. My grandfather was out there, fighting valiantly for me and for the entire village. How could I possibly remain at ease, sleeping soundly in my chamber? I opened the cloth bag that my grandfather had just handed to me and discovered only 3 items within: a book, a jade pendant, and a wooden box. I recognized the wooden box, for it contained a straw effigy intended to prolong my life until the age of 18. The jade pendant was familiar as well. It was a half of the love token my mother had left behind. My grandfather entrusted this pendant to me, hoping that it might one day lead me to uncover the true identities of my parents. As for the book, it was my first encounter with it. This ancient tome, its pages crafted from cowhide, displayed a remarkable durability, maintaining its integrity despite the yellowing surface that hinted at its age. The book bore no title, and as I opened its pages, I was astonished to find that it was entirely composed of water script. This script, unique to the aquatic tribe, remains a mystery to all, with no known creator. It is said to have been passed down since ancient times and is often referred to as the celestial script. For few in this world possess the ability to comprehend it. It is said that those who could decipher the water script possess the ability to traverse the realms of yin and yang, conversing with spirits and deities. For this reason, the water script is also known as the heavenly tome. My grandfather, revered as the third master, was an extraordinary talent who could comprehend this heavenly tome. Those capable of understanding it are referred to as water script masters, and due to their ability to communicate with spirits, they are also known as ghost masters. Previously, I had only heard my grandfather mention the heavenly tome, but I had never truly encountered it until today. Upon my first sighting of the heavenly tome, an overwhelming curiosity surged within me. Simultaneously, a wave of sorrow washed over me, The fact that my grandfather left this tome for me indicated that tonight held perilous undertones, and he feared he might not return. Grandfather. I choked on my words as tears streamed down my face, cascading onto the pages of the heavenly tome. Fortunately, as it was crafted from cowhide, my tears would not mar its surface. I wiped my tears away, only to be astonished to discover that I could recognize the peculiar ancient characters inscribed upon the pages. This was the first time in 12 years that I had encountered the legendary water script, and to my astonishment, I could decipher it. This revelation left me utterly stunned. It is essential to note that the understanding of such ancient scripts is a gift bestowed by nature. It cannot be taught or learned. Otherwise, the water script would not retain its air of mystery. The scarcity of individuals who can comprehend the water script across the world is precisely because it is not a skill acquired through study, but rather an innate ability. To put it succinctly, anyone capable of deciphering the enigmatic script is undoubtedly a chosen one. If the heavens have bestowed upon you the innate ability to comprehend such writing, you shall do so, and should the divine will it otherwise, you will remain in ignorance. In the midst of my astonishment, I began to peruse the celestial manuscript in my hands, and discovered that while I cannot claim to understand all the cryptic characters, I could at least grasp more than half of them. This revelation was nothing short of miraculous. I had never dared to dream that I, an ordinary child, possessed such extraordinary abilities. Was this divine favor or torment? Although Third Master was not my biological grandfather, I had merely drifted to Panlong village with my mother-s remains, suggesting that I was not of the Water Tribe. If I were not of their lineage, how could I possibly comprehend their script? Only those of the Water Tribe can decipher such writings, and, as an outsider, it seemed implausible for me to do so. The only conceivable explanation was that I bore the bloodline of the Water Tribe. Perhaps my mother or father was indeed one of them. As I casually flipped through the pages of the celestial manuscript, I found its content profound and expansive, as if it had opened a gateway to a new realm. Yet, in that moment, I could not find my composure. My heart was in disarray, and the thought of my grandfather battling fiercely outside left me restless. When my gaze fell upon the jade pendant once more, an idea struck me. Summoning my courage, I seized the pendant and burst forth from my home. The blood moon hung ominously above me, casting a crimson hue upon the sky and staining the earth below. Bathed in the blood-red glow of the moon, I sprinted desperately towards the forbidden grounds behind the village. Grandfather, wait for me. I am coming. Grandfather, wait for me. In my haste to leave, I neglected to put on my shoes, racing barefoot along the rural path. The uneven stones of the riverbank could not deter my steps. My heart was solely consumed with concern for my grandfather's safety, leaving no room for the pain in my feet. What did it matter if my soles were torn or my bones broken? Such trivial discomfort paled in comparison to the gravity of my grandfather's life and death. The blood-red moonlight stained the riverbank, casting even the little river in crimson hues, transforming it into a flowing river of blood. An eerie sight, indeed. In the distance, I spotted a gaunt figure standing on the riverbank. It was none other than my grandfather, the guardian of Longlin village, San Yi. He stood tall and straight, like a javelin thrust into the earth. His headscarf had fallen, and his silvery hair danced in the night breeze. His outer robe lay in tatters, leaving his arms bare, while the octagonal lantern rested at his feet, surprisingly extinguished. Seeing my grandfather in such a state, I sensed that the situation was dire. Grandfather! I croaked, my voice hoarse, crying out as I rushed forward. Although the distance between us was merely 50 meters, I stumbled and fell 5 times in that short span. I rose to my feet, and, after taking only a few steps, I stumbled once more. Yet, I managed to rise again, and by the time I reached my grandfather, my legs were bloodied and bruised, and my arms were drenched in crimson. Upon hearing my voice, my grandfather's body trembled with surprise. He turned his head, gazing at me in astonishment. "Meow, what brings you here?" "Grandfather, I have come to assist you." Though I was out of breath, my tone was resolute, and my gaze unwavering. "Assist me?" My grandfather smiled bitterly, stroking my head as he spoke. "I'm no match for her. How can you help me? Go back, take the things I left for you, and leave this place forever. Never return." Chapter 29. blood symbol, what is love in this world? That it compels life and death to be intertwined? Travelers from the south and the north fly together. How many seasons have passed in the chill of the years? The joy of merriment, the sorrow of parting. Yet among them, there are foolish lovers. You must have words to utter. Amidst the vast layers of clouds and the evening snow on distant mountains, to whom does one's solitary shadow wander? A hauntingly melancholic melody drifted from the river. I had heard these verses before, yet it was my first encounter with someone singing them. The tune was exquisitely beautiful, suffused with an air of helplessness and sorrow, and combined with the singer's ethereal voice, it rendered the themes of love, hatred, parting, and death with striking perfection. Though I was merely 12 and had yet to comprehend the essence of love, the moment the verses were sung, tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. Through my tear-filled eyes, I beheld a crimson whirlpool emerging upon the river surface. The whirlpool spun slowly, and a figure began to drift out from its depths. To be precise, it was not merely a figure of a person, but rather a ghostly presence, a female spectre clad in a flowing red dress. My heart shuddered violently. My throat felt as if it were constricted by an unseen force, and the word mother lodged in my throat, refusing to escape. This was the first time I laid eyes upon my mother. Her body had been burned by the infamous Jiangmen Shun, and I had never witnessed her visage before. Now, her spirit emerged, granting me the opportunity to glimpse her appearance. The ghostly figure bowed her head, her long, damp hair cascading down to obscure her face, rendering her features shrouded in mystery. She donned a magnificent gown of vibrant red, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing silk, a garment typically reserved for the night of nuptial vows. Upon her feet were striking red embroidered shoes. Emerging from the water, she glided forward, singing melodiously as she tread the waves. However, as she approached the riverbank, her song abruptly ceased. The spectre stood silently at the water's edge, and I gazed at her, feeling an unsettling familiarity mingled with profound strangeness. My grandfather shifted slightly, positioning himself protectively before me, and whispered, "Miao, be cautious. She is no longer your mother." A chilling laughter erupted from the ghost, a sinister sound that resonated in the air. An overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from her, and wherever her essence touched, a layer of frost rapidly crystallized upon the riverbank, while the wild grasses wilted visibly before my eyes. "Miao, retria, leave this to your grandfather," he urged, pushing me back gently. Then, he bit his tongue, allowing a stream of warm blood to trickle into his left palm. With his right index finger as a quill, he swiftly began to inscribe a talisman in his palm, reciting a deep incantation, guardian of the three realms, envoy of the five emperors. As the blood talisman took shape, my grandfather's white hair billowed around him, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that seemed to ignite two flames of fervor. In witnessing my grandfather's expression, a wave of trepidation washed over me. He bore a countenance that conveyed a fearless acceptance of death. "Grandfather, are you preparing to unleash a formidable spell?" I pondered, realizing that he was willing to risk his very life to rebind this ghostly figure. However, the female ghost seemed to regard my grandfather with disdain, coldly mocking, "Old man, give up. Your actions will only hasten your demise." In the face of her derision, my grandfather did not waver. He stepped forward, and with that single step, the pebbles beneath his feet were reduced to dust. I had never witnessed such a grave expression on my grandfather's face, nor had I ever seen his aura so formidable. The ghost scoffed. "Using your own blood to cast spells? Old man, you are merely courting death." My grandfather fixed his gaze upon her and pronounced deliberately, "Even if I must perish, I shall take you with me." His declaration was resolute, and I could deeply sense that he was truly prepared for death. No, a shiver coursed through me. I could not allow my grandfather to unleash his ultimate power. Once he did, his demise would be inevitable. With this thought igniting a fervor within me, I dashed forward, arms outstretched, positioning myself before him. "Grandfather, please don't." He looked at me, astonished. "Meow, what are you doing? Step aside." I bit my lip and implored, "Grandfather, I cannot bear to lose you. I refuse to let you die." Tears welled in his eyes as he rasped, A meow. Everyone has their own destiny. This is mine. You must move aside. No, this is not your destiny. It is mine. I gritted my teeth and suddenly turned to run towards a ghost. My grandfather, alarmed, shouted from behind, "A meow, it's dangerous. Come back." A meow. Before I could reach the female ghost, she extended a finger, and I instantly felt a tightening around my neck, followed by a lightness in my feet as my body lifted off the ground. An invisible force, akin to a great hand, gripped my throat tightly. My face flushed crimson, and I struggled to breathe. Desperately, I exerted all my strength to retrieve the half of the jade pendant from my waist, slowly opening my hand. To my astonishment, the pendant proved to be remarkably effective. The ghost emitted a low sound of surprise and released her grip, causing me to fall to the ground. "Is this your longing?" "Mother, I offer it to you," I gasped, clutching my throat, stretching my arm forth to present the pendant to the ghost. "This is my longing." The ghost gestured with her finger, and the pendant I held flew into her grasp. She cradled the half pendant, trembling with excitement. Her reaction revealed how deeply she cherished this fragment. After a moment of fervent emotion, the ghost suddenly inquired, "What did you just call me?" "Mother," I rasped, calling out once more. The ghost shuddered violently, abruptly lifting her head. Her long hair obscured her cheeks, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes glimmering beneath. She stared at me, speechless, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. I knelt before her, tears streaming down my face as I cried, "Mother, I beseech you, I have returned what belongs to you. Please leave. Spare Panlong village and its innocent souls." The female ghost cradled the fragment of the longing pendant, which stood upright, suspended within her palm, slowly rotating and emitting a faint, ethereal glow. The light emanating from the jade pendant illuminated the ghost's face, causing her long hair to billow, revealing her delicate cheek. As the pendant spun, the malevolence etched upon the ghost's visage gradually faded away. At last, she unveiled her true countenance, just as my grandfather had described. Indeed, my mother was a breathtaking beauty. I gasped in astonishment, for in the 12 years of my existence, I could never have imagined that my mother possessed such exquisite beauty. Had she still been alive, she would undoubtedly have been a celestial maiden. In a fleeting moment, the darkness vanished entirely from her face, and she surprisingly lifted the corners of her mouth, offering me a gentle smile. Chapter 30. To whom does the solitary shadow go? A smile that captivates the city. In that moment, the visage of the female ghost was far from terrifying. When she smiled, she radiated an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Upon witnessing her smile, I found myself irresistibly mirroring her laughter. A solitary human and a ghost, separated by realms, exchanged knowing smiles. I realized that the ghost's resentments had been relinquished. Perhaps it was the jade pendant, or perhaps my presence, that had miraculously dissolved the ghost's overwhelming grievances. The ghost extended her arms and gently embraced me. Lacking a corporeal form, I could not truly perceive her existence. Yet for the first time in my life, I felt the warmth of maternal love. "Lie well." This was her final utterance to me, and, as she spoke, she placed the half of the jade pendant into the palm of my hand. Then, she bowed deeply towards my grandfather in the distance and turned to walk into the river. I knelt before the ghost's retreating figure, tears streaming down my cheeks as I cried out in anguish, "Mother." This was my first and final encounter with her, and I knew that with her departure, I would never see her again. The exquisite melody returned, drifting on the wind to my ears. What is love in this world? That it compels one to pledge life and death? Travelers flying together from the south to the north, how many winters and summers have they endured? Joy and sorrow, the pain of parting, amidst it all are the lovesick young. You must have words, amidst the vast layers of clouds and the evening snow on 1,000 mountains. To whom does the solitary shadow go? As the song concluded, the ghost vanished upon the river's surface. As I wept and stumbled towards the riverbank, the water flowed serenely, leaving nothing behind. My grandfather approached, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder, uttering, "It is over. Finally, it is over. Let go. For your mother. This is the greatest liberation, and you should rejoice for her." I nodded, choking back tears as I replied, "I understand. I am truly glad that my mother can release her grievances and abandon her hatred. What saddens me is that this is my first encounter with her, and it has turned into a farewell. My grandfather sighed. Did you hear your mother's final words to you? Live well. I wiped my tears and nodded vigorously. Indeed, I must live well, striving diligently, for there are many matters to unravel. My mother's origins, the whereabouts of my father, and the identity of the assailant who pursued my mother. I firmly believe that since fate has allowed me to arrive in this world in such an extraordinary manner, it would not so easily reclaim my life. With my mother gone, the frost that had settled on the riverbank began to dissipate. The blood moon remained, staining the earth red, the river crimson, and casting a scarlet hue over the village. This night under the blood moon will be indelibly etched in my memory. I inquired of my grandfather, "Are you all right, grandfather?" He shook his head. "I am fine. Thanks to your timely arrival, you have averted this calamity. You are the hero of Panlong Village." I offered a faint smile. "I do not care for the title of hero. As long as you are safe, grandfather, I can rest easy." My grandfather gently stroked my head, his beard quivering with laughter as he exclaimed, "The sun always shines after the storm. This calamity has passed, and what awaits us is undoubtedly a brighter tomorrow. Come, Meow, let us return home. We shall prepare a couple of dishes to celebrate." Grasping my hand, I followed him with the same buoyancy as in my childhood, bounding joyfully back to our abode. Although it was the dead of night, neither of us felt the slightest drowsiness. The disaster had finally receded, and my mother had at last departed, lifting the pall of death that had enveloped Panlong Village. As I fed the stove with firewood, my grandfather busily sought vegetables in the pot, and soon several plates of steaming delicacies emerged. We set the table in the center of the living room, adorned with food and wine. In a rare moment of indulgence, my grandfather poured me a cup of wine. The dim light of the room flickered, punctuated by bursts of laughter and cheer. Aside from my grandfather and me, no one else was privy to the events of that night. The villagers remained blissfully unaware that, without our selfless sacrifices, they might have already faced the grim reaper. Perhaps it was the wine that lulled me into a deep slumber, for when I awoke, the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the radiant sun, shining brightly in a cloudless expanse. The blood moon had vanished, and the malevolent aura that had lingered both above and below had dissipated, lifting the ghostly barrier that had shrouded Panlong Village. Everything had returned to normalcy. In the fields, people busied themselves with farming. On the river, boats glided by, casting nets for fish, and on the mountains, hunters roamed and tea pickers gathered their harvest. The sounds of barking dogs, crowing roosters, chirping birds, and the harmonious melodies of the villagers' songs breathed life back into Panlong Village, restoring it to its former vibrancy. Rising from my slumber, I stretched lazily and took a leisurely stroll outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the gift of life. Upon returning home, I recalled the intriguing tales within the Tongtian Shui from the previous night. Enthralled by its allure, I fetched a small stool and basked in the sunlight while eagerly perusing its pages. The profound knowledge contained within the Tongtian Shui utterly transformed my worldview, drawing me into an entirely new realm from which I found it difficult to extricate myself. Time slipped away unnoticed. I forgot about food and water, and even lost track of my surroundings. It was only as dusk descended that I reluctantly emerged from the depths of the Tongtian Shui. Just as I was about to put it away, my grandfather returned home and called out to me. "Grandfather, you're back." I greeted him. He beckoned me closer and, pointing at the Tongtian Shui in my hands, asked in astonishment, "Amiao, can you understand the words in this book?" I nodded affirmatively, "Yes. These are water scripts. I can recognize more than half of them." My grandfather gazed at me in disbelief, his expression swiftly shifting from astonishment to joy and finally to sheer ecstasy. The usually composed man was now exuberantly dancing, arms outstretched and laughing heartily, as if he had won the lottery, overwhelmed with delight. "It's fate! It's fate!" he exclaimed, his laughter ringing through the air. Grandfather was exceedingly joyful, an unprecedented happiness that surpassed even the relief he felt after enduring last night's tribulation. He opened the Tongtian Shui and randomly pointed to several characters, which I accurately recited. Then he indicated a passage, and I managed to convey its general meaning. At that moment, grandfather truly believed that I could comprehend the water script. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, he held the water script close and began to weep, tears streaming down his cheeks. His tears left me somewhat flustered. "Grandfather, why are you crying?" "It's nothing," he replied, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. His lips trembling as he said, "I am just so moved, so very moved." He patted my shoulder, his gaze piercing as he looked at me. "A meow, this is your mission." Chapter 31. The Green Mushroom, a mission. Perhaps due to my tender age, I did not fully comprehend the weight of the word mission, merely nodding in a daze. "Grandfather, has the matter finally reached its conclusion?" I inquired. He replied, "Not entirely. We have completed 90%. Yet 10% remains." "Not yet concluded?" A sense of unease gripped my heart. Grandfather smiled gently. "Do not be alarmed. There are merely a few final tasks. We need to inter the 4 who met untimely ends. Lan Yuzi, Jiang Quan, Jiang Menshun, and Yoda. All 4 perished suddenly, their grievances concentrated. We must ensure they do not become a source of calamity." I furrow my brow. Apart from Yoda, who has only recently passed, have the others not already been buried? Grandfather's smile faded, and his expression grew solemn as he stated, "They must be exhumed and reburied." Grandfather led me to the village committee, where, after discussing the situation with the officials, he summoned the families of the 4 deceased to the committee office. Present were the parents of Lan Yuzi, the wife of Jiang Menshun, and the son of Nyoda, Nyoair. Grandfather asked Lan Yuzi's parents, "Has Lan Yuzi been placed in a coffin and interred?" The parents displayed expressions of profound sorrow and nodded vigorously. Grandfather then turned to the wife of Jiang Menshun. "What of Jiang Quan and Jiang Menshun?" She replied, "They were buried just a few days ago." The wife of Jiang Menshun appeared deeply despondent, devoid of her usual boisterous demeanor, resembling a withered eggplant, her words lacking vitality. Grandfather inquired once more of Nyoair, "What has become of your father's remains?" Nyoair, with a pained expression, replied, "The manner of my father's death was most horrifying. He lies in the coffin, and I have yet to summon the courage to disturb him." Grandfather nodded thoughtfully and addressed the parents of the unfortunate boy and the wife of Jiang Menshun. "You must return and gather a group of people to exhume the coffin." "What?" exclaimed the parents of the unfortunate boy and Jiang Menshun's wife in unison. Traditional customs extol the virtue of burial, particularly within these mountains where many hold onto their superstitions and rigid beliefs. For them, the sanctity of resting in peace is paramount. Once a person is interred, they should not be disturbed, lest it be deemed disrespectful to the deceased and invite misfortune upon oneself. Thus, upon hearing grandfather's directive to unearth the recently buried coffin, their astonishment was palpable, their eyes wide with disbelief. Grandfather, maintaining an air of calm, urged them, "Do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate my reasoning. Whether it be the unfortunate boy, Jiang Quan, Jiang Menshun, or Nyoda, all 4 had met untimely ends at the hands of vengeful spirits, categorizing them as victims of unnatural death. Those who die in such a manner carry with them a heavy burden of resentment, and a moment's negligence could transform them into malevolent specters. I trust that none of you desire that your departed loved ones become vengeful spirits. Do you? Those who suffer untimely deaths require a distinct burial method. Your customary and conventional practices will not suffice." After a brief pause, grandfather continued, "Generally speaking, individuals who meet such fates should not be buried until 7 days have passed. Your hurried burial was, in truth, highly inappropriate. Today, I calculated that the time limit of 7 days for the remains of Lan Yuzi, Jiang Quan, and Jiang Menshun has passed, and they can now be laid to rest." Lan Yuzi's parents gazed at their grandfather, asking, "Grandfather, do we truly need to exhume the coffin?" With a grave expression, he replied, "Do you think I would jest about such matters? I do not wish for any further incidents to occur in our Panlong village. Therefore, I must handle this matter with utmost care." The village committee members also stepped forward to support the grandfather, stating, "Grandfather is a professional. We should abide by his counsel. After all, he would never wish harm upon you, would he? Very well, we consent. We shall follow whatever grandfather decides, for we do not wish for our children to become vengeful spirits. Lan Yuzai's parents exchanged glances and swiftly reached a decision. What is your opinion? Grandfather inquired of Jiang Min Shen's wife. She glanced at the grandfather, then at the village committee members and sighed softly. What can I do? If you oppose, you will not acquiesce, correct? Having lost the support of Jiang Min Shen, she no longer exhibited her former haughty demeanor. In just a few days, she seemed transformed, speaking in gentle tones. In truth, she was quite pitiable, having reached middle age, bereft of both her husband and son, destined to face the latter part of her life in solitude. Perhaps her earlier arrogance was a punishment from the heavens for her past transgressions. After reaching an agreement with them, my grandfather took the lead. The village committee provided the funds to enlist several strong young men from the village, each receiving a red envelope as compensation for their assistance in digging the grave. The coffin of the deceased, Lan Yuzai, was to be interred in his own backyard. A group of individuals first proceeded to Lan Yuzai's home. My grandfather calculated the auspicious birth dates of Lan Yuzai and then addressed those present. Those born in the year of the dragon and the year of the tiger. Please step aside. The rest follow me. A few young men born under the signs of the dragon and tiger remained, while the others accompanied my grandfather to the backyard. In the backyard stood a grave, marked by a tombstone. Gazing at the mound that covered Lan Yuzai's remains, a wave of sorrow washed over me, and my eyes welled with tears. Lan Yuzai was my sole friend in Panlong village. With his passing, who would I have to play with? My grandfather retrieved 4 yellow talismans, placing one at each of the 4 corners of the grave. He then instructed Lan Yuzai's parents to slaughter a large red rooster, which they carried in a circle around the grave, pouring the steaming blood upon it. Once this ritual was completed, my grandfather beckoned those ready to begin digging to offer a stick of incense in honor of Lan Yuzai before signaling the start of their task. As the shovels swung, the surface of the grave quickly revealed a black lacquered coffin. The young men paused for a moment to catch their breath and hydrate before resuming their labor. With collective effort, they soon unearthed a pit, fully exposing the entire black coffin. Suddenly, one of the young men exclaimed, "Hey, third uncle, what is this?" As he pointed at the coffin, grandfather raised his brow, leaping into the pit with remarkable agility despite being in his 60s. Approaching the coffin, he focused intently and was taken aback to discover that the surface was eerily covered with a layer resembling fungi. These greenish growths, upon closer inspection, were found to be sprouting directly from the coffin's surface, densely covering it and creating an unsettling sight. One observer remarked, "Could it be that the ground beneath is excessively damp?" Another countered, "Not at all. It is quite dry down here. Besides, you have seen coffins buried in the earth before. Even those submerged in stagnant water have never manifested such peculiar growths." Chapter 32. Spring rolls. The onlookers gazed in silence at the coffin, which was cloaked in a verdant layer of fungi, creating an eerie atmosphere. The parents of the deceased, filled with trepidation, inquired of the elder, "Grandfather, why has the coffin come to look like this?" The elder replied, "Behold, this serves as the most compelling evidence. It is due to the lingering resentment of the deceased, the oppressive aura of malevolence that has caused the coffin to sprout a layer of fungi. You should now trust my words. In merely a few days, the fungi have completely overtaken the coffin. Fortunately, we discovered this in time. Had it been buried any longer, who knows what calamity might have ensued." "Grandfather, what shall we do with the coffin now?" one individual asked. The elder, stroking his beard, responded, "Has the new coffin arrived? First, we must remove the body of the deceased. This coffin must remain untouched. We shall incinerate it right here." The father of the deceased interjected, "The new coffin will not arrive until nightfall at the earliest." The elder nodded and said, "Very well. You must procure some plastic sheeting to erect a shelter here to block the sunlight, and then retrieve the body of the deceased. A corpse must not be exposed to direct sunlight. This is a taboo." Several individuals promptly set about gathering plastic sheeting to construct a shelter, while 2 remained behind, armed with shovels to pry open the coffin. Before long, a makeshift plastic shelter was erected above the grave, effectively shielding it from the sun. At that moment, The nails of the coffin were pried free, and the elder extended his hand, striking the coffin lid with force. The heavy lid immediately tumbled to the ground with a thud. As my grandfather's hand trembled, he unveiled a piece of black cloth. I stood beside him, gazing apprehensively at the open coffin, afraid to peer inside. He tossed me a pair of gloves, saying, "The rotten fish boy was your friend. What is there to fear? Come, lend a hand and help me lift his body out." I gasped in astonishment, my mouth agape. How could he ask me to help lift the corpse of the rotten fish boy when I couldn't even bring myself to look inside the coffin? When he had just passed, I might have dared to assist, but he had been buried for several days now, and I could only imagine the gruesome state of decay his body must have reached. I hesitated, paralyzed by fear. My grandfather prodded, "What? With such meager courage? How do you expect to inherit my legacy? How will you become a qualified ghost master?" Upon hearing his words, I realized that his request was a deliberate attempt to cultivate my bravery. Taking a deep breath, determined not to disappoint him, a corpulent maggot emerged from the eye of a decaying fish, and yellowish bodily fluids seeped from beneath its corpse, filling the coffin with an overpowering stench of decay. Caught off guard, I inhaled sharply, and the acrid odor assaulted my senses, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. I quickly turned my head and retched violently, expelling every morsel I had consumed. Observing my disheveled state, my grandfather chuckled softly, remarking that my reaction was entirely normal for a first encounter with such matters. With time, I would become accustomed to it, for there would be many more dealings with the deceased in the future. As he spoke, he unfurled a black cloth and bent down to drag the fish's corpse from the coffin, laying it upon the fabric. Summoning my courage, I suppressed my rising nausea. Holding my breath and daring not to exhale, I stepped forward to assist in lifting the fish's feet, carefully placing the body on the black cloth alongside my grandfather. He then wrapped the corpse in the cloth, binding it with a length of twine, resembling a spring roll. I thought to myself that it would be a long time before I could bring myself to eat spring rolls or zongzi again. Those above helped to hoist the fish's body upward, and then my grandfather instructed them to gather some firewood and use gasoline to ignite the coffin, which was infested with mold. The flames roared, and the coffin emitted thick black smoke, carrying a foul odor that was enough to induce nausea. As the new coffin would not arrive until evening, we had no choice but to wait until nightfall to reinter the remains of the deceased. The body of the unfortunate soul was temporarily wrapped in black cloth and laid within the stilted house. Subsequently, our group departed from the home of the deceased and proceeded to exhume the coffins of Jiangmin Shun and his son, under the guidance of Jiangmin Shun's wife. We arrived at a bamboo grove located behind their residence. My grandfather inquired about the birth dates of Jiangmin Shun and his son, noting that individuals born under the signs of the snake, dragon, or dog were prohibited from entering, while others were permitted. Earlier, at the home of the unfortunate soul, I had questioned my grandfather about the rationale behind the restrictions on certain zodiac signs. He explained that each person's birth date and zodiac sign differ, with some signs complementing one another while others clash or conflict. Encountering someone whose fate is at odds with that of the deceased could potentially lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, my grandfather forbade their entry for the sake of their safety. As we entered the bamboo grove, we beheld 2 mounds of earth, devoid of tombstones, as they had yet to be inscribed. Upon sighting the mounds, Jiangmin Shun's wife collapsed in grief upon them. It was only after her sorrowful weeping subsided that we managed to pull her away. Following the established rituals, my grandfather produced a yellow talisman and placed it at the 4 corners of the mounds, subsequently sprinkling a circle of chicken blood around them. Finally, he summoned several individuals to offer incense to Jiangmin Shun and his son. Although I held no particular affection for them and felt no sorrow regarding their demise, respecting the deceased was paramount. Thus, at my grandfather's behest, I offered a stick of incense to each of them. After the incense was burned, several young men shed their outer garments and rolled up their sleeves to begin their labor. They wielded their hoes, sweat pouring down like rain, and by the time they had excavated both graves, dusk had settled in, similar to the decayed coffin of the previous corpse. The coffins of Jiang M. Nshn and Jiang Chu N were already infested with mold, albeit their demise occurred a few days later, resulting in a lesser proliferation of the fungi. The dense bamboo grove shielded them from the sun, eliminating the need for a makeshift shelter. They directly lifted the coffin lid and dragged the bodies of the father and son, wrapped in black cloth, out into the open. As they hoisted the corpses, I could not help but cast a glance. Jiang Chu-in's death was grotesque, and his body had begun to decompose. As for Jiang M.Nshn, there was no body to speak of. He had perished in flames, reduced to charred remains, so what lay in the coffin was merely a pile of scorched bones. Chapter 33. Vertical coffin burial. As night descended, the sun sank behind the towering mountains, and the stars adorned the vast sky while the moon ascended. The luminous orb was resplendent tonight, full and round, resembling a jade plate, devoid of the ominous aura of a blood moon. Bathed in the silvery glow, each individual seemed to experience a transcendence of body and spirit. We bore 4 corpses to the riverbank. 3 were swathed in black cloth, while the body of Nyoda remained in its coffin, yet to be interred. A multitude awaited us at the riverbank, and I, feeling somewhat restless, paced back and forth, lamenting the delay of the coffin's arrival. My grandfather, puffing on his water pipe, reassured me, "Patience, we shall bury at midnight. There is ample time. Even if the coffin were to arrive now, we would still await the appointed hour. Look at the beauty of the moon tonight. If you quiet your mind and gaze upon it, peace will envelop your heart." I nodded and settled beside my grandfather. The moon indeed cast a breathtaking glow, akin to a lantern suspended atop the mountains. Moonlight danced upon the river's surface, creating a shimmering tapestry. Captivated by the enchanting scene, my previously agitated spirit gradually found tranquility. My grandfather's advice proved efficacious. When one feels restless, a glance at the moon can indeed bring solace. After a while, a voice rose above the stillness, announcing the arrival of the coffin. 3 large coffins were placed upon wooden carts, drawn by several robust men, who huffed and puffed as they brought them to the riverbank. 4 black lacquered coffins, including the one belonging to Nyoda, were arranged in a line along the riverbank. The moonlight cascaded upon the coffins, casting an eerie and mysterious aura. Together, we lifted the bodies of the decayed Fish, Jiang Quan, and Jiang Men Shun into their respective coffins, securing the lids with nails. My grandfather glanced at the time and summoned the 10 or so young men who had previously dug the coffins, giving them detailed instructions to excavate 4 large pits on the riverbank. The young men, bare-chested, wielded their hoes and began to dig. After 2 to 3 hours of laborious effort, they had successfully unearthed the 4 substantial pits, each of them panting and drenched in sweat. As we approached the completed graves, we were struck with astonishment. The shapes of the pits were remarkably unusual, unlike anything we had ever encountered. Traditional graves are typically rectangular, slightly larger than the coffin itself to accommodate it. However, the pits my grandfather had instructed them to dig were vertical, resembling 4 square wells, allowing the coffins to be interred upright within them. This method of burial was truly unprecedented. My grandfather walked to the edge of the pits, circling them as he tossed in some yellow paper offerings. Having recently read Tong Tian Su, I understood that my grandfather's actions were referred to as warming the pits. Before the burial, the grave pit lies cold and heavy with the earth's weight. To dispel this chill, some yellow paper is ignited and cast into the pit. Warming the grave before the coffin is placed within. However, prior to the interment, a crucial step must be taken to ward off insects. The bottom of the pit teems with snakes, rodents, and ants, prompting the scattering of lime powder and realgar around the perimeter to drive away these pests, thus preventing them from damaging the coffin. After all, as the coffin is made of wood, it is susceptible to the gnawing of insects, which would hasten its decay. Once these preparations are complete, the hour of the rat approaches. "Grandfather, is it time for the burial?" I inquire. He nods and instructs them to bring over the coffin of the deceased. As the 4 vertical shafts come into view, the parents of the departed are filled with confusion and turn to grandfather, asking, "Sanyi, what is the significance of such a grave pit?" Grandfather gestures towards the pit at their feet and explains, "This is known as a vertical burial or an inverted burial. When the coffin is placed inside, the deceased must be positioned with their head downward and feet upward. As he speaks, he illustrates with his hands. Those who die a violent death carry heavy grievances, and this method effectively allows for the release of their resentful spirits. The gathered crowd, upon hearing grandfather's explanation, cannot help but praise him, exclaiming, "San Yi is truly remarkable. He is indeed a wise man. Remember the direction of the head. Ensure it is placed in with the head downward." Grandfather instructs the young men carrying the coffin. The group of young men utilize 2 wooden poles as levers to elevate the heavy coffin. Once upright, they secured it with ropes and, in unison, dragged the coffin towards the vertical well, where the decaying remains of the fish were gradually lowered alongside it. Subsequently, the bodies of Jiang Quan, Jiang Min Shun, and Nyoda were similarly interred into the well. Notably, Jiang Min Shun had no corporeal form, only a charred skull. Nonetheless, we honored the skull's orientation and interred him head down, feet up. Once all 4 coffins were laid to rest, my grandfather commanded the sealing of the grave. This task was executed simply, as they covered the well's mouth with soil, swiftly sealing it. My grandfather circled the 4 burial sites, casting yellow talismans while reciting incantations in an unusual melody as the sun shines brightly. May the coffin enter the hall, the deceased into the grave, sealed with yellow earth. Upon completing his song, he placed incense at each of the 4 mounds, nearly concluding the burial rites. He advised the parents of the decaying fish, Jiang Min Shun's wife, and Nyo Er, stating that the resentment of the unjustly deceased would dissipate only after 7 days. During this period, it was best to offer incense daily to their loved ones. After the 7 days had elapsed, should they wish to erect a tombstone, they could do so, but they must refrain from disturbing the earth during this time. They now regarded my grandfather with utmost reverence, treating his words as sacred decree, and dared not defy him. Following such an ordeal, no one desired to witness another tragedy befall Long Dragon Village. On the following day, under my grandfather's instructions, 30 tables were set up in the village committee's open space, and the entire village, comprising men, women, and children, gathered to partake. This sumptuous feast was funded by the village and orchestrated by a local chef, serving 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to bring joy and cleanse the spirits of those who had attended the funeral the previous day. Secondly, to celebrate the village of Panlong for having narrowly escaped calamity. In accordance with tradition, the family of a deceased is obliged to treat those who assisted during the funeral to a meal, including my grandfather and the young men who helped excavate the grave. This gesture serves not only as a token of gratitude, but also as a means to ward off any lingering misfortune that may have attached itself to those who participated in the burial. Chapter 34. Joer, this is a jubilant feast, with radiant smiles illuminating the faces of all attendees. For considerable time, each villager in Panlong Village has lived under the oppressive shadow of death, engulfed in anxiety and fear. Now, that ominous shadow has finally dissipated, allowing everyone to revel in the beauty of life. Undoubtedly, the hero behind the salvation of Panlong Village is none other than my grandfather, Zheng Sanyi. As the esteemed hero of Panlong Village, my grandfather has been invited to occupy the central seat of honor, surrounded by village officials, akin to stars orbiting the moon. As Zheng Sanyi's grandson, I am privileged to sit beside him. I can feel the waves of respectful gazes directed towards us from all corners, and I sense the villagers' genuine admiration and reverence for my grandfather. In this moment, I suddenly perceive the unparalleled honor associated with the profession of a water scribe. Previously, Jiang Minshun had insulted my grandfather, branding him as one who feasts upon the dead. However, at this moment, I have come to understand that it is indeed those who serve the deceased who earn the deepest respect. As the guests at our table raise their glasses in toast to my grandfather, others from different tables also approach to offer their respects. My grandfather possesses an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. His tolerance is legendary, welcoming every toast without faltering, and he remains steadfast even after countless cups. Sitting beside him, I naturally garner respect from others as well. Amidst the clinking of glasses, my grandfather also mentioned some of my own heroic deeds. recounting how I bravely confronted and repelled the female ghost. This revelation causes many to regard me with newfound respect. Even the village officials express their commendation, raising their glasses in salutation to me. In the mountains, children are not bound by many conventions. Their temperaments are rather unrestrained. Although I am merely 12 years old, I still raise my cup of wine. One village official praised, Miao possesses such a demeanor. He will undoubtedly be the successor of the third master. My grandfather, stroking his beard, smiled and replied, I hope he becomes not just a successor, but one who surpasses the blue from which he emerged. Despite my tender age and limited tolerance for alcohol, I found myself somewhat intoxicated after consuming such a vast quantity. As the midday feast lingered on, I could no longer withstand the effects of the drink. I excused myself and staggered homeward, collapsing onto my bed in a disheveled manner, succumbing to a deep slumber. I had indulged in considerable amounts of wine, and the inebriation was quite pronounced. We had been drinking homemade, pure grain liquor, which initially delighted the palate with its rich grain aroma. However, as the effects set in, it felt as if my head had been struck with a heavy blow. Weighed down and on the verge of exploding, nightmares plagued me one after another, cold sweat cascading down like a string of pearls, thoroughly soaking the bed linens. Just as I was drifting in and out of consciousness, feeling as though I were teetering on the brink of death, a small hand rested gently upon my forehead. This hand was cool to the touch, and, curiously, as it made contact with my brow, the icy sensation emanating from it immediately quelled the searing heat swirling in my mind. The alcohol had rendered my forehead unbearably hot, my head bubbling as if filled with boiling water. A chill emanated from my palms, permeating my forehead, akin to the soothing effect of a fever patch, which swiftly cooled my brow. As the heat dissipated, the discomfort in my head lessened, the boiling turmoil within gradually transforming into a gentle stream, as if a crystalline spring from the mountains flowed in, continuously nourishing my mind. Before long, clarity enveloped my thoughts, the uneasy sensation vanished, and I felt rejuvenated. Akin to having savored ambrosial nectar, an indescribable sense of bliss washing over me. Suddenly, I opened my eyes to behold a young maiden clad in a flowing white gown seated beside my bed. She appeared to be of similar age to me, her eyes twinkling like stars, with a radiant smile, delicate lips, and a refined nose, her features exquisitely beautiful. An ethereal aura emanated from her, mingled with an alluring charm. With just a single glance, it felt as though my very soul had been captivated by her presence. Lying in bed, I lay motionless, gazing at her in a daze, my mind blank. In response to my fervent gaze, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, enhancing her beauty, as she playfully inquired, Miao, you're awake? I nodded, cradling my head as I sat up, gazing at her in astonishment. Young lady. Oh, no, sister. Who are you? How do you know my name? The maiden regarded me intently, suppressing a smile as she replied, What? Have you forgotten me in just a few days? A few days? I suddenly slapped my forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear. I remarked how familiar the girl in white appeared, as if I had encountered her somewhere before. Suddenly, it dawned on me that this girl before me was none other than the one who had previously graced my dreams. I had been deeply captivated by the dream girl, believing her to exist solely in the realm of slumber, never anticipating, never imagining that I would find myself so exhilarated that I could hardly contain myself. To my astonishment, the girl from my dreams was indeed real, standing right before me in this tangible world. I rubbed my eyes vigorously and pinched my cheeks hard to ascertain whether I was intoxicated or had truly awakened. Should I address you as sister or younger sister? I stammered, caught in my excitement. Whichever you prefer. The girl in white replied with a nonchalant smile. Whichever? That won't do. I scratched my head in confusion. What if you're older than me? I will be taking advantage of you by calling you younger sister. Conversely, if you're younger, calling you sister wouldn't be appropriate either. Pray tell, how old are you? That makes sense. The girl in white chuckled, tilting her head in contemplation. I am 11. Ah, I am 12, just a year your senior, so I shall call you younger sister, I exclaimed, clapping my hands in delight. All right. The girl in white responded cheerfully. Younger sister. By the way, what is your name? I still do not know your name. I inquired. The girl in white stroked her chin thoughtfully and said a name. Just call me Joer? Yuya. What a rather hasty name. It seems so casual. Nevertheless, I remain unconcerned. After all, with her striking beauty, any name would suffice. Joer, have we met somewhere before? I initially intended to inquire if we had encountered each other in a dream, but as the words lingered on my lips, I found such a question rather peculiar. Would Joer think me insane? Thus, I deliberately opted for a different approach. Joer nodded. We have met more than once. Huh, more than once? I scratched my head, striving to unearth previous memories, yet I could not recall any other instance where I had encountered Joer. It seemed I had only seen her in a half-conscious dream, where she mentioned that she would be departing for a while in the coming days and would return later. Chapter 35. The Sesame Cake Meow. Whom were you conversing with? Grandfather's voice resonated from the doorway. Ivasum. I was startled as a fleeting white shadow vanished before my eyes. Grandfather entered the room, his countenance still vibrant despite having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. His eyes darted around the room like a radar, keenly surveying his surroundings. Are you intoxicated? He inquired. Just yet. I dozed off for a moment, but I feel much better now, I replied. Grandfather nodded thoughtfully. I was just at the door and could have sworn I heard you speaking to someone. And no, not at all, I said, scratching my head, my expression earnest. I'm the only one here. Surely, I am not so inebriated as to be speaking in my sleep. Without further ado, Grandfather left, but before departing, he retrieved a sesame cake from his pocket and placed it on the table. I noticed you indulged quite a bit at lunch and scarcely ate anything. I brought this for you to satisfy your hunger. Thank you, Grandfather. I nodded, warmth swelling within me. Grandfather's kindness was truly profound, especially after realizing I was not his biological grandson. It made his affection feel even more precious. As he turned to exit the bedroom, I swiftly got out of bed, peering through the window only to find that he had already departed. Glancing around the empty room, I softly called out, Joer, where have you gone? Joer, come out now. Joer. Just now, when my grandfather inquired about me, I did not mention Joer, for she had hidden away as soon as he entered. Since Joer was unwilling to meet strangers, I refrained from bringing her up. Moreover, Joer and I are not well acquainted. It would be rather awkward to explain to my grandfather the presence of a young girl and a solitary boy in the same room. I called out to her a few times, and when there was no response, I assumed she had left. Suddenly, I heard her voice from above. I'm here. My heart leaped with joy as I looked up to find Joer sitting atop the beam, her two fair legs dangling in the air, swaying gently. I was secretly astonished. How had she climbed up there? It seemed she ascended in the blink of an eye. Such speed was rather remarkable. Could it be that she possesses some extraordinary agility? Joer, why are you up so high? What if you fall? Come down. I beckoned her to descend. With a delightful giggle, Joer leaped gracefully from the beam. She landed before me as lightly as a swallow, akin to a fluttering butterfly, floating down with elegance and poise. I gazed in awe, unable to contain my admiration. What splendid skill! Joer, resembling a fairy, appeared gentle and delicate, yet she proved to be quite the adept. This display of agility hinted at her formidable training. Joer, are you hungry? I have a freshly baked sesame bun here, just brought back by my grandfather, still warm. Please, help yourself. As I spoke, I extended the bun towards Joer. She replied that she wasn't hungry, but sensing my earnestness, she reached out to accept the bun. However, the moment her fingertips grazed its surface, she yelped as if she had touched a branding iron, quickly retracting her hand, causing the bun to tumble to the ground. I was taken aback, pondering how the bun could possibly be so scalding. I had just held it moments ago, and it had felt perfectly temperate. Why did Joer react as if she had encountered something searing? Joer, what happened? I asked, somewhat dazed and perplexed. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered. There is something inside the bun. Something inside the bun. Her words left me bewildered. I nodded, sincerely explaining, this is a beef-filled bun, with tender beef inside. And cilantro, too. Don't you like cilantro? Joer rolled her eyes and pointed at the ground, exclaiming, what beef and cilantro? Your grandfather has hidden a talisman. What? Confused, I looked down and indeed spotted a yellow talisman lying beneath the bun, which had fallen out when it hit the ground. The talisman had been folded and concealed beneath the bun, which itself was wrapped in an oiled paper bag. Thus, when I picked up the bun, I had been unaware of the talisman hidden within the confines of the bag. How peculiar. I encountered this yellow talisman without any issues. So why did Jiwa react so intensely upon touching it? Grandfather once mentioned that his talismans are designed to combat malevolent entities, unless they are special talismans. They should not inflict harm upon humans. I was the first to grasp the sesame cake and subsequently touched the yellow talisman without experiencing any injury, indicating that this talisman was not aimed at people. Since the talisman was not directed at humans, it must have been intended for malevolent beings. Why would Grandfather conceal a yellow talisman within the sesame cake? Could it be that there exists a malevolent presence in my bedroom? My gaze swept around the room, ultimately resting upon Jiwa. My heart jolted violently. Jiwa had exhibited an extreme reaction to the talisman. Could it be that Jiwa is malevolent? Was Grandfather's talisman actually meant to deal with Jiwa? It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over my head, sending chills through me. I stood in disbelief, my mouth agape. The Jiwa before me was actually a malevolent entity. But how could Jiwa be malevolent? She had always treated me so kindly. She even saved my life in a dream, and she has never shown any intention to harm me. Could Grandfather have been mistaken? Suddenly, the door swung open with a powerful gust of wind. I turned to see Grandfather standing at the threshold with his hands clasped behind his back. A surge of alarm coursed through me. Had he not already departed? Why had he returned? Grandfather stood at the threshold, his gaze traversing past me to rest upon Jiwa. His eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity, akin to two arrows unwaveringly fixed on their target. The moment Jiwa made even the slightest movement, those arrows would be unleashed. The bedroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. With no one uttering a word, I looked at Jiwa, who in turn gazed at Grandfather, while I turned back to Grandfather, who was once again fixated on Jiwa. Caught between them, I felt superfluous and immensely awkward. I managed a few dry chuckles, rubbing my hands together, and said, Jiwa, allow me to introduce you. This is my grandfather, San Yi, the renowned water script master of Panlong Village. Grandfather, this is Jiwa, a new friend I just met. A meow. Grandfather's voice was devoid of warmth, his tone carrying an imperious command. You may leave now. Chapter 36. The sun rises from the west. Grandfather, I shall remain here. I murmured. You must go out. Grandfather's voice rose an octave. At that moment, Jiwa unexpectedly said to me, a meow, you should step outside. It's nothing to worry about. I pressed my lips together and, lowering my voice, replied to Jiwa, very well, I shall go out first. If anything arises you call for me. I turned back 3 times, reluctant to leave the bedroom, and as I passed by Grandfather, he remarked, I am merely having a conversation with your new friend. Why are you so anxious? Just converse well. Embarrassed, I chuckled awkwardly and gradually retreated to the door. Suddenly, Grandfather flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept through, as if an invisible hand had propelled me out of the bedroom. Immediately, I heard the door creak shut behind me, leaving Grandfather and Jiwa inside. Outside the door, I paced anxiously, uncertain of what Grandfather intended to discuss with Jiwa. When I had emerged moments ago, I had noticed the seriousness etched on Grandfather's face. Whenever he bore such a grave expression, it signified that something significant was afoot. Although I had only met Jiwa a handful of times, for reasons unknown, her presence instilled in me a sense of security and warmth, as though we were long acquainted souls. Thus, in my heart, I had already regarded Jiwa as a friend. In Panlong Village, I find myself devoid of companionship. My sole friend, the unfortunate Lanyuzi, has passed away, leaving me in solitude. I hold dear my friendship with Jiwa. At the very least, she offers me conversation and playful company. Even if Jiwa is not human, I accept that. Regardless, she has never harmed me, and I trust she will not. In this world, whether human, demon, or ghost, there exists a dichotomy of good and evil. Even if Jiwa is not of human origin, she is certainly not a malevolent spirit. If her intentions were truly sinister, she would have acted long ago. There would have been no need to wait for my grandfather's return. As I approached the window ledge, eager to catch a glimpse of the happenings inside, I inadvertently raised myself on tiptoe, only to have the curtains fall abruptly, obstructing my view entirely. In a flurry of anxiety, I scratched my head and dashed to the door, pressing my ear against it, hoping to discern the conversation between my grandfather and Jur. However, after a prolonged silence, I heard nothing, leaving me uncertain whether their words were simply hushed or if they were entirely mute. One thing, however, I could ascertain: there was no sign of conflict or argument between them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be such complete silence. As long as there were no sounds of struggle, I could find some measure of solace. I exhaled quietly and moved to the shade outside the bedroom. The summer sun blazed mercilessly in the afternoon, scorching my skin, while the cicadas sang their exhausted melodies. With the heart of a child, the loud chirping above stirred a desire within me to capture one of those cicadas for play. I circled the tree trunk and discovered a large cicada perched atop it, its loud call resonating with a remarkable intensity. Embracing the trunk, I cautiously began to ascend, fearful of startling the insect. The cicada, whether due to fatigue or naivety, remained utterly still, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. I climbed to a suitable height and slowly extended my hand, poised to seize the cicada with my grasp. At that moment, someone called out to me from below, "Meow, what are you doing up there?" Startled by the unexpected voice, I lost my footing and plummeted from the tree, landing unceremoniously on my back. I clutched my aching rear, yelping in pain. Fortunately, I had not climbed too high, for had I ascended further, the consequences would have been far more severe. Rubbing my sore backside, I noticed two figures standing beneath the tree, Tianyu and Hu Tao. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I pondered their intentions. In the days before Jiang Quan's demise, Tianyu and Hu Tao were his loyal followers, often referred to as his right and left guardians. They were his accomplices in various misdeeds, having participated in numerous unsavory activities under his direction. Given their association with Jiang Quan, my impression of them was naturally unfavorable. Our paths rarely crossed, making their sudden appearance at my home all the more perplexing, akin to a maiden embarking on a journey for the very first time. I glanced at them with a hint of apprehension, my right hand discreetly grasping a small stone, contemplating that if these two ruffians intended to trouble me, I would strike first. Their provocation warranted a response, and should I injure them, it would merely be an act of self-defense. Tianyu and Hu Tao extended their hands to assist me, and I, with a wary expression, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" A sycophantic smile adorned Tianyu's face as he replied, "Did you hurt yourself? We are here to help you up." "Yes, indeed. Let us assist you." Hu Tao chimed in, aiding Tianyu in lifting me to my feet. Their sudden display of courtesy left me utterly bewildered. Something was amiss, and I pondered their true motives. They had never treated me with such politeness before. What is the meaning of this? I queried, glancing between Tianyu and Hu Tao, completely at a loss. Tianyu reassured me, "Meow, do not misunderstand. Hu Tao and I have come specifically to express our gratitude." "Grateful for me?" I pointed to myself in confusion. Hu Tao nodded and retrieved a plastic bag from behind him, filled with an assortment of fruits, while Tianyu produced another bag containing snacks favored by children, including the luxurious delight of chocolate. Their sincerity was evident. They placed the fruits and snacks into my hands, and I stood there, dumbfounded, uncertain of their ulterior motives. Tianyu and Hu Tao exchanged a glance, then stood side by side before me, bowing respectfully and expressing their gratitude. "Meow, thank you. Thank you for saving us alongside Third Master." They began, "In the past, we indeed engaged in some rather unsavory deeds, and we hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us." These two fellows, unexpectedly solemn, approached me with apologies, leaving me somewhat uncomfortable. Given their usual demeanor, I couldn't help but suspect they had lost their minds. Noticing my silence, Tianyu placed his hand upon his chest and assured me, "Meow, I promise you, from this day forth, we shall never again indulge in such nefarious activities." Indeed, Hu Tao chimed in, "We have resolved to turn over a new leaf and become better individuals. I swear it upon the heavens." He raised his right hand in an oath. With Tianyu following suit, I too swear. I was nearly amused by these two clowns. Nevertheless, considering their apologies and the allure of snacks, I decided to forgive them. I said, it's all right, let bygones be bygones. From now on, let us coexist harmoniously. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao nodded vigorously yes. Thank you, Brother Miao. We are grateful for your magnanimity and willingness to overlook past grievances. Brother Miao, what is this new title? I inquired, bemused. With broad smiles, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao replied, we discussed it on our way here. From now on, we shall follow you, your Brother Miao, and we shall be your loyal followers. Thus, we have joyfully decided. Two individuals patted my shoulder, without inquiring whether I consented to accept them as my underlings, and joyfully scampered away. I shook my head and glanced at the sun in the sky, pondering what peculiar circumstances had unfolded today. Had the sun risen from the west? Chapter 37. The simpleton Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao had been gone for quite some time, and I was still in a daze. Those two rascals, who once trailed behind Jiang Quan, exerting their influence and bullying me without restraint, had surprisingly come to seek my allegiance, even acknowledging me as their older brother, pledging to heed my commands in the future. It felt as though I were caught in a fantastical dream. However, the snacks and fruits they brought me appeared utterly delectable. Seated beneath a tree, I retrieved a piece of chocolate from my pocket, eagerly tearing open the wrapper and savoring each bite. For city children, chocolate is hardly a rarity, but for those of us from the mountains, it stands as the pinnacle of confectionery delights. To indulge in a piece of chocolate is a source of pride that could be boasted about for an entire year. Moreover, the chocolate gifted by Tian Yu, enriched with nuts, was of a higher quality than the usual fare, tempting me to the point where I nearly swallowed my own tongue in delight. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, being friends with Jiang Quan, must have been well off. I had heard that Tian Yu had an aunt living abroad, who often sent him exotic chocolates. After finishing the chocolate, I found myself yearning for more, blissfully licking my fingers when suddenly the door to the bedroom swung open, and my grandfather emerged. I quickly rose to greet him, grandfather. Upon noticing the fruits and snacks I was holding, my grandfather inquired, who gifted you these treats? I smiled faintly as Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao came to my door to apologize, bringing gifts as tokens of their sincerity. They even declared their intention to recognize me as their elder brother and to follow my lead. My grandfather chuckled softly, remarking that although those two had been somewhat bothersome in the past, they were fundamentally loyal and principled. Grandfather, what about Jior? What did you discuss with her? I inquired with curiosity. My grandfather stroked his beard, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, we didn't talk about much, just a momentous occasion. He burst into hearty laughter and strode out of the room. A momentous occasion. I scratched my head in confusion, pondering what this joyous event could be. My grandfather appeared genuinely delighted. What could he have discussed with Jior that brought him such joy? Grandfather, Jior, she isn't involved in anything sinister. Is she? I called after his retreating figure, voicing my most pressing concern. Without turning back, he simply replied, you should ask her yourself. I'm off to buy some things. Let's celebrate properly tonight. Celebrate? Celebrate what? Did we not just have a feast in the village at noon? I mused, bewildered, as I turned to head to my bedroom. Jior. I entered the room cheerfully, relieved to see that my grandfather and Jior had not quarreled, but seemed to be enjoying a harmonious conversation, alleviating my earlier worries. However, the room was eerily empty, and Jior was nowhere to be found. I'm up here. The voice of Jior echoed from above. I looked up and saw her perched on the beam, her little legs dangling and swaying. Why are you climbing so high again? I set down the bag in my hand and called to Jior, come down. I'll treat you to some chocolate. I don't want chocolate. Jior replied with a laugh. What would you like then? Cookies? Candy? Oh, and fruit. I genuinely regarded Jior as a good friend, which is why I wished to share these delights with her. Stretching lazily, Jior said, I don't want anything. It's too hot. I just want to sleep. With that, she yawned. Sleep. I touched my head and pointed to my bed. Then why not come down and sleep? You can take my bed. I'll let you. No need. I prefer sleeping up here. It's more comfortable, Jior declared. And to my astonishment, she lay back on the beam, crossing her legs with a look of contentment. The beams in the rural houses are quite high, possibly around 5 meters, making it difficult for an ordinary person to climb up, let alone sleep there. If one were to roll over and sleep, the consequences could be dire. I implored her earnestly, Jior, it's so dangerous to sleep up there. You should really come down. This is my home, and if you were to fall and hurt yourself, I couldn't bear the responsibility if your parents came looking for you. Jior chuckled lightly. Don't worry. I don't have parents. No one will come to trouble you. No parents. I was taken aback to discover that Jior, too, was without parents. A sudden wave of shared sorrow enveloped my heart. I am without parents, and so is Jior. We are both solitary children, which explains the profound affection I feel upon seeing her. It seems as though an invisible bond of fate has already been woven between us. Yuad, opurudisa. I'm at a loss for words. I press my lips together, eager to express more, when a faint snore emanated from above. To my astonishment, Jior had fallen asleep. How remarkable it is that this girl, seemingly carefree, could slumber so soundly on the beam above. I have heard tales of the most unusual sleeping positions, like the little dragon girl resting on a rope, yet she is merely a fictional character from martial arts novels. Thus, I find it extraordinary that Jior, on a beam barely the width of my palm, could sleep so peacefully. I dared not leave the room for fear she might tumble down, forcing me to keep my head tilted upwards, straining my neck. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the cicadas outside, calling out with fervor. In my boredom, I cracked sunflower seeds while watching over Jior as she slept. Remarkably, she remained undisturbed throughout the night, not once shifting, as if magnetically affixed to the beam above, a precarious yet fortunate situation. After what felt like an eternity, Jior yawned, stretched, and sat up, murmuring, "How delightful, simply exquisite." I gazed up at her, on the verge of tears, thinking, "Sister, you may feel at ease, but my neck is about to snap." Jior looked down at me, her expression one of surprise, and asked, "What is the matter? Have you been watching over me all afternoon?" I asked. "Indeed." I pointed to my neck and confessed, "I was afraid you might fall, so I kept vigil over you, and, as a result, my neck has become immobile." Jior chuckled and playfully chided, "You truly are a little fool." Little fool. The term struck me as novel. It seemed like an insult, yet it carried a warmth that was unexpectedly comforting. Jior then leaped gracefully before me, raised her delicate hand, and gently patted my neck. Instantly, my meridians were unblocked, and the pain in my neck vanished. I attempted to turn my head and found it surprisingly agile, no longer stiff at all. Chapter 38. A joyous day, I gave a thumbs up to Jior and exclaimed, "You're a miraculous healer. Are you feeling better?" Jior inquired. "Yes, absolutely. Look, I can stretch and retract my neck." I cheerfully demonstrated the motion of extending and retracting my neck. Jior burst into laughter. "Zhang Miao, I truly admire you. How can you be so amusing? Do you realize what your recent antics resemble?" "Resemble what?" I queried. "What creature's head stretches and shrinks like that?" Jior replied with a playful grin. I rolled my eyes and retorted, "Oh, you wicked woman. Are you calling me a turtle?" I exclaimed, lunging towards Jior. She giggled and dashed away. "You said it yourself. I never uttered such words." "Stop right there. Just wait until I catch you. I shall give you a thorough spanking," I threatened, pointing at her. With a cheeky smile, Jior taunted, "Catch me? Let's see if you possess that skill. Just you wait," I declared, spreading my arms to corner her. I seized the opportunity and lunged forward with all my might. I had once captured fish in the water using a similar approach, and I was confident I could catch a living person. To my astonishment, I missed completely and, with excessive force, tumbled headfirst, nearly knocking out my front teeth. "Wow, this little girl is impressive. She's even slipperier than a fish." Giggling, Jior called out, "Silly fool, I'm right here." Upon glancing back, I was startled to discover that Jior had somehow crept behind me, reclining on my bed with her hands clasped behind her head and legs crossed, casting a derisive smile in my direction. "How audacious! You dare tease me? Just wait until I strip you of your garments." With sleeves rolled up, an unexpected surge of courage compelled me to utter such domineering words. "Come on." Jior beckoned with a finger, her face adorned with mockery. "If you manage to touch my clothing, I shall concede defeat. Behold my dragon claw grip. I will seize you." With a primal roar, I lunged forward, and after a leap, my hands grasped a soft, fluffy object. Elated, I exclaimed, "I've caught it! I've caught it! What have you ensnared?" "You incvilet. I caught you. Wait, that is not right." Suddenly it dawned on me. if I had indeed captured Joa, who was it that was questioning me? Upon opening my eyes, I was astonished to see Joa perched atop the wardrobe, grinning widely. Lowering my gaze, I realized, to my dismay, that what I had grasped was none other than my own pillow. I felt utterly toyed with by Joa, and in a fit of desperation, I seized the pillow and hurled it directly at her. Joa burst into laughter, nonchalantly kicking the pillow aside as she taunted, "Are you in a hurry?" The pillow soared towards the door, and at that moment, the door swung open, revealing Grandpa's figure at the threshold. Xiaotian. With a resounding thud, the pillow landed squarely on Grandpa's face. Joa stuck out her tongue and covered her eyes with her hand. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I leapt from the bed, tiptoeing my way towards my grandfather, picking up the pillow. "Grandfather, you're back?" I inquired. He did not reprimand me. Instead, he asked, "Where is Joa?" "She is on top of the wardrobe," I replied, gesturing towards it. My grandfather turned his gaze towards Joa, saying, "Joa, I have brought you a new outfit. Try it on to see if it fits." He tossed a bag to Joa and then turned to me, stating, "I have purchased a variety of ingredients. Come with me to the kitchen to prepare the meal." As my grandfather exited the bedroom, I followed closely behind, casting a puzzled glance back at Joa. What was happening? Since when had my grandfather developed such a close bond with her that he had gone out specifically to buy her new clothes? I wondered how long he had been away. It turned out he had ventured into town, for it was only there that one could find a shop selling clothes. The journey to town required a boat ride. Otherwise, we would need to traverse a formidable mountain. Upon arriving at the kitchen, I was astonished to see the counter brimming with an array of ingredients. Chickens, ducks, fish. Nothing was overlooked. Curiously, I asked my grandfather, "Grandfather, what special occasion is today? It seems quite extravagant, and the spring festival is still far off." In my recollection, only during the annual spring festival did my grandfather prepare such a lavish feast. Today appeared to be an ordinary day, and I could not comprehend what had brought my grandfather such joy, or what he was celebrating. Was it merely the arrival of our new friend, Joa? Surely, such an occasion did not warrant such grand festivities, with cooking and gifting clothes. What on earth was going on? Grandfather chuckled softly, retrieving the vegetables he had purchased from his pocket. Today is not the spring festival, yet it feels even more festive, he exclaimed. Why? I pondered deeply, counting on my fingers, but could not discern what made today so special. Grandfather tossed 2 pieces of wood my way. Today is your day of great joy. As I grasped the axe, preparing to split firewood, his unexpected declaration startled me, causing the axe to clatter to the ground and nearly injure my toe. I gazed at him in astonishment, my eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Grandfather, what did you just say? A day of great joy? What day of great joy? He smiled gently. What do you consider a day of great joy? It's the day of your wedding. Wedding? I gasped, nearly losing my tongue in disbelief. My mouth agape, I stared at grandfather, my mind buzzing as if a train had just thundered past. You mean I am to be wed? I asked, pointing incredulously to my chest. Grandfather picked up a ladle, filled it with water from the large pot, and placed the freshly slaughtered chicken within for blanching. He nodded at me, affirming, yes, of course it is your wedding. Or should it be mine? I am but half buried in the earth, having spent a lifetime in solitude. Well, what could there be for me? Grandfather, are you jesting? How old am I? You wish for me to marry? Does the nation not advocate for late marriage and late childbirth? Moreover, I do not even have a partner. Who am I to marry? I resumed, picking up the axe to chop firewood, convinced that grandfather was merely teasing me. Grandfather suddenly exclaimed. What is the matter, Joa? I looked up, my face filled with confusion. Grandfather smiled faintly, adding slices of ginger and cooking wine to the pot, without turning his head. He said, You're betrothed, Joa. Oh, at that moment, my mind was not merely overwhelmed. It felt as though a train had thundered through, its horn blaring. Bang! The axe I had just been holding clattered to the ground once more, and my jaw dropped in disbelief. Grandfather, are you jesting? Grandfather covered the pot and turned to face me, his expression earnest as he replied, Do you think I would joke about such matters? Chapter 39, The Betrothal, Part 1. I am to marry Joa? To think that I have only encountered her a mere handful of times. While I harbor a genuine fondness for her, it seems rather hasty to leap into discussions of matrimony. Not to mention, I am merely 12 years old. Is it not a tad premature to contemplate marriage? Moreover, Jiu'er and I have yet to experience the tender nuances of courtship. To proceed directly to wedlock appears somewhat exaggerated, does it not? Furthermore, even if I were to acquiesce to this union, what of Jiu'er's sentiments? Marriage is a matter of mutual consent. How can it be dictated solely by my will? Jiu'er is a vision of beauty, resembling a celestial maiden stepped straight out of a comic, while I bear the mark of a crimson birthmark upon my visage, earning me the moniker of a monster. This is not mere self-deprecation. Rather, it is a recognition of my reality. The notion of marrying Jiu'er is akin to a toad dreaming of devouring swan meat. I place the neatly chopped firewood into the stove, the flames crackling brightly, casting a rosy glow upon my face. With a hint of shyness, I inquired, "Grandfather, has Jiu'er consented?" He replied, "Of course she has agreed. If she had not, would I be speaking to you about it? Just this afternoon, I ventured into town to procure a new wedding gown for her. A wedding gown. To think that the new attire grandfather gifted to Jiu'er is, in fact, a bridal dress. My heavens, what discussions transpired between them during his visit to the bedroom? What led to this unexpected match? And why would Jiu'er acquiesce? Grandfather, what is truly happening here? I wiped the soot from my face and turned to him, a sense of unease lingering within me, as I felt that this betrothal was far from straightforward. Grandfather lifted the blanched chicken from the pot, pouring oil with an exuberant joy that was unmistakable. He exclaimed, "Meow, you are saved, do you know? You are saved." I stared at him in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his words. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Tossing spices into the pan, he stirred vigorously, the clattering of the spatula echoing in the kitchen. He continued, "Aren't you born lacking a soul? Jiu'er is sent by the heavens to rescue you. Once you marry Jiu'er, you shall reclaim the soul you have lost." Really? I gazed at my grandfather in disbelief, utterly astonished that a remedy for my dire condition had appeared so swiftly, and that this remedy was none other than my newfound friend, Jiu'er. Previously, grandfather had informed me that I would only live until the age of 18, and if I could not discover a way to restore my soul by then, my fate would be sealed. I had lost hope in this matter, with 6 years still remaining until my 18th birthday. I merely wished to live those years as vibrantly as possible. To my surprise, in a moment of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. I was indeed saved. Overwhelmed with emotion, I trembled, rendered speechless. After all, life is a singular gift, and who does not wish to prolong it? Grandfather burst into hearty laughter, adding the chicken to the sizzling oil. After a thorough stir, he added water and covered the pot, turning back to me with a smile. "Why are you still standing there? Go wash up and change into some fresh clothes. I've even bought you a wedding outfit. This evening, you and Jiu'er shall first arrange a childhood betrothal, and when you both reach the age of 18, you will formally wed. Once united in marriage, you will be able to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person." I nodded with delight, casting aside what I held in my hands, and turned to exit. Just as I reached the doorway, a thought struck me, and I turned to inquire of my grandfather. "Grandfather, what exactly is Jiu'er? Your talisman can harm her. She can't be human, can she?" My grandfather stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, she is not human. Yet she is also not a ghost." "Then what is she?" I asked with curiosity. My grandfather squinted his eyes and slowly uttered a single word through clenched teeth. "Demon." "A demon?" I gasped in surprise, realizing that Jiu'er is, in fact, a demon. My grandfather smiled and asked, "She is a demon. Are you afraid?" I pressed my lips together and earnestly replied, "Regardless of whether one is human, ghost, or demon, there exists a distinction between good and evil. I believe that even if Jiu'er is a demon, she possesses a kind heart." My grandfather nodded approvingly. "Indeed, at such a young age, you possess such a broad-minded perspective. I am truly pleased for you. As for what Jiu'er truly is, you should ask her yourself." My grandfather intentionally left me in suspense, igniting my curiosity. I exited the kitchen and hurried back to my bedroom. The door to my bedroom was unlocked, and, as I pushed it open, I was greeted by an astonishingly beautiful sight. Jiu'er stood with her back to the doorway, adorned in a resplendent red wedding dress. The gown featured a zipper at the back, and as she turned her right hand to pull it up, the zipper ascended halfway, revealing a stunning expanse of her alabaster back, breathtaking in its beauty. Gulp! I involuntarily swallowed, the sound perhaps too loud, startling Jior. She glanced back, her face lighting up with a gentle smile as she chided, "Silly boy, what are you doing standing there? Come help me." Her playful admonition sent my heart racing, and I approached her, mesmerized and trembling, extending my hands to assist her with the zipper. The setting sun streamed through the wooden lattice window, casting a warm glow upon Jior. In that moment, clad in her vibrant red wedding attire and bathed in the golden rays of dusk, she was an embodiment of beauty beyond words. It would be no exaggeration to say that Jior fulfilled every fantasy I harbored of a celestial being. Turning back, she lifted her gown and twirled gracefully before me, the fabric swirling like a blossoming flower. "Is it beautiful?" she inquired, her smile radiant. I was so entranced that I momentarily failed to register her question. "Hey, silly boy, what are you daydreaming about?" Jior waved her hand in front of my eyes, pulling me back to reality. Finally, I snapped my fingers and exclaimed, "It's beautiful, truly beautiful." With a radiant smile, Jior approached the desk and began to adorn herself before the mirror. As she delicately combed her hair, she playfully remarked, "Zhang Amiang, you should take great joy in having such a breathtakingly beautiful little wife." I couldn't help but grin foolishly. To have Jior as my wife was not merely a source of quiet delight, but a dream that could awaken me in laughter. Surely, in my past life, I must have performed numerous good deeds and accumulated considerable virtue to be bestowed with such fortune in this life. I stepped behind Jior and caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. With the sight of the unsightly birthmark on my face stirred a wave of sorrow within me. Gently touching the blemish, I inquired, "Why did you agree to marry me?" As she continued to braid her hair, my question caused her to pause abruptly. After a few moments of silence, she flashed a charming smile and replied, "To repay a kindness." Chapter 40. The Betrothal, Part 2, Gratitude. Isterd blankli otiwa, utterly perplexed. Had I ever aided her in any way? Why was she here to express her gratitude? Jior queried, "What is the matter? You look as though you cannot recall who I am." I shook my head in astonishment. I grew up in Pamlong village, and I am quite certain that there has never been a girl as beautiful as you there. Jior was stunning. Had I encountered her before, she would have left an indelible impression, and I could not possibly have forgotten her. Yet, Jior spoke with such conviction, and from the very start, she referred to me by name, as if we were intimately acquainted. This indicated that she indeed knew me. How strange it was that while Jior recognized me, I had no recollection of her. This should not be the case. Noticing my bewildered expression, Jior smiled and suddenly leaped gracefully, soaring up to the beam of the house. When I turned to look, she had vanished from sight. My grandfather had mentioned that Jior was a spirit. Thus, I was not particularly astonished by her elusive abilities. "Jior! Jior!" I called out, my voice echoing. To my surprise, I heard a familiar rustling from the beam. A thrill coursed through me, and I raised my head, waving towards the beam. "Shao Bai, is that you returning?" Shao Bai. Sure enough, a pure white little snake slowly peeked its head over the beam. The serpent is an animal that instills fear in many. Yet this little white snake evokes a sense of warmth within me. Each encounter feels akin to reuniting with an old friend. Little White had been absent for several days, and I found myself pondering her whereabouts. Only to my astonishment, she returned at this very moment. But wait, if Little White has returned, what of Jior? As soon as Jior vanished, Little White appeared. Could it be? A sudden realization struck me. Could Jior be Little White, and Little White be Jior? I gazed at the snake in astonishment. "Are you Jior?" With a swift motion, the little white snake transformed into a young girl perched upon the beam, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown. Indeed, it was Jior. She chuckled playfully. "Silly one, you finally recognized me." So, it was... Jior was indeed the little white snake, and the little white snake was her true form. No wonder she knew me. No wonder she claimed we had met numerous times. It also explained the inexplicable familiarity I felt each time I beheld her. Jior was the very essence of that little white snake. Light as a feather, she leaped down from the beam and landed gracefully before me, flashing a smile. Now that you know my true identity, are you afraid? You are to what a serpent. After all, if you wish to reconsider, now is your chance. I am not afraid, I declared, my chest swelling with resolve. Jior, still smiling, returned to her vanity to continue her grooming. My heart was filled with both astonishment and joy, yet I felt no fear whatsoever. I was acutely aware of one truth. Regardless of the true nature of Jior, she would never harm me. In fact, she would save me. If gratitude were to be expressed, it should be I who expresses it, for Jior has rescued me on numerous occasions. Were it not for her, I would have perished long ago in the small river behind the mountain. Jior is truly my savior. With her long hair elegantly pinned up, she exuded an air of classical beauty, radiating nobility and grace. All right, that will suffice, Jior declared, admiring her reflection in the mirror, clearly pleased with her appearance. As I beheld the breathtakingly beautiful Jior before me, the events of the day felt surreal, as if I were caught in a dream. I foolishly inquired, Jior, do you truly wish to marry me? Jior nodded affirmatively. Yes. Is there a problem? I felt my face flush crimson as I softly replied, You are so beautiful. I feel unworthy of you. Taking my hand, Jior gently encouraged, Silly boy, have a little confidence. One day, you will become a handsome man. A handsome man? I let out a bitter laugh, shaking my head. I had never dared to hope for such a title. My only wish was that one day, the birthmark on my face would fade, and I would no longer be called a freak. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I asked Jior, given your abilities, it seems impossible that you could not contend with Jiang Quan and his group. Why? When we first met by the river, did you nearly fall victim to them? Jior's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a bashful demeanor as she spoke in a hushed voice. It's better not to mention it. Just thinking about that incident is utterly embarrassing. I was merely indulging my appetite and drank a jug of grave wine, only to discover it was a jar of arsenic wine. After consuming it, I felt completely drained of strength and all my powers vanished, transforming me into an ordinary little snake. Overcome with heat, I slipped into the river to cool off, and just as I emerged from the water, I stumbled upon you all. Had you not been present that day, I would have perished at the hands of that fool, Jiang Quan. The thought of a dignified spirit snake meeting its end at the hands of a mere child is utterly humiliating. Jior's tale was indeed peculiar, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter, particularly at her colorful description of that fool. With a playful scolding, Jior remarked, Zun a meow, you heartless one. I nearly met my demise, and here you are, so amused. Go away, go away. If you continue to laugh, I shan't marry you. I immediately stifled my chuckles. Yet upon seeing the tension on my face, Jior erupted into laughter again, saying, Look at how anxious you are. I was merely teasing you. It's getting late. Hurry and change into your attire. As Jior exited the bedroom, I was left alone in the room. I shed my outer garments, took a refreshing shower, and donned the wedding attire. The outfit was a vibrant red, exuding festivity, complete with a groom's cap. I gazed into the mirror and found that the ensemble suited me well, enhancing my appearance. Covering the birthmark on my face with my hand, I couldn't help but smile ruefully. Without this mark, my countenance would indeed be quite handsome and refined. Grandfather once remarked that the birthmark upon my visage was a manifestation of cadaveric toxins. He believed that if ever I had the opportunity to eradicate these toxins from my face, the birthmark would vanish along with them. After changing into suitable attire, I entered the main hall, where Grandfather had already laid out a sumptuous array of delicacies, the aroma tantalizing the senses. A pair of crimson candles flickered on the table, simple yet imbued with an air of celebration. Seated across from Grandfather, Jior, and I, being still quite young and experiencing such an event for the first time, felt a wave of shyness wash over us, particularly I, with my heart pounding anxiously in my chest. Grandfather lifted a bowl of wine and addressed us. Meow-ju. Today I shall preside over the binding of your betrothal. This union shall be advantageous for you both. I hope you will cherish each other, and, when a Meow reaches the age of 18, you shall formally wed. Jior and I raised our wine bowls, exchanging glances, our faces flushed under the candlelight, each of us blushing profusely. Little did I ever imagine that I would be betrothed to a serpent. Chapter 41. The water year, the water festival, known among the Shui people as the Jieduan, signifies the commencement of a new year. The term Duan refers to the beginning of the year, while Jie connotes the act of feasting. Hence, the festival is also referred to as the eating year, akin to the Han Chinese celebration of the Spring Festival. However, a notable distinction lies in the Shui people's unique calendar, which dictates that all festive dates are determined according to their own lunar system. Within this calendar, September is designated as the beginning of the year, with the festival occurring on the 9th day of the 9th month, commonly referred to as the water year. The water year is the most significant celebration for the Shui people, prompting those who work far from home to traverse great distances to return for the festivities. The interval from the start to the conclusion of the water year spans over 50 days, extending to nearly 60 days in leap years. Thus, the water year is often regarded as the longest spring festival in the world. During this time, the Shui villages resonate with exuberance. Every community engages in the rhythmic beating of bronze drums, the melodious playing of reed instruments, and the harmonious singing that continues throughout the night and into the following month. Friends and relatives visit one another to exchange greetings, and the mountainous regions inhabited by the Shui people become enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. As the lingering warmth of summer fades, preparations for the new year are already underway. Throughout this period, I've been diligently learning from my grandfather about the Tongtian Su, acquiring a wealth of knowledge and mastering certain rudimentary spells, much to my grandfather's delight regarding my progress. As a revered water spirit master, my grandfather holds a distinguished position within the aquatic community. In the days leading up to the new year, our home has become a veritable hub of activity, with a steady stream of visitors arriving daily, some from our village, others from neighboring ones, including those who have benefited from my grandfather's kindness and those drawn by his esteemed reputation. From the moment I rise in the morning until dusk descends, I find myself welcoming guests, and it is no exaggeration to say that the threshold of our home is nearly worn down by the incessant foot traffic. Those who come to extend their New Year-esque greetings bring with them an assortment of gifts, their offerings piling high in our home. Some present lavish gift boxes, while others take a more down-to-earth approach, bringing chickens, ducks, and fish directly to my grandfather. There are even those who bestow red envelopes upon him. Pointing to the mountainous heap of festive goods, my grandfather said to me, Miao, observe this. Interpersonal relationships are fundamentally simple. When you treat others with sincerity and kindness, they will reciprocate in kind. He then handed me a red envelope, saying, Miao, this is your New Year's money. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Take Jiu to the town for a stroll and indulge in some delightful treats and new clothes. Do not let her feel neglected. I accepted the envelope with joy and expressed my gratitude to my grandfather. The following day, I rose early and took Jiu by the hand as we ventured into the town. We set sail from Panlong village to the bustling marketplace. The town was alive with people, adorned with lanterns and decorations, exuding the joyous spirit of the celebrations. Though modest in size, the marketplace is a veritable paradise for children from the mountains. In the bustling market town, a plethora of delectable snacks and shops selling garments and footwear beckon. On market days, numerous stalls emerge, offering games such as balloon darts, ring toss, and archery. Upon arriving at the town, I found myself ravenous, prompting me to take Jiu out for a meal. The culinary tradition of the Shui ethnic group is predominantly characterized by its sour and spicy flavors, encapsulated in the saying, no dish is complete without sourness, and no feast is enjoyable without spice. I led Jiu to a roadside food stall, inviting her to savor the uniquely Shui sour soup. This tantalizing dish comes in various forms, including the spicy sour made from chili, the tomato-based hair-tingling sour, the fish sour derived from aquatic delicacies, and the pungent sour brewed from pig and cow bones. The most commonly used variant is the spicy sour, crafted by thoroughly washing fresh red chilies, blending them with water into a paste, and then combining this with ample sweet rice wine or glutinous rice porridge. This mixture is sealed in a pickling jar to ferment, resulting in the coveted sour soup. When ready to serve, we boil ingredients such as cabbage, greens, tender bamboo shoots, and large leaf chives. Then add the spicy sour for a delightful simmer. A dipping sauce is prepared with ground chili, salt, and other seasonings, enhancing the experience as we dip the vegetables, resulting in a flavor that is both delightful and exceptionally appetizing. During the festive season, one must indulge in a hearty meal, so I requested the proprietor to enrich the sour soup with beef and fish, creating a sumptuous blend of meat and vegetables. Initially, I worried that Jur might be unaccustomed to the Shui cuisine. However, to my surprise, she exhibited no fussiness. Together, we eagerly devoured an entire basin of sour soup. After satisfying our appetites, we strolled through the market, engaging in games of balloon darts and ring toss, reveling in the joy of the day. These playful games were effortlessly conquered by Jur. Whether it was popping balloons or tossing rings, we had won a plethora of prizes from the proprietor, leaving us with an abundance of plush toys that filled our arms. We also ventured into a store to purchase new garments. I, however, refrained from acquiring much for myself, choosing instead to spend my money on a lovely dress for Jur and a new pair of cloth shoes for Grandpa, before reluctantly departing from the marketplace. Upon our return to Panlong Village, dusk was already approaching. As we stepped into the courtyard, we spotted Grandpa seated there, rhythmically tapping on a copper drum, with a water buffalo hide laid before him. Hearing our footsteps, he inquired without looking up, Meow, are you back? Indeed. Grandpa, what are you doing? Jur asked curiously. I am making a drum. Grandpa lifted his head and smiled at us. Meow, set down your things and lend me a hand. Why are we making a drum? You questioned me. I placed down the New Year goods and explained to her that the Shui people celebrate the water year with a unique tradition of drumming, which resonates throughout the day and night, filling the air with its sound during the festive weeks. Particularly on New Year's Eve, it is imperative to strike the drum, akin to the Han people setting off firecrackers. Thus, during the water year, every household crafts a new drum. Grandpa nodded in agreement. Indeed, every New Year's Eve, the butcher from a village brings me a fine piece of water buffalo hide, specially delivered for me to create a large drum. Only the sound of a drum made from this hide is the most melodious. With great enthusiasm, Jur observed us as we crafted the drum, chattering incessantly. Grandfather, how did this custom of drumming originate? Grandfather stroked his beard thoughtfully. The exact origins of this drumming custom are lost to history. Nonetheless, it has been passed down through countless generations. It is said that in ancient times, the sound of drums on New Year's Eve served a purpose akin to setting off firecrackers among the Han people, both intended to ward off malevolent spirits or frighten away wild beasts. Over time, drumming has become an indispensable tradition for the Shui people. Grandfather, the skin is now wrapped. I called out to him. All right, he responded, retrieving nails and expertly hammering them in, securing the water buffalo hide tightly onto the drum. The large cowhide drum was now complete. I picked up the drumsticks from the ground and handed them to Jur. Give it a try. Jur swung the drumsticks and struck the cowhide drum several times. The drum resonated with a series of booming sounds, crisp and powerful, producing a delightful melody. Jur grinned widely and exclaimed, "This sound is truly delightful." Chapter 42. New Year's Eve. Grandfather, it's New Year's Eve tonight. Are we not preparing the reunion dinner? After ensuring the drum was ready, I felt a pang of hunger. I wandered into the kitchen, eager to discover what delectable dishes Grandfather had prepared, only to find the kitchen cold and uninviting, devoid of any sign of cooking. It was apparent that no meal was to be made. I was astonished that Grandfather would neglect the reunion dinner. Were we truly not celebrating the New Year? Although our family may not be affluent, we certainly weren't destitute. While our daily meals were simple, during festive occasions, a sumptuous feast adorned our table. For over a decade, it had just been Grandfather and me, and every New Year's Eve had been marked by a lavish spread of fine food and drink. Grandfather emerged from the inner room, donning a clean garment. It was a traditional long shirt of the Shui ethnic group, a refreshing aqua hue that radiated vitality. Previously, Grandfather had owned a similar attire, but it had been torn during a confrontation with my mother. I had purchased this new long shirt for him just before the new year, and he had been reluctant to wear it, keeping it in the wardrobe for a significant occasion. Now, seeing him dressed in this long shirt, it was evident that he intended to go out. Grandfather, you put on new clothes. Are we going out? I inquired. He smiled gently and replied, You and Jior should tidy up and change into new clothes as well. We are going out for dinner. Going out for dinner? I scratched my head in confusion. But it's New Year's Eve. Surely the restaurants are closed tonight? Furthermore, it seems that there are no restaurants in our village. Grandfather chuckled, saying, Who mentioned dining at a restaurant? This afternoon, Elder Zeng Er visited. Earlier this year, he had sought my assistance in assessing the feng shui for his new house. He recalled this matter and insisted on expressing his gratitude, stating that today is New Year's Eve and his family has prepared some delightful delicacies, inviting us to their home. I could not decline and had to accept. I exclaimed in realization. It was indeed New Year's Eve, hence grandfather had not prepared a festive dinner. As previously mentioned, in Panlong village, there are 3 elderly men surnamed Zeng. The eldest among them, Elder Zeng, is 90 years of age. Elder Zeng Er, in his 70s, ranks second. Having spent half his life as a hunter, he remains remarkably robust and often ventures into the forest to hunt, even at his age. Grandfather, at 60, is the youngest of the 3, thus referred to as Zeng Sanyi. The titles of Elder Zeng Er, and Elder Zeng San are derived from their ages, rather than being actual siblings. Contemplating the visit to Elder Zeng Er's home, I felt a sense of urgency and promptly washed up, donning a fresh set of clothes. I gazed into the mirror, deliberately wrapping a scarf around my neck to obscure the birthmark on my face. This birthmark has indeed troubled me and instilled a sense of inferiority, which is why I am reluctant to venture out or visit others. I am overly concerned that my birthmark will invite ridicule. Does it look good? Joair inquired as she approached. It's quite all right. You look rather handsome. I stood before the mirror, adjusting my collar. Joair pinched me playfully, exclaiming, Fool! I didn't ask you. I meant to ask if I look good. I offered an awkward smile and turned to glance at Jur, who had donned a new outfit purchased in town that afternoon. This exquisite garment was not inexpensive. The shopkeeper had mentioned it was a rare find brought in from the city. Due to its high price, he feared that the townsfolk would be unable to afford it. Hence only one piece was brought back. I had thought of this dress as a New Year gift for Jor, and without a moment's hesitation, I paid for it. The shopkeeper likely spoke the truth. The craftsmanship and design of the dress were far superior to the ordinary attire. Moreover, Jor, with her natural beauty, transformed into a little princess the moment she adorned it. Beautiful, quite impressive. I nodded in admiration repeatedly. Jor smiled, gleefully taking my hand, ready to step outside. Suddenly, she halted, scrutinizing me from head to toe before tugging my scarf down. Instinctively, I shielded my birthmark with my hand, asking, What are you doing? Yue replied, Your entire outfit looks quite lovely. Why wear a scarf that clashes so utterly, making it seem out of place? Mind your own business. Just give me back my scarf. I'm cold, I protested, reaching to reclaim it, but Jur cleverly tucked it behind her back, leaving me grasping at air. She remarked, Cold? Or are you just afraid of your birthmark being seen? Jur, perceptive as ever, had pierced through my little secret, leaving me speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yue remarked, It is merely a birthmark, nothing shameful. If you cannot confront your own birthmark, how can you face your innermost self? I pressed my lips together, feeling a slight stir from Joer's words. With a sigh, she took my hand and said, Meow, have a little more confidence. Do you truly believe that many people care about the birthmark on your face? The one who cares the most about it is precisely yourself. No one mocks you. There is no need for you to feel inferior. The truly inferior ones are not those with birthmarks, but rather those with despicable character and ugly hearts. I gazed at Joer, bewildered. Where did you learn such profound lessons? Joer smiled gently. These are not profound lessons. I merely wish to enlighten you, so you do not get lost in trivialities. All right, I nodded, cradling Joer's face, smiling as I said, Tonight, I will heed your advice and reveal my truest self. If someone is bothered by my birthmark, then I have no desire to associate with such a person. You've finally come to this realization. Yes, that's the way it is. Joer gave me a thumbs up. Let us go eat. I took Joer's small hand, setting aside my apprehension, and we left the house, chatting and laughing. Grandpa had been waiting at the door for quite some time. What were you two doing in there, dawdling and taking so long to come out? Joer and I exchanged smiles, each linking an arm with Grandpa. We're off to eat. Grandpa chuckled and shook his head, leading us towards second Uncle Zheng's house. Panlong Village is not large. Even if one strolls from the entrance to the exit, it takes at most half an hour. The distance between neighbors is usually just a few minutes, with the farthest being merely a dozen minutes away. As we meandered along, every household radiated the festive spirit of a new year. Many villagers, upon seeing us, greeted us warmly. "Old Three, where are you headed? Why not come in for a while and have a drink?" The villagers are exceedingly hospitable, and since my grandfather is held in high regard, numerous people invited him to visit. With a smile, my grandfather graciously declined, saying, "I'm not free today. I'm headed to Old 2's house for a drink." Chapter 43. Wild game. After a brisk 10-minute walk, we arrived at the residence of Old Master Zeng, where the night had fully descended. The village was alive with the rhythmic beating of drums, enveloping the entire area in a jubilant and auspicious atmosphere. Old Master Zeng's home was quite spacious, comprising 3 stilted houses. The central stilted house belonged to him, while the one on the left was occupied by his eldest son, Zeng Jiangwo, and the one on the right by his younger son, Zeng Jiamin. Both Jiangwo and Jiamin had established their own families and had children of their own. On this New Year's Eve, both sons had brought their wives and children to gather at Old Master Zeng's home. Old Master Zeng's wife had passed away long ago, and he resided alone in the central stilted house. These stilted houses had undergone renovations earlier in the year, during which Old Master Zeng even consulted his grandfather regarding the feng shui. A hunter by trade, Old Master Zeng had relied on his skills throughout his life, selling some of the precious furs he acquired, and thus managed to live comfortably. His eldest son, Zeng Jiangwo, had inherited his father's legacy, proving himself to be an exceptional hunter, even surpassing his father's prowess. The younger son, Zeng Jiamin, occasionally accompanied his elder brother on hunting trips, though he primarily tended to the family's agricultural endeavors. Behind their home lay a vast vegetable garden, brimming with an array of fresh produce, all of which they harvested for their daily meals, ensuring their food was both fresh and pristine. As we stepped into Old Master Zeng's home, the entire family was already gathered, eagerly awaiting our arrival. Old Master Zeng waved to my grandfather with warmth, inviting him to sit. Come, third master. We've been waiting for you for quite some time." Grandfather settled down beside second Uncle Zeng, while Joer and I took our places next to him. We greeted second uncle and his sons, wishing them a happy new year. Upon noticing Joer, second uncle curiously inquired of grandfather, "Third uncle, who is this lovely little girl? She appears so enchanting." Grandfather chuckled softly and replied casually, "She is my newly recognized granddaughter. What a delightful blessing to have such a beautiful granddaughter. Truly a cause for celebration," exclaimed second uncle as he poured rice wine for grandfather. In front of each of us was a bowl of wine, for it is a custom among the water people to serve their homemade rice wine during festivities or when hosting guests. This rice wine, with its low alcohol content, is akin to sipping a sweet beverage. As it was New Year's Eve, the table was naturally adorned with an abundance of dishes, predominantly traditional water people delicacies, including glutinous rice sausages, ginger duck, rice cakes, sour soup, and the most renowned dish of the water people, fish wrapped in chives. This particular dish is essential during festivals or rituals, a secret specialty of the water people. The fish used is carp, but not just any carp. It is one caught from their own rice fields during the plowing season. After cleaning and preparing the carp, it is split along the spine, seasoned with salt, Sichuan pepper, and marinated in rice wine for about an hour. Then, chunks of ginger and garlic, along with washed chives, broadleaf, Sichuan pepper powder, crushed Sichuan pepper, and dried chilies, are stuffed into the open fish. Once prepared, it must be bound with 3 loops of straw twine around its body. As for the reasons behind such customs, the wisdom of our ancestors remains a mystery to us. During the cooking process, glutinous rice wine is poured into a small jar, which is then placed in a pot filled with clear water. A steaming rack is positioned atop the jar, upon which fish is placed and the fire is ignited. Initially, the fish is steamed over high heat for 30 minutes, followed by a gentle simmer for an additional 20 minutes, allowing the aromatic essence of the wine to thoroughly permeate the fish before it is finally served. The finished chive-wrapped fish emanates a delightful fragrance and boasts a tender, delectable taste. Elder Zung warmly invited us to partake in the feast, encouraging us to feel at ease. We exchanged toasts, wishing each other a happy new year, and the atmosphere was delightful. Before long, we had consumed 3 cups of rice wine. To be honest, I felt quite joyful this evening. In previous years, I had spent New Year's Eve solely with my grandfather at home, although we prepared the festive meal and adorned the space with decorations. The two of us rendered the occasion somewhat somber. However, dining at Elder Zhang's home today, amidst a lively gathering, imbued the atmosphere with a sense of warmth and familial spirit, naturally uplifting my mood. After several rounds of drinks, Elder Zhang inquired of his eldest son, Zhang Jiangwo, "Is the main dish not yet ready?" Zhang Jiangwo rose with a clap of his hands, saying, "I'll check on it in the kitchen." "Elder, there are already so many dishes. Is there more?" my grandfather asked. Elder Zhang refilled my grandfather's glass, saying, "It's New Year's, after all. The eldest has brought back some game, and I specifically invited you to savor its freshness." Zhang Jiangwo, being a hunter, frequently brings back game. It is a rarity for us, and hearing about it piqued my curiosity. Thus, I asked Elder Zhang, "Elder, what kind of game has my brother brought back? Have you ever tasted badger meat?" Mr. Zhang inquired with a smile. "No," I replied, shaking my head. I had heard of it, but had never had the opportunity to try it. "No worries," Mr. Zhang continued. "Today you shall savor it, cooked with potatoes and small pumpkins. Exquisite." At that moment, Mr. Zhang Jiangwo entered, carrying a large basin, and a rich aroma of meat wafted through the room. He placed the basin upon the table, revealing a vibrant medley of badger meat intermingled with potatoes, small pumpkins, and other farm-fresh vegetables, their colors inviting and mouth-watering. Mr. Zhang adeptly picked up a piece of badger meat with his chopsticks and placed it in my bowl. "Give it a try and see how your elder brother's culinary skills fare." I expressed my gratitude and lifted the piece of badger meat to my lips. It still bore its skin, which was crisp while the meat was tender and chewy, providing a delightful texture without getting stuck in my teeth. The richness of the fat oozed forth with each bite, filling my mouth with an intoxicating meatiness. "Is it delicious?" Mr. Zhang asked. Nodding enthusiastically, I uttered, It's delicious. So fragrant. Then indulge yourself." Mr. Zhang encouraged, raising his wine cup. In the Zhuang dialect, "Shou" signifies a toast, and "Shou one" means to drink a toast. Typically, the eldest elder at the table initiates the toast, prompting everyone to follow suit. After downing a cup of rice wine, my appetite only heightened, and I eagerly reached for another piece of badger meat, relishing each bite. I'm not unfamiliar with consuming meat. Today, however, I indulged in a few extra bites solely due to the irresistible aroma of the badger meat. To be candid, Zhang Jiangwo possesses quite remarkable culinary skills. This sizable bowl of badger meat, paired with rustic farm dishes and slowly cooked over an open fire, truly exuded an enchanting fragrance. Suddenly, Zhang Yi served a piece of badger meat to my grandfather. As he took a bite, his expression abruptly shifted, prompting him to spit the morsel out. This unexpected action caused all those at the table to cease their eating. We gazed at grandfather in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why he, a man who typically upholds decorum, would engage in such an impolite act. Chapter 44. Unappreciative Third Master. What is the matter? Is the food not to your liking? Young Master Zhang inquired cautiously upon noticing his grandfather's stern expression. As the host, he was keen to avoid offending their esteemed guest. However, the evident displeasure etched on his grandfather's face suggested otherwise. The elder was not known for his eccentricity, leaving me perplexed as to the cause of his sudden ire. Grandfather lifted the cup of rice wine before him, gulping down a generous mouthful, only to swish it about before spitting it out with a loud splatter. Young Master Zhang's expression turned awkward. "Third Master, what is this? This is not badger meat," Grandfather declared, his demeanor icy as he seized a pair of chopsticks and struck mine, causing the piece of badger meat I had just picked to tumble to the floor. "If this is not badger meat, then what is it?" Young Master Zhang pondered, lifting a piece of the meat to his nose for inspection before taking a bite. He discerned nothing amiss. After all, the dish was braised with an array of spices, enveloping his palate in a rich aroma, leaving him unaware of its true nature. Moreover, even if it were not badger meat, It was still a form of game, and, as guests, it was customary to partake in what the host offered without undue scrutiny. Grandfather's act of spitting out the meat simply because it was not badger was, indeed, rather inappropriate. Young Master Zeng turned to Zeng Jiangwo, asking elder brother, "What kind of meat did you serve that third master insists is not badger?" Zeng Jiangwo asserted, "I have told you, this is badger meat. Surely I would not deceive you with pork." Grandfather regarded Zeng Jiangwo with a chilling gaze, his eyes sharp as a knife, and inquired, "Are you still trying to argue? Speak honestly, what kind of meat are you using?" Under the piercing scrutiny of grandfather, Zeng Jiangwo appeared somewhat unsettled. He lowered his head and mumbled, "What does it matter what kind of meat it is? It is certainly not human flesh. Just eat it without asking so many questions." Clearly irritated, Zeng Jiangwo felt that his painstakingly prepared New Year's Eve dinner, intended for third uncle's enjoyment, was being met with unwarranted scrutiny. Suddenly, grandfather stood abruptly and instructed us, "Meow, Joer, let's return home." He then turned and strode towards the door. The previously warm atmosphere had abruptly transformed into one laden with tension. Observing the escalating situation, second uncle quickly intervened, grasping grandfather's arm. "Third uncle, let's sit and discuss this calmly, shall we? This is a festive occasion, and I have genuinely invited you to my home. Look at how this has unfolded. If you do not wish to eat this dish, simply refrain, and we shall enjoy the other offerings, correct? Come now, do not be angry. Let us continue to drink." As the host, second uncle had extended his heartfelt invitation to partake in badger meat, never anticipating the upheaval it would incite, nor grandfather's vehement reaction. It must be said that second uncle had indeed shown grandfather considerable respect. Nevertheless, grandfather remained unyielding, pointing at Zeng Jiangwo and demanding, "Are you not yet prepared to tell the truth? Should anything go awry, do not come to me in tears." Zeng Iri stood up and approached Zeng Jiangwo, exclaiming, "You little rascal, it's a new year today. What are you up to? Speak the truth, or I shall break your legs." Cornered, Zeng Jiangwo sighed and confessed, "All right, I admit, this dish is certainly not badger meat." "What?" Upon hearing this, even Zeng Iri was taken aback. He cast a glance at his grandfather, and his old face instantly flushed with embarrassment. He had invited his grandfather over to save face, but now his eldest son had squandered that dignity, leaving Zeng Iri fuming. "If it's not badger meat, then what is it? Why did you tell me it was?" Zeng Iri angrily pointed a finger at Zeng Jiangwo, then, attempting to appease his grandfather, smiled awkwardly. "San Yi, do not be upset. Even if it is not badger meat, it is still game." Grandfather turned to Zeng Iri and spoke deliberately. This game could be deadly. His voice was low, yet the gravity of his words resonated like thunder in the room. We all stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at grandfather in astonishment, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his statement. However, I knew my grandfather's character. He never spoke frivolously or made such jokes. If he said it could be deadly, then it undoubtedly was. I instinctively covered my mouth, a wave of panic washing over me. I had consumed several pieces of that game. Would I die? Zeng Iri composed himself and asked grandfather, "San Yi, what do you mean by that?" Grandfather pointed at Zeng Jiangwo and said, "Ask your son yourself, what meat is truly in this bowl?" Zeng Iri, feeling somewhat anxious, quickly approached Zeng Jiangwo and insisted, "Clarify this." Zeng Jiangwo licked his lips and cast a glance at grandfather, admitting, "I confess I deceived you. This bowl does not contain badger meat, but it is indeed a wild delicacy. It's a yellow weasel." Yellow weasel. I was momentarily taken aback. For did not the term refer to a weasel? Upon hearing the words yellow weasel, both grandfather and Zeng Iri simultaneously changed their expressions. Grandfather, perhaps having anticipated this revelation, remained relatively calm. Yet Zeng Iri was a different story. He shouted, leaping 3 feet high in shock, and then swung his large palm, striking Zeng Jiangwo squarely in the face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Are you trying to endanger our lives?" The force of Zeng Iri's slap was tremendous, sending Zeng Jiangwo crashing against the edge of the table, where he clutched his face, blood oozing from his nostrils and the corner of his lips. I was startled, realizing that a mere dish of wild meat had escalated into such chaos. This New Year's Eve dinner was evidently ruined. What was once a joyful and festive gathering had turned into a scene of turmoil. I pondered, why did Zheng Jiangwo's act of cooking a pot of yellow weasel provoke such a vehement response from grandfather and Zheng Eri? Jiu'er seemed to read my thoughts and leaned in to whisper, the yellow weasel is inedible. Zheng Jiangwo has committed a grave taboo. Upon witnessing the wrath of the second master Zheng Jianmin hurriedly took his wife and children, along with Zheng Jiangwo's family, and vacated the premises. Zheng Jiangwo, wiping the blood from his nose, retorted with a hint of indignation, here I am, kindly preparing a New Year's Eve feast for you. Yet you show not an ounce of gratitude. If you choose not to partake, so be it. I shall indulge myself. With that, Zheng Jiangwo returned to the table, seized a pair of chopsticks, and began devouring the yellow weasel meat from the bowl with fervor. I see you are truly courting disaster. If you wish to meet your end, do not drag your entire family down with you. The second master Zheng, pointing at Zheng Jiangwo, spoke with a voice trembling in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. Chapter 45. The yellow immortal grandfather approached and seized Zheng Jiangwo by the back of his collar, much like an eagle grasping a chick, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Despite his slender frame, grandfather S. prowess was remarkable as he effortlessly hoisted the burly, robust Zheng Jiangwo. With a swift motion, he delivered a firm slap to Zheng Jiangwo's back, prompting him to open his mouth and expel the recently consumed yellow weasel meat. Once Zheng Jiangwo had cleared his mouth, he resembled a frostbitten eggplant, slumped and drained of energy, his head drooping in silence. Zheng Jimin poured him a bowl of rice wine, which Zheng Jiangwo gulped down eagerly. Grandfather's demeanor remained stern as he addressed Zheng Jiangwo. Let us separate matters clearly. First, I am sincerely grateful for the New Year's Eve dinner you have prepared. Second, I demand an explanation for the pot of yellow weasels. An explanation? Zheng Jiangwo wiped the rice wine from the corner of his mouth and scoffed dismissively. What is there to explain? It was merely a nest of yellow weasels. Look at how frightened you all are. Grandfather's eyelids twitched with agitation. What? You brought a nest of yellow weasels? Indeed, Zheng Jiangwo replied nonchalantly. I was originally after a wild chicken for the New Year's Eve feast, but on my way back, a cunning old yellow weasel snatched it away. I chased after that old weasel and, in the process, stumbled upon its den, which contained 5 little yellow weasels. I thought that since the pheasants were no longer around, I would bring back the 5 yellow weasels to serve as a delicacy for the feast. Thus, I carried away the entire nest of yellow weasels. 5 weasels? You cooked them all? Exclaimed Elder Zheng, his 5 fingers splayed in disbelief. Indeed, Zheng Jiangwo replied, with so many people celebrating the new year, I simply put all 5 into the pot. Besides, once skinned, those yellow weasels yield very little meat. The grandfather sighed deeply and stamped his foot, lamenting, what a sin! What a sin! Elder Zheng was nearly driven to madness, brandishing a stool as if to strike Zheng Jiangwo, only to be intercepted by his youngest son, Zheng Jianmin, who stood firmly in the middle, attempting to mediate. Father, please calm down. Brother, apologize to father. You must apologize. What do you expect me to apologize for? Zheng Jiangwo retorted, waving his hand defiantly. I kindly prepared a New Year's feast for you all, and now I'm in the wrong? Elder Zheng pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Jiangwo, scolding, have you lost your senses? As a hunter, have you entirely forgotten the taboos I taught you? What can and cannot be hunted? Do you possess no sense of propriety? What is a yellow weasel? It is not only forbidden to eat, it is even forbidden to kill. When we venture into the mountains to hunt, we must avoid yellow weasels at all costs. Yet you, in one reckless move, have taken 5. If the weasels were to come seeking revenge, our entire family would be doomed. Zheng Jiangwo, seemingly unfazed, dismissed the gravity of the situation. Is it really as dire as you claim? I have never tasted yellow weasel meat before, and now that I have the opportunity, why not give it a try? Besides, what can a mere weasel do against my hunting rifle? If that old yellow skin dares to seek revenge, I shall simply shoot him down, Zheng Jiangwo declared. Mimicking the act of firing a gun with his hand, exclaiming bang, Zheng Eri shook his head, chiding him, you truly are a fool. Do we not possess firearms? Why should we fear the yellow skin? He is but a wild spirit from the mountains, a celestial being. Offending him will surely bring retribution. Zhang Jiangwo rolled his eyes and downed a bowl of rice wine, slamming the bowl onto the table, declaring, "I refuse to believe in such superstitions." Grandfather sighed and, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode outside. Upon witnessing this, Jiu'er and I promptly followed him. "Third Master, wait. Third Master, please." As we reached the courtyard entrance, Zhang Eri hurried after us. With a look of contrition, Zhang Eri bowed to Grandfather, apologizing, "Third Master, I am truly sorry for today. I merely wish to invite you for the New Year's Eve dinner and share some drinks. Yet it has turned into this, causing you to miss your meal." Grandfather reassured Zhang Eri, "It is not your fault, Eri, I understand." With tears welling in his eyes, Zhang Eri lamented, "It is still my fault for not properly guiding that rebellious child. The eldest has always been unruly, compelled to do what he is forbidden. He has been a source of trouble since childhood. Noticing his restless spirit, I took him into the mountains to hunt, both to pass down my legacy and to keep him from causing mischief in the village. The boy indeed possesses a natural talent for hunting, quick-witted and accurate with his aim. In recent years, he has not caused any significant disturbances. I never anticipated that he would succumb to a moment of folly today, violating the sacred tenets of hunting." Grandfather remarked, "Not only has he breached the fundamental rules of hunting, but he has also transgressed the ancient laws of the deep forest." As he spoke, Grandfather gestured towards the undulating mountains behind the village. That ancient woodland is the territory of the Yellow Emperor, a fact well known to all. Indeed. Uncle Zheng nodded repeatedly, his face awash with urgency as he implored Grandfather. "Third Uncle, I am acutely aware that my wayward son has committed a grave error today. Yet the deed is done, and I am deeply concerned that the yellow skin will seek retribution. Third Uncle, for my sake, could you perhaps devise a means to rescue my wayward son? I beseech you. I implore you." As Uncle Zheng spoke, he nearly fell to his knees before Grandfather. "Uncle." Grandfather supported Uncle Zheng, lifting him back up, fixing his gaze upon him, and firmly stated, "Uncle, this is the consequence of Jianguo's own actions. No one can save him. You should be aware of the saying, one reaps what one sows." With that, Grandfather turned and departed, leaving Uncle Zheng standing at the gate, his face a portrait of despair. Neither I nor Jiu'er dared to utter a word, hastily following Grandfather back home. Upon our return, I could not contain my curiosity and asked Grandfather, "Grandfather, do you truly intend to offer no assistance to Zheng Jianguo?" Grandfather furrowed his brow. "Have I not made myself abundantly clear? One reaps what one sows. This is his fate, and I am powerless to intervene." Jiu'er nodded slightly. The vengeful spirit of the Huangdaxian is exceedingly intense. He bears grudges that demand retribution. Even the slightest grievance can lead to a profound enmity, let alone a vendetta as dire as this, which involves the annihilation of an entire family. That Zheng Jiangwo is truly courting his own demise. How could he dare to eradicate the nest of the Huangdaxian? He even skinned 5 little yellow weasels, tossing them into the frying pan. Surely the Huangdaxian would seek vengeance upon him. Grandfather sighed. Indeed, Zheng Jiangwo is a fool. He fails to realize that anyone capable of stealthily snatching his wild chickens must possess some formidable abilities. Retribution is undoubtedly forthcoming. After a pause, Grandfather turned to me and said, "I am currently too preoccupied to worry about Zheng Jiangwo. My concern lies with you, young man." Upon observing Grandfather's expression, I involuntarily felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. "What does this have to do with me?" "You fool. It's because you just consumed a considerable amount of weasel meat. You were reminded me." I gasped softly, suddenly coming to my senses, my heart racing uncontrollably. Goodness gracious! I've been ensnared by Zheng Jiangwo's folly. Chapter 46. The Heavenly Sacrifice in light of the profoundly unpleasant incident that transpired. We found ourselves devoid of the spirit to drum on this New Year's Eve. Grandfather remained cloistered within his room throughout the night, while I, having consumed the flesh of the yellow weasel, was beset by an anxiety of retribution, leaving me utterly disinterested in the rhythmic beating of the drum. With neither of us inclined to partake in the drumming, and with Jiur lacking the enthusiasm to celebrate alone, the pristine cowhide drum lay untouched in the courtyard. Upon awakening, it was the first day of the new year. For our water clan, this day held immense significance, as it marked the important festival of the heavenly sacrifice. At the break of dawn on this auspicious day, every household diligently prepared offerings, which must consist of a vegetarian feast. The offerings included fish regarded as a vegetable by our people, freshly made glutinous rice cakes, new rice wine, tofu, dried bamboo shoots, pumpkin, peanuts, fruits, candies, and green vegetables. Among these, chive-wrapped fish and roasted fish were indispensable offerings. As I awoke, the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen enveloped me. Grandfather had risen early to prepare all the offerings. He instructed me, "A meow. Shortly you shall take the offerings and proceed to the riverbank for the heavenly sacrifice." "Grandfather, will you not accompany me?" I inquired, perplexed. As a prominent figure in our village, how could he possibly miss such a vital ethnic ceremony? Historically, he had always assumed a leading role during these sacrifices. Without him, the solemnity of the ritual would surely diminish. "I have more pressing matters to attend to." With a grave expression, my grandfather spoke, then turned and walked away. What could possibly be more important than a heavenly sacrifice? I hurried after him, inquiring about his sudden departure. He paused, turned to face me, and articulated clearly, "Your life. Saving your life is undoubtedly more important than any sacrifice to the heavens." After uttering these words, he entered the chicken coop beneath the stilted house, emerging with a robust red rooster. He bound its feet and placed it in a woven bag, securing it to his waist. He then filled a flask with rice wine and, accompanied by the rooster and the wine, strode purposefully out the door. His voice echoed in the distance. "Remember, do not wander about these days. Wait for my return." As I watched my grandfather's receding figure, a shadow of unease enveloped my heart. Was he truly leaving to save my life? Was this connected to the matter of the yellow weasel? Sighing heavily, I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I had caused my grandfather too much worry. With my head hung low, I entered the kitchen to prepare the offerings for the heavenly sacrifice by the river. "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Nine, rubbing her sleepy eyes, bounced into the kitchen. Upon seeing the array of offerings, she exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, such a lavish spread for an early morning." I replied, "These are offerings for the heavens and cannot be eaten. If you're hungry, I can cook you a bowl of noodles." "How thoughtful." Nine nodded enthusiastically, giving me a thumbs up. I lifted the lid of the pot and prepared a bowl of noodles for her. Although it was a simple dish, the aroma was delightful, filling the air with a tempting fragrance. Jiur cradled the bowl, consuming her meal with great fervor, for she was indeed famished. The New Year's Eve dinner had left her unsatisfied, as it had ended prematurely. A bowl of noodles swiftly found its way into her stomach, and Jiur, with her glistening eyes, gazed at me and inquired, "Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating?" "My mood is rather dismal, and I lack an appetite," I replied, resting my chin on my hand. Jiur responded, "What is it? Are you still worried about the weasel seeking revenge? Fear not. I am here, and besides, Grandfather is here to protect you." Suddenly, I realized I had not seen him. I sighed. Grandfather has gone out. He mentioned something about saving my life. Perhaps he is off to confront the weasel. It saddened me to think that my gluttony had compelled Grandfather to wander about on New Year's Day for my sake. Jiur set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth, saying, "You need not blame yourself. This matter is hardly your fault. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Jiangwo would act so foolishly as to braise a weasel?" I gathered the dishes and asked Jiur, "Will you accompany me to the sky-worshipping ceremony?" With enthusiasm, Jiur clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Of course. Why would I go? I want to witness the festivities. I have heard the sky-worshipping is quite lively." "Indeed," I nodded in agreement. "It is bustling with activity, with villagers of all ages flocking to the riverbank, where a throng gathers. Everyone presents their offerings, which are placed along the riverbank, and once the ceremony concludes, the offerings are cast into the water. Such an abundance of offerings, all tossed into the river. What a waste." "You ai remarked." I chuckled softly. As members of the aquatic tribe, we harbor profound feelings towards water. Thus, this is not deemed wasteful, but rather a matter of faith. Jir nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Please wait for a moment while I change into something more suitable. I replied, I have prepared a set of attire for you, a water tribe girless outfit, which can be found beneath the wardrobe. Before long, Jir emerged, transformed in her new garments. My breath caught at the sight. Clad in the traditional attire of our tribe, she resembled a beautiful mermaid. The fresh and elegant garments accentuated her ethereal grace, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Do I look beautiful? Jir asked, spinning around. Absolutely stunning, I exclaimed with a smile. I shall change into an outfit as well. I retreated into the bedroom, rummaging through my belongings until I unearthed a set of attire for a water tribe boy. We typically dress quite simply, reserving formal garments for significant festivals or occasions. My ensemble consisted of azure trousers and a matching top, devoid of any superfluous colors. Though somewhat monotonous, it did not appear gaudy. Our tribe possesses specific preferences regarding attire. We eschew reds and yellows, particularly vibrant shades, favoring cooler tones of blue, white, and green. Therefore, members of the aquatic tribe seldom don brightly colored garments, instead opting for subtle, understated elegance. Dressed appropriately, Jir and I each carried several small baskets filled with offerings as we made our way towards the riverbank. The road was bustling with a multitude of people. The entire village, young and old alike, had gathered, even infants cradled in their parents' arms. The throng heading towards the riverbank for the celestial offering was incessant and lively. Jir, unperturbed by the crowd, engaged in cheerful conversations along the way. Upon reaching the riverbank, the scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The sandy shore was teeming with villagers, all participating in the event. Each household had prepared an array of sumptuous offerings, creating a dazzling display, while the air was perfumed with the enticing aroma of the sacrifices. The first day of the lunar month, a time for celestial worship, holds immense significance for us, the Shui ethnic group, a tradition passed down through generations. This ritual is not merely a custom. It is a heartfelt plea for blessings, ensuring that the coming year is filled with favorable weather and peace. Conversely, neglecting to partake in this sacred observance could invite misfortune and calamity in the year ahead. Chapter 47 Host Amyao. As Jir and I were strolling toward the riverbank in search of an open space, I heard someone calling me from behind. Turning around, I discovered it was Nioer. Ever since the village chief, Nioda, passed away, his son Nioer had temporarily assumed the role of village chief. While Nioda was alive, he performed admirably in his position, and thus, the villagers had no objections to Nioer inheriting his father's responsibilities. Happy New Year, village chief. I greeted Niwa. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Where's your grandfather? Niwa inkvilet. He went out, I replied. He went out. Nioer's eyes widened in surprise. Where did he go? I hesitated to explain that my grandfather had gone to deal with the matter of the yellow weasel. So I feigned ignorance and shook my head, saying, when I got up, my grandfather had already left. I did not know where he went. Hey, what is this third master up to, being all mysterious? Nioer stamped his foot in frustration, his expression one of helplessness. Are you looking for Grandpa for something specific? He asked Niwa. What do you think? He replied, Today is the day of the heavenly sacrifice, and in previous years, it has always been overseen by Third Master Zong. Yet this year, he vanished without a word, and now the entire village, young and old, is waiting. What are we to do? I let out a soft "oh," realizing that Nioer had come concerning the heavenly sacrifice. This was indeed a predicament. For every year on the first day of the new year, it was my grandfather who presided over the ceremonial rites, and now that he had unexpectedly disappeared, who could possibly take his place on such short notice? At that moment, Jir interjected, Village Chief Nio, although Sanyi is not at home, his grandson is here. Isn't he? Nioer was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that a meow should stand in for his grandfather? I turned my head, astonished, to look at Jir. She nodded exactly. A meow is Sanye's grandson. He surely possesses greater knowledge in these matters than you do. Besides a meow, who else could possibly assume the role of the host for the sacrificial ceremony? I attempted to interject, but Jir swiftly covered my mouth and pulled me behind her. Nioer pondered, What you say seems quite reasonable, but a Miao is still too young. I fear he may lack the necessary experience for such an occasion. Allow me to contemplate this further. What is there to contemplate? Yue exclaimed. Look around you. The old and young of Panlong village are all waiting. If we miss the auspicious time, it will be quite troublesome. The timing for the sacrificial rites had been meticulously calculated. If they were missed, no one could bear the responsibility. With Jiuer's words, Neo Air hesitated momentarily before decisively stating, Very well, let a Miao take the lead. I will explain the situation to the villagers shortly. Saying this, Neo Air shook my hand firmly. A Miao, today all relies on you. I hope you will perform admirably. Hey, village chief Neo. I called out as I watched him depart, ready to chase after him, but Jiuer held me back tightly. Jiuer, what are you doing? Let go, I said anxiously. No, Yue replied resolutely. With a pained expression, I lamented, I truly cannot host this. I possess no skills. Wouldn't I just be making a fool of myself? Jiuer, please let me go. I need to speak with village chief Neo and clarify things. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Confidence. At all times, one must believe in oneself. When faced with any challenge, one should affirm, I can do this, rather than succumb to thoughts of inadequacy. Jiuer crossed her arms, admonishing me like a teacher reprimanding a student. Yet, as I attempted to retort, she interrupted me directly, asserting, There is no room for buts. Haven't you been studying the heavenly register recently? You must know some of the ceremonial processes for the offerings to the heavens, right? Do not be anxious. Just take a moment to recall. After a brief pause, Jiuer continued, You should not view this as a burden, but rather as an opportunity. Did you not mention that many in the village look down upon you? This is your chance to redefine their perception, to earn their respect. Jiuer's words struck me like a revelation. Indeed, if I shifted my perspective, viewing this burden as an opportunity, I felt a surge of confidence. I placed down the offerings and gazed at the quietly flowing river, standing by its edge, silently reflecting on the teachings recorded in the heavenly register. Although I had only skimmed the surface of the text, my understanding had deepened considerably. Moments later, Nue approached, wrapping his arm around my shoulders and inquiring, A Miao, are you ready? The time is nigh. I nodded, took a deep breath, and declared, I am prepared. Let's begin. Neo Air pulled me to the riverbank, where the villagers had constructed a rudimentary altar from wood. The altar was adorned with a red cloth, upon which rested a table, also draped in red. To the left of the table lay a platter of fish, to the right, a dish of pastries, and in the center stood an incense burner. Although modest in appearance, the atmosphere remained profoundly solemn. Neo Air led me onto the altar, while Jiuer stayed behind, crowding at the front to watch me, cheering from below, A Miao, go for it. You are the best. As I ascended the altar, murmurs erupted among the villagers, their faces etched with confusion. Everyone, please quiet down. Quiet down. Neo Air waved his hand, signaling for silence, and gradually, hundreds of voices hushed. All gazes fixated on the altar. Neo Air cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resonant voice, Today marks the first day of the new year, the annual occasion for our Shui people to pay homage to the heavens. In previous years, this ceremony was presided over by Elder Zhang San, but alas, he has had to leave Panlong village for urgent matters today. Elder Zhang has entrusted the solemn duty of hosting this celestial rite to his grandson, Zhang A Miao. Therefore, today, a Miao shall lead this sacred ceremony. Let us warmly welcome him with applause. Upon finishing his words, Neo Air initiated the applause, yet the crowd remained unmoved. Not a single hand clapped, leaving Neo Air in an awkward predicament. He lowered his hands and glanced at me, offering a comforting smile. It's all right, Miao, it's all right. Perhaps they are still adjusting. The villagers' response rendered me equally uncomfortable, standing there on the altar like a wooden post. I was already quite anxious, and upon witnessing the villagers' indifferent reactions, my nervousness escalated. My mind went blank, utterly unaware of my purpose, standing on the altar, observing the awkwardness of the scene. Jiuer was the first to speak up. I support a Miao. A Miao is the grandson of Sanyi. If even a Miao is deemed unworthy to preside over the heavenly sacrifice, I ask, who among us possesses such merit? Come you, or perhaps you. Jewer pointed at several individuals in succession, all of whom shook their heads vigorously and retreated. Chapter 48. The ceremony of offering to heaven at this moment. Two voices rose from the crowd, proclaiming, "We support a Miao. We all support Miao." To my astonishment, those voices belonged to Hu Yutao and Tian Yu, who were rallying the crowd together. Their enthusiasm sparked a wave of support, and more voices joined in. Let a Miao take the lead. We believe in him. The previously quiet atmosphere transformed into a lively uproar. Hearing such overwhelming encouragement, I regained my composure, and a confident smile gradually spread across my face. I exchanged a glance with Jewer, filled with gratitude, and she responded with a silent cheer, urging me on. I looked once more at Hu Yutao and Tian Yu, pounding my fist against my chest in gratitude. Their efforts were instrumental in creating this momentum. Niuer's tense expression relaxed, and he let out a sigh. Turning to me with a smile, "Miao, are you ready?" "I am ready." I nodded, a surge of unprecedented confidence swelling within me. At that moment, it felt as though my grandfather stood behind me, and I reminded myself that I was Mr. Water Script, a shaman of the Shui tribe. The birthmark on my face began to radiate warmth, yet I felt no trace of inferiority. For the first time, I stood before the entire village, unreservedly displaying my birthmark for all to see. From this moment forth, I would embrace my true self. With my head held high, I approached the altar and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The auspicious moment has arrived. The heavenly sacrifice shall commence. Beat the drums." At my command, a large drum was hoisted onto the sacrificial platform, surrounded by 8 robust men of the Water tribe, who danced and drummed in unison. The air was suddenly filled with the booming sound of drums, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. I raised 3 incense sticks, clasping them reverently in my hands, and turned to face the flowing river, reciting the sacrificial text. "O river, sacred deity, guardian of this realm, for decades the waters have flowed abundantly. The crops have suffered. Today we offer our prayers, having journeyed from afar. May the fields flourish and the people rejoice in peace and health. May the common folk be comforted, and may the heavens take heed. With humble offerings, I express my heartfelt intentions. May the spirits be aware and partake in our rites." Though I was reciting, it seemed almost like a song, an indescribable tone that flowed from me. I had never consciously practiced such intonations. They were merely imitations of my grandfather. Perhaps my talent in this regard is indeed extraordinary. On my inaugural ascent to the sacrificial platform, leading the community in this celestial tribute, I performed with remarkable finesse. Such a chant, beyond the capacity of mere mortals, could only be echoed by a shaman. Naturally adept at deciphering the heavenly register and intuitively capable of voicing the sacrificial texts, I marveled at my own gifts. As I sang, I became increasingly immersed in the experience, entering a state of transcendence. Upon concluding the sacrificial text, I raised the 3 incense sticks high above my head and knelt down. The entire village, young and old, followed suit, kneeling in unison upon the riverbank. "First bow to the heavens," I declared loudly, prostrating myself on the ground. "Second bow to the earth. Third bow to the river deity." I held the incense aloft and bowed thrice towards the great river, followed closely by the villagers who mirrored my gestures. Rising, I placed the 3 sticks of incense into the censer. One by one, the villagers stood up as well, and with a sweeping motion of my hand, I commanded, "Bring forth the offerings." The villagers formed a line and approached the riverbank, placing their carefully prepared tributes into the water, one by one. Throughout this solemn act, each face bore a smile, radiating sincerity and a profound yearning for a better life. Witnessing the villagers' joyful expressions, I too could not help but smile. Before taking the stage, I had anticipated feeling anxious, yet once I stood before everyone, I found myself completely at ease, commanding the atmosphere with remarkable poise. The entire ritual unfolded seamlessly, earning resounding praise from all present. Neward approached me, his face alight with joy as he patted my shoulder, giving me a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Young man, well done. Who would have thought you possessed such skill? Truly, you are the grandson of San Yi, and henceforth you shall be his successor." With a smile, I replied to Nyoer, "Thank you for your trust, village chief. I hope my performance today has not disappointed anyone." Disappointed? Quite the contrary. It was a delightful surprise. Nyoer then walked over, her smiling gaze fixed upon me. Looking into her eyes filled my heart with warmth. Without her encouragement, I could never have stood on that altar. Thus, I attributed 99% of today as success to her. Overcome with emotion, I opened my arms wide and embraced Nyoer tightly. Nyoer exclaimed, "A meow. I knew you would succeed. Thank you. Thank you." My eyes glistened with tears that mingled excitement and gratitude. In that moment, I realized that from now on a meow would no longer be looked down upon in Panlong Village. I would no longer endure disdain or bullying. People would respect me and regard me with newfound admiration. Brother Meow, how cool. Hu Yutao and Tianyu rushed onto the altar, approaching me. I glanced at Hu Yutao, then at Tianyu and raised my fist, playfully tapping each of their chests. Though I uttered not a single word, this gesture clearly signified that from this moment forth, I truly considered them as my brothers. To be honest, when the two had come to my home to apologize earlier, I hadn't paid much heed to their words. After all, they had committed many misdeeds and had often bullied me. Their sudden declaration of wanting to acknowledge me as an elder brother and befriend me felt rather unfamiliar, and I even suspected they were merely speaking empty words. However, today, through their genuine actions, Hu Yutao and Tianyu transformed my perception of them. Once each household had cast their offerings into the river, everyone gathered on the riverbank to partake in a grand and unique dance. The ethnic minorities are fond of singing and dancing. During festivals, they come together to sing and dance, expressing the joy that resides within their hearts. We, the aquatic people, are no exception, particularly during the festival of Duan Jie, the New Year, when singing and dancing are undeniably essential components of our celebrations. From the very first day of Duan Jie to its final day, we revel in song and dance day and night. The sound of drums reverberates through the air as robust men strike the bronze gongs, while others, young and old, gather in small groups to dance with abandon. There are also circles of 12 or 20 individuals encircling the drum, singing and dancing as they spin together, their laughter and joy resonating in the atmosphere. We joined a large procession of several dozen, forming an expansive circle, hand in hand, twirling and dancing while singing, freely expressing the elation within our hearts. It has been a long time since I have experienced such happiness. At this moment, all thoughts of the yellow weasel have been cast far away into the clouds. Chapter 49. The Dying Hen. As everyone was reveling in joyous song and dance, a middle-aged woman suddenly burst in, grasping the arm of Nyoer and weeping. Between sobs, she implored, "Village chief, you must take a stand for me. Village chief, you must stand by my side." The commotion caused by the woman brought the dancing party to an abrupt halt, and the drumming ceased. A crowd gathered, drawn by curiosity to witness the unfolding drama. Upon closer inspection, I recognized her as the infamous Chun Mopo, a figure well known in the village. In her youth, Chun Mopo had suffered a severe illness that left her with a pockmarked visage, hence the moniker. Her striking appearance, marked by the scars of her past, often frightened many, leading to a reluctance among villagers to engage with her. Children, in particular, were known to cower at the mere mention of her name. If a baby cried incessantly, a simple statement of Chun Mopo is coming would silence them in fear. Due to her disfigured face, Chun Mopo remained unmarried, leading a solitary existence, preferring her own company. This aversion to social interaction rendered her demeanor peculiar and eccentric. One vivid memory of Chun Mopo stands out from 2 years prior. That day, upon returning from school, we witnessed her brandishing a chopping knife, relentlessly pursuing a young man from the neighboring village. The chase spanned from the east end of the village to the west. It was said that the young man, a petty thief, had taken advantage of her isolation, believing her an easy target. To his astonishment, he did not anticipate that Chun Mopo would be so formidable, brandishing a chopping knife as she pursued the little thief, shouting fiercely, thus instilling such terror in him that he voluntarily entered the village committee to confess. Had he not sought refuge there that day, it is likely he would have met his demise at the hands of Chun Mopo. At this moment, witnessing Chun Meipo running over in tears, grasping the village chief Neo Air while sobbing and wailing, it was evident that something significant had transpired. Neo Air, well aware of Chun Meipo's temperament, attempted to soothe her distress while inquiring, "Do not rush. Take your time to explain what has occurred. You will understand once you visit my home." Without hesitation, Chun Meipo seized Neo Air and began to march off, leaving him no choice but to follow her. A throng of villagers trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Curiosity piqued, I beckoned Joair to join me as we mingled with the crowd, heading towards Chun Meipo's residence. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Chun Meipo flung open the courtyard gate, revealing a scene that left everyone present in utter shock. There lay over a dozen dead chickens scattered across the yard, with blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome tableau. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the nauseating scent of blood that pervaded the air. In disbelief at the sight of the lifeless chickens, Neo Air inquired of Chun Meipo, eager to understand what had transpired. These lifeless chickens represent the culmination of Chun Meipo's efforts, serving as her sole possession. For the villagers residing in the mountains, these deceased fowls hold significant value, making this incident unbearable not only for Chun Meipo, but for anyone in her position. With tears welling in her eyes, Chun Meipo turned to Neo Air, lamenting, "I am at a loss as to what transpired. This morning, I participated in the heavenly ritual, and upon my return, I was met with this dreadful scene. Woe is me! Who could commit such a heinous act? What have I done to deserve this retribution? Who is responsible for this atrocity?" Overcome with grief, she collapsed onto the ground, her sorrow eliciting sympathy from onlookers. Though Panlong Village is not devoid of rascals like Jiangmen Shun, the overall ethos remains rather innocent, with altercations being a rarity. Such an incident has never before occurred. Frankly speaking, the gathered crowd was incensed upon witnessing the slaughtered chickens. Even if someone harbored a grudge against Chun Meipo, the method employed was excessively cruel and ignoble. During the festive season, seizing the opportunity while Chun Meipo was away, the perpetrator callously executed every single chicken in her household, leaving no creature unharmed, regardless of whether they were roosters or hens. The assailant displayed a complete lack of humanity. Neo Air, truly enraged, felt the veins in his forehead pulse as he bellowed at the crowd. Who is responsible for this despicable act? Step forward. If you dare to commit such an offense, you must also have the courage to confess. In our Panlong Village, we have never encountered someone of such vile character. In the midst of the crowd, a profound silence enveloped the air. People exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward and confess. Not even a single soul willing to provide a clue. Prior to this, everyone had been at the riverbank, participating in the celestial rites, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired here. "Very well," exclaimed Neo Air, his hands firmly placed on his hips, his expression fierce. "Today marks the celestial ceremony, the most significant day for our water tribe throughout the year. Yet, how can it be that someone dares to commit such a grievous crime on this momentous occasion? I deem this utterly unforgivable. No one dares to admit their guilt. Is that so? Fine. I shall make it abundantly clear. Should I uncover the identity of the perpetrator, they shall be banished from Panlong Village for eternity, never to return. In our Panlong Village, we will not harbor such heartless individuals. Who is responsible for this heinous act? Such a lack of conscience. How can such a dreadful person hide within Panlong Village? I concur with the village chief's decree, once identified. That individual must be expelled from Panlong Village, murmured the crowd, their sympathy for Chun Mabua's plight evident. Neo Air placed a reassuring hand on Chun Mabua's shoulder, his demeanor resolute as he spoke. "Do not worry, Chun Mabua. I shall uncover the truth behind this matter." Seated on the ground, Chun Mabua's eyes were swollen from tears. "I have wronged no one." Juror wandered into the courtyard at an unknown time, taking a leisurely stroll before exiting. Chun Meipo ceased her weeping, gazing at Juror with astonishment. "What does this mean? It wasn't human hands that caused this. Could it be that they perished of their own accord?" Juror replied, "You will understand if you come inside with me." Chun Meipo wiped her tears and, albeit skeptically, rose to her feet alongside Nyoer and several village committee officials, entering the blood-soaked crime scene. The stench of blood in the courtyard grew more intense, prompting the village officials to instinctively cover their noses with their hands. Nyoer lifted a large red rooster, pointing at its neck. "Look here." We all gathered closer, and upon closer inspection, we discovered several puncture wounds on the rooster's neck, alongside distinct bite marks. It was evident that the neck had been severed by a bite, with the skin still attached to the flesh, clearly bearing signs of a struggle. Chapter 50, Blood Footprints. Nyoer exclaimed in astonishment. This rooster's neck has been bitten off." Nyoer nodded in affirmation and lifted 2 more dead chickens for their inspection. Upon examination, Nyoer and the others discovered that both chickens had met a similar fate, their necks severed by sharp teeth. The arteries in the chickens' necks had been torn asunder, resulting in large splatters of blood scattered across the ground. "Go and inspect all the other dead chickens," Nyoer instructed the village officials. Before long, over 10 lifeless chickens lay arranged in a row on the ground. Our scrutiny revealed that each of these unfortunate fowl had suffered the same gruesome end, their necks viciously bitten through. We exchanged glances, feeling a mix of bewilderment and eeriness surrounding this incident. If this were the work of a human, what sort of twisted individual would do such a thing? If their intent was to kill these chickens, wouldn't they have brought a knife? Why resort to biting each one to death? Is this truly the act of a person? In other words, if this atrocity was not committed by a human, then what creature could possibly be responsible? Could it be that a wild beast had ventured into the village? Yet, this hypothesis seemed somewhat implausible. If it were a wild animal, why would it not consume the chickens or carry them away? Instead, it chose to kill them in such a peculiar manner. Nyoer stroked his chin thoughtfully, adopting the demeanor of a detective. He commanded the village officials to disperse and search the yard meticulously, hoping to uncover any clues or traces left behind. Regardless of whether the perpetrator was human or animal, anyone or anything that had entered this yard ought to have left behind footprints. It must be said that Nyoer possesses a certain acuity. By tracing the direction of the footprints, we indeed uncovered a lead. The courtyard bore no traces of wild beasts, yet upon the wall, we discovered 2 human footprints. The assailant must have scaled the wall, leaving impressions of their feet as they perched atop it. Since the perpetrator had stepped upon the blood of the chickens in the yard, the footprints were stained with crimson, rendering them strikingly conspicuous. Nyoer appeared quite exhilarated, gesturing for us to follow. "Let us pursue the trail of bloody footprints." We ventured out of the courtyard, following the sanguine marks, and not far ahead, we observed that the bloodied footprints led into a nearby farmhouse. Our excitement surged. It seemed we were on the brink of solving the case. The presence of the bloodied footprints unequivocally indicated that the culprit resided or was hiding within this very farmhouse. Suddenly, Nyoer tugged at my arm. I steadied myself and scrutinized the scene, my eyelids fluttering in surprise. The farmhouse ahead was none other than that of old Master Zung. Just the night prior, we had shared a New Year's Eve meal at his home. It was an indelible memory. Astounded, I gazed at the 3 stilted houses, my mind awash with questions. What was the meaning of this? Could the assailant be hiding within old Master Zung's abode? Or could it be that the culprit was old Master Zung himself? Or perhaps a member of his household? If the assailant belonged to old Master Zung's family, what motives could they possibly harbor? As hunters, would they be so foolish as to leave behind their own incriminating footprints? Nyoer inquired of a village official nearby. "Whose residence is this?" The official adjusted his glasses and replied, "It appears to be the home of Elder Zung." "Indeed, it is the abode of Elder Zung. He resides in the central stilted house, while his 2 sons have established their own families, occupying the stilted houses on either side." Nyoer stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He found it hard to accept that Elder Zung could be the perpetrator. It seemed as though he were speaking to himself, or perhaps seeking affirmation from others. Surely, Elder Zung cannot be the culprit. He has a hunting rifle at home. How could he have killed those chickens? The bespectacled village official turned to Chunmeipo and asked, "Chunmeipo, do you have any grievances with Elder Zung?" Chunmeipo shook her head, asserting earnestly, "I have never had any quarrel with Elder Zung. He is a good man, Occasionally, when he returns from hunting, he shares some of his catch with me. I find it hard to believe that Elder Zung could be the murderer. Neo Air stated, whether we believe it or not. We must investigate further, for these bloodstains lead into Elder Zeng's home. Neo Air guided us into Elder Zeng's residence, leaving 2 village officials at the entrance to maintain order and prevent onlookers from intruding. Upon entering the courtyard, we discovered several fresh bloodstains. The imprints were evidently recent. The blood still uncoagulated. Behold, the bloodstains lead to the stilted house on the right. Neo Air pointed towards the structure. I pondered aloud. The stilted house on the right belongs to Elder Zeng's youngest son, Zeng Jianmin. Neo Air ascended to the stilted house, pounding on the door with a resounding thud. He shouted, Zeng Jianmin. Zeng Jianmin, open the door. Zeng Jianmin, are you at home? After incessantly knocking for quite some time, silence reigned within the room. Yet, the fresh bloodstains at the entrance were ample evidence that someone had recently returned home. Neo Air's irritation grew. He shrugged off his outer garment, revealing a robust physique, and exclaimed in exasperation, Oh, so you choose not to open the door? Do you think that by hiding inside, I am powerless against you? With a mighty yell, he charged forward, his body akin to a cannonball, and forcefully breached the door. Inside, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, devoid of any sound. Neo Air turned to us and instructed, Let us split up and search. We cannot allow Zeng Jianmin to escape. We nodded in agreement and dispersed. Some headed to the kitchen, others to the storage room, while a few ventured into the bedroom. One individual rummaged through the living room, appending everything in his search, and eventually reported back to Neo Air, village chief, I cannot find anyone. Infuriated, Neo Air's nostrils flared with anger as he smacked the man's head and retorted, Are you foolish? Can a person hide inside a drawer? As Neo Air and I entered a bedroom, we noticed a picture frame on the bedside table, containing a wedding photograph of Zeng Jianmin and his wife. It was evident that this bedroom served as their master suite. In the mountain homes, the decor was rather simplistic, and the contents of the bedroom were plainly visible. I surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Just as I was preparing to leave, Jewel suddenly grasped my arm, raising her finger to signal silence. In a hushed tone, she urged me to listen closely. Do you hear any sounds? I strained my ears, and, after a moment, it seemed there was indeed a sound, something akin to the crunching of food. Jewel gestured towards the wardrobe behind us, exchanging a knowing glance that indicated the peculiar chewing noise emanated from within. In response, I signaled back to her, and together we stealthily approached the wardrobe, one on each side. With my left hand, I grasped the wardrobe door while my right hand counted silently. 1, 2, 3. On the count of 3, I yanked the wardrobe door open with fervor. Chapter 51. Possession. With a creak, the wardrobe door swung open, and in that fleeting moment, a figure abruptly sprang forth from within. Instinctively, I shouted Zeng Jianmin and reached out to grasp the figure's back. I seized the collar of the person, who then turned to face me. In that instant, as his visage became visible, a scream escaped my lips, and I trembled, releasing my grip as if struck by an electric shock. The individual emerging from the wardrobe was indeed Zeng Jianmin, yet he was also not Zeng Jianmin. Why do I say this? Having encountered Zeng Jianmin the previous night, I vividly recalled his appearance and attire, leaving no doubt that the person before me was unmistakably him. However, I also insisted that he was not Zeng Jianmin because the figure standing before me had ceased to resemble a human being. Zeng Jianmin's eyes glimmered with a ghastly green light. His face was obscured by a layer of yellow hair, and his lips bore traces of blood, with a few chicken feathers clinging to them. The presence of the feathers and blood alone was sufficient evidence to implicate Zeng Jianmin as the perpetrator of the heinous chicken massacre. Seizing the moment while I was momentarily stunned, Zeng Jianmin emitted a chilling, sinister chuckle and violently shoved past Joer, darting towards the window. A sudden jolt surged through me, and I yelled to the people outside, Don't let him escape. The village chief, Neo Air, had just reached the doorway of the bedroom. Zeng Jianmin's figure was remarkably agile as he sprinted to the window, leaping out with grace and landing in the courtyard. He rolled once, but did not rise. Instead, like a wild creature, he dropped to all fours and began to dash across the ground. This astonishing scene left all witnesses utterly speechless. None had ever seen a fully grown man run on all fours with such swiftness. The onlookers at the entrance gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Look, has Zhang Jianmin been possessed by a spirit?" Neo Air rushed out of the stilted building in a frenzy, directing several village officials to surround Zhang Jianmin. However, Zhang not only moved with incredible speed, but also demonstrated remarkable agility, dodging left and right, occasionally darting beneath the stilted structure. Neo Air and his companions were left flustered, unable to capture him after considerable effort. At last, one village official shouted in delight, "Everyone, come quickly. I've got him." This official, who had been hovering on the sidelines, finally seized an opportunity. As Zhang Jianmin sprinted past, he lunged forward and managed to pin him to the ground. However, their triumph was short-lived. Within mere seconds, a piercing scream escaped the official's lips as Zhang Jianmin sank his teeth into his right hand. To our horror, we beheld that Zhang Jianmin's mouth had sprouted ghastly white fangs. The official's hand was left mangled and bloodied, with gouts of blood streaming forth, flesh torn away and grueso. I gazed in astonishment at Zhang Jianmin, who was frantically dashing across the yard, muttering to myself, "Heavens, is Zhang Jianmin still even human?" Jiwa remarked, "What does Zhang Jianmin resemble now? What does he resemble?" I furrowed my brow, recalling Zhang Jianmin's visage, and suddenly a chilling realization struck me, prompting me to exclaim, "A yellow weasel." Zhang Jianmin has transformed into a yellow weasel. Jira nodded in agreement. Yes, precisely a yellow weasel. They are notorious for stealing chickens. The mere mention of the yellow weasel sent a shiver down my spine. And as I touched the goosebumps on my skin, my voice trembled. Is it the yellow weasel seeking revenge? Just last night, Zhang Zhengwo had slain a nest of yellow weasels, and now, on the first day of the new year, his brother Zhang Jianmin had metamorphosed into one. Surely, this was revenge from the yellow weasels. I shuddered violently. My grandfather's hypothesis was indeed correct. The yellow weasels had returned for vengeance. Zhang Jianmin was not the perpetrator. He had merely consumed a few pieces of yellow weasel meat and had become this way. I too had eaten yellow weasel meat. Would I be next? The more I pondered, the more fear enveloped me. I certainly did not wish to become a yellow weasel. At that moment, the Zheng Air family rushed back upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing Zhang Jianmin's current state, Zheng Eri's eyes widened with urgency. He hurriedly approached, taking Zhang Jianmin into his embrace from behind. Zhang Jianmin struggled desperately, emitting muffled sounds of distress, while Zheng Eri shouted, "Jianmin, I am your father. I am your father." Alas, before Zheng Yi could finish his plea, he was abruptly flung aside by Zhang Jianmin, crashing to the ground 5 meters away, unable to rise. Witnessing this, Zhang Zhengwo immediately rushed forward. In an astonishing display, Zhang Jianmin suddenly darted towards the stilted building, leaping nimbly up to the rooftop. There, he lay prone, casting a peculiar smile back at us, a grin that sent shivers down the spines of all present. He is possessed. It was evident that Zhang Jianmin had succumbed to malevolent forces. Neo Air cried out in alarm. With a sinister chuckle, Zhang Jianmin turned and leaped down, sprinting towards the mountains behind the house. The bizarre scene that had just unfolded sparked fervent whispers among the gathered villagers. How terrifying. Has Zhang Jianmin truly been possessed? I believe so. His behavior is so strange. He must be haunted by a vile spirit. Did you see his appearance? He resembled a yellow weasel. I heard that the Zhang family exterminated a nest of yellow weasels yesterday. Surely, the weasels have come seeking vengeance. Have they lost their minds? How dare they slay even the yellow weasel? This is inviting disaster upon themselves. Indeed, Zheng Yi is an experienced hunter. How could he have violated the taboos of the ancient forest? It is utterly unfathomable. Together, Joair and I rushed out of the stilted building and approached Zheng Yi, supporting him on either side. "Are you all right, Elder?" Elder Zheng, clutching his aching waist, wore a visage of torment. In a state of frantic urgency, he grasped my arm and implored, Miao, where's your grandfather?" "And Sanyi? Jianmin is possessed. We must seek your grandfather's assistance. Quickly, we must find him. Elder Zeng was genuinely alarmed. I shook my head in response. Elder, have you forgotten? My grandfather is not at home. I presided over the heavenly sacrificial ceremony just moments ago. Ah. Elder Zeng smote his forehead and muttered to himself. What shall we do now? What shall we do? Father, rest at home. I shall venture out. Zeng Jiangwo emerged from the stilted house, a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, his countenance cold and resolute. Where do you intend to go? Elder Zeng rasped in inquiry. Without turning back, Zeng Jiangwo declared, I'm going to bring Jiamin back. Do not go. Do you hear me? You must not go. You cannot contend with the yellow sand immortal. You will only meet your demise. Elder Zeng struggled to rise, intent on pursuing Zeng Jiangwo. However, after merely 2 steps, he grimaced and collapsed to the ground, having been gravely affected by his earlier fall. It was likely that he would be bedridden for no less than 10 to 15 days. Chapter 52. The yellow weasel Zeng Jiangwo exuded an aura of lethal intent, so formidable that even his own father could not restrain him, leaving others even more reluctant to intervene. The villagers gathered at the entrance parted to create a path, their eyes fixed on Zeng Jiangwo as he ventured into the mountains behind. Witnessing his retreating figure stirred a sense of unease within me. Nevertheless, this was Zeng Jiangwo's choice, and I was powerless to alter it. Zeng Yi sat on the ground, weeping bitterly, his hands incessantly striking the earth. What sins have I committed in this lifetime? He lamented. Zeng Jiangwo's wife and Zeng Jiamin's wife rushed over, wailing, causing the family to descend into chaos. Niu Heir and several village officials remained behind to mediate the unfortunate incident involving the deceased chicken, while the onlooking villagers gradually dispersed. What was supposed to be a joyous and celebratory New Year's Day had been overshadowed by this unfortunate affair, leaving everyone in a somber mood. There were no songs or dances, no drums being beaten. I, along with Niu Heir, returned home feeling listless. The days swiftly passed, yet grandfather had not returned. As I gazed at the dark, looming mountains, a wave of anxiety washed over me. Niu Heir called me to dinner. She had personally prepared 2 modest dishes, which were quite palatable. However, my thoughts were preoccupied with the yellow weasel incident, diminishing my appetite. After hastily finishing my meal and finding myself with nothing to occupy my time, I retreated to my bedroom. Sleep eluded me, so I decided to peruse the Tong Tian Su. Indeed, the Tong Tian Su possesses a remarkable ability to instill tranquility within me. As I opened its pages, I was instantly enveloped in its narrative, casting aside all chaotic thoughts into the ether. Unbeknownst to me, the hour had crept into midnight. Yet my fascination with the Tong Tian Su rendered me utterly oblivious to the call of sleep, having neglected to nourish myself earlier due to an unfavorable mood. I now found my stomach grumbling in hunger. Donning an outer garment, I ventured out of my bedroom, only to discover that Jiu'er had already succumbed to slumber. Thus, I made my way into the kitchen, hoping to procure a morsel to satiate my appetite. The kitchen was shrouded in darkness, as I had yet to illuminate it. Upon reaching the threshold, a faint rustling sound reached my ears from within. Instantly, I became alert. What could possibly produce such a noise in the dead of night? Though I kept cattle and chickens in the rear of my property, the kitchen housed no animals. The first thought that flashed through my mind was that a thief had infiltrated my home. The villagers of Panlong are known for their integrity, where theft is a rarity, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that one could leave their doors wide open and still be untroubled by intruders. Furthermore, this is the home of Old Master San. Given his esteemed standing in Panlong village, even the boldest of hearts would scarcely dare to trespass here. How audacious it would be for someone to attempt to pilfer from us, a blatant disregard for my grandfather's reputation. Fortuitously, a firewood stick lay at the entrance of the kitchen. I grasped it with purpose and stealthily advanced into the dimly lit space, refraining from switching on the light to avoid alarming the intruder. Crouching low, I stealthily approached the stove, following the sound that beckoned me. Soon, I discerned that the noise emanated from the northeastern corner of the kitchen. Memories flooded back. Hanging in that corner were various cured meats and chickens, most of which were gifts from others to my grandfather for the new year, far too plentiful for us to consume in a timely manner. Thus they were left to dry in the kitchen. To my astonishment, a brazen thief had the audacity to infiltrate my home and pilfer our festive provisions. Rage surged within me as I fixed my gaze upon the northeastern corner. In the dim light, I beheld a figure crouched there, their back turned to me, seemingly engrossed in devouring my cured chicken. Was this wretch a reincarnation of a famished ghost? The chicken had yet to be cooked, yet here he was, feasting upon it raw. I stealthily advanced, the thief oblivious to my presence. As the distance narrowed to an opportune range, I suddenly lunged forward, wielding a firewood stick, and struck the intruder's back with force, bellowing, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you trespass into my grandfather's abode to steal?" This is simply. My words were abruptly cut short as the figure turned around. In the faint light, I beheld a grotesque visage, a ghastly blend of man and beast, with a face obscured by coarse yellow hair. His eyes glimmered with an eerie green luminescence in the darkness, and he gnawed on a chicken head, the crunching sound sending chills down my spine. I stood frozen for a few seconds, only to realize with a jolt that this was none other than Zhang Jianmin, the very person who had fled during the day. During the day, we observed Zhang Jianmin heading towards the mountains, presuming he had ventured deep within. Unbeknownst to us, he stealthily infiltrated the village under the cloak of night and surreptitiously entered our home. The sight of Zhang Jianmin, that sly fox, was undeniably unnerving. While I stood there, momentarily stunned, Zhang Jianmin abruptly lunged forward, seizing my throat with both hands, knocking me to the ground and straddling me. Zhang Jianmin was incredibly ferocious, possessing boundless strength. His hands, in particular, felt like iron clamps, constricting my throat to the point of near unconsciousness. As he strangled me, Zhang Jianmin continued to masticate the chicken head in his mouth, the sound of each crunch echoing like the footsteps of death, drawing closer and closer. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I initially struggled, but soon my strength waned and my limbs hung limp. What a wretched fate, to meet my end in my own kitchen. The thought of recounting this to the king of hell filled me with shame. Just as my senses began to fade, and I slipped into a semi-conscious state, a sharp cry pierced the air from the kitchen doorway. "Get off him!" A beam of intense light shot through the entrance, striking Zhang Jianmin directly. A cloud of black smoke billowed from his body, accompanied by a pained wail, and he released his grip, tumbling off me. The moment Zhang Jianmin's hands loosened, my breathing returned. I opened my eyes, sat up from the floor, and clutched my throat, gasping for air. A figure darted in from the doorway, and it was none other than Zhu. Jiu'er must have been startled from a deep slumber, rushing out without having donned her outer garments. She was clad only in a delicate undergarment that revealed her smooth, snow-white back, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, a breathtaking sight to behold. I have always believed that the undergarment is a marvelous invention, accentuating all the grace and beauty of a woman. Within the confines of such a modest piece, one can discover the entirety of feminine allure. Charming, playful, sensual, striking, passionate, generous, fiery, enchanting, and alluring. As Jiu'er passed by me, she reached out and pulled me to my feet. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jianmin turned and shattered the kitchen window, fleeing into the night. Jiu'er called out, "Where do you think you're going?" and swiftly pursued him. Chapter 53. Going in circles. Jiu'er, be careful, I called out as I rushed outside, but the figures of Jiu'er and Zhang Jianmin had already vanished from sight. Just as I was puzzled, a sudden knocking echoed from the gate, urgent and insistent, like the relentless tolling of a death knell. Who could be knocking at my door at this late hour? I hurried to the entrance, peering out to find a diminutive old man standing there. The old man was remarkably short, even more so than I, a 12-year-old child. He was thin and frail, resembling a withered bean pot, dressed in a small coat and donning a tiny leather cap that obscured half of his face. He appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Given the modest size of Panlong village, I knew nearly all the villagers, yet this little old man struck me as a stranger, someone I had never encountered before. I inquired, "Elder, whom are you looking for?" With a sense of urgency, he asked, "Are you the grandson of Zhang Sanyi?" I nodded, "Yes, I am. What is it?" His face bore a look of distress. "Sanyi is in trouble. You must come with me at once." "What?" The news of my grandfather's predicament sent a wave of anxiety coursing through me. I pressed the old man. What has happened to my grandfather? Without a moment's pause, he turned and began to walk away, his voice trailing behind him. San has sustained grave injuries. He wishes to see you before he departs. Before he departs? These 4 words struck my ears like thunder, piercing my heart as if it had been stabbed, causing tears to cascade down my cheeks. My mind was a blank slate, a tempest of confusion engulfing me. My grandfather had left home in good spirits that morning. How could it be that I was now receiving such dreadful news in the evening? He had ventured into the mountains to rescue me. And if he were to perish because of my plight, I would never forgive myself. In a state of utter disarray, I had no time to ponder the gravity of the situation. I hastily quickened my pace, calling out, "Elder, where's my grandfather? Please take me to him." The old man remained silent, his head bowed, moving swiftly ahead of me. Despite his diminutive stature, he was remarkably spry and agile, and I found myself struggling to match his pace, breathless yet determined to keep up. We exited Panlong village and entered the undulating expanse of the mountains. The verdant wilderness was adorned with towering trees, and although there was a path at first, it soon vanished. Consumed by concern for my grandfather's safety, I followed the old man blindly, oblivious to where he was leading me. A thick mist began to envelop the forest, rendering the old man's figure a mere silhouette within the haze. I could not help but shout, "Elder, wait for me. Please, wait." Yet, it seemed he was deaf to my calls, indifferent to my pleas, showing no inclination to pause. In an instant, his form was swallowed by the dense fog, disappearing without a trace. I had lost him. Yet, an unsettling feeling stirred within my heart. I could not shake the impression that the little old man was deliberately distancing himself from me. I halted, surveying my surroundings, and realized that this place was entirely foreign to me, as if I had never set foot here before. The towering mountains behind Panlong village were untouched and primordial, teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. Moreover, there lingered a miasma that rendered the area perilous. Consequently, my grandfather seldom permitted me to venture into the mountains. I recalled an incident from 2 years prior, when a child had strayed into the hills to play, only to succumb to the toxic vapors. When his body was discovered, they said his face was entirely blackened. After all, I was merely a child, standing alone in the vast expanse of an ancient forest at the witching hour, inevitably gripped by fear. As I stood there, beads of cold sweat trickled down my forehead, and a chilling sensation seeped through my back. My limbs felt frigid, and as I gazed around, I realized that all directions were desolate and shrouded in darkness, devoid of life. Occasionally, the eerie hoots of an owl echoed through the woods, heightening my sense of dread. I touched my bare arms, inexplicably chilled, calling out for the old man. "Where are you, elder? Speak to me." I stood on my tiptoes, shouting for the little old man, but the only response was the hollow wind sweeping through the mountains. As the wind blew, it stirred the leaves with a rustling sound, accompanied by a strange, mournful wailing that resembled someone weeping softly or perhaps a sinister laughter lurking in the shadows. I could not tell if it was the spirits of the forest making these sounds, but the atmosphere was undeniably eerie to the utmost degree. I struggled to swallow, extending my hands to rub my cheeks, forcing myself to regain composure. After much contemplation, I realized I did not recognize the elderly man. If I did not know him, why should I trust his words? He claimed that my grandfather was near death. How could he possibly know such a thing? The more I pondered, the more it struck me that there was something amiss about that old man. In a fit of frustration, I chastised myself internally for being so foolish as to easily believe a stranger. I was too young, too gullible. This thought made me feel ensnared, and my heart raced with anxiety. In a flurry, I attempted to leave, but after several turns, I discovered I had lost my way. The scenery around me was indistinguishable, shrouded in fog, rendering it impossible to ascertain my direction. I felt akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering through the woods. After a considerable time, I realized I was still traversing the depths of the old forest. Whether I had returned to my starting point was uncertain. All I knew was that I could no longer find the path to the outside world, making it impossible to retrace my steps. Oh, what a calamity! Was I truly destined to be trapped here tonight? Waves of frustration and regret surged within me as I berated myself for my impulsiveness. The moment I heard about my grandfather's predicament, I lost my composure. If only I had involved Joer, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. My frantic search for the way home brought me to the brink of tears. Suddenly, I stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, almost losing my breath. Lying on the ground, I found myself unable to rise for a while. My heart was already filled with confusion and fear, and after the fall, a surge of inexplicable anger ignited within me. In a fit of rage, I kicked backward, unaware of what had caused my downfall. To my astonishment, my kick struck something rather solid. I let out a cry of pain, realizing my foot had been hurt. What could it be? Filled with a mix of shock and anger, I turned to look, and in that instant I was rendered completely immobile. There, on the ground behind me, stood a gravestone. Chapter 54. The Tombstone. Oh my goodness! I let out a scream, bracing myself against the ground, retreating several meters in a panic, my palms scraped and stinging with pain. Before me stood a stone monument, sending chills down my spine. This was no ordinary stone. It was a tombstone, an ominous marker at a grave. The tombstone appeared remarkably new, as if it had just been erected. It's not uncommon to find tombstones in the woods. Yet what perplexed me was that I had just circled this area several times without noticing it. It seemed to have materialized like a phantom, silently emerging from the shadows. Steeling my nerves, I cautiously approached. Ignorance may have been bliss, but upon closer inspection, I was even more terrified. The name inscribed upon the tombstone was one I knew all too well. Zung Amiao. Wait a moment, isn't that my name? I was astonished, my mouth agape, as I read the inscription word by word. The grave of Zung Amiao. The 5 characters appeared to be etched in blood, glaringly red, exuding a chilling aura. A wave of icy dread washed over me as I sat there, dazed and bewildered, struggling to comprehend the reality before me. This was indeed my own tombstone. What on earth was happening? Why was there a tombstone bearing my name in this secluded forest? Had I died? I touched my cheek and pinched myself hard. A sharp pain shot through, confirming my existence. Taking a deep breath, I reassured myself I was still alive. I'm still very much alive. So how could there be a gravestone bearing my name? Who inscribed this stone? Who placed it here? Who is playing tricks on me? In a fit of anger, I could not restrain myself from cursing. Who is this scoundrel engaging in such tomfoolery? Do you take me for a fool? Show yourself, if you dare. The forest, cloaked in the stillness of midnight, offered no response to my outburst. Despite my tirade, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, void of any sound. Once my anger subsided, a wave of fear washed over me as unsettling thoughts of that peculiar old man resurfaced. Could he be plotting against me? I approached the gravestone and kicked it twice, preparing to leave. Yet just a few steps away, another gravestone materialized before me. I say materialized because, to my recollection, there had been no gravestone in this spot moments ago. My first instinct was to believe that the gravestone bearing my name had shifted. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered that it did not bear my name at all, but rather another familiar name, Zheng Jiangwo. The gravestone of Zheng Jiangwo. This stone was indeed his. My mind raced, a cacophony of confusion enveloping me. What on earth was happening? Why were both my gravestone and Zheng Jiangwo's gravestone appearing in this ancient forest? The inscription upon the stone was written in blood, a vivid crimson that evoked a profound discomfort. Summoning my courage, I cautiously extended a finger to poke at the gravestone. Its surface sticky to the touch. Bringing my fingertip to my nose, I was met with the unmistakable scent of blood. A wave of fear washed over me. Within this ancient forest, gravestones bearing my name and that of Zheng Jiangwo emerged, each inscribed with blood-red characters. This was clearly no mere prank. Rubbing my cheeks in an attempt to dispel my trepidation, I turned and fled, desperately wishing to escape this haunted place. Yet after scarcely 5 paces, I was confronted by another gravestone, barring my path. How could there be yet another gravestone? My heart raced, straining to cope with the mounting dread. Glancing at the name etched into the stone, I was taken aback to find it read, Zheng Jianmin. The 5 blood-red characters of grave of Zheng Jianmin pricked my eyes like needles. My gravestone, Zheng Jiangwo's gravestone. and now Zhang Jianmin's. Why did the graves of the three of us appear here? Though I was not particularly close with Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Jianmin, I had shared a New Year's Eve dinner with them just the previous night. The thought of that dinner struck me with a jolt, and I recalled the yellow weasel, involuntarily shivering at the memory. A sense of dread filled my mind. Had I fallen victim to the weasel's sinister scheme? I had consumed several pieces of yellow weasel meat last night, and now it seemed the creature sought revenge. Whether it was I, Zhang Jianguo, or Zhang Jianmin, we had all partaken of the yellow weasel's flesh, leading to the appearance of our gravestones here. As I reflected more deeply on the peculiar old man who guided me earlier, an unsettling sense of strangeness enveloped my thoughts. It was entirely possible that this old man was a manifestation of the yellow weasel, cunningly luring me to this very spot. This place was certainly not suitable for prolonged stay. The best course of action was to flee. I moistened my parched lips, preparing to make my escape. However, I had scarcely moved when two tombstones loomed ahead, obstructing my path. With the previous three, there now stood a total of 5 tombstones. I gazed at the two before me, feeling a growing numbness. A glance at the names engraved upon them revealed a shocking truth. One bore the namesing Eri and the other. My grandfathers. Zhang Eri, my grandfather, myself, Fin Jianguo, and Zhang Jianmin. Last night's reunion at the New Year's feast had brought us all together, and now the tombstones of the 5 of us appeared in this ancient forest. I was now entirely convinced that this was the sinister handiwork of the yellow weasel. A vivid recollection of Zhang Jianmin's ghastly transformation at the hands of the yellow weasel sent shivers down my spine, instilling within me a desperate yearning to sprout wings and soar away from this accursed woodland. Just as I pondered my next move, a sudden thud resounded, plunging my vision into darkness. An unknown force struck the back of my head with immense force, as if a train had barreled through my mind. A sharp pain radiated through my skull, and I collapsed to the ground, cradling my head in agony. Warm, sticky liquid trickled down from the back of my head. Upon touching it, my fingers encountered the unmistakable warmth of blood. A tumult of shock and fury surged within me. As I struggled to comprehend the unfolding events and the identity of the shadowy assailant who had targeted me, my head felt heavy and muddled, akin to being filled with thick paste. Cradling my head in my hands, I turned to glance back, only to behold a pair of large feet looming before me. My gaze traveled upward from those feet until it rested upon a familiar visage. It was Zhang Jianguo. The very individual who had ambushed me from behind was none other than him. Staring at Zhang Jianguo in utter astonishment, I grappled with the bewildering question of why he would resort to such treachery. In his hand, he brandished a hunting rifle, the stock stained with blood, hinting that it was indeed this weapon that had been used in my assault. Fortunately, the stock was crafted from wood. Had it been made of iron, I would likely be in a far graver state. In disbelief, I widened my eyes and in a daze stammered, "Brother Jianguo, why are you the one?" Chapter 55. The Edge of Death. He. Zhang Jianguo gazed at me in silence, his chilling laughter sending shivers down my spine. I was engulfed in goosebumps, for within his pupils danced an eerie green light, a definitive sign that this was no longer the gaze of a human. At that very moment, the Zhang Jianguo standing before me had transcended humanity. His current state bore an unsettling resemblance to that of Zhang Jianmin. A flash of realization struck my mind. Could it be that Zhang Jianguo had also succumbed to malevolence? Just as this thought flickered through my consciousness, a sharp click echoed in the air, the sound of a bullet being chambered. Startled, I lifted my gaze to Zhang Jianguo, who had raised a hunting rifle, its ominous barrel aimed directly at my head. A grotesque smile plastered across his face. A wave of terror washed over me. Had Zhang Jianguo truly lost his sanity? At that moment, my mind was a blank canvas, utterly devoid of fear, for I had no time to dwell on such emotions. Almost instinctively, driven by the primal urge for survival, I thrust my hands upward, redirecting the muzzle of the gun, while simultaneously tilting my head to the side. In that same heartbeat, the gun fired. The deafening crack reverberated through the air, startling a flock of sparrows perched upon the trees. A fireball erupted from the muzzle, grazing my cheek. which instantly ignited with a searing heat, as if flames were licking at my skin. My ears rang with a piercy Zhang Jiangwo, furious that his shot had missed me, emitted a low, guttural roar from his throat as he prepared to raise his gun once more. With death looming before me, I felt I had no choice but to confront it. Otherwise, I would simply await my demise. Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, I rose from the ground and began to struggle for the hunting rifle. Alas, I was but a 12-year-old child, while Zhang Jiangwo was a robust and powerful middle-aged man, superior to me in physique, strength, and experience. I had heard tales of his remarkable bravery, having fought bears with his bare hands and not only survived but also driven them away. If even a bear could not best Zhang Jiangwo, how could I possibly stand a chance against him? After a brief struggle, Zhang Jiangwo suddenly exerted a forceful throw, sending me crashing sideways against a gravestone inscribed with my own name. I bounced off like a ball, landing on the ground in a daze. My senses swirling as blood surged in my veins. A coppery taste filled my mouth, and I felt a wave of nausea. I wanted to curse him, but I lacked the strength. As I opened my mouth, blood trickled from between my teeth. Zhang Jiangwo, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, laughed menacingly, regarding me as one might a mere prey. With a chilling cackle, he slowly raised the hunting rifle once more, aiming it directly at me. A profound sense of dread enveloped me as I realized that Zhang Jiangwo had succumbed to a state of utter disorientation. The man before me was no longer the Zhang Jiangwo I once knew. Perhaps he himself was unaware of his own actions. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the air. I was acutely aware that Zhang Jiangwo would fire again, yet I found myself unable to rise. In a moment of desperate urgency, I summoned every ounce of strength and rolled along the ground, seeking refuge behind a nearby tombstone. The pellets from the shotgun embedded themselves into the stone, leaving several gaping holes in its surface. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as I leaned against the grave marker, gasping for breath, my small frame trembling uncontrollably. My shivering was not born of fear, but rather of exhilaration. When faced with peril, adrenaline surges can induce muscle spasms so severe that one might lose control of their own body, and I found myself in such a predicament. Haunting laughter echoed through the old forest, Zhang Jiangwo's sinister chuckles lingering in the air. I could hear his footsteps drawing nearer. After taking a few steps, he halted and aimed at the tombstone, firing once more. The steel pellets shattered a corner of the stone, whizzing past my scalp while fragments of the tombstone rained down upon my face, stinging sharply and leaving several cuts on my right cheek. I touched my face, and in that heightened state of tension, I surprisingly felt no pain. Zhang Jiangwo continued his relentless advance, cornering me to the brink of death. The tombstone offered little sanctuary, and as Zhang Jiangwo approached, I realized there would soon be nowhere left to hide. In a moment of peril, I swiftly grasped a shard of stone from the ground and hurled it towards the nearby gravestone of Zhang Jiamin. The stone struck the gravestone with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying and producing a crisp sound. This maneuver, a diversionary tactic, successfully drew Zhang Jiangwo's attention, prompting him to pivot his weapon and fire a shot at Zhang Jiamin's tombstone. Now was my moment. Holding my breath, I seized the opportunity as Zhang Jiangwo turned, crouching and dashing forth from behind the gravestone towards a dense thicket not far away. The underbrush ahead was thick and impenetrable, and with the darkness of the night enveloping the forest, I knew that if I could slip into the foliage and find a hiding spot, it would be exceedingly difficult for Zhang Jiangwo to locate me. As I fled, Zhang Jiangwo realized he had been deceived and immediately pursued me with his weapon drawn. I dared not glance back, fearing that even the slightest hesitation would hinder my escape. A sharp click echoed behind me, the sound of a bullet being chambered, sending a shiver down my spine. With every ounce of strength, I sprinted forward, envisioning a red line ahead. If I could cross that line, I would be victorious. Clinging to this belief, I leaped forward, successfully breaching the threshold before rolling into the thicket. Just as I tumbled into the brush, gunfire erupted, and several steel pellets whizzed past me, embedding themselves in the foliage. One pellet flew perilously close to my ear. Thank heavens, I silently prayed. hastily lying flat in the underbrush. I held my breath, refraining from any reckless movements. Should I dare to run, the rustling of the underbrush would betray my position. All it would take for Zhang Jiangwo to pinpoint my hiding spot would be the sight of any bush trembling. Yet if I remained still, the dense foliage would envelop me entirely, rendering me nearly invisible in the darkness, making it exceedingly difficult for Zhang Jiangwo to locate me. With his hunting rifle in hand, he ventured into the thicket, searching for any sign of my presence. Though I often indulged in games of hide-and-seek, none had ever been as exhilarating as tonight's encounter. In previous games, being discovered merely meant taking on the role of the cat, but this evening's game was a matter of life and death. To be found would spell my doom. Chapter 56. The heavens do not respond. The earth is unyielding. Rustle, rustle. I opened my eyes wide, daring not to blink even once, as every moment, every second, I scrutinized the movements of Zhang Jiangwo. Although my vision was somewhat obscured, I could still discern the silhouette of Zhang Jiangwo, who was wielding a hunting rifle, sweeping through the underbrush. Fortunately, he did not approach my hiding place, but gradually wandered off in another direction. I let out a long sigh of relief, and, as the tension eased, I felt as though I had become paralyzed. I squeezed my palm only to discover it drenched in cold sweat. A gust of wind swept through, sending chills down my spine, revealing that my back was also soaked in perspiration, my shirt clinging uncomfortably to my skin. Moments ago, I had been in a heightened state of alert, battling against the specter of death, leaving no room for fear. Now that the danger had passed, as I reflected upon the recent events, a wave of dread washed over me. Surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the vast forest, I found myself utterly alone, and a profound sense of melancholy surged within me. A loneliness so profound it felt as if it would consume me whole. Yet, I dared not move recklessly. Zhang Jiangwo was still lurking nearby. If I were to run out, I might very well stumble into the line of his gun. Moreover, I had lost my way. Should I wander aimlessly, I could easily find myself deeper in the woods, further away from the path home. Thus, my sole desire now was to wait patiently until dawn broke, at which point I could discern my bearings and seek the way down the mountain. I cast a glance around me and noticed a large tree not far off. After a moment's contemplation, I concluded that hiding beneath the tree would be preferable to concealing myself among the bushes. Consequently, I crawled forward, inching along the ground in silence until I reached the base of the tree and lay down. The immediate threat seemed to have dissipated. I plucked a blade of grass and placed it between my lips, then interlaced my fingers behind my head as I reclined. Perhaps due to the tension I had just endured, the moment I relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over me, a deep-seated weariness that was indescribable. As I lay there, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. As soon as my eyes closed, I began to snore. Hith, hith, hith. That persistent, haunting laughter somehow followed me into my dreams. I furrowed my brow, drowsily turned over, and covered my ears with my hands, attempting to banish that repugnant sound from my mind. The laughter of Zhang Jiangwo had left me with profound psychological scars. I was even hearing his laughter in my dreams. Wait, this laughter. It seemed to be real and not merely a figment of my imagination. A jolt coursed through me as I suddenly awoke with a start, my eyes flinging open. Good heavens! In that instant, I beheld Zhang Jiangwo, who had somehow positioned himself beside me. A peculiar grin plastered across his face as he continued to chuckle at me. A wave of dread swept through my body, starting from my feet and enveloping me entirely. How had he found me? When had he discovered my hiding place? Had he been crouching there all along while I slept, merely observing me? Ha ha ha! Are you going to run? Why aren't you fleeing? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Zhang Jiangwo reached out to caress my face, his hand covered in coarse hair, adorned with a layer of yellow fur. To be precise, this hand could no longer be called a hand. It resembled a claw. My heart sank as I gazed upon Zhang Jiangwo, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Jiamin. His visage entirely cloaked in yellow hair, resembling a large, furry creature. The hairy claw brushed against my face, sending shivers down my spine and leaving me utterly repulsed. I yearned to shield my face with my hands, only to discover that my limbs were rendered immobile. In a state of sheer horror, I glanced down to find my hands securely bound. A wave of panic surged through me as I struggled to rise, only to realize that my feet were also restrained, leaving me utterly helpless. Terror gripped me, and I was filled with regret for having let my guard down. I should not have succumbed to slumber. If I had remained awake, Zhang Jiangwo would not have captured me. He had ensnared me like prey, leaving me with no movement save for my mouth. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Zhang Jiangwo's lips as he taunted. Now, there's no escape, is there? It's time to send you on your way. Go and keep my grandson company. His voice was peculiar, a stark contrast to the deep, resonant tones I had previously heard from him. Though his lips moved, the sound that emerged was distinctly not his own. Particularly chilling was the phrase he uttered about accompanying his grandson. This is clearly a manifestation of the vengeful spirit of the Yellow Emperor. The small yellow creatures that Zhang Jiangwo eradicated were indeed the Emperor's progeny. A sudden realization struck me. It was highly probable that Zhang Jiangwo had been possessed by the Yellow Emperor himself. I observed as Zhang Jiangwo slowly raised a shotgun, this time aiming the ominous barrel directly at my forehead. Bound and helpless, I found myself devoid of any means to evade my fate. A profound sense of despair engulfed me, and I truly grasped the meaning of being forsaken by both heaven and earth. My lips still retained the ability to move, and I endeavored to make one final plea. I addressed Zhang Jiangwo, Great One, Yellow Emperor, you have mistaken your quarry. I am not the one who harmed your descendant. I bear no connection to this matter. You consumed them. Zhang Jiangwo suddenly erupted in a piercing shriek, a sound so intense it nearly ruptured my eardrums. With a pained expression, I admitted, yes, I confess. I did partake of 2 pieces, but you cannot place the blame on me. I was unaware at the time. It was all Zhang Jiangwo's doing. He claimed it was badger meat that we consumed. Had I known it was your grandson, I would never have dared to lift my chopsticks. Justice must be served. Find the true culprit who harmed your progeny. Why pursue me? I implored, my voice tinged with indignation. As I spoke, tears of frustration threatened to spill forth. Yet in the face of my desperate entreaties, Zhang Jiangwo remained utterly unmoved. His finger rested firmly on the trigger, and he continued to coldly repeat, you consumed them. You consumed them. In a state of utter hopelessness, I closed my eyes, unable to stem the tide of tears cascading down my cheeks. How infuriating! After enduring the trials of the Ghost Festival and the Blood Moon, I find myself ultimately succumbing to the treachery of a yellow weasel. My heart is filled with resentment, just when I believe my demise was inevitable. A sharp rebuke echoed from afar, followed by a brilliant flash of light. I heard a gasp from Zhang Jiangwo as a shotgun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. A surge of astonishment and joy overwhelmed me. I opened my eyes to behold a white figure soaring towards me. Simultaneously, a familiar voice, that of a girl, whispered in my ear, Meow, do not fear. Your little darling has arrived. A little darling? In such dire straits, Jiao Er still finds the time for playful banter. I watched as her figure flickered, akin to a teleportation. When she called my name, she was still 30 meters away, yet by the time she finished her sentence, she had already appeared before Zhang Jiangwo. Chapter 57. The Self-Destruction. Bang! Before Zhang Jiangwo could regain his composure, Jiao had already struck him squarely on the chest with her palm. A burst of white light erupted from his chest, and with a cry of despair, he was sent flying far away. I turned a glance back, but Jiao seized my hand and urged, do not look back. Let's return home first. With her hand firmly grasping mine, Jiao darted forward with remarkable speed. Unfamiliar with the mountain paths, I relied entirely on her expertise. She swiftly guided me onto the mountain trail and then back to Panlong village. As I beheld the quaint village houses lining the way, I exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiao inquired, what just transpired? I went after Zheng Jianmin and then lost sight of you. I offered a wry smile and recounted the incident involving the elderly man. The old man. Jiao raised an eyebrow. That old fellow is likely a disguise of the yellow Taoist. I nodded, stroking my chin as I recalled the events that had unfolded. I fell victim to his ruse, falling for his strategy to draw me away from you, using Zheng Jianmin as bait. He intended to lure me into the depths of the old forest, using Zheng Jiangwo's hand to eliminate me and avenge his deceased grandson. As I spoke, a frown creased my brow. It is strange. Why did the Yellow Taoist not directly eliminate me? Why resort to using Zheng Jiangwo to do his bidding? Yue replied, "Ah, you are unaware of this. The art of killing with a borrowed knife is the Yellow Taoist's favorite tactic. Moreover, you and your companions are all his adversaries. Watching you turn against each other brings him far greater satisfaction in revenge than if he were to strike you down himself." I sighed, pondering the fate of Zheng Jiangwo, suspecting that his prospects were grim. He was the mastermind behind it all, and I was certain that the witch would not let him off easily. Jiu advised, "You should focus on your own safety. The witch will not easily relent." Had I arrived just a moment later, your head would have been in peril. With lingering trepidation, I touched my own head and inquired, "What about Zheng Jiamin? Did you manage to capture him?" "He is confined in the woodshed," Jiu replied, leading me toward it. As we pushed open the door, we were met with muffled sobs. I flicked on a light and beheld Zheng Jiamin curled up inside, his limbs bound and a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Yet, something was amiss. It appeared not to be a mere cloth. Upon closer inspection, 3 dark lines fell from my forehead. Was that not my own undergarment lodged in his mouth? I gazed at Jiu in astonishment, asking, "Did you really stuff my undergarment in his mouth?" Jiu chuckled and rubbed his hands, saying it was merely convenient. "I happened to see your undergarment hanging in the yard and thought it would do the trick. What shall we do with him?" I pointed at Zheng Jiamin and questioned Jiu. He shrugged nonchalantly. "For now, let us keep him here until Grandpa returns." With no better solution at hand, I nodded in agreement. We each retreated to our respective rooms to rest. I took a shower, previously unaware of any discomfort in my body, only to discover, under the cascade of water, that I was covered in wounds, one area with raw, bleeding skin, another marred with dark bruises, causing me to grimace in pain. Fortunately, these injuries were predominantly superficial and would heal in a few days. The only lingering issue was my ear, which had suffered damage from the gunfire, leaving me with a persistent buzzing sensation as though a tiny insect had taken residence within. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the frantic escape that weighed heavily upon me. As soon as I lay down, I succumbed to slumber. I was so fatigued that even in sleep, I could hear the sound of my own snoring. It was not until midday the following day that I finally opened my eyes, awakened by the clamor outside, which resembled a heated argument. Just as I managed to rise, Jiu knocked on my bedroom window, urging a meow, "Hurry outside and see, Zheng Jiangwo is dead." What? I was jolted awake, my drowsiness dissipating in an instant. Although we had speculated the previous night that Zheng Jiangwo was in grave danger, hearing the news of his death stirred a tumult of emotions within me. Perhaps not sheer shock, but a deep-seated fear. Zheng Jiangwo had perished. Was I to be next? I licked my parched lips, donned my outer garments, and rushed out of my room, joining Jiu outside. There, a crowd had gathered, chattering animatedly as they pressed forward. I swiftly caught up with Jiu, weaving through the throng, and there in the center of the crowd, I beheld several young men carrying a rudimentary stretcher crafted from bamboo. Upon this stretcher lay an individual, his head concealed beneath a garment, obscuring his features. Yet, judging by his attire and physique, it was evident that this was none other than Zheng Jiangwo, the man who had pursued me the previous night. Zheng Jiangwo's body lay rigid, his arms helplessly dangling over the edges of the stretcher. It was apparent that he had succumbed to death. I overheard a bystander remarking, "It is utterly horrifying. The condition of Zheng Jiangwo's death is truly dreadful." Another voice chimed in. "They say he took his own life." What nonsense! From my perspective, it appeared he had been slain by the supernatural forces of the Huang de Xian. I hurriedly inquired with those nearby and learned that earlier that morning, a few hunters venturing into the mountains had stumbled upon Zheng Jiangwo's lifeless body in the old forest. Reports suggested that his demise was gruesome. Half of his skull was missing, and his brain was splattered about, with a bloodied hunting rifle lying beside him. Initial assessments indicated that Zheng Jiangwo had employed this very rifle to end his own life, meaning he had raised the weapon to his head and pulled the trigger, thus taking his own existence. The hunters hastily fashioned 2 bamboo poles into a makeshift stretcher and bore his body down the mountain. one kind-hearted individual removed his outer garment to cover Zheng Jiangwo's head, both as a mark of respect for the deceased and to spare others the terror of witnessing the macabre scene. He took his own life. Zheng Jiangwo actually shot himself. Upon hearing this, an involuntary chill coursed through my body. Despite it being a brilliantly sunny noon, I felt an icy coldness enveloping me, as if the very breath I exhaled was laced with frost. The crowd had drifted away, yet I remained rooted to the spot, lost in a daze. Jiwa retraced her steps and inquired, "Miao, what are you doing standing here?" I touched my cheek, feeling a layer of goosebumps rise. Jiwa, discerning the fear within me, comforted, "Do not be afraid, for I am here. Let us first visit old Master Zhang's home." I bit my lip and slowly nodded in agreement. We followed the throng, eventually arriving at old Master Zhang's residence. The somber news had already reached him. He stood at the entrance, his face etched with sorrow, while his two daughters-in-law trailed behind, accompanied by their son, their wails echoing from afar. Chapter 58. The Aura of Death. A few men carried the lifeless body of Zheng Jiangwo into the courtyard, placing the stretcher at its center. Zheng Eryi trembled uncontrollably as he extended a quivering hand to unveil the garment shrouding his son's head. The fabric was thoroughly soaked in blood, transformed into a macabre shroud. Despite our mental preparations, the instant the bloodied cloth was lifted, we could not suppress our gasps of horror. The sight of Zheng Jiangwo's demise was too ghastly to behold. His head had been obliterated by a shotgun blast, leaving a gory expanse where half of his skull had once been, with fragments of flesh and brain matter clinging grotesquely to the remaining bone. The other half of his skull fared little better, with his eyeballs having fallen from their sockets. I could scarcely endure the sight, quickly averting my gaze. Among the onlookers, some with weaker constitutions were already weeping in terror, while others succumbed to nausea and vomited. Upon witnessing the horrific state of his son, Zheng Eryi let out a profound sigh, tears streaming down his aged face. Though Zheng Jiangwo's demise was a consequence of his own actions, to Zheng Eryi, no matter the transgressions, he remained his son. As a father, how could one bear to witness the lifeless body of a child nurtured for decades lying before him? Zheng Eryi trembled violently, his body swaying precariously as if he might collapse. The sight struck his daughter-in-law with such shock that she screamed, seizing her child and fleeing into the stilted house. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of her husband, the eldest daughter-in-law, who is also Zheng Jiangwo's wife, fainted on the spot, her eyes rolling back in shock, leaving her son wailing, "Father, Mother." Zheng Eryi solemnly draped the bloody garment over Zheng Jiangwo's head, his face a mask of fury as he strode silently into the room. Moments later, Zheng Eryi emerged, his visage etched with a menacing resolve. Carrying the hunting rifle that had been his companion for decades, its barrel polished to a gleam. The sight of him prepared for action made it clear to us that this seasoned hunter was determined to venture into the mountains to avenge his son. Just the day before, Zheng Jiangwo had stepped out of the house, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of Huang Daxian. It was likely that Zheng Eryi would face a similar fate. Many implored him, "Eryi, do not act impulsively, remain calm. The deep woods are perilous." Yet, Zheng Eryi had long since lost his reason, with only the thought of vengeance occupying his mind. His eyes ablaze, he declared to the gathered crowd, "Do not attempt to dissuade me. Should anyone try to stop me, I will not hesitate to shoot." Faced with Zheng Eryi's fierce demeanor, no one dared to obstruct him. I had contemplated stepping forward to voice my concerns, but the sheer intensity of his glare compelled me to retreat. What if he turned his weapon upon me? The crowd parted, allowing Zheng Eryi to stride purposefully towards the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a figure emerged, blocking his path. A jolt of apprehension coursed through me. Who possessed the audacity to impede Zheng Eryi's advance? I stood on tiptoe to gaze towards the gate of the courtyard. And to my astonishment and delight, the figure obstructing the path of Master Zheng was none other than my grandfather. A glance exchanged with Jiwa revealed our mutual exhilaration. For the past few days, we have been deeply concerned for grandfather's safety. At this moment, witnessing his safe return allowed the weight on our hearts to lift. I observed that grandfather appeared vigorous and unscathed. Standing at the entrance, he coldly addressed Master Zeng. Master Zengalt. Master Zeng raised his head, and upon seeing grandfather, he twitched his lips, uttering hoarsely, "Third Master, step aside. No one can stop me today." Grandfather met Master Zeng's gaze unwaveringly, enunciating each word deliberately. "I do not wish to impede your path. However, if you are determined to seek death, there is little I can do." Master Zeng gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, each word dripping with rage as he declared, "I am not seeking death. I am seeking vengeance for the yellow weasel. I must avenge my son. Third Master, look at my son. How tragically he has perished." Boo-hoo. At this juncture, tears streamed down Master Zeng's face once more. The most excruciating sorrow in this world is when a parent mourns a child, even as bystanders. We could empathize with the profound anguish within Master Zeng's heart. Grandfather placed a reassuring hand on Master Zeng's shoulder. "This is the calamity sown by Jiang Wo, and it must be repaid. If you remain, perhaps I can save your life. But should you insist on entering the mountains, I cannot guarantee your safety. Consider how Jiang Wo met his end. Do you truly wish to tread the same path? Do you believe that with only your hunting rifle, you can topple the yellow sage?" A series of questions from my grandfather rendered Old Master Zeng speechless. Indeed, in terms of combat prowess, the vigorous Zeng Jiangwo was undoubtedly superior to Old Master Zeng. However, if even Zeng Jiangwo fell victim to the yellow weasel, seeking out the same fate would surely lead Old Master Zeng to his demise as well. With a heart full of despair, Old Master Zeng discarded his hunting rifle, cradled his head in his arms, and wept bitterly on the ground. My grandfather gestured to the surrounding villagers, urging them to disperse. "Please, everyone, go home." Gradually, the villagers departed, leaving only a few of us behind. My grandfather called me over, requesting my assistance in helping Old Master Zeng into the house. Nodding in agreement, I hurried to support him, only to find that Old Master Zeng's body felt incredibly heavy. The severe blow had rendered him unable to stand upright. With considerable effort, we managed to bring him indoors. My grandfather poured a glass of cool tea, compelling Old Master Zeng to open his mouth and forcing it down his throat. After a moment, Old Master Zeng finally ceased his lamentations, standing there like a wooden post, his gaze vacant and his face devoid of any expression. I then went to retrieve my unconscious sister-in-law, helping her back to the room to rest, while her son kept vigil over her. Just as I stepped over the threshold, I heard Old Master Zeng asking my grandfather, "Third Master, do you have any news about my younger son, Jiamin?" My grandfather had scarcely uttered a negative reply when I interjected, "Yes." Old Master Zeng raised his eyebrows, looking at me with anticipation, and asked excitedly, "Do you have news of Zeng Jiamin? Where is he? Please tell me. Hurry." Old Master Zeng has now lost one of his eldest sons, and his youngest son represents his final hope. Consequently, he is deeply concerned about the well-being of his youngest. Should he also lose this son, it is likely that Old Master Zeng would find it unbearable to continue living. "Please, do not be overly agitated, for Jiamin is at my home," I informed Old Master Zeng. "At your home?" Old Master Zeng nearly leapt from his seat in excitement, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at me. "How could Jiamin be in your home? Is he well? He hasn't passed away, has he?" "No, he is still alive. However, for the time being, we have him under control." Jiwa interjected, recounting the tale of how Zeng Jiamin sneaked into my kitchen last night to pilfer some pickled chicken. "Let us return and check on him," Grandfather declared, rising and leading the way towards the door. Chapter 59. The Black Dog's Excrement. Third Master, you must save Jiamin. I've already lost one son. I cannot bear to lose another. Throughout the journey, Old Master Zeng pleaded fervently. His grandfather replied, "Do not be overly agitated. Let us assess the situation first." As we made our way home, we found Zeng Jiamin curled up in the woodshed, presumably asleep from exhaustion. Upon seeing his son bound, Old Master Zeng rushed forward, intent on freeing him. However, Grandfather intervened. "What are you doing? Step back." Old Master Zeng glanced at his grandfather and then at his son, emitting a resigned sigh. Grandfather entered the shed, despite his frail appearance. His martial prowess was evident as he effortlessly lifted the over 100 pounds of Zheng Jianmin. He carried Jianmin out of the shed and into the bedroom, depositing him onto the bed. Then he instructed me to fetch a porcelain bowl. Upon my return with the bowl, grandfather astounded me with an unusual task: to go outside and procure 2 lumps of black dog excrement. What? I rubbed my ears, questioning my own comprehension. Black dog excrement, grandfather reiterated. I turned to Jur, who waved her hand dismissively, a smile playing on her lips. Don't look at me. He hasn't summoned me. In utter frustration, I stepped outside. There were indeed several black dogs in the village, and I headed towards a nearby neighbor's house, where a small black dog stood guard. I knocked on my neighbor's door. She was a middle-aged woman, tending to her chickens in the yard. Upon seeing me, she greeted me warmly. Meow. What brings you here? Ever since I presided over the sacrificial ceremony yesterday, the villagers' attitude towards me has undergone a complete transformation. Each person now greets me with smiles, a stark contrast to their previously frosty demeanor. I stood on my tiptoes for a better view and caught sight of a small black dog squatting to relieve itself. Turning to the woman, I said, Annie, may I borrow something? What do you need? As long as I have it at home, feel free to ask. She replied generously. Could I borrow 2 piles of dog feces? The little black one just did it. 2 piles. I pointed at the dog, raising 2 fingers and forcing a stiff smile. The absurdity of asking someone for dog excrement was not lost on me. The middle-aged woman looked at me in bewilderment, blinking as she asked, Meow, did you just say you want to borrow what? Did I hear you correctly? Dog feces? Yes. 2 piles. I reiterated, feeling the heat rush to my face, utterly mortified. But why would you need something so peculiar? She inquired, scrutinizing me with curiosity. It's useful. It's for treating someone's illness. I explained. However, the woman's skepticism was palpable. She replied, Meow, if you're hungry, you can come over to my house for a meal. It's just a matter of sharing chopsticks. The moment she said this, my face flushed crimson, reaching my ears. What was going on? Did she truly believe I was so famished as to resort to consuming canine excrement? I was at a loss for words. Procuring a small plastic bag from the middle-aged woman, I ventured to the dog's kennel. With my left hand pinching my nose, I used my right hand, shielded by the plastic bag, to gather 2 fresh piles of dog feces into the bag. This freshly produced excrement, still warm to the touch, emanated a peculiar aroma. The small black dog wagged its tail, observing me with unabashed curiosity, perhaps pondering, what is this fellow doing? Does he actually have a fondness for my droppings? I shall produce more for him next time. Seeing how gaunt he appears, bearing the bag of dog feces, I hastily departed the courtyard, not forgetting to express my gratitude. Thank you, madam. The middle-aged woman, visibly disconcerted, could only stammer, Why, you're welcome. Do visit again. Visit again? Nevermore. I say, I shall never return. Woe is me. Carrying the dog feces, I hastened back home. Grandfather, the dog feces have arrived. Is it from the black dog? Grandfather inquired. I nodded, patting my chest with conviction. Authentic, I assure you. Absolutely genuine black dog feces. Grandfather hummed in acknowledgement, pouring a bowl of clear water into a porcelain bowl. He then produced a yellow talisman, inquiring of Master Zheng for Zheng Jianmin's birth date, inscribing it upon the talisman. Grandfather held the talisman, softly chanting an incantation. With a flick of his finger, the talisman ignited, crackling as it burned. Grandfather cast the burning talisman into the porcelain bowl, and the once clear water immediately became turbid. Subsequently, my grandfather instructed me to retrieve the black dog excrement and place the 2 lumps into a porcelain bowl, compelling me to mix the foul substance thoroughly. With a face wrought with despair, I dashed into the courtyard, armed with a spoon, and gradually stirred the contents of the bowl. This experience would leave me queasy for a considerable time, for the sight of items resembling sesame paste would evoke a strong aversion within me. The fresh dog excrement emitted a repugnant odor, which, once mixed, wafted an even more overwhelming stench that brought tears streaming down my face. Once I had thoroughly combined the excrement, the bowl contained a viscous substance akin to sesame paste. My grandfather approached Zheng Jianmin and yanked away the towel stuffed in his mouth. Upon inspecting the towel, he discovered it was my underwear. Turning to me, My grandfather raised an eyebrow as I awkwardly chuckled. It wasn't me. It was Gio, or who did it. My grandfather no did that you are. Remarking quite inventive. Zhang Jianmin, startled, began to struggle desperately, emitting muffled sounds from his throat. Zhang Yiri looked at him with concern, saying, "My dear boy, do not shout. San Yi is here to rescue you. Just endure a little longer." My grandfather pinched Zhang Jianmin's cheeks, forcing his mouth open, then gestured to me with a nod, quickly. "Pour it down his throat. Pour it down. What on earth do you mean by that?" Bewildered, I stared at the porcelain bowl, feeling my stomach churn violently. Surely, my grandfather wouldn't expect me to make Zhang Jianmin consume this bowl of foul concoction? Zhang Yiri was equally astonished, gazing at my grandfather in disbelief. "San Yi, can this thing be eaten?" Grandfather solemnly declared. "The black dog is the natural nemesis of a yellow weasel. Jianmin has fallen under the influence of the weasel's malevolence, and only the excrement of a black dog can expel the evil from within him. Meow, what are you waiting for? Act." At grandfather's commanding shout, I jolted, held my breath, and aimed the bowl of sesame paste toward Jianmin's mouth, forcing it down his throat. In my heart, I silently prayed, "Ba, at least this bowl of concoction is not for my own consumption." As the bowl of sesame paste was ingested by Jianmin, I watched as he gulped it down. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he cast aside the porcelain bowl and rushed outside, retching violently. Grandfather's dark culinary creation was truly overwhelming. Chapter 60. The Malevolent. Although that bowl of concoction resembled a dish from the depths of culinary darkness, one cannot deny the remarkable efficacy of my grandfather's sinister culinary skills. Within mere moments of consuming the brew, Zhang Jianmin began to exhibit reactions. His face contorted in agony, teeth clenched tightly. He emitted low, guttural roars from deep within his throat, the veins on his neck taut and pronounced, creating a rather grotesque visage. Concern etched upon his features. "Second master," Zhang anxiously inquired my grandfather. "Third master is Jianmin. All right?" My grandfather, maintaining an air of calm, replied, "Patience." Before long, a sudden retch echoed in the room as Zhang Jianmin opened his mouth, succumbing to the urge to vomit. The contents he expelled were dark and foul, resembling the very essence of the black concoction he had just ingested, exuding a stench that could suffocate. After a brief spell of heaving, it appeared as though something was lodged in his throat. He gasped for air, his face flushed with strain. With a firm voice, my grandfather commanded, raising a hand to deliver a resounding slap to Jianmin's back. This decisive action cleared the obstruction, and with a final heave, Zhang Jianmin expelled the blockage that had been choking him. Upon closer inspection, we discovered that what he had vomited was a mass of yellow fur. A smile graced my grandfather's lips as he turned to Second Master Zhang, declaring, "There you have it. The malevolence has been expelled from Jianmin's body. What is this?" Second Master Zhang queried, gazing bewilderedly at the yellow fur on the ground. "Cannot you discern? This is the fur of a yellow weasel." My grandfather elucidated. "Thank you, Third Master. Thank you, Third Master. On behalf of Jianmin, I express my deepest gratitude." As Zhang Yiri spoke, he knelt before his grandfather. Grandfather restrained him, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Jianmin is no longer in grave danger. Take him home, let him drink some warm water, and enjoy a hot bath. He should be fine." Zhang Yiri nodded, clasped his fists in gratitude, and then assisted Zhang Jianmin to his feet. At that moment, Zhang Jianmin had regained some clarity. Squinting as he looked at Zhang Yiri and hoarsely uttered, "Father." Overcome with emotion, Zhang Yiri's eyes brimmed with tears as he lifted Zhang Jianmin onto his back, exclaiming, "Come, my son, let us return home." With Zhang Jianmin on his back, Zhang Yiri departed. I tidied up the remnants of vomit in the yard while grandfather rested nearby. Jior brewed a pot of tea for grandfather, who puffed on his water pipe while sipping the tea. I approached him and inquired, "Grandfather, where have you been these past couple of days?" Grandfather squinted his eyes, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance. "I want to speak with the old immortal," he replied. Indeed, I had suspected he sought out the old immortal, and I eagerly asked, "How did the negotiations go?" Grandfather furrowed his brow and replied, "Not well. Zhang Jianwo slaughtered a nest of young yellow bellies, 5 in total. This grudge will not be easily settled by the old immortal. Isn't it futile to go there? I questioned. Grandfather sighed. This trouble was not of my making. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. But the instigator, Zheng Jiangwo, is already dead, is he not? Hasn't the old immortal already avenged himself? Is he still not appeased? As my grandfather indulged in his water pipe, a veil of smoke enveloped his features, and he spoke in a low, ominous tone. I suspect that tonight the Yellow Emperor will come to collect his debts. I could not help but shiver at the thought. Come to collect debts. My grandfather turned to me. I heard about the heavenly sacrifice you conducted yesterday. You did splendidly, and the villagers are singing your praises. From now on, they shall regard you with newfound respect. I nodded, feeling a surge of joy as I replied. To be recognized and respected by others is indeed a delightful experience. My grandfather nodded approvingly, delved deeply into the Tongsu book. Its contents will provide you with a lifetime of study. I acquiesced and retreated to my chamber, retrieving the Tongsu book to peruse while reclining on my bed. Once I entered the world of the Tongsu book, time seemed to fly, and before I knew it, night had fallen. When I emerged from my room, darkness had already enveloped the outside world. Jiwer had prepared dinner. Her culinary skills were commendable, and ever since she became my beloved wife, our household had transformed into a harmonious abode. A phrase from my readings suddenly resonated in my mind. A family cannot exist without a woman. A home devoid of femininity is not a complete home. In the past, when my grandfather and I resided alone, there was always a sense of something amiss. Now, I finally understood. The absence of a woman had rendered our home incomplete. I devoured 3 hefty bowls of rice, filling my belly to the brim. Once I had finished my meal, my grandfather instructed, "Prepare yourself in your room. We shall depart in half an hour." Depart? I glanced outside, where darkness enveloped the surroundings. And in a state of confusion, I inquired of my grandfather, "It is already dark. Where are we headed?" "To the home of second uncle," grandfather replied, setting down his chopsticks and rising, his countenance stern. "Have you forgotten what I told you? Tonight, the spirit of the Yellow Emperor will come to collect debts." Upon hearing this, anxiety surged within me, prompting me to return to my room and prepare. In truth, there was little to arrange. After some contemplation, I decided to tuck the heavenly record close to my heart. Half an hour later, grandfather led me and Jiwer out the door, making our way directly to second Uncle Zheng's residence. Our arrival took second uncle by surprise as he looked at us and remarked, "Third uncle, what brings you here?" "We have come to save you," I declared. His bewilderment deepened at my words, and he hastily ushered us into his home, providing us with fine wine and tea, and cautiously inquired of grandfather, "Third uncle, is something amiss tonight?" Grandfather replied, "It is highly likely that the spirit of the Yellow Emperor will come to collect debts." At the mention of this impending visit, second uncle's expression shifted dramatically. His face tightened as he anxiously asked grandfather, "Third uncle, are you serious? What shall we do?" I reassured second uncle, "Do not fret. My grandfather is here to protect us, is he not?" Second uncle nodded and turned to grandfather, asking, "Third uncle, is there anything we should do?" Grandfather suddenly posed a question to second uncle. "Do you have a slingshot?" Second uncle paused for a moment before responding, "Indeed." As an old hunter, it was certain that second uncle possessed such an item. Soon, Master Zheng unearthed 2 slingshots, crafted from sturdy tree branches below and encircled with cowhide rubber above, each about the size of a palm, capable of launching steel balls. Despite their diminutive size, these slingshots wield considerable power. Master Zheng remarked that a single shot could shatter the skull of a sparrow. As I toyed with the slingshot resting on the table, I curiously inquired of my grandfather, "Grandfather, what do we use the slingshots for?" Instead of providing a direct answer, he gazed at me and countered with a question, "What do you think?" I paused momentarily, then quickly grasped his intent, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be to deal with the yellow weasels?" Chapter 61. The Yellow-Skinned Enclosure. Chapter 61. You were right. Grandfather's fingers gently tapped on the table as he nodded slightly. "Grandfather, are we going to war with the yellow weasels tonight?" I asked in astonishment. "That possibility cannot be ruled out. Grandfather's eyes sparkled with intensity as he declared, "Endless forbearance is not a wise strategy." Second Uncle Zeng, visibly anxious, interjected, "We have already offended the yellow sage. If we engage them again, I fear." Grandfather pointed to the slingshot before him and said, "I did not instruct you to use steel balls against them. Replace the steel balls." "What shall we use as ammunition then?" I inquired. Grandfather squeezed out 3 words between his teeth. "Black beans." I was momentarily taken aback. "What? More black beans?" Grandfather nodded earnestly and replied, "Did I not tell you earlier that black beans are most effective against the yellow weasels? Therefore, you must hurry outside and gather some black beans, just in case." 3 dark lines appeared on my forehead as I thought, "Oh dear, do I really have to go begging the neighbors for beans again? Hurry up." Grandfather rapped the table. Reluctantly, I stood up, wearing an expression of utter despair, and turned to leave. Having exited Second Uncle Zeng's house, I wandered for a while. Initially planning to ask others for beans, I reconsidered. I thought it would be less humiliating to return to the neighbor's house, for I had already solicited beans from her that morning. Regardless of how embarrassing it might be, at least she would be the only one to laugh at me. I approached my neighbor's doorstep and knocked on her door once more. "Annie." I rubbed my hands together, my face flushed with embarrassment as I gazed at the middle-aged woman before me. She looked at me and, suddenly understanding my intent, hastily invited me inside. "Amiel, you must be hungry, right? Come in, come in. I am preparing a meal. Stay for a bite." No, I'm not hungry. I merely came to fetch a few." I stammered, my face burning with shame, wishing I could vanish into the ground. "More." The auntie chuckled awkwardly, gesturing towards the doghouse. You can check for yourself." I thanked her and hurried to the doghouse, albeit somewhat disappointed to find it remarkably clean, devoid of any traces. Just as I was feeling disheartened, Xiaohei emerged from its nest. Upon seeing me, it seemed to comprehend my presence, turned around, lifted its rear, and promptly relieved itself, leaving several dark piles behind. It then wagged its tail at me, as if seeking my approval. I retrieved a bag, pinched my nose, and carefully collected the fresh deposits, not forgetting to express my gratitude to Xiaohei. I carried the bag toward the door. "Annie, I'm off. Meow, the meal is ready. Please stay for a bite." After all, consuming such things daily lacks nutritional value. Once outside, I dashed away in haste. I never wished to endure such an embarrassing ordeal again. Those unaware might think I harbored a peculiar penchant for consuming excrement. When I returned to the residence of old Master Zeng, he had already arrived, carrying a bag brimming with bountiful harvest. Upon noticing the meager contents of my own bag, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Meow, is this all you managed to bring back?" I sheepishly smiled and replied, "The quantity is rather small." "No matter," old Master Zeng declared generously as he placed his bag on the ground. "You may use mine later." Grandfather then inquired about the body of Zeng Jiangwo. At the mention of his eldest son, Zeng's eyes involuntarily welled with tears. He choked back a sob and said the body is in his parlor, awaiting an auspicious day for burial. Grandfather nodded in understanding. "Very well. I shall assist you with Jiangwo's final arrangements." "Thank you, Third Master." Zeng clasped his fists in gratitude. As the night deepened, time marched on, and the house remained unlit, save for a solitary kerosene lamp casting a dim yellow glow upon the table, where Grandfather quietly sipped his tea. The surroundings were eerily silent, instilling a sense of unease, a tranquility that felt ominous, akin to the calm before a storm. Grandfather turned to Zeng and asked, "Have you informed your family? No matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not venture outside." Zeng assured him, "I have informed them. I instructed everyone to lock the doors tightly." After exchanging a few more words, Grandfather resumed his tea, lapsing into silence. I could not ascertain how long we had endured this waiting, but fatigue began to envelop me as I yawned repeatedly and felt my eyelids being irresistibly drawn downward. Suddenly, I heard my grandfather's voice, deep and resonant, exclaiming, "They have come!" Though his words were softly spoken, they reverberated in my ears like thunder, instantly rousing me from my slumber. As I opened my eyes, an odd, fierce gust of wind burst through the door, flinging it wide open. The wind howled as it rushed inside, causing the oil lamp on the table to sway violently before extinguishing with a soft hiss, plunging the room into darkness. The atmosphere became palpably tense. My grandfather sprang to his feet and positioned himself by the door, hands clasped behind his back, his long robe billowing in the wind. Driven by curiosity, we approached the window, peering outside. To my astonishment, I beheld a multitude of eerie green flames surrounding the courtyard of the Zheng family. I rubbed my eyes vigorously, only to realize that these were not flames, but rather pairs of glowing green eyes. I gasped in horror. Hundreds of yellow weasels encircled the courtyard, their eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness. Zheng Eri, a seasoned hunter with decades of experience, had encountered numerous ferocious beasts throughout his lifetime and was known for his courage. Yet in the face of this spectacle, even this stalwart man trembled. His face drained of color, he muttered incessantly, "The yellow weasels surround the homestead. There will be no survivors." Though his voice was low, it sent shivers down my spine. Grandfather, with his hands clasped behind his back and without turning around, spoke softly. The last incident at the Huangpi encirclement dates back over a century. Beneath the Moon Mountain stood a landlord's estate, with servants and retainers numbering at least 40 to 50, alongside more than 20 family members, totaling around 60 to 70 souls. Angered the Yellow Immortal, they faced his retribution. The yellow-skinned villagers banded together to besiege the landlord's manor. After one night, the estate was drenched in blood, leaving no survivors, 60 to 70 lives extinguished, with corpses strewn about, and an abundance of. My initial fear had been minimal, yet as grandfather recounted this tale, a chill of dread cascaded down my spine. I finally comprehended why Second Master Zhang proclaimed that there would be no survivors from the Huangpi encirclement. Chapter 62. The talisman arrow, the phrase "the yellow-skinned encircled residents with no survivors" is chilling in its brevity, sending shivers down one's spine and fraying the nerves. Its implication is unequivocal. Wherever the yellow-skinned creatures appear, they will ensure not a single soul remains alive within the dwelling. The voice of Second Master echoed like a specter, swirling through the room, inducing a sense of unease. The tale recounted by my grandfather weighed heavily on my heart. 60 to 70 lives extinguished. Our humble abode, with merely 6 or 7 souls, would scarcely suffice to satiate the appetite of the yellow-skinned fiends. Grandfather stood proudly at the threshold, addressing the yellow-skinned beings outside with a commanding presence. "As long as I stand here today, who among you dares to set foot within this courtyard?" His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an innate authority. Yet, this formidable demeanor appeared to falter in its effect, as mere moments after his declaration, several yellow-skinned figures stealthily approached the stilted house, slipping through the fence. Grandfather's countenance darkened, his thick brows arching ominously as he declared with fierce intensity, "If you disregard my words, you shall face the consequences." There was a palpable fire in his tone. With a swift motion, he flicked his sleeve, revealing a yellow talisman at his fingertips. Folding the talisman, he crafted it into a paper arrow and aimed it at the foremost yellow-skinned creature. I had encountered this extraordinary technique within the Heavenly Scrolls. It is known as the talisman arrow, an arrow forged from a yellow talisman, propelled by mystical energies. Whoosh! The talisman arrow sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle akin to that of a genuine projectile. A radiant beam of golden light pierced through the darkness. And though the first yellow weasel was robust and vigorous, it let out a blood-curdling shriek upon being struck by a talisman arrow. It rolled twice on the ground, motionless, leaving one to ponder whether it had succumbed to death or merely lost consciousness. The several weasels trailing behind, startled by the commotion, halted in their tracks. Gradually, my grandfather raised his right hand, this time pinching 3 talisman arrows between his fingertips. With a chilling tone, he inquired, "Are there any who fear not for their lives?" The remaining weasels paused, whispering among themselves, seemingly deliberating their next move. Suddenly, 3 of them sprang into action, darting towards the stilted building. One weasel burrowed underground, traversing the earth with remarkable speed, advancing towards the stilted structure. The other 2 weasels split apart, swiftly ascending to the rooftop and racing across it. "Oof. Do you think such antics will be effective against me?" My grandfather scoffed, flicking his finger. A talisman arrow shot forth from the entrance, embedding itself accurately into the ground where the hidden weasel had lurked. The weasel let out a pitiful cry as it emerged from the earth. The arrow lodged in its back. It staggered forward a few paces before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, my grandfather was not idle. With both hands, he unleashed a dual strike. 2 talisman arrows erupted from his palms, each finding its mark on the weasels perched on either side of the rooftop. The 2 weasels cried out in anguish as they tumbled down from the roof. With one decisive move, my grandfather had vanquished the leading weasel, instilling a profound sense of dread in the others that remained. In a moment, the yellow weasels at the back dared not advance. Just then, an elderly man slowly approached the entrance of the courtyard. He was diminutive in stature, clad in a small jacket and wearing a leather hat. I instantly recognized him as the very elder who had deceived me into the old forest the previous night. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. I slammed my hand on the table and pointed at the old man, exclaiming, "It is he. He was the one who tricked me into the old forest last night." Jiwa remarked, "This old man must be the leader of this group of yellow weasels." My grandfather nodded in agreement, stating, "A yellow weasel capable of transforming into human form belongs to the realm of the immortals." I surmised that this yellow weasel king possesses at least 3 tails. Curiously, I inquired, "What does 3 tails signify?" Jiwa elucidated, "The prowess of the yellow weasel king is directly reflected in the number of tails it possesses. As its abilities deepen, the number of tails increases. Thus, the greater the number of tails, the higher the cultivation of the yellow weasel king. A common yellow weasel has but 1 tail, while one with modest abilities possesses 2. If it can cultivate 3 tails, it indicates at least a century of cultivation, enabling it to assume human form. As for 4 or 5 tails, those are even more formidable. 6 or 7 tails signify at least 5 centuries of cultivation." I then asked Jiwa, "How many tails can the yellow weasel king ultimately cultivate?" Jiwa remarked, "The yellow immortal, akin to the fox fairy, reaches the pinnacle of mastery by cultivating the 9 tails. Both the 9-tailed yellow immortal and the 9-tailed fox are divine beings, possessing a Taoist cultivation of over 1,000 years, much like the legendary 9-tailed fairy recounted in myth." I nodded in agreement, intrigued by Jiwa's explanation, which transported me into a realm of wonder. The old man cast a glance at my grandfather, who returned the gaze, the 2 of them standing merely 20 meters apart, locked in a cold standoff. "Third Master Zhang, do you truly intend to obstruct me here?" the old man asked, his tone chilling. Grandfather replied, "Old Huang, this entire matter originated with your eldest son, Zheng Jiangwo, who is now deceased. You have avenged your grievances. Why persist in this pursuit?" The old man seethed. "Although the incident began with Zheng Jiangwo, each of you played a part in it. My 5 grandsons were skinned and devoured by you. Tell me, how can I not seek vengeance for this blood feud?" After a pause, he continued, "I, Old Huang, am a man of principles. You kill my 5 grandsons, 1 life for another. You must provide me with 5 lives in compensation. Now that Zheng Jiangwo is dead, there are still 4 lives owed. You must sacrifice 4 more, and we can consider this blood debt settled." I nodded vigorously, and Jiwa suddenly smacked my head, asking, "What are you nodding for?" Rubbing my head, I replied, "I find his arguments quite reasonable." Jiwa rolled her eyes and scolded, "What nonsense! It's all fallacy. To repay 4 lives, you step forward and pay." I smiled awkwardly and fell silent. In the face of what seemed to be a reasonable request from Huang Daxian, my grandfather remained unmoved, coldly responding, "Old Huang, that's not how debts are settled. Every grievance has its source, and every debt its owner. You have already avenged yourself on Zheng Jiangwo. Let this matter rest here." The old man clearly grew agitated. "Third Master, I am showing you respect. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness." My grandfather retorted icily, "Old Huang, I am also extending you courtesy. Last night you sought to harm my grandson, and I have chosen not to pursue that issue with you. Do not be ungrateful." The dialogue between my grandfather and Huang Daxian was charged with tension, and given the current atmosphere, it seemed unlikely that the situation would resolve amicably tonight. Chapter 63. Unleashing the game, tension hung in the air as palpable as a coiled spring, ready to snap. Yet, neither grandfather nor old Huang made the first move, holding their ground in a stalemate. It was then that Master Zeng, unable to contain his fury, seized a slingshot and rushed to the window. His eyes ablaze as he bellowed, "For killing my son, I shall fight you." A chill ran down my spine. This was a grave misstep. Grandfather and old Huang had refrained from action out of mutual restraint and apprehension. Had the impasse persisted, it might have diffused. However, Master Zheng's sudden intervention shattered this precarious equilibrium. He launched a dark projectile from his slingshot, striking old Huang squarely. Old Huang tilted his head slightly, but the projectile found its mark, hitting a yellow weasel perched on the fence. The weasel, caught off guard, emitted a cry as a plume of black smoke erupted from its face, tumbling down from the fence. The tense atmosphere was akin to an overinflated balloon. A mere prick could lead to an explosion. Master Zeng was that very pin puncturing the balloon. Old Huang, now consumed by rage and disregarding any semblance of decorum towards grandfather, howled, "Children, charge!" The yellow weasels responded in unison, immediately sounding the charge. They surged forth like an unstoppable tide, encircling the yard, transforming it into a chaotic swarm. Zheng Eryi stood before the window, somewhat bewildered, likely not anticipating that a single action of his could lead to such a profound impact. I tugged at his arm and urged, "Zheng Eryi, do not dawdle. Swiftly prepare for battle." With a hint of regret, he replied, Did I make a mistake?" Zhou Er interjected, "The battle has already commenced. It is futile to dwell on regrets now. Steady yourself and protect your family." Zheng Eryi bit his lip and nodded resolutely. The bag was reeking, yet at this moment, perhaps due to the heightened tension and my complete focus on the intruding yellow weasels, I found myself oblivious to the foul odor. Initially, I was somewhat particular attempting to grasp the object through the bag. However, I soon realized that this approach was impractical. It was too slow and cumbersome, and at times I could not secure my grip, thereby hindering the slingshot's firing speed. Glancing at Zheng Eryi, I noticed his eyes shining with determination. With his left hand firmly gripping the slingshot, he deftly retrieved a chunk of the foul matter with his right hand, hanging it on the elastic band. Closing his left eye, he aimed with precision and swiftly released. The projectile struck one of the yellow weasels squarely in the chest, causing it to emit a pained shriek as it soared into the air. Zheng Eryi then seized another piece, slightly larger than the last. He divided it into two smaller portions and simultaneously affixed them to the slingshot. "Let you experience my skill of hitting two targets with one shot." With a flick of his wrist, both projectiles were launched at once, and two yellow weasels fell to the ground in unison. Master Zeng possessed remarkable skill with a slingshot, almost never missing his target. Whenever he launched a projectile, it was guaranteed that a yellow weasel would fall. Reluctant to be outdone, I gritted my teeth, removed my gloves, and seized a handful of ammunition with my bare hands. At that moment, a yellow weasel approached beneath the window, tiptoeing as it prepared to ambush me. I raised the slingshot, the distance nearly non-existent, placing me almost face to face with the creature, just as it opened its mouth to bite me. The dark projectile from the slingshot found its way into its maw. The yellow weasel let out a dreadful scream, as if it had swallowed a heated iron, emitting wisps of smoke from its mouth. It clutched its face with both hands, desperately attempting to expel the projectile, yet to no avail. Witnessing this scene instilled a surge of confidence within me. I donned my gear, lifted the slingshot, and shouted fiercely at the advancing yellow weasels behind me. "Come on, those unafraid of death, step forward." The weasels, intimidated by my bravado, halted in their tracks, their eyes glinting with menace. It was evident that they were infuriated yet dared not charge recklessly, scratching their heads and pacing in circles in frustration. Old Huang, incensed, bellowed in a deep voice and led the charge into the courtyard. Both Master Zeng and I raised our slingshots to fire at Old Huang, but his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, our projectiles missed their mark, and before we knew it, Old Huang stood right before us. Old Huang extended a finger and gently pointed at Master Zeng, who was immediately immobilized, unable to move a muscle, as if ensnared by an enchantment, resembling a statue. with only his eyes capable of shifting. Master Zhang, what has happened to you? My heart raced in trepidation. It was evident that this Huang, the sorcerer, was not someone to be trifled with. With a mere flick of his hand, he rendered Master Zhang powerless without exerting any discernible effort. I was struck with alarm, unwilling to meet the same fate as Master Zhang. I raised my palm and called out to old Huang, wait. Seizing the moment of his bewilderment, I muttered, no cheating, and swiftly turned to flee. Fleeing? Old Huang scoffed, pointing at my back. Just as I had taken 2 steps, I felt my body stiffen, my legs frozen in motion, maintaining a rather awkward pose as I attempted to escape. Suddenly, Jiu'er appeared before me, placing her hand on my back with a gentle touch. A wave of relief washed over me as I gasped and lunged forward, nearly colliding with a bag I had nearly embraced. Quick as a flash, Jiu'er seized me, preventing the awkward encounter. I exhaled deeply and wiped the cold sweat from my brow, expressing my gratitude to Jiu'er. Casting a wary glance back at old Huang, I apprehensively informed Jiu'er, this old monster is cheating. We should leave and not engage with him any longer. In a moment of urgency, old Huang let out a peculiar cry and attempted to charge into the stilted building. However, just as he moved, a figure darted past, positioning itself squarely between old Huang and me. The figure, while not imposing in stature, appeared remarkably formidable in its slenderness. Before me stood none other than my grandfather. I watched as he bit his fingertip, drawing a blood-red talisman in the air. With a swift gesture, the crimson charm spiraled toward Lao Huang, striking him with a resounding crash that sent him sprawling far away. He tumbled across the ground, disoriented and battered, his head adorned with bruises. My grandfather scoffed, Lao Huang, if you do not cease your actions, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Lao Huang rubbed his head, struggling to rise from the ground, his cap having been knocked off, and his jacket covered in dust, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Gritting his teeth in indignation, Lao Huang retorted, you think I fear you? Zheng Lao-san. Chapter 64. 4 fingers suddenly, Lao Huang spread his arms wide and let out a piercing roar, his presence formidable. At that moment, a rippling sound echoed as the small jacket enveloping him disintegrated into fragments, scattering in the air. Behind Lao Huang, several thick and robust tails sprouted, their golden fur fanning out like a grandiose fan behind him. I was taken aback. Lao Huang revealing his tails indicated he was preparing to showcase his formidable skills. Upon closer inspection, I counted 4 tails protruding from his rear. We had previously speculated that Lao Huang possessed at least 3 tails, yet it was astonishing to discover he had 4, exceeding our expectations. This revelation implied that Lao Huang was indeed more powerful than we had anticipated. Even my grandfather could not suppress a sound of surprise, coldly remarking, I wondered where all that bravado came from. It turns out he possesses 4 tails, slightly more formidable than I had imagined. As Lao Huang unveiled his 4 tails, an invisible yet potent aura emanated from him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Zheng Lao-san, since you remain obstinate in your ignorance, I shall accompany you to the very end. Obstinate in ignorance. My grandfather let out a derisive chuckle and pointed at Lao Huang, saying, the one who is truly obstinate appears to be you, disciples. Lao Huang raised his arms, commanding the yellow-skinned creatures behind him, listen closely, tonight, leave not a single survivor. The yellow weasels behind let out a collective scream, and I felt a chill run down my spine at the sight before me. My grandfather's face darkened as he solemnly declared, if you refuse to toast, you will drink the penalty wine. Do not blame me if I unleash a massacre. I bit my lip, nerves taut, fully aware that a bloody battle was on the brink of eruption. However, at that moment, something utterly unexpected occurred. Second Master Zheng suddenly dashed out from the stilted building. My grandfather was taken aback and shouted, Second Master, what are you doing? Come back. Ignoring my grandfather's command, Second Master Zheng strode boldly toward Old Huang. Old Huang raised his sharp claws, pointing at Second Master Zheng, ready to strike if he dared to take a single step closer. To everyone's astonishment, upon reaching Old Huang, Second Master Zheng suddenly knelt down with a thud, this iron-willed man kneeling directly before the yellow immortal. We gazed at Second Master Zheng in shock, utterly bewildered by his intentions. After kneeling, Second Master Zheng bowed 3 times before Old Huang with resounding thuds, and even from within the stilted building, we could hear the echoes of his prostrations. With each bow, his forehead split open, blood oozing forth and trickling down his cheek, creating a gruesome sight. Old Huang regarded Second Master Zheng with cold disdain. Do you think a few bows will spare you? Do you believe that a mere gesture can erase the blood debts between us? Zheng Yi clasped his hands together and addressed Lao Huang. I understand that this blood debt cannot be easily absolved. I stand here, and if you desire my life, you may take it at any moment. However, I beseech you for one thing. While you may kill me, could you spare others from harm? At this juncture, Zheng Yi turned and pointed at us. San Yi and the others have no connection to this matter. Why must you make things difficult for them? Furthermore, Zheng Yi extended his hand towards the stilted house on the left, his voice hoarse as he implored, My eldest son has already perished. I am left with but a younger son, 2 widowed mothers, and they know nothing of this. I beg you to spare them. I offer my life in exchange. Will you accept? I implore you. I implore you. Tears streamed down Zheng Yi's face as he prostrated himself before Lao Huang, pleading for mercy. The scene before me stirred a profound sorrow within my heart. Zheng Yi was truly at his wit's end. He understood that once the Yellow Weasel launched a full-scale assault, his younger son, 2 daughters-in-law, and 2 grandsons might all meet untimely ends. In a desperate attempt to protect his family, Zheng Yi had no choice but to step forward, willing to trade his own life for their safety. Lao Huang's eyes darted thoughtfully, indicating that he too was deliberating. He was not entirely without reservations. At the very least, he still regarded the elder with caution. He must have realized that should a true conflict arise, he would gain nothing, and it could lead to the demise of many of his own disciples. Old Huang was a clever old fox. After assessing the situation, he seized the opportunity presented by Old Zheng and coldly stated, Very well, considering your sincere repentance, and in light of the respect I have for Old Zheng, I shall grant you a chance to live today. Old Zheng, filled with disbelief, looked up in astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. Is it true? His voice trembled with excitement. Old Huang glanced at his grandfather and then back at Old Zheng, continuing, While you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade a lighter sentence. I have lost 5 grandsons, and you have only lost 1 son. You must compensate for the remaining 4 lives. Old Zheng bit his lip and inquired, How shall I compensate? Old Huang stroked his chin, his fingers caressing his beard as he replied methodically, Let us do it this way. For the 4 lives, you shall offer up 4 of your fingers. You will trade 4 fingers for the lives of my 4 grandsons. Is that not a fair bargain? 4 fingers. I gasped in shock. To part with 4 fingers would mean that he would lose at least 1 hand. However, upon further reflection, losing a hand was certainly preferable to losing one's life. Moreover, those 4 fingers could not only preserve his own life, but also safeguard the lives of his entire family. Grandfather likely contemplated this as well, which is why he remained silent when Old Huang proposed his terms. He understood that this blood debt owed to the fox must be repaid in some form, and now, with Old Zheng offering up 4 fingers, it was already the most favorable outcome possible. Simultaneously, Grandfather was acutely aware that even if we were to emerge victorious in a confrontation, the benefits would not necessarily outweigh the risks, and the safety of the Zheng family's members could not be assured. Now that Old Huang had willingly sought a way to de-escalate the situation, Grandfather chose to exercise restraint, allowing both parties to take a step back to prevent an irrevocable outcome. After Old Huang laid out his demands, Zheng Yi paused momentarily. Yet he hesitated not for long. A mere 2 seconds later, he resolutely uttered a single word, agreed. Zheng Yi was no fool. He understood that trading 4 fingers for the safety of a family was already the most favorable resolution. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Yi extended his right hand towards Old Huang and said, Take them. Old Huang nodded slightly, his claws slicing through the air and in a flash of crimson. The 4 fingers fell to the ground, leaving Zheng Yi with but a solitary thumb. The swiftness of the act rendered Zheng Yi momentarily unresponsive to the severance. Several seconds elapsed before the blood gushed from the severed digits, and only then did he clutch his mangled hand, collapsing to the ground with a cry of anguish. Old Huang picked up the 4 bloodied fingers from the floor and coldly remarked to Xing'er Yi, "I, Old Huang, keep my word. This blood debt is now settled." With that, he waved his hand and vanished into the darkness, accompanied by his disciples. Chapter 65. The Foundation, Part 1. Following the incident involving the yellow weasel, no significant events transpired in Panlong village, allowing the villagers to enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. During this time, my grandfather remained indoors, engaging in rigorous training with Jiur, which I fondly refer to as torment. This so-called torment was not genuine suffering, but rather an intensive regimen aimed at my development. Despite my innate talents that enabled me to comprehend the Tongtian Su, I realized that mastering its profound teachings required guidance. Thus, my grandfather became my mentor. Before embarking on this demanding training, my grandfather summoned me for a session of theoretical instruction. With utmost seriousness, he imparted wisdom. Understanding the Tongtian Su does not equate to proficient mastery of its contents. The knowledge contained within is vast and intricate. My grandfather, having devoted his life to its study, has only attained a semblance of proficiency, never daring to claim absolute mastery. Therefore, it is imperative to diligently pursue the teachings within the Tongtian Su. He paused for a moment before continuing. To traverse the yellow springs, to wield the shadow lantern, to discern destiny, and to cultivate the great way. These are the endeavors of a true yellow spring ghost master. To excel in these pursuits, you must fortify yourself, engaging in continuous cultivation to enhance your abilities. The higher your cultivation, the greater your powers, and consequently, the more you can accomplish. The realm of cultivation can be broadly categorized into 9 distinct levels: foundation establishment, chi refinement, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, great ascension, tribulation transcendence, and ascension. These 9 levels are collectively referred to as the 9 layers of realms. The term 9 layers of realms intrigued me, as it was my first encounter with the concept of cultivation levels, and it seemed profoundly intricate. Grandfather, if I diligently practice, when might I reach the highest realm? I inquired innocently. Beside me, Jiur burst into laughter. "Ye gazed ahead, Posith. Why are you laughing? Is my question foolish?" Jiur shook her head. "It's not foolish. It's rather simplistic." My face flushed with embarrassment. Grandfather stroked his beard and replied calmly, "Meow. You must understand one fundamental truth. The level of cultivation is primarily determined by talent, secondarily by effort, and thirdly by one's opportunities. None of these can be overlooked. Therefore, simply being willing to exert effort does not guarantee that you will attain the 9 layers of realms. To be frank, the majority of individuals in this world are mere mortals. With diligent practice, entering the foundation establishment stage is certainly achievable. Take martial artists, for instance. Their physical prowess often surpasses that of ordinary people, yet they typically remain at the foundational level. To ascend to the second level, chi refinement, a modicum of talent is requisite. Martial experts or sect elders, endowed with profound inner strength, often belong to the chi refinement realm, and some may even reach the golden core stage. However, further advancement becomes exceedingly challenging. To continue ascending, it is evident that mere diligence and hard work will not suffice. One must possess the 3 essential elements I previously mentioned: innate talent, relentless effort, and fortuitous opportunities. Some individuals may cultivate their skills for mere months and achieve remarkable progress in a single day, while others may devote their entire lives, yet find themselves stagnant. There are also those who, despite a smooth journey in their early training, encounter an insurmountable bottleneck that they cannot transcend until the end of their days. Thus, those who can truly cultivate to the 9th realm are exceedingly rare, indeed a precious few. After all, attaining the 9th realm would grant one the ability to ascend to divinity. Ascend to divinity? I raised my chin and gazed at the nascent dawn, my eyes shimmering with excitement. For a fleeting moment, I found myself foolishly pondering whether one day I, Chun Miao, might also ascend to divinity. Curiously, I inquired of my grandfather, "Grandfather, to what realm do you belong now?" Me. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head, saying, "My talent does not match yours. I am rather dull-witted, and my opportunities have been scant. After a lifetime of effort, I have only been able to reach the 5th realm of transformation. I fear that I shall not ascend further in this lifetime." The 5th realm of transformation may not sound particularly lofty, yet I am aware that few can attain this level. Just observing my grandfather reveals that although his cultivation is merely at the transformation stage, there is hardly any problem he cannot solve after all these years, indicating that his 5th level cultivation is indeed quite remarkable. Jiwar said to me, "At present, you do not even qualify as a novice, so do not aspire to the 9-fold realm. Be diligent, take one step at a time, and focus on entering the foundation establishment stage first." Grandfather nodded in agreement, stating, "What Jiwar says is absolutely correct. The essence of foundation establishment lies in laying a solid groundwork. This stage must not be treated carelessly. Just as a towering skyscraper must rise from a firm foundation. Without a sturdy base, how can one construct such a lofty edifice? If you wish to achieve greatness in the future, you must first master the fundamentals." I nodded, filled with determination, and replied, "Grandfather, I understand this principle. It is not only true for cultivation. In any endeavor, a solid foundation is essential." Grandfather, satisfied, nodded and remarked, "Since you grasp these truths, I need not elaborate further. For now, begin with physical training, complemented by muscle exercises to hone your foundational skills. Jiwar, keep a close watch on Miao and ensure he does not slack off." Jiwar grinned and said, "Rest assured, Grandfather. Miao is my future husband, and I hold him to high standards. I certainly do not wish for my husband to be a fool." Thus commenced the rigorous training, plunging me into a hellish existence. Each day, I was roused from slumber at the break of dawn at 4 or 5 in the morning. Initially, I could scarcely rise from bed, being dragged up by Jiwar each time. To ensure I woke up, Jiwar had crafted a whip from snake skin. It was no trifling matter when it struck my body. If I failed to rise within the allotted time, exceeding even a minute, I would receive a lash, and the pain would blossom across my backside. After enduring a series of beatings for several consecutive days, my backside felt as though it might be rendered to shreds. However, I had developed an aversion to lingering in bed. At the appointed hour, I would arise promptly. The first task that awaited me upon waking was physical training. This was no arduous endeavor for me, as I possessed an inherent restlessness and a commendable athletic disposition. Each day, I would run laps around the village or venture up the mountains, and occasionally I would indulge in swimming. Once the morning's physical regimen was completed, I would immerse myself in the study of the celestial tome, with my grandfather serving as my instructor. Whenever I encountered difficulties, I would seek his guidance, while Jiwar took on the responsibility of preparing our meals and attending to our daily needs. The afternoon was dedicated to strength training. My grandfather had somehow procured a heavy grinding stone weighing 100 pounds, which I was tasked with lifting or dragging in circles. This peculiar sight drew the curious attention of our neighbors, prompting them to inquire of my grandfather, "Old 3, you could easily afford donkey. Why do you make the child toil like one?" Chapter 66, Foundation Establishment, Part 2. Under the relentless torment of this infernal training, my diligent efforts bore remarkable fruit. Prior to embarking on this regimen, I resembled an ordinary child, thin and diminutive, akin to a mere twig. However, after this period of intense and frenzied practice, my physique transformed at a visibly rapid pace. My muscles became well-defined, veins emerged prominently on my arms, and my stature expanded to twice that of an average child, with my height soaring dramatically. In just 2 short months, I experienced a profound metamorphosis. When I stepped outside, some villagers scarcely recognized me. Had it not been for the conspicuous birthmark on my face, they might not have identified me as. This transformation was particularly evident when and came to visit. Being slightly older and hailing from well-off families, they had always been taller and stronger, which had led to their habitual bullying of us. Yet, after 2 months of rigorous training, not only had I matched their height, but I had also surpassed them by a significant margin, leaving them astonished and inquiring if I had ingested some miraculous elixir. In truth, my extraordinary growth was not solely a result of my own efforts. It was also significantly aided by my grandfather. Throughout my training, every few days my grandfather would hand a prescription, which she would dutifully carry in a bamboo basket to gather various herbs from mountains. After Jiwa returned with the herbs, grandfather began to process them. Some herbs he would simmer into a nourishing broth for me, while others he would crush and prepare for my baths. Additionally, he would employ certain herbs in a manner akin to moxibustion, helping to invigorate my body. Through my diligent practice, complemented by these herbal aids, my muscles and bones flourished under his care, all aimed at establishing a robust foundation for my health. I did not disappoint grandfather's hopes. Within merely 2 months, I progressed into the foundation establishment stage. With a joyful expression, grandfather examined my bones and exclaimed, "Meow, your talent is commendable. In just 2 months, you have reached the foundation establishment stage. The average person requires at least 2 years, and some less gifted individuals may need 3 to 5 years. To celebrate my official entry into the foundation establishment stage, Jiwa prepared a splendid feast. I raised my glass and addressed Jiwa and grandfather, saying, "My achievements today are entirely due to your efforts, grandfather and Jiwa. This toast is to honor you both and express my heartfelt gratitude." Grandfather cautioned, "Remember an old adage, be humble and avoid impatience. Do not let a minor success inflate your pride. The journey ahead is still long. There are many who, despite their remarkable talent, find themselves stagnating. Do not become another tragic example." I thumped my chest confidently, assuring him, "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall not become complacent." Grandfather nodded in approval. "By the way, the festival is nearly over, and it is time for you to return to school. When the term begins, you will be a middle school student. I've already enrolled you in the local school." I find myself suddenly filled with sentiment as time passes so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, I have advanced to middle school. During my elementary years, I eagerly anticipated growing up, perceiving those 6 years as interminable. Yet now, having graduated from primary school, I glance back and realize that, in truth, those 6 years were remarkably fleeting. Maturity is not inherently a negative transition, but it does come at the cost of many cherished memories that can never be reclaimed. "What about Jiwa?" I inquired. Jiwa scoffed, "Of course I'll stay at home. I can't possibly accompany you to school." Grandfather nodded in agreement. Jiwa later adjust Meow's training schedule. He needs to attend school during the day, so modify some of the training subjects for him. The thought of leaving grandfather and Jiwa to attend school in the town filled my heart with profound reluctance. The educational opportunities in the mountains are relatively limited, and many children in the village drop out after elementary school. Those who continue to junior high either come from more affluent families or possess commendable academic performance. I belong to the latter category. I excel in my studies, believing myself to be more astute than the average person. Much of the knowledge in our textbooks is acquired through my own reading, without the need for instruction, which has consistently placed me at the top of my class. "Grandfather, I no longer wish to study." I blurted out. Grandfather set down his cup, his expression grave as he gazed at me. "You're only 12 years old. What else would you do if not study?" I pressed my lips together and, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I wish to learn skills from you." Grandfather furrowed his brows and raised his voice an octave. "Who told you that studying cannot lead to acquiring skills? Who suggested that learning skills would hinder your education? Do these two pursuits truly conflict? At your age, it is imperative that you remain diligently in school. Our family has not fallen into such dire straits that we cannot afford your education. Even if you choose to squander your time, you must at least complete high school before returning." "Grandfather," I attempted to interject, but he raised his palm, his tone resolute. "Other matters can be negotiated, but the importance of your education is non-negotiable. There is no need for further discussion. Return to your room and prepare your belongings for school." Grandfather's stance on my education was unwavering, and I understood his character well. Once he had made a decision, it was immutable. With a sigh, I turned towards my bedroom. Grandfather's voice echoed from behind me. "From now on, do not dare mention the notion of not studying in my presence." Jiwa caught up with me, noticing my despondency. and offered words of comfort. Grandfather's insistence on your education is for your own good. When you grow older, you will come to appreciate his heartfelt intentions. I replied, I understand that grandfather means well, but I truly cannot bear the thought of being apart from you and him. Jiur chuckled lightly. You are merely going to the town for school. It is not a matter of life and death. Both grandfather and I will remain at home. So what is there to lament? I rubbed my hands together, feeling a sense of unease as I spoke. That may be true, but over the years, I have never left Panlong village. Now, suddenly being required to attend school in town feels quite unfamiliar. Oh, Jiur shook her head and said, I understand now. It appears that you are not unwilling to study. Rather, you are shy and apprehensive. I'm not shy at all. I stammered, my face flushing crimson as Jiur saw through my thoughts. Jiur patted my shoulder and remarked, what did I tell you before? Be more open and confident. With all your skills, who would dare to bully you? Besides, you're not the only one from Panlong village heading to town for studies. There are many companions with you, right? By the way, your little brothers Tianyu and Hu Tao are also studying in town, aren't they? With so many familiar faces, what is there to fear? Furthermore, it's not as if you want to be returning for a year or more. If you don't mind the hassle, you can take a boat back every day. If that seems too troublesome, you could stay at school and return once a week. No way. Coming back once a week would be too long of an interval. I shook my head in disapproval. Jiur chuckled, what's wrong? Afraid you might miss me too much? I playfully poked her nose and replied, I'm more worried that you'll miss me too much. Chapter 67. The beginning of school. The journey into junior high commenced as Tianyu and Hu Tao awaited me at the dock, and together we boarded a boat bound for the town. Of course, we were not the only ones heading to school. Over 10 children from our village filled the vessel, chattering and clamoring like a flock of sparrows. The boatman, with a hearty call, urged us to settle in and mind our safety. As the small craft set sail, it cleaved through the waves, the sound of water splashing resonating as we made our way to the town. A veil of morning mist floated above the river surface, while laughter and chatter filled the air. Among the children, half shared my experience of having just graduated from elementary school. This was their first venture in a town for studies, eliciting a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Tianyu and Hu Tao, being slightly older, were already in their second year of junior high and assumed the role of mentors. Throughout the journey, they regaled me with tales of school life. However, their stories were far from commendable, revolving around brawls and the attractiveness of certain girls, as well as the unfortunate odor of a particular teacher. Their boasting was quite exaggerated, portraying themselves as significant figures within the school. Conclusively, they patted my shoulder and reassured me, Miao, fear not. If anyone dares to trouble you at school, just come to us. The boatman, chuckling, interjected with Miao's physique, who would dare to bother him? You two should focus on your own affairs. As we arrived in the town, the dawn broke, painting the water's surface with hues of crimson. In the quaint mountain town, bathed in sunlight, ancient stilted buildings stand alongside moss-covered stone bridges, while wisps of smoke rise gently from chimneys, creating an atmosphere that is both nostalgic and brimming with hope and vitality. As we arrived at the entrance of the campus, we were greeted by numerous stalls, bustling with activity. They offered breakfast in the morning and snacks in the evening. Tianyu inquired if I had eaten breakfast, to which I replied that I had rushed out in the morning and had no time to eat. He promptly purchased 3 fried dough balls, one for each of us, and we nibbled on them as we walked inside. At the entrance, there were vigilant students checking for proper attire and appearance. 2 students stopped us, informing us that we were not allowed to bring breakfast into the school. Upon hearing this, I intended to step aside to finish my fried dough before entering. However, Tianyu and Hu Tao were not inclined to heed the 2 students' admonition. With a fierce glare, Tianyu demanded, Are you new here? You don't even recognize us? Just step aside. The 2 students opened their mouths to retort, but before they could, an older student approached and quickly intervened, offering smiles to Tianyu and Hu Tao. Brother, good morning. They're just freshmen, unfamiliar with you, and a bit clueless. Hu Tao, munching on his fried dough, pointed at the 2 students, declaring, Remember our faces. If you stop us again next time, don't blame me for being rude. Tianyu turned to summon me, and the 3 of us, munching on our fried dough balls, strode confidently into the school, undeterred, as no one dared to stop us. Witnessing this scene, I realized that Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao were not merely boasting on the boat. They evidently held a certain reputation within the school. Tian Yu whistled proudly. Meow, what do you think? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Hu Yu Tao interjected. Meow, we're on the second floor in the second year. Feel free to come and find us if you need anything. I nodded and parted ways with Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, heading to the first floor for my first year registration while they ascended to the second floor. Although it was a middle school in a town, the number of students was quite limited. Children like us from the mountains seldom attended school, let alone pursued a secondary education. Many would cease their studies after elementary school, and being able to recognize a few characters was regarded as quite an achievement. The academic building consisted of 3 stories, the first floor for the first year, the second for the second year, and the third for the third year. At the end of each corridor on every floor was the teacher's office. Adjacent stood a dormitory building, housing several boarding students, as well as some young, single teachers. Opposite the dormitory was a row of modest, single-story buildings, which served as rudimentary laboratories for subjects like physics and chemistry. In the center lay a yellow earth playground, which functioned as the school's sports field, equipped with basketball hoops and table tennis tables, among other athletic facilities. Overall, the campus was not particularly picturesque, especially when compared to urban schools. Yet, it offered fresh air and a clean environment, with lush trees and an abundance of flowers and plants adorning the grounds. Entering the campus felt akin to stepping into a grand garden, a sentiment that was undeniably pleasant. Having just entered the first year of junior high school, I was assigned to a class through a random allocation process. I found my way to classroom 1 and stepped inside, greeted by a multitude of unfamiliar faces, including children adorned in diverse ethnic attire. Given that our region is a melting pot of ethnic minorities, the vibrant array of traditional clothing was hardly surprising. Before long, a youthful teacher entered the room, introducing herself as Ms. Zhang, our homeroom teacher. She welcomed us warmly to the first year and expressed her delight in having us as her students. Ms. Zhang, a woman in her late 20s, possessed a striking appearance, her fashionable attire suggesting she hailed from the city. Her presence certainly captivated us, instilling a sense of motivation among the students. Ms. Zhang commenced the roll call, and upon hearing their names, each student raised their hand in response, exclaiming, "Present." Once attendance was taken and all students accounted for, Ms. Zhang began to rearrange the seating arrangements. Due to my robust physique, I towered over my peers, prompting her to seat me at the back of the classroom. It was inevitable. My height would obstruct the view of those seated behind me if I were positioned at the front. An amusing incident occurred during roll call when Ms. Zhang reached my name. I responded affirmatively while standing. Upon noticing my stature, she paused in disbelief, consulting her records once more before inquiring with a hint of skepticism. "Are you truly Zhang Amiao?" I nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, teacher, I am Zhang Amiao without a doubt." To my astonishment, Teacher Zhang exclaimed, "What do you typically consume? How is it that you are so much sturdier than your peers? With that stature, you appear far older than 12. One could easily mistake you for 18. The classroom erupted in laughter, and some classmates even bestowed upon me a new nickname, Zhang 18. Amidst the merriment, I noticed several female classmates casting curious glances in my direction. After all, a tall, robust young man is undoubtedly more captivating to the attention of girls than a diminutive, frail boy. Chapter 68. The girl with yellow hair. As I settled into my seat, a girl in front of me turned around. She possessed an exquisite appearance, with sparkling, lively eyes that reflected a certain cleverness. "Zhang Amiao, is that really you?" she exclaimed, flashing a charming smile that revealed her beautiful teeth. I was momentarily taken aback, gazing at this girl with surprise. Meow, Sui Tsue? Meow, Sui Tsue was also a child from Panlong Village, consistently ranking at the top of her class throughout her schooling, serving as class monitor for 6 years in elementary school. Due to my insecurities stemming from a birthmark on my face, I had seldom interacted with my classmates, and my exchanges with Meow Tsue Tsue had been minimal. In my eyes, she had always been the epitome of excellence, a beautiful girl with remarkable academic achievements. Throughout those 6 years, I scarcely dared to speak with her. The most vivid memory I have of Miao Tsue is the time she stood up for me. One day while walking home, I was surrounded by several classmates who bullied me, spitting at me, and calling me a freak. By chance, Miao Tsue happened to pass by. Unfazed by the group of boys, she boldly stepped forward and, in her capacity as class monitor, sternly reprimanded them. She asserted that as classmates, they should not insult others in such a manner, warning that if they continued, she would report them to the teacher the following day. Children, after all, harbor a fear of teachers, and upon hearing Miao Tsue's words, they promptly fled. From that incident onward, I developed a fondness for Miao Tsue. I never anticipated encountering her here today. With a knowing smile, Miao Tsue remarked, "Zheng Miao, I didn't expect to see you in town from middle school." Indeed, I touched my head and remarked that I had no intention of coming. Yet my grandfather insisted I attend. Miao Tsue, with a serious expression, responded, "Why not come? It is essential to read more. The benefits of reading are plentiful, and there are no drawbacks." I inquired, by the way, "Why didn't I see you when I left the village this morning?" Miao Tsue explained, "Oh, I am currently staying with relatives in town, so I'm not often in the village. It saves me the trouble of commuting daily." Teacher Zhang rapped the table and said, "Quiet down, everyone. Today, we shall select a few class leaders. Those elected must set a good example and lead their classmates in diligent study." Following a process of nominations, elections, and collective voting, Miao Tsue was once again elected as the class monitor. As for me, despite lacking any ambition, I found myself nominated by Miao Tsue for the position of sports committee member. Teacher Zhang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, with Zheng Miao's physique, he is perfectly suited for the role of sports committee member. Does anyone have any objections?" Given my stature, it was hard to imagine any objections from my classmates. Even if there were, they dared not voice them. Ultimately, I was elected unanimously as the sports committee member. Miao Tsue flashed a playful smile at me, clenched her fist, and said, "Let us do our best. By the way, I have an important announcement to make." Teacher Zhang produced a notice, raising it aloft. According to directives from the higher authorities, in consideration of the students' safety, effective this semester, aside from those residing in town, all students from rural areas must reside on campus to facilitate unified management. Do you understand? A cloud of despair washed over me. I had no intention of boarding at school, and now, with an official decree, it was no longer an option. Consequently, I would only be able to return home once a week. Teacher Zhang continued, "Today we will dismiss early, allowing everyone to return home briefly to gather their belongings and prepare some living expenses. Tomorrow marks the official start of campus life." The students dispersed, and Miao Tsue approached me. "Greeting Amio, goodbye. See you tomorrow." I nodded in response. "See you tomorrow." Two girls approached, pulling Miao Tsue away, their conversation reaching my ears. Chui, how do you know Zheng Amio? He looks rather intimidating." "Indeed, is it a birthmark on his face? He appears rather unattractive." "Don't speak carelessly. Even if he has a birthmark, I don't find him unattractive." The whispers echoed in my ears. I had heard enough of such remarks. I touched my cheek and smiled wryly, realizing that their curiosity was not about my stature, but rather about the birthmark on my face. Shaking my head, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and stepped out of the classroom. I noticed that students from all grades had left, and I had initially planned to wait for Tianyu and Hu Yu Tao to return to Panlong village together. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, I saw neither of them emerge. Growing weary of the wait, I contemplated leaving alone, yet a sense of camaraderie held me back. Thus, I ascended to the second floor, intending to ascertain what Tianyu and Hu Yu Tao were engaged in, for they had yet to vacate the classroom. By that time, the second floor was nearly deserted, with most students having departed. As I passed by the classroom of the second grade, I heard the unmistakable sounds of a scuffle emanating from within. I paused, preparing to peek inside when suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, startling me. Upon raising my gaze, I beheld a youth with long hair, a streak of dyed blonde at the front, swaggering out of the classroom with an air of audacity, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an aura of arrogance. Trailing behind him was a motley crew of over a dozen individuals, all seemingly his subordinates, their expressions fierce and menacing, as though the world owed them a debt. I was taken aback. At such a tender age, it was astonishing that anyone would dare to dye their hair and brazenly smoke within the school premises. My initial thought was that this blonde youth might not be a student at all, but rather a societal drifter from outside. "What are you looking at? Get lost," he barked as he approached me, his bravado palpable. With a shove, he pushed me aside, catching me off guard and nearly causing me to stumble. "Hey, why are you pushing people?" I retorted, somewhat irked. Before I could gather my thoughts, several students behind him closed in, their fingers nearly poking my nose, glaring menacingly as they threatened. "What's it to you if we push you? Do you have any objections? Spare me your nonsense, or I'll make you pay." The blonde-haired boy shot me a glare and, with a sinister smile, departed with his entourage. As I watched his retreating figure, I muttered to myself, evil deeds will eventually meet their reckoning. Approaching the classroom door, I was greeted by the sound of pained groans emanating from within. The voices felt oddly familiar, peering inside. I was taken aback to find Tianyu and Hu Tao curled up on the floor, appearing to be in considerable distress. Alarmed, I stepped into the classroom and inquired, "What has happened to you two?" "And nothing," Tianyu mumbled, shielding his face as he struggled to rise from the floor. Hu Tao turned away, propping himself up on the desk, presenting his back to me. Their peculiar demeanor raised my suspicions. Why did they seem so reluctant to face me? Chapter 69. The helmsman. "Hey, what happened to you?" I inquired, perplexed by their demeanor. Tianyu and Hu Tao stammered, "And nothing at all." I approached, gently tapping Tianyu on the shoulder, and curiously asked, "Why are you covering your face?" At my touch, Tianyu lowered his hand from his face. I was taken aback, nearly failing to recognize him. Half of his cheek was grotesquely swollen, his eyes bloodshot, and his visage resembled that of an undercooked tomato. "What on earth happened to you?" I turned to Hu Tao for answers. Hu Tao turned around, revealing a similarly disfigured face, with a split lip oozing blood and the tissue in his hand stained crimson. The most absurd detail was the dark shoe print imprinted on his cheek, as if someone had stamped him. I gazed at Hu Tao and pointed at his face. "Well, it seems you've acquired a birthmark." Observing the disheveled appearances of both Tianyu and Hu Tao, the realization dawned upon me. They had been transformed into a pair of battered transformers. Recollecting the group that had just emerged from the classroom, it became evident they had been thoroughly chastised by the gang led by the blonde-haired bully. "Was it that blonde fellow who attacked you?" I asked, my expression filled with disbelief as I looked at Tianyu and Hu Tao. After all, I had witnessed the dominance of these two brothers upon entering the school that morning, believing them to be untouchable figures within the campus. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to this sorry state. Such treatment is unbefitting of a brother. Hu Tao licked the corner of his bloodied lips, wincing in pain as he discarded the tissue and vehemently exclaimed, "Damn it, I shall reclaim this blood debt, sooner or later." Tianyu, stroking his swollen cheek, replied, "Enough with the bravado. Where was this spirit when you were being beaten just now?" Hu Tao rolled his eyes and retorted with a cold snort, "Haven't you heard the saying? 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. I'm not Neza. I lack 3 heads and 6 arms. With so many of them, how could I possibly prevail?" Tianyu spat in disdain and cursed. "Moreover, that scoundrel lacks any sense of martial ethics, specifically targeting our faces. Isn't it evident that he is envious of our good looks?" I gazed at Tianyu, incredulous that he still dared to claim others were envious of his appearance, nearly bursting into laughter. However, to speak candidly, witnessing the two of them in such a pitiful state ignited a flicker of anger within me. Regardless of the circumstances, they were now my companions, and as their elder brother, where could I place my pride when my subordinates were so ruthlessly beaten? Furthermore, considering the incident earlier when that yellow-haired fellow pushed me as he exited the classroom, my irritation only grew. I inquired of Tianyu and Hu Tao, "Who was that arrogant yellow-haired individual? Why did he assault you?" Tianyu, cupping his face, replied, "Miao, could you treat me to an ice cream? I shall narrate the entire tale while enjoying it." I questioned curiously, "But isn't it rather cool today? Why would you still want ice cream?" Tianyu pouted and said, "Isn't my stomach already filled with fire?" Tianyu and Hu Yu Tao entered the public restroom, turned on the tap, and spent quite some time washing their faces, removing all traces of dirt and footprints before emerging from the facility. We arrived at the school gate, where a convenience store stood. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao each grabbed a popsicle and squatted by the roadside, crunching away at their treats. Aren't we supposed to be having ice cream? Why are we gnawing on popsicles? I inquired as I paid for my purchase and exited the store. Tian Yu took a vigorous bite of his popsicle and, somewhat agitated, declared, "The popsicle cools me down. Why don't you tell me about what happened earlier?" I suggested. As Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao stood up, still gnawing on their popsicles, they began to recount the events that transpired in the classroom. The boy with the yellow hair was named Luo Yong, and his arrogance stemmed from his father's position as the town mayor. It was no wonder he acted so domineeringly in town. Luo Yong had been a delinquent from a young age. After graduating from elementary school, his father leveraged connections to send him to a secondary school in the county. However, without parental supervision in the county, Luo Yong became even more unruly, asserting dominance in the school, smoking, drinking, fighting, and bullying the weak. His misdeeds were numerous. His father, having had him late in life, indulged this only son excessively, accommodating his every whim, and each time trouble arose, it was his father who intervened to resolve matters. Consequently, this pampering only emboldened Luo Yong further. Now in the third year of junior high, he got into a violent altercation at school, leaving another student battered and bleeding, which resulted in hospitalization and even drew the attention of the police. Ultimately, the school could no longer retain him and was compelled to expel him. There was no alternative. Unable to endure the environment of the middle school in the county town, the mayor's father could only bring Luo Yong back to the town for his education. Due to Luo Yong's exceedingly poor academic performance, the principal decided to demote him a grade, placing him in the second year of junior high. Today marked the first day of school, and Luo Yong was assigned to Class 2, which included Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, during the election for class officers. While his classmates expressed their ambitions to become class monitor or subject representatives, Luo Yong stood up declaring his desire to be the Duo Yi, a term denoting a leader or captain in the underworld. Luo Yong exuded a strong aura of bravado, despite returning to the town for his studies. He showed no signs of reform, still aspiring to dominate the campus. The other students, intimidated by Luo Yong's fierce demeanor, remained silent. Moreover, he sported a streak of dyed yellow hair, and even the teachers refrained from insisting he cut it, illustrating just how unruly he was. Interestingly, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao were both spirited and unyielding youths. Initially unaware that Luo Yong was the mayor's son, they confronted him when he boasted about his intentions to be the Duo Yi. Both believed themselves to be prominent figures in the school and could not possibly regard a transfer student with any esteem. Their argument escalated, faces flushed and voices raised. And had the teacher not entered the classroom, a physical altercation might have ensued. Luo Yong issued a stern warning, telling Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao to wait after school, as he intended to teach them a lesson in humility. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao exhibited remarkable fortitude, embodying a resolute spirit as they pointed at Luo Yong and declared, "We shall not leave after school today, regardless of your intentions." When the final bell rang, while their classmates departed, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao steadfastly remained in the classroom, awaiting Luo Yong's arrival. However, they could never have anticipated that their wait would not be for Luo Yong alone, but rather for an entourage. Luo Yong strode into the classroom accompanied by a throng of individuals, over 10 in total, predominantly from the third year of middle school, but also including some from the second and first years. All were loyal followers of Luo Yong, who forcefully kicked open the classroom door and marched in with great fanfare, effectively barricading both the front and back exits, encircling Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao in a tight formation. Chapter 70. Protection. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao were casually lounging, cigarettes in mouth and legs crossed, humming a tune. Suddenly, a horde of individuals burst into the classroom, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Tian Yu's cigarette was abruptly expelled from his mouth, while Hu Yu Tao remained momentarily oblivious to the unfolding chaos. In an instant, Luo Yong advanced and delivered a swift kick to Hu Yu Tao's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Thus, the imprint of Shu was left upon Hu Yutao's visage. Witnessing this, Tian Yu attempted to intervene, only to be besieged by a throng of individuals who descended upon him with relentless blows. With his hands shielding his head, Tian Yu curled up on the floor, rendered helpless against the onslaught of fists and feet. Amidst the tumult, he cried out, "Do not strike my face. Please do not strike my face." Ironically, his pleas only incited further aggression towards his visage. Despite Tian Yu's desperate attempt to protect his head, several kicks landed on one side of his face, leaving it swollen and bruised. Hu Yutao fared no better. After being felled by Luo Yong's kick, he was soon overwhelmed by the swarm of assailants. Outnumbered and outmatched, both Tian Yu and Hu Yutao found themselves unable to retaliate, reduced to mere playthings in this brutal display. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the two lay on the ground, battered and bruised, their vision filled with swirling stars. Luo Yong declared, "Listen carefully, I am Luo Yong, and my father is the town mayor. I adhere to a simple creed. Those who support me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. From this day forth, I shall stake my claim in this town. I am the captain of this school. If anyone dares to challenge me, let them step forward, and I shall ensure they submit." Upon hearing Luo Yong's familial connections, Tian Yu and Hu Yutao gasped in shock. Regret washed over them. Had they known that Luo Yong's father was the mayor, even with tenfold courage, they would not have dared provoke him. Luo Yong, exhaling rings of smoke with a carefree demeanor, gestured towards Tian Yu and then Hu Yutao, summoning them forth. With heads bowed low after receiving a beating, the two fell silent. Luo Yong raised his hand and delivered two resounding slaps across their faces, berating them. "Weren't you two quite bold just now? Weren't you going to deal with me? Who is in control now? Speak up. Where has your bravado gone?" Under the looming threat, both Tian Yu and Hu Yutao, not lacking in intelligence, understood that if they did not concede, they would face further punishment. While the iron pot may withstand the heat, human flesh does not. Blows will undoubtedly hurt, and neither of them wished to endure pain. Assessing the situation, they ultimately chose to submit. Tian Yu, wearing a forced smile, addressed Luo Yong. "Brother Yong, it was merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart." Hu Yutao echoed, "Indeed, we were just joking, Brother Yong. You needn't be so serious with us." The two quickly yielded, now referring to him as Brother Yong. Luo Yong exhaled a couple of smoke rings, adopting the demeanor of a triumphant victor, and playfully patted their faces. "If you had admitted defeat sooner, there would have been no trouble at all. Why must you endure a beating? Tell me, are you fools?" Yes, indeed we are. We are quite foolish." Tian Yu and Hu Yutao nodded fervently, losing all semblance of their former bravado. Observing their submission, Luo Yong continued to puff smoke rings and declared, "Since you have acknowledged me as your leader, from this moment forth, you shall follow me. Should any trouble arise, I shall protect you." "Thank you, Brother Yong. Thank you, Brother Yong," they responded, bowing in deference. "No need for thanks. Just bring some money to me tomorrow," Luo Yong instructed. "Money." The two were taken aback at the mention of payment. "Do you not understand what a protection fee is? From now on, as I shield you, do you not owe me a fee for my protection?" Luo Yong was indeed a quintessential campus rogue, initially conquering others through intimidation. Once he sensed their fear, he audaciously pressed for a protection fee, exemplifying the extreme of bullying tactics. Although Tian Yu and Hu Yutao were reluctant, they had no choice but to timidly inquire, "Brother Yong, how much do we need to pay for this protection fee?" Luo Yong squinted his eyes and grinned widely, proclaiming, "I am a man of principles. Since you have chosen to follow me, you are my brothers. It is customary for brothers to pay a protection fee, so let us make a modest sum, 100 each. 100 each." Tian Yu and Hu Yutao were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. For ordinary children in the city, a week's living expenses scarcely amounted to 100 yuan. As for those of us from the mountains, we barely scraped by with 20 or 30 yuan a week, even for those residing at school. It would not exceed 50 yuan. Luo Yong's audacious demand to take 100 each effectively siphoned off almost a month's worth of their living expenses. How were they supposed to survive the month? Though Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao came from relatively decent backgrounds, 100 yuan was still a considerable sum for them. With a pained expression, Tian Yu implored, "Brother Yong, 100 yuan is what we need for a month's sustenance. If we hand over that amount, what will we eat? Is there any possibility of a discount?" Luo Yong erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick to Tian Yu's abdomen, cursing, "Don't you dare test my patience. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can haggle? How you choose to live is of no concern to me. Listen well, it's 100 yuan, not a penny less. I will be waiting for you at the school gate tomorrow morning. If you fail to deliver 100 yuan, do not even think about entering the school. Every time I see you, I will teach you a lesson until you pay the protection fee." With that, Luo Yong waved his hand dramatically, declaring, "Brothers, let us go to the arcade. It's on me." He then led his group of followers out of the classroom, their presence overwhelming. Upon exiting the classroom, I encountered Luo Yong, who approached me with an air of arrogance and forcefully shoved me aside. Such was the entirety of the incident. At this point, Tian Yu, consumed by rage, audibly snapped the stick of his ice pop in two. I furrowed my brow, taken aback by the demand for a protection fee of 100 yuan. For us, children from the mountains, it is a rarity to receive even 100 yuan during festival seasons. Luo Yong, self-proclaimed leader, audaciously demanded this sum, which felt utterly excessive. "What do you plan to do?" I inquired of Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao. Hu Yu Tao sighed and replied, "What can we do? Today we will receive our living expenses, and tomorrow we'll hand it over to him. If we refuse, he will harass us daily, and we are not punching bags. We cannot endure such continuous beatings." Chapter 71. Good brothers, on our return journey, we once again boarded the wooden boat we had taken that morning. The boatman, upon seeing us, was greeted by my rather amicable salutation. However, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao displayed an unmistakable embarrassment, covering their faces as they made their way to the rear of the cabin. The reason for their discomfort stemmed from their earlier bravado, proclaiming themselves as the big brothers of the high school, asserting that they could protect me should any trouble arise. At that moment, the boatman had playfully remarked that with my physique, no one would dare to bully me, expressing concern instead for the two of them. Ironically, his offhand comment proved prophetic, as they not only failed to shield me, but were instead subjected to a severe thrashing themselves. Thus, now, upon encountering the boatman, their reluctance to greet him arose from a sense of shame. Noticing their peculiar demeanor, the boatman called out to them, "What happened to your faces?" With stammering voices, they replied, "We fell." The boatman, astonished, exclaimed, "You fell and ended up like this? Did you even get slapped on the face?" Laughter erupted among the passengers, while Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao buried their heads in embarrassment, utterly humiliated. As the boatman maneuvered the bamboo pole, he, as someone who had experienced similar situations, offered sage advice. As the old saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Do not think too highly of oneself. There are always those who surpass you. Upon returning home to Panlong village, Jiu greeted me with delight, eagerly taking my backpack and inquiring why I had returned so early that day. With a sigh, I gloomily remarked, "I must share some unfortunate news with you." My serious demeanor startled Jiu, prompting her to inquire, "What unfortunate news?" I explained, "The school has issued a decree. Apart from students from the town who may reside at home, children from the village must now board at the school, returning only once a week." Jiu, relieved, exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Your expression truly frightened me. Boarding school is no big deal. Why make such a fuss?" I rubbed my nose and huffed. "From your reaction, it seems you're not at all concerned about me." Yue flashed a charming smile, her red lips and white teeth captivating. "We are already betrothed. How could I possibly escape?" Her words lightened my spirits, dispelling my earlier gloom. I ventured into the inner room and found my grandfather, informing him of the school's boarding requirement. After listening, he retrieved a tin box from the cupboard, opened it, and handed me several bills without hesitation. I counted the money and said, "Grandfather, this is too much. I won't need this much." He replied, "In addition to the boarding fee, there's also your living expenses." I insisted, "Living expenses are only 20 or 30 yuan a week. 100 yuan is quite excessive." My grandfather chuckled, stroking his beard. "Silly child, Isn't it better to have a little extra? You reside alone in the dormitory, with your grandfather unable to care for you. You carry money with you, allowing yourself the freedom to indulge in whatever you desire, to savor your meals a little more. At your age, it is crucial for growth. There is no need to save for your grandfather. Do you understand? After a brief pause, he added, moreover, our family is not lacking in funds. I couldn't help but chuckle at my grandfather's earnestness regarding our financial situation, nodding in agreement. As I emerged from his room, a warmth enveloped my heart, touched by his kindness. Although he is not my biological grandfather, his care for me is profound, perhaps even more intimate than that of a true grandfather. The following day, with a blanket slung over my shoulder and my school and living expenses in hand, I bid farewell to Juror and my grandfather before boarding a boat to the town. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao were also on the boat, both wearing frowns and appearing despondent, sighing heavily throughout the journey. I inquired, what troubles you two? Is there something amiss? Tian Yu, holding a cooked egg, rubbed it against his swollen cheek, his face clouded with gloom. The thought of having to pay that scoundrel Luo Yong protection money today leaves me utterly despondent. Indeed, Hu Yu Tao chimed in. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. 100 yuan, my living expenses for 2 weeks. How am I to survive these next 2 weeks? Tian Yu, do we not consider ourselves brothers? Is that even a question? We've both been beaten to a pulp like the higher brothers, and you still ask if we are brothers? Tian Yu's humor shone through despite the situation. Hu Yu Tao, placing an arm around Tian Yu's shoulders, declared, good brother, I shall rely on you for my meals over the next fortnight. What? Tian Yu gazed at Hu Yu Tao with astonishment, inquiring, what did you just say? Hu Yu Tao replied, I said, since I am out of money, for the next 2 weeks, I shall follow you. Tian Yu retorted, I was asking what you said before that. Hu Yu Tao responded with the realization, I asked you, are we not brothers? No. Tian Yu answered resolutely. Must you be so blunt? This is rather pragmatic, don't you think? After all, we have shared both joy and hardship together as brothers. Hu Yu Tao lamented. Tian Yu remarked, even couples tend to part ways in times of great adversity. Let alone us who are not even married, right? Goodness, you lack loyalty. Hu Yu Tao exclaimed in frustration, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. Fearing an escalation, I swiftly interjected, you two needn't argue any further. You claim to be out of funds, correct? I have some available, as my grandfather left me quite a bit. For the next fortnight, you may accompany me. Dining will not pose an issue. Is that truly the case? Both Hu Yu Tao and Tian Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as they turned to me. Of course it is. I nodded solemnly, asserting, a man of integrity stands by his word. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Brother A Miao, you are so straightforward, truly deserving of being my esteemed brother. Hu Yu Tao exclaimed, patting my shoulder. Tian Yu joined in, grinning widely. Brother A Miao is not only my beloved brother, but also my idol. From this moment forth, all other idols, such as Hua Zai and Luan Gu, must step aside. Only brother A Miao holds that esteemed position in my heart. Enough of this. Do you not feel a twinge of shame as you utter such fabrications? The very sound of your words fills me with disgust, causing me to shiver involuntarily as I adjust my collar. By the way, it is not my intention to criticize you, but 100 yuan is no trifling matter. Are you genuinely willing to give it to that fellow, Luo Yong? I inquired. Tian Yu scoffed and replied, of course, it isn't out of willingness. However, we find ourselves with no alternative. If we do not comply, he will harass us incessantly. I nodded in understanding and asked further, why do you not confide in your parents or inform a teacher? Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao shook their heads vigorously, resembling rattling drums. We are out here making our way in the world. Such matters must be resolved on our own. How could we possibly seek help from our parents or teachers? If word of this were to spread, we would become the subject of ridicule. Chapter 72, quite audacious. The weather today was rather bleak, shrouded in a gray haze that mirrored the somber moods of Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao. The two of them lacked the appetite for breakfast and, upon arriving at the school gate, noticed that Luo Yong was absent. They attempted to slip into the school discreetly, but just as they crossed the threshold, Luo Yong suddenly emerged from the security booth, blocking their path. Behind him trailed several lackeys, each wearing a sardonic grin as they regarded Tian Yu, and Hu Tao. Luo Yong let out a disdainful snort, crossing his arms as he inquired. What? Planning to sneak away? Have you never heard the saying, you can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th? Tian Yu forced an awkward smile. Say no. You've misunderstood, Brother Yong. We have no intention of escaping. Hu Tao chimed in with a nervous grin. Good morning, Brother Yong. Luo Yong cast a glance at the pair and impatiently retorted, cut the crap. Did you bring the protection fee? Biting his lip, Tian Yu stammered, Brother Yong. Can't we reduce it a little? Are you trying to haggle with me? Luo Yong's temper flared as he raised his hand, preparing to deliver a resounding slap to Tian Yu. Unable to bear the scene any longer, I stepped forward, seizing Luo Yong's wrist and commanding with a fierce tone, stop. Everyone fell silent. Luo Yong was taken aback, as were Tian Yu and Hu Tao, while the lackeys behind him stood froze. It is currently school time, with numerous students entering and exiting through the school gates. Many have paused to observe the commotion, quickly forming a sizable crowd. Luo Yong felt a sense of embarrassment and, in a fit of rage, turned to glare at me, exclaiming, You? Just the day before, I had encountered him at the entrance of Class 2, Grade 1, where he had arrogantly shoved me aside, a slight I had not forgotten. I met his gaze without flinching, standing tall and proud. Indeed, it is I. Luo Yong struggled momentarily, yet my grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly securing his wrist, rendering his attempts futile. After all, I had undergone rigorous training, now having entered the foundational stage, my physique far surpassing that of an ordinary person. In a one-on-one confrontation, Luo Yong had less than a 1% chance of victory against me. His face flushed with anger, he shouted, Let go! Let go! I command you to release me. With a slight smile, I suddenly relinquished my hold. I had timed my release perfectly. Observing Luo Yong's intense struggle, I let go unexpectedly, caught off guard by the suddenness. He stumbled backward several steps due to inertia, ultimately landing clumsily on the ground, causing quite a scene. The onlookers gasped, their reaction resembling applause. Luo Yong, self-proclaimed leader of the town, had never endured such humiliation. His face darkened with shame. I shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, This is not my concern. Everyone heard you demand that I let go. Two of the younger boys reached out to assist Luo Yong, who angrily ordered them to back off. He then rose to his feet, casting a fierce glare in my direction. Kid, you've got some nerve, he exclaimed. I chuckled lightly, responding, Well, a man must have courage, right? Only eunuchs lack it. You're not a eunuch, are you, Yonga? Tian Yu and Hu Tao looked at me in sheer astonishment, as did the surrounding crowd. They could hardly fathom my audacity in speaking to Luo Yong in such a manner. Luo Yong rolled up his sleeves and charged into the security room, seizing a baton. The two security guards, witnessing the scene, hurriedly rushed after him, gripping him tightly. At that moment, the principal entered the school gate and, spotting Luo Yong at the entrance, called out sternly, Luo Yong, what are you doing? Before Luo Yong could respond, a petite girl emerged from the crowd, bravely pointing at him in front of the principal. Principal, Luo Yong is assaulting a fellow student and extorting protection money. The onlooking students gasped in shock, while Luo Yong's face flushed with rage, casting a menacing glare at the girl. Who is this meddlesome girl? He spat. I glanced at the girl who had accused Luo Yong. It was none other than Miao Tsusui. As the class monitor, she exuded righteousness. And while numerous students around her remained silent, she boldly stepped forward, courageously denouncing Luo Yong's misdeeds even in his presence. It was truly commendable. The principal was visibly upset, for Luo Yong had been admitted to the school through his connections, and any trouble caused by Luo Yong would inevitably reflect poorly on him. Amidst the throng of students, the principal's countenance bore a hint of distress. He maneuvered through the crowd, seizing Luo Yong's arm, and spoke in a stern tone. On the very first day of school, you create trouble. Come, let's discuss this in my office. Pausing momentarily, the principal cast a fierce glance at the followers of Luo Yong, bellowing, What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be in class? Those who do not wish to attend, follow me to the office. Confronted with the principal's wrath, the followers dared not linger, scattering like startled birds. And the entrance to the school finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. The principal led Luo Yong away, and Meow Tsutsue approached me, inquiring, Meow, are you all right? I shook my head, replying, I am fine. However, I worry for you. You were exceedingly brave to confront Luo Yong in front of so many people, putting him in a difficult position. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Meow Tsue responded with vibrant resolve. I fear nothing. If I were afraid of him, I would not have stood up just now. Since I dare to step forward, I shall not cower. I detest those who bully the weak. Tian Yu and Hu Yutao approached Meow Tsue, with Tian Yu giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, You truly are a heroine. Hu Yutao added, Sister, thank you for your bravery. It has deeply moved us. Could you share your contact information? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation. Tian Yu and Hu Yutao buzzed around Meow Tsue like two persistent flies. I knew their intentions well. Captivated by her beauty, they sought to win her favor, revealing their true motives. Meow Tsue expressed her displeasure, exclaiming, You two are truly bothersome. You deserve to pay protection fees. Meow, let us depart. As she spoke, she grasped my hand and walked away without a backward glance. She truly possesses character. I admire that, remarked Tian Yu, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Hu Yutao interjected, You lack the ability to care for others. Allow me to look after her instead. I turned my head and flashed him a grin, saying, You are overthinking this. Tian Yu and Hu Yutao gazed at me with faces full of envy, indignantly exclaiming, Damn it, how could a Meow have gotten to her first? Chapter 73. Ambushed. A day swiftly passed. Perhaps due to the shared animosity in the morning, Meow Tsue became my first friend in middle school. At noon, we agreed to dine together at the cafeteria. The dishes in the cafeteria were freely selectable, and payment was made through purchased meal tickets. In our mountainous region, we were still relatively backward. The cafeteria did not yet accept card payments. Meow Tsue urged me to choose the dishes, and then she pulled out her money to treat me to lunch. I protested, saying, How can a boy let a girl pay for the meal? Allow me to treat you instead. She smiled and replied, What does it matter who treats whom? Meow, what about us? Tian Yu and Hu Yutao materialized behind us like two specters, grinning broadly. I remarked, You two Haven Tea paid your protection fees. Don't you have any money? Tian Yu retorted, Meow, you promised this morning that for the next 2 weeks, Hu Yutao and I could follow you around to eat. Hu Yutao nodded in agreement. As the elder brother, you can't possibly let your companions go hungry, can you? Fine, you're in. Faced with these two individuals whose audacity rivaled that of city walls, I found myself at a loss for words. I pulled a few meal tickets from my pocket and thrust them into their hands, saying, Go buy your own food, and don't bother me. Certainly, we want tea disturb you. We want tea intrude on your little world. Hu Yutao and Tian Yu departed cheerfully, waving chicken claws in front of the display, reveling in the fact that they were not spending their own money. I took a seat at a table with Meow Tsue, feeling a genuine pang of hunger. Given my robust physique and substantial appetite, I swiftly devoured my meal. As I set my plate down, I noticed Meow Tsue watching me intently, while she had barely made a dent in her own plate. Feeling slightly embarrassed under her gaze, I chuckled awkwardly and asked, Am I eating a bit too quickly? Meow Tsue let out a soft laugh, replying, It's nothing. I just think your way of eating is quite endearing. Endearing? It seemed she struggled to articulate her thoughts on my dining manner, ultimately settling on such a word after a moment of contemplation. Suddenly, a hand rested on my shoulder. Assuming it was Tian Yu and his friends, I casually remarked, Didn't T, I tell you not to bother me? Kid, you're quite the cocky one. The hand playfully slapped my face. Realizing that the newcomer was not Tian Yu and his crew, I brushed the hand away and turned to see a group of older students, likely in their 3rd year of junior high, standing behind me. Their demeanor far from that of diligent scholars. I recognized a few of them as associates of Luo Yong. Frowning slightly, I understood that Luo Yong would not let the morning's incident slide easily. He would undoubtedly seek me out for trouble. However, in the face of 5 or 6 unruly upperclassmen, I felt no fear. I fixed my gaze on the leader and coldly inquired, What do you want? The individual pointed a finger at me, then rapped on the table before Meow, saying, Our Yong-gu believes you possess quite the character and wishes to befriend you. He awaits you by the school gate to treat you to some milk tea. Meow glanced up, spotting Luo Yong not far off, grinning at her and waving. With her brows furrowed in defiance, she dismissed them curtly, stating, "I'm not interested. Let me make myself clear. First, I have no inclination towards milk tea. Second, I hold no interest whatsoever in your Yonga. Hey, you have quite the stubborn mouth." One of them retorted impatiently, snatching away the plate in front of Miao, Tsue, and tossing it into the trash bin. Furious, Miao slammed her hands on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" I, too, felt a surge of anger and shoved that person away forcefully, admonishing, "Try that again and see what happens." "What is this? What are you all doing? If you can't eat properly, then get out." The teacher on duty in the cafeteria approached upon hearing the commotion, and without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of scolding upon them. Ultimately, they were still students, and in the presence of a teacher, they dared not act too brazenly. One of them huffed disdainfully, threatening me, "You're in for it, kid." Another turned to Miao Tsui, adding, "Remember, Yongu will be waiting for you after school. We won't leave until we see you." What a bunch of lunatics. Once those delinquents had retreated, Miao sat down angrily, her face flushed with indignation. I offered some words of comfort. Don't stoop to their level. They are merely troublemakers. By the way, let me buy you another meal. I rose to prepare for a meal when Miao Tsui grasped my arm and said, "Forget it. It's unnecessary. I am too filled with anger to eat." At noon, a group of us boarding students entered the dormitory, each taking to our designated beds to begin making them up. The accommodations of this rural school certainly pale in comparison to those in the city. The dormitory is relatively worn, yet it boasts cleanliness. The space is rather large, but the notion of an 8-person room is a mere fantasy. There are 8 beds arranged on either side, each comprising a bunk, thus accommodating a total of 16 individuals in a single room. However, we are all children of the countryside, accustomed to hardship, and the subpar living conditions matter little. We are here to pursue our education, not to indulge in comfort. As I hummed a little tune while making my bed, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open, and a group of boys from the 8th and 9th grades barged in. Before I could react, I was forcefully knocked onto the bed, and someone draped a quilt over my head, immediately followed by a barrage of punches raining down upon me. It was only then that I realized, to my dismay, that I had been ambushed. There were perhaps more than 10 of them, encircling me with merciless blows, all the while hurling insults. "Aren't you quite capable? Yonga sent us to pay you a visit." They needn't have spoken. I was already aware that it was Yonga who had orchestrated this. It seemed that the ruckus at the school gate that morning had sealed my fate with him. Although I possessed certain abilities, I was ambushed and lost my advantage. Furthermore, it was futile to resist against numerous adversaries surrounding me, leaving me utterly subdued and unable to rise. I could only shield my head with my hands, holding my breath, and endure their blows with my robust physique. This brutal assault persisted for several minutes, and only when they grew weary did they cease, departing with a taunt. "Today is merely a lesson for you." They then threatened the others in the dormitory, saying, "This is none of your business. Anyone who dares to inform or intervene will meet the same fate." The dormitory was filled with honest kids from rural backgrounds, all of whom had come to the town to pursue their studies due to their academic excellence. Each one was more innocent than the last, and under the intimidation of these ruffians, they dared not utter a word, quietly tidying their own beds as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 74, The Guardian of Flowers, Part 1. Though I was ambushed by a group of individuals, I remained largely unscathed. The rigorous training I underwent during this period was no exaggeration. I have honed my physique to a state of formidable resilience, and their feeble strikes could merely graze my surface, leaving my bones and vital organs intact. My roommate, who occupies the bunk above me, kindly cautioned, "Meow, this group is quite arrogant. It would be wise not to provoke them. I've heard that Luo Yong has a close relationship with the principal. Even if you report him, it would likely be futile." I nodded in acknowledgement and expressed my gratitude. The afternoon swiftly passed, and as school let out, Tian Yu and Hu Tao approached the entrance of the classroom in search of me. As we are all boarding students now, returning home daily is not an option. Thus our dinner is also resolved within the confines of the school. Of course, should our allowances permit, we might venture outside for a meal. I shook my head, suggesting they proceed without me. Tian Yu remarked, Meow, we want to be using your card today? Hu Yu Tao added, indeed, today is our treat. A new restaurant serving grilled dishes has opened at the school gate. Shall we go and sample it? I chuckled lightly. Do you truly think I would worry about you two depleting my resources? This is not a matter of my card. I have other engagements. You may go ahead, and if the opportunity arises, I shall join you later. As I spoke, my gaze drifted towards Miao Chui, who was busy packing her bag. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao immediately grasped the situation, albeit misinterpreting it. Tian Yu exclaimed with a dawning realization, no wonder. It seems there is a fair maiden awaiting your company. Hu Yu Tao chuckled. Since that's the case, let us not disturb Miao's good fortune. I shook my head, choosing not to elaborate to the two of them, as it would be futile. I noticed Miao Tsue exiting the classroom and hurriedly followed her. Tsue, I called out, hesitatingly adding, may I accompany you home? Accompany me home. Miao Tsue paused momentarily, then smiled. Aren't you a boarding student? How could you possibly escort me home? Besides, my residence is quite near. I stay at a relative's house in town, just a 10-minute walk away. I licked my lips and replied earnestly, I am merely concerned that Luo Yong might cause you trouble. Didn't he invite you for milk tea after school? Miao responded with a nonchalant but I did not agree, as you well know. I turned him down. I scratched my head. True, you rejected him, but that does not guarantee he won't harass you. What if? Don't worry. Miao Tsue laughed, exuding confidence. Isn't he just the mayor's son? Does he really believe he can act as he pleases like a local tyrant? In this vast world, what can he possibly do to me? Miao Tsue displayed remarkable bravery, showing no fear of such campus bullies. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. She waved to me and left the classroom. I stood at the classroom door, watching her departing figure, feeling a twinge of unease. Though my understanding of Luo Yong was limited, his earlier actions of summoning others to retaliate against me revealed his vindictive and petty nature. Early in the morning, at the school gate, Miao Tsue publicly humiliated Luo Yong before a multitude of classmates. Later, in the cafeteria, she explicitly declined his invitation. Luo Yong, who fancied himself a leader, could hardly tolerate a young girl repeatedly undermining his dignity. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to leave the classroom and trailed Miao Tsue from a distance. During my brief stay in this town, she had been my sole companion, and, out of friendship, I felt compelled to protect her. I observed Miao Tsue exiting the school gate and quickened my pace. Just as I stepped out, I noticed her turn into an alley ahead. Meanwhile, two third-year students, who were loitering by the roadside smoking, noticed her entry into the alley. They exchanged whispers and promptly discarded their cigarettes, following her into the narrow passage. I instantly recognized them as the same boys who had relayed messages for Luo Yong in the cafeteria earlier. This is bad. A wave of anxiety washed over me. These scoundrels trailing Miao Tsue surely meant trouble. Taking a deep breath, I sprinted after them, relieved that I had been vigilant. Had I not followed, Miao Tsue might have found herself in serious peril today. As I plunged into the alley, I heard Miao Tsue's piercing voice. Get away. What are you doing? Leave me alone. My blood boiled at the sight before me. The two boys had blocked her path. One had snatched her backpack while the other grasped her arm, forcibly pulling her toward a nearby milk tea shop. The boy, clutching Miao Tsue's backpack, urged, Let's go. Yong is waiting for you. He has already ordered your milk tea. I won't drink it. I won't go. Miao Tsue shrieked. The boy, tugging at her arm, retorted with irritation, Yong holds you in high regard. It is a privilege for you. Do not squander this opportunity. Miao Tsue struggled fiercely against them, yet as a frail girl, she was no match for the two boys. Her resistance proved futile as they forcibly led her toward the milk tea shop. Their actions bore a striking resemblance to abduction. What was even more disheartening was the presence of others in the alley. A few elderly individuals lounged beneath the eaves, basking in the sun, and not one stepped forward to intervene. Some passing students merely halted to gawk at the spectacle. The people in the mountains often exhibit a certain ignorance and backwardness. One could scarcely imagine what awaited Miao Tsue if they forcibly dragged her into the milk tea shop. The wickedness of humanity is ingrained in its very essence. Who knows what heinous acts a natural-born villain like Luo Yong might inflict upon Miaotsue? Suddenly, the boy gripping Miaotsue's arm yelped and released her, for she had bitten down hard on his wrist in her desperate struggle, compelling him to let go. He cried out in pain, his face contorted in fury, and delivered a stinging slap across her face, cursing foully. "You insolent wretch, you think you can defy me?" Miaotsue bit her lip tightly and shut her eyes. However, the anticipated slap did not land on Miao Tsuetsue's face. With a perplexed expression, Miao Tsuetsue opened her eyes, and, upon seeing me gripping the wrist of the assailant behind her, she exclaimed in delight as if encountering a long-lost relative. "A Miao? Damn it, it's you again." Another individual swung Miao Tsuetsue's backpack towards me, rolling up his sleeves while cursing and advancing with the intent to confront me. I had no intention of letting him off lightly. In such circumstances, it was essential to assert my dominance, lest they perceive me as an easy target. Chapter 75. The Guardian of Flowers, Part 2. In an instant, adrenaline surged through my veins, a wave of fervor rushing to my head. The resentment and fury that had accumulated in my heart over the past few days erupted at that moment. Before the man could approach me, I launched a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying through the air, crashing to the ground. He knelt there, clutching his stomach, his expression contorted in pain, unable to utter a single word. The man whose wrist I'd seized could not contain his outrage and began to curse vehemently. I leaned in close to his ear and coldly whispered, "Soon, you won't be able to utter a single word." With a firm grip on his wrist, I exerted a bit of pressure, causing him to scream in agony, his face turning a shade of crimson. "Pain! It hurts! Let go! Release me!" He continued to curse, his words laced with profanity. My gaze hardened as I grasped his 5 fingers, forming them into a fist, and forcefully stuffed his own fist into his mouth, pushing it in halfway, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause erupted behind me. I turned to see Luo Yong, the notorious campus ruffian, standing in the center of the alley, clapping his hands, leisurely chewing on the pearls from his milk tea, exuding an air of superiority. Trailing behind him were 6 or 7 lackeys, each clutching a cup of milk tea, standing menacingly, intimidating enough to deter some students from passing through, forcing them to take a detour. Miao Tsuetsue, upon spotting this group, displayed a look of disdain and hid behind me. Though she displayed remarkable courage, the presence of numerous school bullies instilled a certain trepidation within her, while I stood as her sole pillar of support. Miao Tsuetsue clutched my arm tightly and whispered urgently, "There are too many of them, a Miao. Let's south flee this place." I shook my head resolutely, harboring no intention of retreat. I needed to bring closure to my conflict with Luo Yong. If this matter remained unresolved, he would incessantly harass and intimidate me. At times, the most effective approach to dealing with malevolence is to confront it with equal force. I silently vowed that today, I would ensure Luo Yong understood that I was not to be trifled with. Only by empowering myself could I deter his bullying. My continuous submission and displays of weakness would only embolden their aggression. "Kid, you have some skills. What was your name again?" "Ah, yes, Zheng Miao," Luo Yong chuckled, his grin eliciting a wave of revulsion within me. I remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon him. Luo Yong extended his hand, still wearing that insufferable smile, and said, "I find you quite admirable. Let us be friends. You can stick with me from now on, and you 1T need to pay me protection fees. What do you say?" I raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smirk playing on my lips. This scoundrel was quite amusing. He thought he could win me over, as if the ambush he orchestrated at noon could simply be forgotten. Faced with the olive branch extended by Luo Yong, I did not hesitate for a moment and resolutely declined. I proclaimed, "Firstly, I have no desire to associate with someone like you. Secondly, I am here to pursue my studies, not to squander my time. Thirdly, regardless of whether I choose to associate with you, I shall not pay a single penny in protection fees." My words were emphatic, a public slap to Luo Yong's face, causing him to darken with humiliation. The entourage following Luo Yong began to jeer. "You think you're tough, huh? Do you believe we won't take you down?" I smirked derisively and retorted with 2 words that dripped with disdain. "Not at all. Meow. Tsuei, sensing the escalating tension, urgently grasped my arm, attempting to pull me away. Meow, let us go. Don't waste your breath on them. I replied firmly. You go ahead. Do not concern yourself with me. Today, I must put an end to this matter. Meow. Tsuei, now increasingly anxious, pleaded with a quivering voice. Meow. Please hurry and leave. There are too many of them. You cannot contend with them. Leave. Where shall we go? Luo Yong chuckled sinisterly, pointing at Meow, Tsuei, and then at me. Neither of you shall leave today. With that, he signaled to his lackeys, who swiftly encircled us, cutting off our escape. Meow. Tsuei was visibly distressed, her nails digging into my flesh, her lips trembling as she shouted at Luo Yong. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Ha ha ha. Luo Yong laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide as he cast a mischievous glance at Meow, Tsuei. His eyes roamed over her, and with a tone laced with mockery, he inquired, What do you think I intend to do? I've made my intentions quite clear. I hold you in high regard and wish to forge a friendship. Yet, despite the simplicity of my request, you refuse to grant me even a modicum of respect. How am I to bear this? Meow, Tsuei pursed her lips, skepticism evident on her face. Is it truly just a friendship you seek? Absolutely, Luo Yong replied, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. I am a man of my word, unwavering and principled, not one to be easily deceived. I position myself protectively behind Meow, Tsuei, and caution her, do not trust him. Can you truly believe someone like this? With his hands on his hips, Luo Yong proposed, how about we strike a gentleman's agreement? What sort of gentleman's agreement? Meow Tsuei asked, her curiosity piqued. Luo Yong's eyes twinkled mischievously as he replied, You accompany me for a cup of milk tea, and I assure you, my brothers, and I will not lay a finger on Zhang Meow. We will ensure he leaves unscathed. What do you think? Meow Tsuei hesitated, uncertainty creeping into her voice. You promise to keep your word? Of course, Luo Yong affirmed. As long as you join me for that cup of milk tea, all grievances between me and Zhang Meow will be forgotten. Not only will I let him go today, but I will never trouble him again. Before Luo Yong could finish a sentence, I interjected coldly. The issue here is not whether you will trouble me, but rather that I am the one seeking you out. Meow, please remain calm. Meow Tsuei gazed at me in astonishment. What the hell did you just say? Luo Yong pointed at me, his anger surging like a raging tide. I maintained a serene countenance, unperturbed as I met Luo Yong's fiery glare, and pronounced each word deliberately. Are your ears deaf? I said, It is now my turn to trouble you. Luo Yong's face flushed with rage. Damn it, do you truly believe yourself to be a gallant protector? You are but a solitary figure. I am eager to see how you intend to cause me trouble. Brothers, come forth and ensure you beat me to a pulp. If I am injured or incapacitated, you shall handle it. The few companions of Luo Yong were nothing more than belligerent youths from the second and third year of middle school, lethargic during classes like ailing patients. Yet the moment the school day ended, they sprang to life, invigorated. When it came to brawls and skirmishes, their excitement surpassed all others. Chapter 76, The Guardian of Flowers, Part 2. With Luo Yong backing me, these school ruffians grew increasingly audacious. They hurled their bubble tea to the ground and charged at me like a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with ferocity, as if they intended to tear me apart. However, I am no mere prey. They are a swarm of famished wolves, while I am a fierce tiger. I shall make it known that the tiger is the true sovereign. I gently pushed Meow Tsuei aside, instructing her to remain by the roadside to avoid any unintended harm. Suddenly, a robust junior high school delinquent lunged forward, swinging his fist towards my face. Judging by his physique, he must be an athlete at school, accustomed to physical training, boasting superior physical attributes in speed, strength, and explosiveness compared to the average person. It was evident that he was a seasoned fighter, excitement shimmering in his eyes, exuding confidence in his combat prowess. To him, this punch seemed more than sufficient to bring me down. As the wind from his punch swept towards me, I remained calm, my body unwavering. I merely tilted my head slightly to the left, narrowly evading the blow. The athlete paused momentarily, astonished. He likely never anticipated that his fist would meet with nothing but air. Caught in the momentum of his swing, he stumbled closer to me. I raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in my eyes. I had been waiting for this very moment. In the blink of an eye, as he charged into my embrace, I did not shy away, but instead stepped forward boldly, using my shoulder to brace against his chest. Simultaneously, I grasped his arm that was poised to strike, and with a sudden surge of strength, executed a flawless shoulder throw. The athlete was sent tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud, dazed and clutching his back, unable to rise. My display of skill rendered those behind me speechless. With a swift motion, I unleashed two resounding slaps across the faces of the two ruffians, delivering a lesson with considerable force. The impact sent them reeling, eyes swirling, as they staggered to the ground, dazed and bewildered. 3 more thugs remained, exchanging glances of uncertainty. I bellowed at them, challenging come on all at once. I prepared myself for the impending confrontation, only to find these 3 utterly disappointing. They were so intimidated by my presence that they turned tail and fled. A cold smile crept across my face. What a pitiful assembly. These individuals, when faced with genuine opposition, displayed little courage, relying instead on their numbers to bully the weak. When confronted with a true adversary, they would undoubtedly flee faster than rabbits. As I watched them abandon the scene, Luo Yong erupted in fury, shouting, "What are you doing? Come back. You're just drinking milk tea and doing nothing." "Apologies, Yong, but my mother has summoned me home for dinner. Yong, I must return to study my lessons. Yong, my grandmother has passed away, and I must go home to mourn." These 3 timid souls, each presenting increasingly absurd excuses. At this moment, only Luo Yong remained, standing in direct opposition to me. A hint of anxiety flickered across Luo Yong's lips as he surveyed his surroundings. Not a single ally stood behind him. 3 lay defeated on the ground, and 3 others had fled, leaving him entirely isolated. A gaggle of cowards. Luo Yong erupted in a fit of anger. His predicament was equally awkward. Should he depart? The multitude of onlookers would witness his retreat, a blow to his pride. Yet, remaining was not an option either, as he surmised he was no match for me. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision, caught between the urge to flee and the fear of humiliation. A chilling smile graced my lips as I approached Luo Yong step by step. With each advance I made, he retreated, until he found himself cornered at the entrance of the milk tea shop. My presence loomed over him, a palpable force that rendered him powerless. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yong suddenly dashed into the milk tea shop and emerged wielding a chair. The chair, crafted from iron, was a product of the establishment and possessed a certain degree of lethality. With the chair in tow, Luo Yong believed his combat prowess had surged. His spirits rekindled as he swung the chair above his H amidst the exclamations. Meow. Tsue's voice pierced through with utmost urgency. Meow. Be careful. Clang. I recoiled a step, the chair whistling through the air, crashing against the floor with a resounding crack, sending sparks scattering. Enraged, Luo Yong attempted to raise the chair once more, intent on smashing it down upon me. However, I denied him the opportunity. I planted my foot firmly on the chair, causing Luo Yong to pause, noticing the unyielding resistance. Before Luo Yong could gather his wits, I unleashed a sharp cry, using the chair as a springboard to launch myself into the air. With a swift, airborne motion, I delivered a knee strike, the unyielding joint connecting squarely with Luo Yong's face. Thwack! Luo Yong's head snapped back, a fountain of blood erupting skyward, painting a crimson arc against the setting sun. Immediately following, accompanied by a dull thud, Luo Yong collapsed backward onto the ground, his limbs sprawled out in a cruciform posture. Lying motionless, Luo Yong's nose was askew, his lip lacerated, his face a bloodied, unrecognizable mess, indicating severe injuries. Bravo! After a few moments of silence, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of cheers. I was uncertain whether their applause was for my display of agile prowess or for Luo Yong's well-deserved beating. Amyo! Amyo! 2 figures pushed their way through the crowd, Tian Yu and Hu Yutao, each clutching a beverage bottle. I inquired with curiosity, "How did you 2 arrive here?" Tianyu, breathless, explained, "We were eating near the school gate when we overheard classmates from your class mentioning that Luo Yong had intercepted you and Sui Tsue. So, you came to lend assistance?" I responded, somewhat amused. "Indeed." Hu Yutao inquired, "What is going on? Is it over?" "Miao, why didn't you leave us a couple?" Miao Tsue approached and unflinchingly exposed the antics of Tianyu and Hu Yutao. "You two can spare me your pretenses. I saw you both lurking behind the crowd, waiting for Miao to finish before you emerged, feigning assistance. What a display of insincerity. I didn't take their posturing to heart. Given the earlier commotion, it was only natural for them to feel apprehensive." Hu Yutao's face flushed crimson as he forced a couple of hollow chuckles and feebly explained, "There were just too many spectators. We couldn't manage to get through." Chapter 77. Deserved to be beaten. Miao, hurry. A teacher is coming." Miao Chui suddenly dashed over, grasping my hand and pulling me along. The onlookers, primarily students from the town, dispersed quickly upon hearing the news of the teacher's arrival. After running alongside Miao Chui for a while, I realized that Tianyu and Hu Yutao had not kept pace. Miao Chui was drenched in sweat, appearing even more anxious than I was. I wiped the perspiration from my brow and reassured her, "It's all right now. Let us go." "Where do you live?" "I'll escort you home." Miao Kui beat Erlip, nodded, and pointed ahead, "Just over there, that house with the red roof. We can reach it by passing through this alley." I took her left hand while carrying her backpack in my right, accompanying her to her doorstep. "Here we are," I announced as I handed her the backpack. Miao Chui clutched it tightly and expressed, Miao, thank you for today. If it weren't for your intervention, I shudder to think where those ruffians might have dragged me tonight." I patted my chest and grinned, "Fear not, I shall protect you. Should they dare to trouble you again, I will confront them each time." Miao Chui chuckled, "You've helped me today, and I will remember this kindness. When the weekend arrives, I shall treat you to a meal. No need for such formality. Now you should head back. I must return to school as well. Please be cautious on your way." I waved goodbye to Miao Chui and turned away with a flourish. Upon returning to the school gate, I heard Tianyu calling my name. Turning around, I was surprised to see Tianyu and Hu Yutao seated in a newly opened snack shop, a skillet bubbling with hot oil before them. They immersed meat and vegetables into the frying oil until cooked, then lifted them out to rest on the side, ready to be dipped in chili powder. This is a beloved delicacy known as laogua in our region. I took a seat and remarked, "Where have you two been? It seems you are indulging in delightful treats." Tianyu chuckled, "We weren't finished eating just now, you know. We heard you were in trouble, and we rushed to your aid." "Indeed," Hu Yutao added, "we called you from behind, but you were oblivious, chasing after that pretty girl. We didn't want to interfere with your good fortune." Rolling my eyes, I opened a bottle of beverage and gulped down a generous mouthful. I turned to Hu Yutao and said, "Order a couple more dishes. After that vigorous exercise, I am famished." "Miao, you were magnificent just now, pummeling Luo Yong until he was left searching for his teeth. Finally, we avenged ourselves." Tianyu raised his glass, a triumphant expression on his face, as if he himself had vanquished Luo Yong. Hu Yutao returned with 2 dishes, draping an arm around my shoulder. "Miao, when will you teach us some martial arts? We could learn self-defense to avoid getting hit in the future." "Certainly," I nodded. "We shall rise at 4 in the morning and engage in morning practice together." 4 in the morning? Tianyu and Hu Yutao's eyes widened in disbelief. Tianyu's head shook like a rattle drum. No. Waking me up at 4 in the morning is akin to a death sentence. I might as well give up." I turned to Hu Yutao, who responded with utmost seriousness. "Without adequate sleep, one cannot concentrate on their studies the following day. For the sake of learning, I have decided to prioritize my rest." I glared at him in frustration, indignantly exclaiming, "Just look at the two of you. You deserve to be reprimanded." After satisfying our hunger, we returned to school, commencing our dormitory life. During this period, I had cultivated a biological clock that awakened me at 4 in the morning. Thus, even though I now resided on campus, I steadfastly maintained my morning exercise routine without the aid of an alarm. At 4 o'clock, my eyes would flutter open, and I would rise from bed, making my way to the playground for my morning workout. The sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. and it was only when I was drenched in sweat that the sun began its ascent over the horizon. I indulged in several hearty meat buns and 2 bowls of corn porridge in the cafeteria, leaving the cafeteria lady momentarily astonished. As class time approached, students gradually entered the classroom, and Miao Sisue arrived as well. Upon entering, she approached me and whispered, Miao, you must be cautious these days. Unless absolutely necessary, do not leave the school. What's the matter? I inquired, puzzled. Miao Tsue replied, I heard that Luo Yong has connections with some unsavory characters. After you dealt with him yesterday, he has been harboring resentment and has already reached out to these individuals, threatening to cause you trouble. Therefore, it would be wise for you to remain within the confines of the school. As long as you stay on campus, those delinquents will not dare to trouble you. Very well, I acknowledge this. I nodded in agreement. Although I had heard this warning, fear did not take hold of me. The so-called delinquents in society are merely unruly youths aged 15 or 16, or perhaps 17 or 18, who neglect their studies and shun work, spending their days loitering outside, with their greatest passion being brawling. These ruffians often prey upon diligent students, extorting protection money from boys and harassing female students, among other misdeeds. Such troublesome youths are a persistent headache for the police, with many of them frequently passing in and out of the police station as if it were second nature. The day swiftly passed, and no one came to disturb me. As school came to an end, out of goodwill, I inquired of Miao Tsue, would you like me to escort you home? Miao Tsue replied, have you forgotten what I told you this morning? Luo Yong has contacted some local thugs and plans to capture you. Do you still dare to venture outside? That would be akin to walking into a trap. She added, do not worry about me. My aunt is here to pick me up after school. Just ensure your own safety, and for heaven's sake, do not leave the school gates. Miao Sisue seemed quite anxious, as if she needed to remind me several times before finally stepping out of the classroom. I completed my homework in the classroom and returned to the dormitory, waiting for quite some time without the arrival of Tianyu and Hu Yutao to invite me to dinner. I decided to check their second-year dormitory, only to learn from their roommate that they had not returned. Internally, I cursed. Those 2 scoundrels must have sneaked out to indulge in a feast without me. Tianyu and Hu Yutao both come from affluent families, regarded as the privileged second generation of our Panlong village. Consequently, they frequently indulge in leisure activities and dining out. I had initially contemplated seeking them out in the town. However, recalling Miao Chui's admonitions, I relinquished that thought. Instead, I carried my lunchbox to the school cafeteria for a meal. After finishing my meal and returning to my dormitory to place my lunchbox down, I was preparing to exercise on the playground when a spirited second-year student dashed toward me. Are you Zheng, Miao? He inquired breathlessly. I nodded, and he continued, Tianyu and Hu Yutao are your friends, right? They've been kidnapped, and the captors sent me to deliver a message. You must go alone to the arcade in town to rescue them. If you fail to comply, Tianyu and Hu Yutao will not see the light of tomorrow. Chapter 78. Kneel and bark like a dog. What? I was taken aback, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. By the time I regained my composure, I realized that the messenger had already fled. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, my fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking in my anger. These individuals displayed an utter disregard for the code of honor. In their desperate attempt to draw me out, they resorted to threatening my friends. Since I remained within the confines of the campus, these thugs were unable to capture me. So they targeted Tianyu and Hu Yutao, who were merely enjoying their time at the arcade, and threatened their lives to compel me to show myself. Of course, they were unlikely to actually take Tianyu and Hu Yutao's lives, but if I failed to appear, it was almost certain they would endure severe physical harm. Broken limbs were a definite possibility. Out of brotherly loyalty, I could not simply disregard their lives. Although I was fully aware that this was a trap laid out by my adversaries for the sake of camaraderie, I had no choice but to step into it. I was oblivious to the number of foes awaiting me, and I had no idea what they had planned for me tonight. All I knew was that, come what may, I was determined to face the impending storm, even if it meant traversing a path of blades and flames. With a deep sigh, I strode out of the campus. I did not seek trouble, yet these troublesome matters insisted on finding me, which only added to my frustration. It seemed that, after yesterday's confrontation, I had yet to earn Luo Yong's respect. I silently resolved that in tonight's battle, I must decisively subdue Luo Yong, instilling in him a sense of fear at the mere sight of me, ensuring that he would never dare to harass me again. As I stepped out of the school and ventured into the town, I encountered an arcade, a veritable paradise for children, filled with an array of arcade machines. It was a realm of dreams where titles like King of Fighters, Street Fighter, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms captivated the youth, who played with fervor and exuberance. The sounds of laughter and excitement echoed from within, a constant symphony of joy that accompanied my every pass by the arcade, which was teeming with life. In each game, 2 players would engage, while a throng of 5 or 6 spectators gathered nearby, cheering and encouraging, finding delight even in mere observation. However, the very popularity of the arcade rendered it a melting pot of varied individuals, including unsavory characters, particularly those associated with the underbelly of society, who congregated in groups, either engrossed in gaming or extorting protection money. Fights and skirmishes were a common occurrence, and gradually, the arcade evolved into a pivotal venue for negotiations among local youth. In the past, each time I passed by the arcade, I felt an irresistible urge to step inside and immerse myself in the games. Yet today, as I approached the entrance, my emotions were starkly different. The doorway, adorned with flickering neon lights, resembled the maw of a monstrous beast, threatening to engulf me should I dare to enter. At the entrance, 2 individuals lounged, smoking beneath the traffic lights, one with vibrant red hair and the other with striking green locks, both appearing gaunt and emaciated, reminiscent of drug addicts, their appearances betraying their dubious character. It was a time when dyed hair was all the rage, particularly among the youth of the streets. Thus, one could ascertain the likelihood of an individual being a member of this demographic simply by observing their hair color. "Hey, are you using on meow?" The red light spat out some phlegm and inquired about me. I nodded slightly and coldly asked, "Where's my friend?" The green light rose to his feet, flicking ash from a cigarette, and replied, "He.S. inside. Go on in." The green light then pushed open the door, allowing me entry. As I stepped into the gaming hall, the red and green lights followed closely behind, swiftly shutting the glass door behind us. Almost immediately, I heard a loud clatter as the roller shutter of the gaming hall was drawn down. A wave of unease washed over me. I glanced back to see the red and green lights guarding the entrance, arms crossed, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. The illumination within the gaming hall was dim, the air thick with haze and smoke curling about. Upon my entrance, I noted the crowd was sparse, far less animated than usual. Only a handful of individuals were present, puffing on cigarettes and vigorously engaging with the machines, playing King of Fighters. Their attention shifted towards me as I entered, and it dawned on me that the patrons had been driven away by these thugs, leaving only those summoned by Luo Yong to confront me. "Brother Yong, the person has arrived." A yellow light shouted towards the interior. Then I recognized a familiar figure emerging from within. It was Luo Yong himself. Following him were several others, none of whom were students from the school, but rather a group of unruly youths, around 16 or 17 years of age, each bearing a menacing demeanor. One among them sported a tattooed arm, exuding an air of arrogance. "My dear friend, we meet again." Luo Yong greeted me with a chilling smile, reminiscent of a deranged individual. Yesterday, I had the misfortune of leaving Luo Yong's face a veritable canvas of bruises. Today, his visage was adorned with bandages and ointment, presenting a rather comical sight. With a disdainful snort, I cut straight to the chase. "We're my friends." Luo Yong clapped his hands, and 2 individuals emerged, dragging Tian Yu and Hu Yutao behind them. Both were bound with ropes, their mouths stuffed with foul socks, their bodies marred with bruises, clearly having endured a lesson of sorts. Upon seeing my arrival, Tian Yu and Hu Yutao looked at me as if I were their last hope, their eyes shimmering with excitement, their muted voices attempting to form words, yet failing to do so. I sighed. Just last night, they had spoken of learning martial arts for me to avoid such beatings. Look where that had led them. Now, having faced this ordeal, perhaps these 2 good-for-nothings would finally become diligent. I pointed at Tian Yu and Hu Yutao and addressed Luo Yong. "My quarrel lies with you. I have arrived, so let them go." Our grievances do not involve them. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao gazed at me with desperation. Their eyes reddened. Luo Yong smirked ominously. Letting them go is possible, but it comes with a condition. What condition? I furrow my brow, fully aware that Luo Yong's words would not be gracious. As expected, he declared, "Kneel before me and bark like a dog. If you do it well, I shall release them." Kneel and bark like a dog. A surge of indignation ignited within me. This had transcended mere brawling. It now threatened my very dignity and sense of self. I stood tall, my demeanor icy as I proclaimed, "What if I refuse? Damn it." Luo Yong fiercely discarded his cigarette, but his voice rising to an octave of fury, singing meow, "Let me make myself clear. Tonight you will kneel. Whether you like it or not. Define me, and I shall make you kneel." Brother Yong, why waste words with him? Just take it down. This audacious remark came from a tattooed youth, his tone dripping with arrogance. Luo Yong reached into his pocket, extracting several banknotes, and thrust them into the tattooed youth's hands. His expression sinister as he commanded, "Make sure to do it thoroughly." The tattooed youth accepted the money, a gleeful yet menacing smile spreading across his face as he assured Luo Yong, "Rest assured, Brother Yong, having received your money, I will undoubtedly see to it that matters are handled." With that, the tattooed youth snapped his fingers and called out to the idling young men in the arcade, "What the hell are you all standing around for? Get to work." Chapter 79, 1 against 10, Part 1. In the gaming arcade, a group of young men surrounded me. Their gazes predatory, glinting with a predilection for violence. Luo Yong, the mayor's son and the town's princeling, had effortlessly mustered these ruffians to do his bidding, and they wore their loyalty to him like a badge of honor. It was clear from their demeanor that this was not their first encounter in serving him. As I surveyed the scene, I counted 10 individuals, including a tattooed man who appeared to be their leader. I clenched my fists, my muscles taut with apprehension. It seemed that this evening I was destined to face them alone. No one would come to my aid, and whether I could walk out of the arcade on my own legs depended solely on my resolve. Emboldened by their numbers, the young men initially dismissed me as a trivial threat. However, I understood that in such a dire predicament, maintaining an indomitable spirit was paramount. I could not show weakness. Moreover, seizing the initiative while they underestimated me was crucial. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a young man with a yellow shirt positioned closest to me, casually smoking, exuding an air of nonchalance as if I posed no threat at all. Drawing a deep breath, I swiftly channeled my strength into my right leg. This was my opportunity. With a sudden and forceful motion, I launched a powerful kick backward, akin to a horse's swift strike, landing a solid blow to the yellow shirt man's midsection. The yellow light caught me unawares. I never imagined that I would be the first to strike, nor did he foresee that he would become my initial target. With a piercing scream, the yellow light expelled the cigarette from his mouth, propelled backward, and crashed heavily against an arcade machine. Clutching his abdomen, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. This scene left the remaining young men in a state of shock, momentarily bewildered. Seizing the opportunity before they could regain their senses, I leapt into the air once more, twisting my body to unleash a powerful high kick, which landed with a resounding thud against the cheek of one nearby. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and was sent sprawling against the wall, blood trickling from his lips. "You bastard!" A man from behind lunged at me, attempting to seize my waist. Without turning, I raised my elbow and struck him precisely on the temple. He rolled his eyes back and collapsed helplessly. In a matter of moments, I had incapacitated 3 of them, unleashing my full strength with each move, granting them no chance whatsoever. Alone in this battle, it was imperative to eliminate my adversaries with utmost speed. "Kill him! Make sure to kill him!" Luo Yong shouted in fury, his hands gripping his hair as he seethed with rage. Suddenly, the red light brandished a chair and charged at me, swinging it fiercely. I raised my left arm to shield my head, and with a deafening crack, the chair splintered into pieces, sending me staggering back 3 steps. Before I could firmly establish my footing, the individual known as Green Light charged at me, wielding a chair and striking my back with considerable force. The chairs in the arcade were not mere plastic. They were made of iron, and the impact was quite formidable. The chair in Greenlight's grip was deformed from the blow, and I found myself toppled to the ground. These streetwise youths were seasoned fighters, and upon witnessing my fall, they seized the opportunity, rushing towards me to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks. I was acutely aware that if I did not rise swiftly to break free from their clutches, my chances of recovery would diminish significantly. Thus, I endured the searing pain radiating from my back, rolled over, and sprang to my feet with a fierce shout, charging directly at Greenlight. His expression shifted, likely taken aback by my audacity as I swiftly regained my stance. As Greenlight raised a chair once more, I reached him before he could bring it down. 5 thugs lay defeated on the ground, while 4 more stood at the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, encircling me. Having witnessed my prowess, none dared to make a rash move. The aura they exuded had evidently diminished compared to earlier. Such a presence is a fickle thing. As theirs waned, mine grew ever stronger with each confrontation. With narrowed, fierce eyes, I pointed at the 4 thugs and coldly challenged, "Come on." They exchanged glances, and the chill in their eyes was palpable. Each withdrew a steel pipe from behind, brandishing them menacingly, the whooshing sound slicing through the air. It appeared these ruffians had come prepared, armed with weapons no less. One must not underestimate the lethality of such pipes. In many respects, their destructive capability surpasses that of knives. While knives typically inflict superficial wounds, pipes tend to cause internal injuries, often leading to broken bones. I pressed my lips together, holding my breath, intently observing every movement of these thugs. Suddenly, I heard a rush of wind behind me. One thug swung his steel pipe toward the back of my head. "Ah!" I shouted, raising my left arm to block the blow, while simultaneously delivering a punch with my right fist to his face. He let out a wretched scream, blood gushing from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his face. Seeing this, the remaining 3 thugs surged forward. At that moment, with an open opportunity behind me, I chose not to glance back. Instead, I rolled forward, seizing the steel pipe that had fallen from the hands of the man sprawled on the ground. In a swift motion, I swung the pipe, striking the ankle of the assailant behind me. The sound of shattering bone resonated in my ears as he emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his ankle and writhing in agony. With the steel pipe in hand, my combat prowess surged to an entirely new level. Rising to my feet, I cast a fierce gaze upon the last 2 ruffians, holding the pipe aloft as I advanced towards them step by step, sensing the formidable aura emanating from within me. They felt an invisible pressure compelling them to retreat. After several steps back, they found themselves cornered by 2 arcade machines. My eyes narrowed with determination. Seizing the moment, I suddenly swung the pipe and charged forward, leaping into the air to bring it crashing down upon the man on my left. With no means of evasion, he braced himself, raising his own pipe in a futile attempt to withstand the blow. However, his strength was no match for mine. My strike sent his pipe flying from his grasp, and without losing momentum, I brought my steel pipe down upon his forehead, causing a crimson stream of blood to flow down his brow. Chapter 80, 1 against 10, Part 2. In less than a quarter of an hour, the floor of the arcade was strewn with the bodies of 8 ruffians. At this moment, apart from the tattooed man, only 1 ruffian remained. I slowly turned around, the steel pipe in my hand still dripping with blood. I approached the last remaining ruffian, raising the pipe as if to strike. To my surprise, before the pipe could descend, he was already terrified beyond measure, dropping the steel pipe with a clang and making a frantic dash towards the arcade's entrance, desperate to escape. However, this individual was both cowardly and dim-witted. In his panic, he forgot that the glass door was closed. With a loud thud, he collided headfirst into the door, leaving him stunned. Moments later, there was a crashing sound as the door shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor, and he collapsed, sprawled out with blood covering his head and face, his mind likely swirling with stars. I let out a slight sigh, feeling exasperated by this individual's lack of intelligence. Useless. A pack of imbeciles. Witnessing this scene, the tattooed man's expression soured considerably, his face darkening as if he were about to squeeze water from it. He had initially believed that with so many of them, Dealing with just one person would be a simple task. Yet, to his utter astonishment, I remained standing while all his men had fallen, leaving him in a rather awkward position. Most embarrassing of all was the fact that he had accepted several hundred yuan in bribes from Luo Yong. How could he possibly explain this to him? The tattooed man glanced back at Luo Yong, who pointed at him and shouted, "What the hell are you looking at? Come on." The tattooed man licked his lips, steeling himself as he withdrew a spring knife from his pocket and approached me with an air of menace. I felt no fear of the knife in his hand. I readied myself for his advance. The tattooed man spat on the ground, raised his dagger, and lunged towards my chest with brutal intent. At that moment, his sole desire was to salvage his pride. If he failed to subdue me today, how could he continue to survive in this town? Luo Yong would never trust him again. Thus, for these reasons, the tattooed man's strike was delivered with lethal intent. I sidestepped, allowing the spring knife to graze my chest, tearing a gash in my clothing with a sharp sound. The tattooed man cursed and swung the knife at me again. I swiftly sidestepped, evading the blow while simultaneously swinging a steel pipe, which struck the spring knife with a loud clang, sending it flying into the corner. The tattooed man clutched his hand, retreating in fear. Without a weapon, his fighting spirit diminished, and anxiety washed over him as he glanced around for a suitable weapon. I offered a cold smile, tossing the steel pipe toward him. Catch! Instinctively, the tattooed man reached out to grab it. In that very instant, I lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling far away. The tattooed man lunged and knelt upon the ground, sliding several meters before releasing a resounding fart, causing a chaotic scene as he lay motionless in a puddle of his own excrement. The 10 young ruffians summoned by Luo Yong were swiftly subdued by me, as I achieved the remarkable feat of vanquishing 10 opponents single-handedly. It is worth noting that I am merely 12 years old. While these youths are all aged between 16 and 18, their maturity and physical development vastly superior to mine. Yet, they were utterly defeated, and their downfall was catastrophic. I turned to Luo Yong and coldly inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" The sound of him swallowing his saliva was distinctly audible. I approached him step by step, and as he glanced around in a panic, he hurriedly bent down to retrieve the spring knife that the tattooed man had dropped, brandishing it towards me. "Don't come any closer. I warn you, or I will end you." I scoffed at his threats. Luo Yong was now a mere shadow of his former self, his bravado only a fade masking his underlying fear. As I advanced towards him, I unexpectedly stepped on a shattered iron chair, producing a sharp, piercing noise. To my surprise, Luo Yong, whose nerves were already frayed, flinched at the sound, causing the knife to slip from his grasp. Alarmed, he bent to pick it up, but I was quicker, stepping on the knife to secure it, then bending down to seize it for myself. Seeing the knife in my possession sent him into a state of heightened panic, and he hastily retreated to the corner of the wall. I brandished the switchblade, approaching Luo Yong. The once arrogant Luo Yong was now reduced to a rabbit, paralyzed by fear, his words stammering. "Don't do anything rash. My father is the town head. Don't do anything rash." My expression hardened, each word laced with icy resolve. "I care not who your father is. Do you think the fact that he is the town head will deter me from ending you?" With a furious roar, I lunged, plunging the blade towards Luo Yong. "Help!" Luo Yong screamed, his eyes squeezed shut in terror. However, the blade did not pierce Luo Yong's flesh. Instead, it embedded itself in the wall, mere inches from his head. Luo Yong's eyes fluttered open, his face a mask of cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. He stared at me, utterly shaken. Of course, I had no intention of actually killing him. However, that strike had a profound effect on Luo Yong, and it was clear that he was genuinely terrified. I leaned in close, our faces nearly touching, and spoke with deliberate menace. "Listen carefully. If you dare to cause me any more trouble, next time, this blade will find its mark here." As I uttered those words, the tip of the blade pressed against Luo Yong's heart. His face drained of color, and he remained silent. A mirthless smile played on my lips. Gripping the knife handle, I thrust it forward suddenly. Luo Yong erupted in a pig-like squeal. "Act!" A sneer formed on my face as I inquired with disdain, "What are you yelling about?" I twirled the switchblade before his eyes, the blade now retracted. My recent jab at his chest was nothing more than a scare tactic. Luo Yong was genuinely terrified. He pressed his hand against his chest and leaned against the wall, gradually sliding down to the floor while gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. I understood that Luo Yong had been thoroughly frightened, and after this night, he would no longer dare to harass me. I brandished a spring knife and approached Tianyu and Hu Yutao, using the knife to sever the ropes that bound them. As their hands were freed, Tianyu and Hu Yutao hastily removed the foul socks from their mouths. Tianyu spat and sputtered, while Hu Yutao crouched on the ground, retching violently and cursing. Whose socks are these? More sour than pickled cabbage, saltier than salted fish. Ugh! Tianyu wiped his mouth, and, upon spotting Luo Yong, was instantly consumed with rage. He grabbed the stinky socks and advanced menacingly towards Luo Yong, exclaiming, "Damn it, let him experience this delightful aroma." Chapter 81. Surprised by favor, Tianyu and Hu Yutao were already seething with anger. During the opening days of school, they had been relentlessly bullied by Luo Yong, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. Both were not meek individuals in their village, and tonight they finally seized the opportunity for revenge. They were determined not to let Luo Yong escape easily. As Luo Yong observed Tianyu and Hu Yutao approaching him with sinister grins, he nervously inquired, What are you going to do? What are we going to do? Huh? Hu Yutao restrained him. A flicker of ruthlessness sparkled in Tianyu's eyes. Hu Yutao nodded and reached for Luo Yong. Luo Yong struggled fiercely, even managing to scratch Hu Yutao's cheek, which only fueled Hu Yutao's rage. He delivered 3 swift kicks to Luo Yong while shouting, "Behave yourself." Luo Yong curled up on the ground, and as Hu Yutao held his hand down, he gestured to Tianyu. Tianyu stepped forward and forcefully shoved a pair of foul-smelling socks into Luo Yong's mouth. Luo Yong's eyes widened in shock. Tianyu and Hu Yutao burst into laughter. "How does it taste? Is it sufficiently pungent?" Luo Yong whimpered, desperately trying to vomit, but the stench of the socks made tears stream down his face. At that moment, a loud clatter echoed from the entrance of the arcade, where the rolling shutter was raised. The arcade owner entered, accompanied by 2 police officers. Having seen Luo Yong close the arcade's doors earlier, the owner feared a brawl would ensue and that his gaming machines might be damaged, so he had quietly slipped away to call for help. The proprietor entered and was met with a scene of devastation in the arcade. 10 individuals sprawled on the floor, shattered chairs, wrecked gaming machines, and a carpet of glass shards. Enraged, the owner erupted, cursing, "You wretched brats, compensate me for my losses. Compensate me for my losses." 2 policemen strolled in, surveyed the chaos, and, astonished, inquired of us, "Did you do this?" We affirmed, but before I could speak, Tianyu and Hu Yutao gallantly positioned themselves in front of me, shouldering the blame entirely. Naturally, the officers were not naive. One remarked, "You certainly exhibit a sense of camaraderie. Enough of the chatter. Accompany us for a brief visit." I nodded, signaling Tianyu and Hu Yutao to remain silent, and we obediently followed the officers back to the town's police station. The ruffians were subsequently taken back to the station and detained. We underwent questioning and provided written statements, with Hu engaging in a considerable amount of fuss throughout the night. Considering our status as students and the fact that we bore no culpability in the incident, we were released at dawn, albeit with the stipulation that school authorities be notified to retrieve us. In light of such a significant event, the principal personally arrived to collect us, vociferously reprimanding us en route back to the school. During the morning assembly, he made us stand on the platform before the entire student body, issuing a public reprimand, and subsequently assigning us a serious disciplinary infraction. The principal also informed our respective parents, and, at noon, I noticed my grandfather arriving at the school, being escorted into the principal's office. Tianyu and Hu Yutao candidly expressed to me, "Miao good, do not worry. If any compensation is required later, we shall bear it together. You came to our aid, and we shall always cherish this kindness in our hearts." I pressed my lips together and let out a soft sigh. It is not merely about compensation. I feel a sense of guilt. Grandpa sent me to town to study, and now, just a few days into the school year, I have already received a serious reprimand. I feel quite remorseful towards him. Tian Yu reassured me. Miao Gu, please do not take this to heart. This incident is not your fault. It was Luo Yong who sought trouble with you. If you do not retaliate, will you allow yourself to be bullied indefinitely? Hu Yutao added, Miao Gu, on another note, your counterattack last night was truly impressive. I used to admire Hao Nange, but he is merely a cinematic character. In reality, you surpass him by tenfold. Henceforth, you shall be my idol. I chuckled. All right then, starting tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock. I shall wait for you both on the playground. Moments later, Grandpa emerged from the principal's office. I lowered my head, feeling reluctant to face him. He approached me and sternly commanded, Miao, lift your head. Biting my lip, I raised my gaze, bracing myself for his admonition. Grandpa inquired, I'm already aware of last night's events. The mayor's son troubled you, and he even brought in some ruffians from outside, and there was a knife involved, correct? I nodded silently in response. Grandfather remarked, I have heard of your remarkable prowess, single-handedly taking on 10 adversaries, including the mayor's son. 11 in total? I scratched my head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as I replied, Grandfather, I apologize. Why do you need to apologize? Grandfather placed his hand on my shoulder, his face radiating joy. Seeing you standing here unharmed brings me immense satisfaction. It signifies that the rigorous training I put you through has been remarkably effective. I stared at Grandfather in astonishment, noticing the beaming smile on his face, devoid of any anger. This caught me by surprise. I had anticipated a severe reprimand, yet instead, Grandfather not only refrained from scolding me, but also praised my efforts, leaving me utterly astonished. Grandfather, you're not reprimanding me? I couldn't resist asking. Grandfather, with a penetrating gaze, responded, Why would I scold you? It was they who bullied you. I have no reason to chastise you. All I can say is, your counterattack was exceptionally executed. If you encounter such a situation again, I encourage you to retaliate fiercely. Do you understand? I looked at Grandfather in bewilderment, nodding, I understand. Now, let us celebrate with a delightful meal. Grandfather declared, Tian Yu, Hu Yutao, you two shall join us. He waved his hand grandly, leading us out of the school gates. The three of us followed Grandfather, exchanging glances filled with surprise and delight, having escaped both punishment and reprimand, and instead receiving Grandfather's hearty commendation. I felt the weight of guilt lift from my heart. Grandfather is indeed correct. It was not I who erred. So why should I feel remorse? Tian Yu remarked, San Yi truly distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. Hu Yutao added, Miao, I envy you for having such a grandfather. Enough of this idle chatter. Aren't you all hungry? Let's be off, I exclaimed, pulling Tian Yu and Hu Yutao along as we burst into laughter. Following the morning assembly's reprimand, the tale of my valiant stand against 10 adversaries swiftly circulated throughout the school, and my name, Xing A Miao, resonated resoundingly within the town. Throughout the day, numerous individuals came to pay their respects, both boys and girls, from neighboring classes as well as upper grades. Some approached out of curiosity, others out of admiration, and still more out of reverence, leaving me feeling akin to a giant panda in a zoo. Chapter 82, Call Me Boss. As dusk descended and school was dismissed, a throng of individuals suddenly gathered at the entrance of our classroom, creating an impenetrable barrier. Some classmates rushed over in a state of panic to inform me, Miao, Luo Yong is back. Luo Yong is back. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It seemed implausible. Hadn't last night's ordeal taught him a lesson? Did he dare to bring his entourage to trouble me again? His resilience was unnerving. No matter how hard he was struck, he remained unyielding. Although Luo Yong had suffered a crushing defeat at the arcade the previous night, his reputation still loomed large within the school, instilling fear in many. Whenever he appeared, the classroom would invariably empty. I surveyed the room and noticed that only Miao Chui remained. This brave young girl stood defiantly at the doorway, her slender frame shielding our classroom as she boldly addressed the crowd gathered outside. This is class 1 of the first year. I am a class monitor, and I will not permit you to intrude upon our space. Miao Chui stood her ground, turning to me with urgency. Miao, we must leave. Hurry. A wave of gratitude washed over me, Miao Chui Chui was willing to confront such a multitude without a trace of fear to protect me. I shook my head. As a man, how could I flee and abandon her in such a moment? Seeing my lack of response, Miao Chui Chui grew anxious and called out, Zeng on Miao. What are you dawdling for? I replied resolutely, I will not leave. I am a man, and I cannot forsake a woman. You should go, I will stay. Do not create such a scene of parting. Brother A Miao, we have arrived. Suddenly, the voices of Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao echoed from outside the window behind me. Turning my head, I was astonished to see them, as if descended from the heavens, climbing through the window. Our classroom for the first-year class was on the ground floor, bordered by a wall. It seemed these two had circumvented the campus and scaled the wall to enter our classroom. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao stood before me, and I asked in surprise, What brings you here? Tian Yu replied, We saw Luo Yong leading a large group towards your classroom. We figured he was coming to trouble you, so we hurried over to assist. Indeed, Hu Yu Tao added, With the two of us here, no one shall lay a finger on you. I felt a swell of gratitude as I looked at Tian Yu and then at Hu Yu Tao. How had these two suddenly become so loyal? I watched as they lifted their outer garments, each drawing a leg from a bench, gripping it tightly. Tian Yu swung his makeshift weapon a couple of times, indignantly declaring, Brother A Miao, should anyone dare to touch you, I shall make their head bloom. Hu Yu Tao chimed in, Yes, even if it leads to expulsion. I will fight them. I sighed deeply. This Luo Yong truly was a persistent spirit. After having been beaten into submission last night, he still dared to seek me out? Such tenacity was indeed commendable. However, at this moment, I have no desire to provoke trouble. Just this morning, we were collectively reprimanded by the entire school and received a serious demerit. Should we misstep again, it is likely that we would face expulsion. My grandfather has toiled tirelessly to send me here for my education, having only attended a few days of school. The thought of being expelled and returning home fills me with shame and would deeply sadden him. Unlike Luo Yong, who boasts a formidable backing, individuals like him can engage in daily brawls without fear of expulsion, for his father is a local potentate whom the principal dares not offend. Luo Yong, do not go too far. Suddenly, Miao Chui exclaimed sharply at the classroom door. I glanced towards the entrance and saw Luo Yong leading a throng of individuals behind him. Miao Chui, petite and fragile, was quickly pushed aside by the sheer force of so many men. Luo Yong waved dismissively at her, asserting, Men's affairs are not for women to meddle in. As Luo Yong strode into the classroom, it quickly filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement. The corridor outside was also teeming with onlookers, with many even hanging from the windows, effectively encasing the classroom in a veritable fortress. A quick glance revealed that no fewer than 50 individuals had followed Luo Yong, while our side comprised merely 3 of us. In essence, should a confrontation arise, we would be outnumbered 20-1, a daunting and impossible task to undertake. Upon witnessing this tense atmosphere, both Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao were visibly anxious, their hands trembling as they gripped the legs of the bench. The fervor that had previously filled the air had suddenly diminished. Tian Yu moistened his parched lips and inquired of Hu Yu Tao, Are you afraid? Hu Yu Tao, with a defiant tilt of his neck, insisted, What I have to fear? The word fear does not exist in my vocabulary. Then why are your hands shaking? Tian Yu pressed. Hu Yu Tao retorted, I'm not shaking at all. Then what is that tremor? Tian Yu continued, I am not trembling. Hu Yu Tao exclaimed. Observing the antics of these two, I could hardly contain my laughter. I gestured towards the window and suggested, perhaps, you might consider retreating? In unison, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao shook their heads, their expressions resolute as they declared, We will not abandon nor forsake you. How could we possibly leave you behind? Even if we must meet our end here today, we accept that. I nodded, my gaze shifting to the approaching figure of Luo Yong, who appeared battered and bruised, his body adorned with bandages and gauze. Luo Yong, what do you intend to do? I asked coldly, regarding him with irritation. Luo Yong bit his lip and replied, Miao, do not misunderstand. I have come to see you today not to cause trouble. Miao, I thought, taken aback by his sudden address, which felt rather unfamiliar. Yet, the manner in which he referred to me indicated that he was indeed not here to create discord. Then what is the reason for this grand display? I gestured toward the crowd surrounding us. Luo Yong proclaimed, I swear, more than half of these individuals are not here because of me. They have come of their own accord to seek you out. It has nothing to do with me. I furrowed my brow in disbelief. So many people have spontaneously come to find me? Is it because they have heard of my prowess in facing 10 adversaries alone, and they wish to challenge me? Suddenly, Luo Yong clasped his fist in salute and said, Brother A Miao, from this day forth, you shall be our leader in the town. I will follow you, and all my brothers shall follow you as well. If anyone in the town dares to defy you, I will be the first to deal with them. I stood there, momentarily stunned, never having anticipated that Luo Yong had come to seek peace and allegiance today. This revelation was utterly surprising. Before I could fully grasp the situation, Luo Yong called out to the students behind him, What are you waiting for? Address him as boss. In unison, the students shouted boss. The chorus of voices resonated like thunder, causing the classroom windows to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Chapter 83. Reluctantly Accepting Leadership in Truth. My arrival in this town for my studies was solely for the pursuit of education. I never harbored intentions of engaging in frivolous antics within the school, nor did I aspire to assume the role of a leader among my peers. My only desire was to avoid any trouble, nothing more. The events of recent days were not instigated by my own volition. Rather, I found myself in a position of passive defense. Yet, inexplicably, I became entangled in a situation that led me to be regarded as the local authority. To speak candidly, I possess no interest in titles such as leader or authority. What significance does it hold to dominate within the confines of school? Once one steps beyond the campus, such titles become meaningless. Moreover, establishing oneself in society relies on one's own skills and capabilities, rather than on the pursuit of dominance. As I surveyed the throng of youths before me, I proclaimed, I am not a leader. You all may disperse. Luo Yong stepped forward, asserting, Miao, only with you as the leader will the brothers be convinced. Who else possesses the ability to take your place? I shook my head, furrowing my brow, and replied, Whoever desires to lead may do so. By the way, weren't you always yearning to be the authority? I will gladly relinquish that title to you. I swear, my words were spoken sincerely, devoid of any intent to mock Luo Yong. However, he perceived my statement as a jibe directed at him. His face flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze and said, Miao, please do not ridicule me. With your presence, I have no right to claim the title of leader. As I mentioned earlier, I shall follow you from now on. Miao Tsitsue approached, casting me a knowing glance, and then softly whispered a few words into my ear. I nodded, glancing at Luo Yong and then at the others present. Very well, since everyone places such trust in me, I shall not hesitate to accept this responsibility. Remember, from this day forth, I, Zhen Miao, shall be the leader of our town. All matters must be conducted according to my counsel. Do you understand? Understood. The faces of those gathered were alight with joy, their spirits high. Luo Yong, too, appeared elated, perhaps in a bid to win my favor. He promptly stood before the assembly and declared, Today marks the ascension of Brother Miao, a day of celebration for us all. In light of this occasion, I shall treat everyone to dinner tonight, both to commemorate this significant event and to extend my sincere apologies for the many wrongs I have committed against Brother Miao in the past. It was evident that Luo Yong was genuinely remorseful, and with dozens of attendees, the prospect of dining together would undoubtedly incur a considerable expense. However, given Luo Yong's familial circumstances, this expense was but a trifling sum for him. What mattered most was his desire to invest this modest amount to mend our relationship, since he was graciously offering to host, and as it would cost me nothing, I saw no reason to refuse his generous gesture. Thus, I waved my hand with a flourish and replied, Very well, you shall make the arrangements. Upon hearing of Luo Yong's invitation, the brothers present were filled with delight. For students, dining out is undoubtedly one of life's greatest pleasures. A throng of us exited the classroom, making our way towards the restaurant beyond the school gates. As we traversed the road, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao inquired with astonishment, Miao, what did Miao Chui whisper to you just now? Why did you suddenly change your mind and aspire to be the leader? I chuckled softly. My change of heart was indeed influenced by the few words Miao Chui had just confided in me. She urged me to consider an alternative perspective, suggesting that assuming the role of a leader is not inherently detrimental. If I were to become the leader of the town, I could effectively manage the brothers beneath me, preventing them from engaging in brawls. Should someone else take on this leadership role, chaos would surely ensue within the campus. Upon reflecting on Miao Chui's reasoning, I found her argument quite compelling. Being a leader does not necessarily equate to a negative outcome. If I were to ascend to this position, I could strive to purify the campus atmosphere and diminish bullying, which would indeed be a commendable endeavor. We, a group of over 30 individuals, filled a small restaurant at the entrance of the school to capacity, leaving no room for even a drop of water to escape. The establishment initially hosted 2 other tables of patrons, but upon witnessing our intimidating assembly of students, they hastily departed, fearing imminent conflict. Luo Yong approached the proprietor and succinctly stated, "Serve all your finest food and drinks. My father will settle the bill tomorrow." As the town scion, his identity was well known, and everyone was aware of his father's position as the mayor. Thus, the owner, reassured of payment, beamed with delight and promptly agreed. Before long, an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines began to grace our table, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Surrounded by a constellation of stars, I found myself in the company of several distinguished figures, including Miao Cicui, Tianyu, Hu Tao, and Luo Yong. The rest were also individuals of considerable stature. The brothers seated at adjacent tables observed attentively. Luo Yong poured me a bowl of wine and said, "Brother Miao, you are now our leader. As the leader, why don't you share a few words?" I nodded, raising the bowl of wine, standing tall with an air of authority, and proclaimed, "I shall be brief and articulate 3 points. First, I am profoundly grateful for the trust you all have placed in me as your leader. Henceforth, should any of you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Luo Yong initiated a round of applause, and the brothers echoed their approval. Secondly, I extended my second finger. As we navigate this path together, we must adhere to certain principles. My principle is straightforward. We do not instigate trouble, yet we shall not shy away from it. If anyone dares to provoke conflict, I'll be the first to hold them accountable. The firmness of my words resonated with authority and commanded respect. Lastly, I allowed my gaze to sweep across the faces of my comrades. A true man does not prey upon the weak or bully his peers. Therefore, I hereby declare the abolition of protection fees and similar extortions. My proposal was met with enthusiastic support, as many had previously been subjected to Luo Yong's excessive collection of protection fees, and my declaration garnered unanimous agreement and appreciation. I turned to Luo Yong and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" Luo Yong smiled awkwardly. "You are the boss. Your word is law." I nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. Come, my brothers, let us raise a toast." I lifted my cup and downed the rice wine in one gulp, as others rose with their cups in hand. Surrounded by the adoring gazes of dozens of people, I experienced for the second time the profound sensation of being respected. The first occasion was during the heaven worship ceremony on the first day of the year, where I successfully presided over the event and earned the approval of my fellow villagers. Today, having ascended to the position of the town's leader, with many following and venerating me, I once again felt the weight of respect. These 2 experiences have deepened my understanding that true respect is not earned through violence and conflict, but rather through one's own abilities and charisma. I firmly believe in myself. I'm certain that I can carve out a realm of my own through my talents and spirit. Chapter 84. Establishing Authority, Part 1. Ever since I ascended to the position of the leader in the town, the long-standing animosity between Luo Yong and myself has been entirely resolved. Luo Yong, thoroughly subdued by my display of strength, though still regarded as a significant figure in the town, no longer possesses the same commanding presence he once did. Under my influence, he no longer dares to act with the arrogance he previously exhibited. In fact, he has adopted a submissive demeanor towards me, going so far as to treat me to meals in an effort to curry favor, and willingly shouldering the cost for the damages incurred at the arcade. That night of the brawl resulted in the destruction of 2 gaming machines and the shattering of the arcade glass door, leading to a total compensation of several thousand yuan, all of which he bore alone. With Luo Yong no longer stirring up trouble at school, a serene and peaceful atmosphere has enveloped the campus. Previously, numerous gangs operated within the school. However, since I have taken on the role of leader, all these factions have submitted to my authority. Consequently, the campus is now unified under a single banner, free from gang disputes, ushering in an unprecedented era of tranquility in the town. Many have praised the transformation of the campus environment, attributing the change to my efforts. In truth, the real credit belongs to Miao Sui. Had she not awakened me to the opportunity of becoming the town's leader, the campus might still be rife with factions, in a state of disarray. At long last, the weekend has arrived, allowing us the chance to return home. Although our time at home is limited to a mere day, it is enough to instill an extraordinary sense of excitement in us boarding students. Perhaps it is precisely because the time to return home is so fleeting that this day of respite appears exceedingly precious. Upon rising in the morning, I had already packed my backpack, eagerly preparing to dash back to Panlong village as soon as school was dismissed. It has been the longest duration I have been away from home throughout my life. I find myself yearning for home, for my grandfather, and for Jiur. I envision the moment I step through the door, Jiur rushing toward me with open arms, ready to embrace me. "Hey, Zhang Miao, what are you grinning about?" Miao Tsitsue approached me, rapping the table and abruptly shattering my daydream. I wiped away the drool at the corner of my mouth and forced a chuckle. "Oh, it's nothing." Miao Tsitsue continued. "I'm treating you to dinner after school today, as a token of gratitude for your previous act of heroism. Be sure to invite Tian Yu and Hu Yutao along. 7 p.m. at the Hot Pot restaurant in town. Let's not miss it." With that, Miao Tsue skipped away. I called out to her twice, but she did not hear. I had intended to inform her that I was in a hurry to return home after school. But upon reflection, Miao Tsue was only being kind by inviting us to dinner. If I were to coldly decline, it might come across as rather haughty. When I went to the cafeteria for lunch, I relayed Miao Tsue's invitation to Tian Yu and Hu Yutao, asking them to join us for hot pot after school. These two fellows were never in a rush to return home, and upon hearing that someone was treating us to a hot pot meal, they were utterly thrilled. Dancing with glee, Tian Yu pushed his bowl of rice aside, declaring, "Why bother with rice? Let us save room for hot pot tonight." Hu Yutao remarked to Tian Yu, "You ought not to be overly harsh. After all, it is the elder sister-in-law who is treating us." "Elder sister-in-law? Who is that?" Tian Yu blinked in confusion. Hu Yutao explained, "Isn't Miao's girlfriend our elder sister-in-law?" Tian Yu responded with an understanding nod, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Oh, right. How could I forget? From now on, I must refer to Chui as elder sister-in-law." I set down my chopsticks, pointing at Tian Yu and Hu Yutao with a feigned exasperation. "Do you still wish to enjoy hot pot tonight? If you continue with such nonsensical chatter, I shall no longer take you along." Tian Yu chuckled. "Just a little jest. Let us eat." As the three of us engaged in light-hearted banter, a boy with a delicate appearance and glasses approached me, nervously rubbing his fingers, and called out, "Miao." I turned to glance at him. He was Hiyoji, the class leader of Class 2. "Is there something you need?" I inquired. Hiyoji bit his lip and summoned his courage to say, "Miao, I heard someone say that you explicitly declared the cancellation of the protection fee. Is that correct?" "Indeed." I nodded. "I did say that. What of it?" Hiyoji continued, "Just now, at the cafeteria entrance, someone collected a protection fee from me. So I came to seek justice from you." I could not help but furrow my brow, my expression turning sour. I had just established a rule prohibiting anyone from demanding protection fees on campus. Yet here was someone flouting that rule. Did they truly regard my words as mere whispers in the wind? With a sharp clap, Tian Yu slammed his chopsticks onto the table and remarked, "Miao, someone is brazenly disregarding the rules you've established. This is rather disrespectful, don't you think?" Hu Yutao, equally incensed, added, "Let us go. Take us to see who the scoundrel is that lacks decorum." Hiyoji pointed toward a table at the entrance of the cafeteria, saying, "There they are, those junior high boys, led by that one with the braids, demanding protection money from me." I glanced up and indeed spotted several junior high boys seated at the entrance, with a stout, dark-skinned youth in the center. Given that our area is predominantly inhabited by ethnic minorities, our campus also hosts a significant number of minority students. While many of these students are diligent and adhere to the rules, a small faction of them, emboldened by their minority status, behaves oppressively, acting with impunity. Who is that person? I inquired of Tianyu. Although I am now recognized as the leader in town, I am not familiar with many individuals. Tianyu replied, that fellow is named Amu, an E, and the sports representative of Class 1 in junior high. He is a long-distance runner on the school athletics team. Hu Yutao took over the conversation, continuing, I've heard that this guy claims to be part of a wealthy family and is simply coasting through school. He has been held back for 2 years, but refuses to graduate, lingering in the school. His greatest pastime seems to be harassing female classmates. Several of them have already fallen victim to his advances. Furrowing my brow and wearing a grim expression, I strode purposefully towards the cafeteria entrance. Tianyu and Hu Yutao trailed closely behind me. Tianyu remarked, Miao, that fellow is a member of the Black nobility. I believe. What are you staring at? Are you afraid? Hu Yutao retorted fiercely. So what if he is of the E ethnicity? We are still of the Shui nationality. Let's not forget whose territory this is. Our Shui territory. With a hint of embarrassment from Hu Yutao's scolding, Tianyu quickly countered. Did I ever say I was afraid? I meant to say we must take decisive action against that scoundrel, to set an example and establish our authority. Otherwise, if one refuses to heed Miao's commands and another opposes him, what will become of Miao as our captain? Chapter 85. Establishing Authority. Part 2. Tianyu's words resonated deeply within me. At this moment, my inner turmoil mirrored the sentiments expressed by Tianyu. I had only just assumed the role of leader, and already there were those who dared to defy the rules I had set, openly opposing me. If I failed to resolve this matter today, all my previous efforts would be rendered futile. Firstly, I would betray the hopes of my peers, losing the support and trust of the wider student body. They would perceive me as lacking the capability to lead, merely a purveyor of empty rhetoric. Secondly, if I could not subdue Amu's audacious demeanor, what would my fellow brothers think? The emergence of one Amu would inevitably lead to the rise of a second and a third, all disregarding my authority. Would I merely be a figurehead as the tranquility of our campus succumbed to chaos once more? Thus, as I approached Amu's table, I had already steeled my resolve. Today, without fail, I would treat Amu as a cautionary example. This was an opportunity to establish my own credibility, to assert my authority. If I did not demonstrate a measure of strength, how could I expect my brothers to respect my leadership? I reached Amu's table, where he and his companions continued their banter. I distinctly heard Amu remark that bespectacled fellow seems quite affluent. Once he receives his allowance next week, we should extort him for some cash. I personally abhorred, even loathed, such acts of extortion. Cloaked in the guise of protection money, it was in essence nothing more than blatant robbery. As I assumed the position of the leader, I unequivocally declared a prohibition against the collection of protection fees on campus. Anyone who dared to contravene this rule would face my unwavering wrath. My words were spoken with conviction, and the regulations were established by my own hand. Thus, I am resolute in my commitment to uphold them. I rapped my fingers upon the table, and immediately the laughter ceased. Several students looked up, and upon realizing my presence, hastily silenced themselves. 2 of them stood, offering me a smile and calling out, Brother Miao. However, Amu remained seated, raising his chin and addressing me. I thought it was someone else. Please, have a seat. Amu lounged back, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the true leader. I refrained from sitting down, instead casting a cold gaze upon Amu. I beckoned Hiyoji to approach, then pulled him close to confront Amu. Did you, just now, collect his protection fee? I inquired. Indeed, Amu replied nonchalantly, grinning as he retorted, What of it? Is there a problem? Indeed, there is a significant problem. Tianyu interjected angrily, pointing at Amu. Brother Miao made it abundantly clear just a few days ago that no one is permitted to solicit protection fees on campus. Do you treat his words as mere whispers in the wind? No. Amu shook his head, grinning broadly. Did he actually say that? I was unaware. I thought he was just talking nonsense. Ha ha. Amu laughed uproariously, his arrogance palpable. What the hell did you just say? Hu Yutao slammed his palm against the table, berating him. At that moment, the sound of the quarrel drew a crowd of classmates. I realized that if I did not resolve the situation with AMU today, my position as the leader would be in jeopardy. When did it become your turn to speak? AMU barked fiercely at Hu Yutao. Then he turned to me and said, "Control your dogs. Don't let them bark and disturb the peace." AMU openly insulted Tianyu and Hu Yutao, clearly attempting to humiliate me. A smile flickered across my face, yet my gaze suddenly turned icy. A glint of cold fury flashing through my eyes. I seized AMU's braid and forcefully shoved his head into the rice bowl, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. "You mother!" AMU's mouth and face were smeared with grains of rice and grease, rendering him utterly disheveled. Before he could utter another word, I grasped his braid once more and slammed his head against the dining table. Bang! 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 3 consecutive dull thuds echoed as AMU was struck, his eyes swirling with stars, blood streaming from his nose. Though he was an athlete, he had utterly lost his fighting spirit at that moment. As I released my grip, he cradled his face, wailing and collapsing to the ground. The few students seated with AMU, witnessing my ferocity, dared not move, despite being 2 grades my senior. They were nonetheless intimidated by my commanding presence. Tianyu and Hu Yutao stood by, threatening the group of third-year students. "Make a move, and you'll see what happens to the one who dares." I pointed at the students and said emphatically, "You must remember, there is only one master of the helm in this town, and that is I." The weight of my words silenced the entire cafeteria. I turned to Hiyoji, who wore glasses, and inquired, "How much did he just extort from you?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, 200 yuan. I crouched down, reached into AMU's pocket, and retrieved 150 yuan. "Still 50 yuan short?" I asked coldly. AMU covered his face and stammered, I spent it on food." Rising to my full height, my piercing gaze swept across the faces of the third-year students like a blade. They understood the gravity of the situation without me uttering another word. They willingly offered their pocket money, 5 yuan from one, 10 from another, until we quickly gathered the missing 50 yuan. Together with the 150 yuan from AMU, we totaled 200 yuan. I took Iyoji's hand and placed the 200 yuan in his palm. "Count it. Is it sufficient?" He was visibly thrilled, stating that he only needed 100 yuan. "Brother Miao, thank you. I only need 100. Please, take the remaining 100 for a meal or a pack of cigarettes." "No need. I've already finished my lunch. Take it back with you. If they ever trouble you again, just let me know at any time." I patted Iyoji on the shoulder and tucked the money into his pocket. He was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes as he removed his glasses to wipe the moisture from the corners. He shouted at me with fervor, "Brother Miao, I love you." The cafeteria erupted with thunderous applause. Together with Tianyu and Hu Yutao, we strode out of the cafeteria with our heads held high. As we departed, even the teacher on duty in the cafeteria gave me a thumbs up and quietly praised. "Well done." News of the midday incident swiftly spread throughout the campus, enhancing my reputation significantly. By setting an example, I am confident that no one will dare to confront me openly again. Today, my authority as the leader was firmly established. Anyone who challenges my standing will meet a fate akin to that of Amu. Chapter 86. The Ambush Upon the Conclusion of Classes. I made a call from the local grocery store at the school gate to inform my family that a classmate had invited me to dinner, and that I might return home later than usual, so there was no need for my grandfather and Jor to wait for me. Subsequently, I, along with Tianyu and Hu Yutao, followed Miao Chui Chui to a hot pot restaurant in town. Our region is renowned for its abundant goat population. Hence lamb hot pot is particularly prevalent. For students like us, indulging in a hot pot meal is akin to a lavish feast. Miao Kui Kui, in a display of generosity, ordered several pounds of lamb, some for the hot pot, some for steaming, and various lamb offals for stir-frying, truly a grand feast of lamb. Young lads in their adolescence are in a phase of rapid growth, and our appetites were substantial. The sight of a table laden with lamb had our mouths watering uncontrollably. With a smile, Miao Chui Chui encouraged us, saying, "Do not hesitate to eat. Please feel free. If it's not enough, we can order more later. Thank you, elder sister. In that case, we shall not hold back. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao replied with laughter. Elder sister, Miao Chui momentarily paused, her face flushing a deep crimson. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me and quickly served each of them a piece of lamb in their bowls, exclaiming, Hurry and eat. If you do not speak, no one will believe you are not mute. After satisfying our appetites, it was already around 9 or 10 in the evening. We had consumed several pounds of lamb and a few jugs of rice wine. Drinking rice wine is a customary practice in our area. Both young and old partake in it, as it is indispensable at any gathering. Moreover, for us, rice wine is akin to a soft drink. After indulging in a hearty meal, I burped and, while picking my teeth, bid farewell to Miao Cui. Thank you for your generous hospitality today, Cui. It's getting late, and we should be heading back, I remarked. Miao Cui replied, At this hour, there shouldn't be any boats returning. It seems we must take the mountain path. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we take the mountain path, it will be nearly midnight by the time we arrive. Very well, Miao Cui said. I won't keep you any longer. As you traverse the mountains, do take care. No witties. We are 3 strong men. We shall be quite safe. I chuckled in response. Indeed, Tian Yu interjected, Sister-in-law need not fret, we. Before Tian Yu could finish his sentence, I'd already grasped the back of his collar, lifting him as one might a chick, and we stepped out of the hot pot restaurant. We departed from the town and embarked upon the mountain path. Lacking both flashlights and oil lamps, we nonetheless found ourselves aided by the bright moonlight, which illuminated the trail sufficiently. The mountain breeze was gentle, and with a bit of alcohol in our systems, we linked arms and ambled forward, joyfully singing folk songs as we went. As we sang and swayed, lost in merriment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the thicket on our left. Before we could react, a dull thud reverberated through the air. Tian Yu had received a solid blow to the head, collapsing with a muffled groan, clutching his head. Simultaneously, another shadow emerged from the thicket on our right, raising a steel pipe to strike Hu Yu Tao. Hu Yu Tao instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, letting out a piercing scream as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his arm. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through me, and the effects of alcohol dissipated significantly. What was happening? Had we encountered highway robbers? In this day and age, were bandits still a reality? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, several shadowy figures rushed forth, wielding steel pipes and clubs, unleashing a brutal assault upon me. The abruptness of the attack left me no time to retaliate, and I soon found myself sprawled on the ground. I shouted, Who are you? Have you mistaken me for someone else? A chilling laugh echoed from behind, as a tall, slender figure emerged from the moonlight. Grasping a steel pipe, he pointed it at me and declared, You are not mistaken. It is you we are after. Under the moon's glow, I noticed an extensive tattoo adorning the man's arm. Upon examining his face more closely, an involuntary shudder coursed through me. This tattooed man was none other than the individual whom Luo Yong had summoned for assistance a couple of days ago, only to be bested by me in the arcade. Is it you? I gasped, a wave of realization crashing over me. This was a setup. The tattooed man had come specifically for revenge tonight. He flashed a cold, cruel smile and said, Thanks to you, I've spent 2 days at the police station. Tonight, we shall settle this score. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, raising the steel pipe to strike my head. Bang! Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and a flurry of stars burst forth from my mind. A scorching liquid trickled down my brow. I reached up to touch it, my hand drenched in blood. The tattooed man, a true denizen of the underworld, struck with ruthless ferocity. My head swam, and the tattooed figure appeared to split into 2. With an air of false bravado, he lit a cigarette, squatted down, and exhaled a plume of smoke into my face, arrogantly declaring, In Moon Town, this area is known as Moon Mountain. No one dares to oppose me. Remember my name. I am Wang Chao. From now on, you shall address me as Brother Chao. Is that understood? Grasping my hair, Wang Chao jerked my head from side to side. Gritting my teeth, I seized the moment and delivered a sudden headbutt, my skull colliding forcefully with Wang Chao's face. Taken by surprise, he never anticipated my resistance. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, tears streaming down his face, blood gushing from his nose. Seizing the opportunity, I sprang to my feet, landing 2 quick punches that felled 2 of his henchmen. I then pulled up Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, shouting, "Run!" Wang Chao, clutching his face and sprawled on the ground, let out a primal roar, "Don't let them escape. Kill them." Having witnessed my prowess before, Wang Chao had come prepared tonight, accompanied by a throng of thugs, around 15 or 20, all heavily armed, each brandishing a weapon. Among them were the very thugs I had previously bested, now seeking vengeance with brutal intent. If I were alone, perhaps I could break free from the encirclement and escape unscathed. However, accompanied by Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, my combat effectiveness has significantly diminished. These 2 fellows are nothing but burdens. Yet, I cannot abandon them to seek my own salvation. I find it impossible to flee while leaving them behind. We 3 middle school students are embroiled in a chaotic battle against a dozen or more ruffians. We are acutely aware that if we cannot fight our way out tonight, we shall either perish or be grievously injured. On the desolate mountain path in the dead of night, with no other travelers in sight, we cannot rely on anyone to come to our rescue. Our only recourse lies in ourselves. Chapter 87. Retreating while battling the rods and steel pipes rain down upon us like relentless droplets. Yet my toughened skin and resilient physique allowed me to withstand the blows. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao's eyes blazed with fury, resembling 2 cornered beasts ready to fight for their very lives. Tian Yu was struck down by a steel pipe, but he quickly rose again, cursing vehemently. "I'll take you down." As he regained his footing, a stone appeared in his grasp. He lunged at the thug before him, bringing him crashing to the ground. With a ferocious countenance, he pressed down on the thug and began to rain blows upon his head with the stone, shouting, "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." The thug's skull soon split open, his initial cries of anguish swiftly silenced. Fearing that Tian Yu might go too far, I hastily pulled him away, exclaiming, "Stop. We must flee." Blood covered Tian Yu's face, a mixture of his own and that of the thug, rendering him a terrifying apparition as if he had clawed his way from the depths of hell. Hu Yu Tao, having sustained a severe injury to his left hand from blocking a steel pipe, possibly fractured, was now battling with only his right hand. Gripping a steel pipe, Hu Yu Tao swung it wildly, challenging the thugs, "Come on. If you dare, come at us." Together, the 3 of us fought fiercely, breaking through the encirclement. The thugs, taken aback by the ferocity of 3 mere middle schoolers, found themselves momentarily paralyzed by our audacity, allowing us to escape their grasp without pursuit. Wang Chao rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and approached the 2 traffic lights. With a swift motion, he struck them both across the face and furiously exclaimed, "Useless! How can so many of you fail to subdue 3 middle school students? Did you grow up eating dirt? What are you still dawdling for? Chase after them." The traffic lights, covering their faces, snapped back to reality and hurriedly called upon others to pursue us from behind. Wang Chao bent down to pick up a steel pipe, and upon noticing someone sprawled on the ground, he swung the pipe mercilessly, shouting, "If you're not dead, stand up." Several thugs, whom we had knocked down, reluctantly got back on their feet under Wang Chao's intimidation, limping as they chased us down. It was evident that Wang Chao was quite ruthless. Those ruffians feared him greatly. The moonlight cascaded over the mountain path, illuminating our frantic escape. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of our heavy breaths punctuated the silence. We had indulged in considerable libations earlier, and after such a fierce altercation and subsequent sprint, the contents of our stomachs churned violently. It was too long before Tian Yu faltered first, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, retching violently. With that expulsion, the vigor within him dissipated, leaving Tian Yu utterly limp on the ground, akin to a pile of mud. I attempted to pull him up, but found his body inexplicably heavy. He exhaled a breath reeking of alcohol, panting as he implored, "I can't go on. I can't move. Meow, don't worry about me. You go on without me nonsense. How could I possibly abandon you?" I replied, "Come on, hold on. I'll carry you." I gritted my teeth and exerted all my strength to hoist Tian Yu onto my back. Just as I managed to do so, Hu Yu Tao collapsed onto the ground beside us. Kneeling there, he propped himself up with one hand, retched a few times, and declared, "I can't run anymore. A meow, you go on ahead. Tea on you, and I will hold them off for you." A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. If we perish, remember to avenge us. What nonsense are you spouting? Get up, I urged. Aren't you both usually quite spirited? I was drenched in sweat from anxiety as I reached out to pull Hu Yu Tao up. At that moment, Tianyu rolled off my back, and we three found ourselves sprawled on the ground. Truth be told, I was also nearing my limit. After this intense struggle, I could distinctly feel my strength waning. I was merely clinging to my resolve. Having consumed alcohol earlier and now battered and bruised from the assault, my body was a tapestry of pain, nearing numbness, and the burden had reached its peak. Two individuals, adorned with red and green lights, pursued us with sinister laughter. "Let's see where you think you're going. Charge!" A gang of ruffians swarmed us, emboldened by our apparent weakness, taunting us with threats of death. A chill ran through me, and a glint of murderous intent flickered across my face. I knew all too well that if we exhibited any sign of weakness now, the consequences would be far graver. Thus, I resolved inwardly to severely injure two of them, to make an example upon contemplating this. I swiftly cast a glance at them and resolved to take action against the two traffic lights. These two figures represented Wang Chao's right and left arms. Among this group of ruffians, they held a modicum of influence akin to minor leaders. Thus, I decided to target these two subordinates to instill fear in the rest of the unruly crowd. I inhaled deeply 3 times, gathering every remaining ounce of strength within me. For this fervor must not extinguish. Should it wane, my fate would be sealed. Suddenly, I let out a fierce roar and charged towards the red light. The red light, taken aback, swung a steel pipe towards my head. Anticipating this, I ducked to evade the strike and swiftly closed the distance, landing a powerful punch to the red light's chin. The red light trembled, his body resembling that of a marionette cut from its strings, momentarily paralyzed. His eyes rolled back, blood spewed from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless slab of flesh. With a thud, the red light fell into unconsciousness, the steel pipe slipping from his grasp and rolling away. Witnessing this, the green light erupted in rage and charged at me from behind, hurling insults. Without turning around, I instinctively deflected the steel pipe from the green light's hands and seized his right arm, twisting it with force. A gut-wrenching scream escaped the green light, a sound so piercing that it instantly altered the countenance of the other ruffians present. In order to instill fear in them, I resorted to extreme measures this time, directly breaking the right arm of the green light. By the time I released my grip, his right hand had twisted into a horrifying 90-degree angle. The fracture a gruesome sight. Even if this hand were to heal, it would forever be incapable of enduring heavy labor. The green light, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, knelt on the ground, clutching his shattered limb and howling in agony, an utterly tragic spectacle. However, his misfortune was self-inflicted. When he was assaulting me, he never considered the possibility of taking my life. To be frank, in comparison to the ruthlessness of this group, I had merely returned a fraction of their malice. After delivering severe blows to both the red light and the green light, I indeed succeeded in intimidating those ruffians, particularly witnessing the green light's plight. Two of the thugs even discarded their steel pipes in fear. I turned around to assist Tianyu and Hu Yu Tao, coldly uttering, "Who else dares to defy us? Bring it on." No one dared to move. Over a dozen individuals stood frozen, watching us depart. Chapter 88. The phantom soldiers borrowing the path not far from our departure. We were met with the furious shouts of Wang Chao from behind. "Are you all raised on nothing but air? How can so many of you be outdone by merely 3 middle school students? If word of this spreads, how shall we ever show our faces in Moonlight Town again? Will we allow those middle schoolers, or even elementary school children, to ride roughshod over us? Go, pursue them, and do not let them escape." Yes. With a barrage of scathing words, Wang Chao roused the group of ruffians, who promptly acknowledged him and seized their weapons to give chase. At that moment, I realized that abandoning Tianyu and Hu Yu Tao to flee alone would not pose a significant problem. However, such an act was unfathomable to me. With both Tianyu and Hu Yu Tao in tow, Our speed was insufficient, and it would only take a couple of minutes before those ruffians caught up with us. Left with no alternative, I quickly devised a plan and dragged Tianyu and Hu Tao toward a patch of wild grass, seeking refuge within its depths. The ruffians would surely grow weary of searching for us and eventually depart. We would emerge once they were gone. Rest for a moment. I instructed Tianyu and Hu Tao. They nodded in agreement, their spirits visibly diminished as they lay amidst the grass. The wild grass towered at least a person's height, providing us with a decent concealment from prying eyes. I cautiously parted the blades of grass, using the moonlight to anxiously observe the situation on the mountain path. Soon enough, I discerned the chaotic sound of footsteps growing nearer, followed by the raucous curses of the thugs. Damn it, did they coat their feet in oil? They're running far too swiftly. Just moments ago, I had seen them ahead. All three were injured and should not be able to run swiftly. They were likely hiding nearby. You five go that way, and the rest of you come with me this way. Everyone, be vigilant and search the grass. They are likely concealed within. Wang Chao approached, issuing commands. I inwardly cursed him, that cunning rascal. He was quite astute after all. Wang Chao, accompanied by several others, moved towards our hiding spot amidst the grass. They scattered, brandishing steel pipes, swinging them through the foliage, and my heart tightened in response. I held my breath, daring not to exhale, my hands clenched into fists, my entire being poised like a taut bowstring. They drew ever closer to our refuge, and it seemed inevitable that they would discover us sooner or later. My brow furrowed, anxiety gnawing at me as I contemplated our next course of action. If we were to be exposed, should I strike first? Or should I urge Tianyu and Hu Tao to flee? If we chose flight, where could we possibly escape to? Thoughts raced through my mind, igniting a surge of indignation within me. How could I, the esteemed grandson of scholar, be pursued by these aimless ruffians? No, my head may break, and blood may flow, but I resolved silently that even if I were to perish here tonight, I would not tarnish my grandfather's honor. As I gazed at Wang Chao and his companions, who were now less than 5 meters away from us, a sudden voice exclaimed, "Brother Chao, there are many people coming up the mountain path. Many people on a mountain path at this late hour? How could that be possible? Let us go take a look." Wang Chao beckoned, leading his group out of the thicket. I exhaled deeply, relieved that we had narrowly avoided detection. However, within mere moments of their emergence, we heard Wang Chao and his companions scream in terror, "Ghost! A ghost! Ghost! What could possibly be happening on the mountain path that had caused such a fright?" My curiosity piqued. I craned my neck to see what was unfolding. To my astonishment, Wang Chao and his subordinates were in a state of panic, fleeing in disarray. One of them, overwhelmed by fear, stumbled and fell, scraping his limbs, yet he paid no heed to the pain and scrambled back to his feet to continue his flight. As they ran, they glanced back, as if something dreadful were pursuing them. A chill coursed through my heart. These ruffians, who feared nothing, were now gripped by such terror. Could it truly be that they had encountered a ghost? Just as I was engulfed in confusion, a sudden icy wind swept through the mountain path, fierce and swift, rustling the wild grass on either side. A swath of grass was flattened by the gust, and I quickly crouched low to avoid exposure. The onset of such a wind foretold something sinister. My heart raced, and I fixed my gaze intently on the mountain path, my eyelids unwavering. Moonlight spilled across the mountain path, transforming it into a blanket of white frost. Every object upon it was illuminated with crystal clarity. Under the luminous glow of the moon, we indeed discerned a grand procession approaching from the distant trail. Astonishingly, the throng was vast and ethereal, stretching endlessly before our eyes, with no fewer than several hundred individuals in sight. I stood agape, pondering the identity of these figures. Could they be villagers from nearby? Tianyu whispered, "What on earth is happening? Is there some major event underway?" Hundreds traversing the mountain path at this hour. Hu Tao remarked, "This spectacle resembles a march for battle." I inhaled sharply and lowered my voice, cautioning Tianyu and Hu Tao, "Do not speak. These are not human. Not human." Tianyu and Hu Tao turned to me, their faces etched with terror. I continued, "Do you not find it peculiar? Hundreds are walking along the path, yet not a sound emerges. Indeed, why are they silent? Not even the sound of footsteps. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao expressed their bewilderment. I pressed my lips together, urging, look more closely at their attire. They widened their eyes in astonishment as we observed that the garments of this assembly were distinctly ancient, resembling those of a bygone era, specifically the attire of soldiers prepared for battle, clad in armor and bearing an array of cold weaponry. The ranks were interspersed with warhorses, unmistakably forming an ancient army. This scene rendered us all speechless. What era were we witnessing? Why did an ancient army suddenly materialize on this mountain path? Have we traversed through time, or has this ancient legion crossed the temporal divide? As the soldiers approached, we discerned that each bore a ghastly, pallid visage, their gait peculiar, as if they floated just above the ground, or perhaps walked upon their heels. The entire mountain path was enveloped in an eerie silence, akin to witnessing a silent film. As we quietly observed the ancient army pass before us, my heart raced. Could this scene be the fabled passage of spectral soldiers? Chapter 89. The Whisper of the Dead. The term ghostly soldiers borrowing the path refers to the lingering resentment of soldiers who have perished in battle, their spirits coalescing and refusing to depart. They traverse the desolate wilderness as they did in life, marching with the same fervor as in their former campaigns. These restless souls are known as the spirits of war, and when such a multitude assembles, the atmosphere thickens with an ominous energy, rendering encounters with ghostly soldiers profoundly unsettling. I never anticipated that on this night, along the winding trails of Moon Mountain, I would encounter the legendary specters. The sight before us was utterly astonishing and surreal. Without needing to be reminded, Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao fell silent, and the three of us crouched low in the grass, holding our breaths in hopes that the spectral procession would pass swiftly. Several hundred ghostly soldiers glided silently before us, and to our astonishment, we noticed two figures trailing at the rear of the spectral army. These individuals were none other than the two ruffians I had recently subdued, one with flaming red hair and the other with vibrant green locks. Their eyes were vacant, and their expressions were blank as they followed the ghostly soldiers, their faces devoid of color, pale as parchment, emanating an indescribable eeriness. The spectral soldiers were garbed in the attire of ancient warriors, while the two ruffians appeared utterly incongruous, their clothing and hairstyles starkly contrasting with that of the ghostly army. They trailed behind the spectral legion, gradually receding into the distance. Clearly, these two were not following the ghostly soldiers out of mischief or amusement. The vacant expressions on their faces indicated that their souls had been ensnared. The spectral soldiers traversed the path, compelling the living to retreat. During the passage of these ethereal beings, should a living soul inadvertently cross their path, there exists a perilous possibility of having their spirit ensnared. At this moment, the traffic lights serve as a harbinger of such an event. The souls trailing closely behind the legion of spectral soldiers are likely to be their own. As I observed the ghostly procession finally move past, a modicum of relief washed over me. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, an unexpected sound erupted from the once tranquil thicket, a sudden, disconcerting noise. I was taken aback, my countenance shifting in shock. Who, at such a sensitive juncture, dared to break the silence with a flatulence? A mere indiscretion of this nature would have sufficed, but the sound was notably loud. Simultaneously, the spectral soldiers outside the thicket came to an abrupt halt. Whirling around, I lowered my voice and indignantly inquired, "Who on earth is responsible for that?" Hu Yu Tao glanced at me, pointing an accusatory finger at Tian Yu. Tian Yu, wearing an expression of awkwardness, chuckled sheepishly, clutching his rumbling stomach, instinctively squeezing his backside, and muttered, I may have overindulged at the hot pot my stomach is unsettled apologies. I regarded Tian Yu with a scowl, cursing inwardly that he might be the cause of our imminent doom. Amiao, look around, Hu Yu Tao stammered, his voice quaking with trepidation. I lifted my gaze to survey our surroundings, only to be met with a grave revelation. An entire throng of spectral soldiers had silently converged upon us, encircling the three of us. Upon closer inspection of these ethereal entities, I noted their pallid visages, resembling phantoms in a state of spiritual manifestation, devoid of corporeal form. They donned armor, some bearing bows and arrows, others wielding battle axes, and still others brandishing long spears, silently gazing at us. My heart surged into my throat, and both Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao were visibly terrified, gripping my arms tightly as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Tian Yu's teeth chattered as he tremulously asked, Miao, will these spectral soldiers kill? No sooner had he spoken than a spear was thrust into the ground before him, serving as a grim response. We were immediately drenched in a cold sweat. I felt an inexplicable surge of strength and impulsively yanked both Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao to their feet, shouting, Run! My cry shattered the previously hushed atmosphere, and the surrounding grassland suddenly erupted with commotion. The spectral soldiers encircling us, sensing the presence of the living, lunged toward us. Tian Yu picked up a stone and struck one of the spectral soldiers on the head with all his might. The stone passed right through the soldier's form, eliciting no reaction whatsoever. Tian Yu looked at his palm in astonishment and exclaimed, What on earth? Why did these spectral soldiers not react? I explained to him. These spectral soldiers are mere souls without corporeal bodies. Ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective against them. We must employ spells to confront them. With a woeful expression, Tian Yu lamented, Miao, your grandfather is a renowned ghost master. Having studied under him for so many years, you must have learned some spells. I sighed, my face a mask of helplessness, and replied, To be candid, I have not learned any spells at all. What? Tian Yu's face was ashen, filled with despair. Miao, does that mean we're doomed tonight? Hu Yu Tao retorted angrily. If we perish, it will be your fault. If you hadn't made that foolish remark, we wouldn't be in this predicament, would we? Enough. I interjected sharply. This is not the time for bickering. Do you both wish to resemble the red and green traffic lights? Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao bit their lips, falling silent. I continued. Allow me to teach you a simple self-defense technique. Piercing the tip of your tongue. If any malevolent spirits approach, you can spray them with your blood. Huh? Blood from the tongue? Is that effective? Tian Yu asked in astonishment. Just follow what Miao instructs without questioning, Hu Yu Tao chastised. No wonder you enjoy making ridiculous comments. At that moment, as they spoke, several malevolent spirits surged forward, the foremost among them brandishing a sword. Aiming a lethal blow at me, I swiftly bit the tip of my tongue, a sharp pain coursing through me. Yet I disregarded the agony, taking a deep breath of the searing blood, and then pursed my lips to forcefully expel a jet of scorching tongue blood. The blood splattered onto the malevolent spirit's face, causing it to sizzle as the skin burned, releasing wisps of black smoke. A surge of joy filled my heart. Indeed, the tongue blood proved effective. My grandfather had once told me that the tongue is a reservoir of vital energy within the human body. Thus, the blood from the tongue is imbued with abundant yang energy, rendering it particularly effective against evil entities. In dire circumstances, tongue blood could be a lifesaver. Upon witnessing me repel the sinister specter with the tip of my tongue, both Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao exclaimed in unison, Miao, that was incredible. Without glancing back, I urged, Stop standing there foolishly, come and assist me. Tian Yu nodded. Miao, I shall help you, oh no. A cry of distress escaped Tian Yu as he instinctively covered his mouth, his face contorted in pain. Hu Yu Tao turned to him inquiringly, What ails you? With a grimace, Tian Yu replied, My tongue is in agony. Have you bitten it? Hu Yu Tao asked. No, Tian Yu retorted. Frustrated, Hu Yu Tao scolded. Could you not exert a little more effort? Chapter 90. The ancient tomb. The scene was both terrifying and absurd. The three of us, robust men, puffed our cheeks and pouted our lips, incessantly spewing saliva, tainted with the blood of our tongues. Those droplets, akin to bullets, struck the spectral soldiers, causing them to recoil in shrieks. Through our combined efforts, we swiftly tore a gap in the encircling phalanx and fled. We could not return to the mountain path, for there were even more spectral soldiers there. In our panic, we dashed into the depths of the thicket, disregarding our destination, intent only on evading the relentless pursuit of the phantoms. Having not run far, we were startled by the sound of clattering hooves behind us. A fierce wind followed closely. Sensing imminent danger, I did not glance back but pulled Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao down to the ground. At that very moment, The gust swept ominously over our heads. To my astonishment, when I turned to look, I beheld a formidable general, clad in heavy armor, astride a tall warhorse. He held the reins in his left hand while brandishing a 3-foot-long sword in his right. The weight of that sword, if it were real, would surely be beyond the grasp of an ordinary man, indicating that this general must have been exceptionally powerful in life. What was most astonishing, however, was that this was a headless general. His bodiless form sat upon the steed, presenting an eerily grotesque sight. I gently touched the back of my head, feeling a slight chill lingering there. Just moments ago, the situation had been perilous. Had my reflexes not been swift enough, my head might have been severed by this headless general. How audacious, to dare to launch a surprise attack against us. Do you wish to experience the potency of our tongue blood? As Tianyu cursed, he puffed out his cheeks and, balancing on his toes, spat a mouthful of tongue blood at the headless general. The blood struck the general's chest, producing a wisp of black smoke, yet the general remained utterly unresponsive. Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then spat 3 more mouthfuls of tongue blood in quick succession, all landing on the headless figure. Aside from some more wisps of smoke, there was no significant effect. Tianyu, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth? Why is my tongue blood ineffective?" I replied, "It is not that your tongue blood lacks potency. Rather, the malevolent aura of this headless general is too overwhelming for us to inflict any harm." The general, astride his warhorse, brandished a heavy sword with an imposing presence, swinging it through the air to conjure a sinister green sword aura. Gulp! Tianyu swallowed hard, his bravado faltering as he trembled. "Hey, don't come any closer. A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence." Hu Yutao interjected, "He has no head. How can he find a mouth? Is this not a form of bullying?" Perhaps it was this remark about his lack of a head that provoked the headless general, for he suddenly swung his heavy sword down toward me with ferocity. I was taken aback, swiftly rolling aside to evade the strike of the sword. Glancing back, I saw the blade's energy cleave through the very spot I had just occupied, leaving behind a searing green flame. Anger surged within me, and I exclaimed, "You, sir, lack martial virtue. They were the ones speaking ill of you. I said nothing, yet you chose to attack me? I shall not engage with you any longer." Before I could finish my words, I sprang to my feet and bolted away. Tianyu and Hu Yutao, witnessing my flight, immediately followed suit, calling out in distress, Miao, wait for us." I dare not look back, nor could I afford to slow my pace. I was acutely aware that the headless general was trailing behind, accompanied by a horde of spectral soldiers. As I ran, I suddenly found myself stepping into a void. What a predicament! Before I could comprehend the situation, I plummeted into the ground. Goodness! A trap hidden within the grass. In the pitch darkness, and amidst my frantic escape, I had not anticipated such a peril. I fell headlong, and Tianyu and Hu Yutao were unable to evade it either, letting out startled cries as they followed me into the abyss. Beneath the surface, I was engulfed in darkness, having tumbled down with a jarring thud. Had it not been for my recent efforts to strengthen my body, I might have been severely injured. "Oh, how it hurts! My leg! Where are we?" I exclaimed. "Hey, remove your foul feet." Enough chatter. Quickly, bring out the flashlight. In the enveloping darkness, a flurry of confusion ensued as the 3 of us spoke over one another, taking quite some time to finally ignite the flashlight. As we were to traverse the mountain path tonight, we had prepared our flashlights in advance. However, during our journey, the moonlight was so bright that the flashlights remained unused. To our surprise, at this moment, the flashlights proved their worth. I touched the ground, which felt icy and remarkably firm, as if it were paved with a layer of. "Hand me the flashlight," I exclaimed. Tianyu handed me a flashlight, and as I lifted it and illuminated the surroundings, I couldn't help but utter a gasp of astonishment. Where were we? We surveyed our surroundings and found ourselves enclosed by walls constructed of, with the floor laid out in large, patterned, giving the impression that we had not fallen into a pit, but rather entered a room. Approaching the wall, I reached out to touch it. It was cold to the touch. I then circled the room and returned to Tianyu and Hu Yutao, declaring, if I am not mistaken, "This is a tomb chamber. We may have stumbled upon an ancient burial site." Tomb chamber. Ancient tomb. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. They glanced around and turned back to me, saying, Miao, it truly appears to be an ancient tomb. In our region of Qian'an, where mountains intertwine, numerous auspicious sites abound. Throughout history, countless burial sites have been concealed within these mountains. In some locations, with exceptional geomantic features, ancient tombs are even found layered upon one another. Thus, discovering an ancient tomb within the Qinling Mountains is not surprising. It remains a mystery who the owner of this ancient tomb might be. Over the passage of time, the tomb's ceiling has likely become fragile and decayed, already teetering on the brink of collapse. Our recent passage above may have inadvertently caused the ceiling to cave in, resulting in our unexpected descent. There is also the possibility that tomb raiders have previously invaded this site, damaging the structural integrity of the ceiling and creating a substantial breach. We assessed each other's injuries, and, fortunately, we had only sustained minor wounds, with a few abrasions, considering we had fallen from a considerable height above the tomb's entrance. I wondered if those spectral soldiers had managed to follow us. Tian Yu glanced up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. Hu Yu Tao responded, they should not have. This exemplifies the interplay of fortune and misfortune. Although we have plummeted into the tomb, we have successfully evaded the pursuit of those spectral beings. I nodded in agreement. Since we find ourselves in relative safety for the moment, let us refrain from hastily exiting. We shall wait until dawn when those spectral soldiers have dispersed before making our departure. Chapter 91. The stone coffin scarcely had the words left my lips when, within half a minute, a cacophony of wails erupted from above the tomb, followed by a series of startled exclamations, and then the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. Like dumplings falling into boiling water, 7 or 8 individuals tumbled down through the opening in the tomb ceiling, sprawling haphazardly across the floor. As our eyes adjusted to the dim light, we recognized them as none other than Wang Chao and his several lackeys, clutching their behinds and howling in agony. It appeared they, too, had been pursued by the spectral soldiers, fleeing in a frenzy, only to stumble into this ancient sepulchre in their panic. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. This truly was a case of fateful encounters. We had finally evaded that raucous crew, yet here we were, unexpectedly reunited within the confines of the tomb. Was the heavens conspiring to toy with us? For the sake of our safety, I hastily extinguished my flashlight. Wang Chao was the first to regain his composure, scrambling to his feet and kicking at those beside him. Get up, all of you, get up. The disoriented ruffians staggered to their feet, glancing about in confusion. What is this place? Why is there a stone floor here? One of them exclaimed, Hey, Brother Chao, it seems we have stumbled into an ancient tomb. Just then, the hapless Huang Deng, who had been trailing closely behind Wang Chao, caught sight of us and let out a shrill scream, terrified. Our figures blended into the hazy darkness, obscuring our faces from their view. Thus, they mistook us for phantoms dwelling within the tomb. Wang Chao was taken aback, suddenly kneeling before us with a loud thud, his hands clasped together as he murmured, Big brother, no, esteemed gentlemen, we did not intend to offend you. We fell down by accident and were merely passing through. Please, do not trouble us. I implore you, do not trouble us. Upon witnessing Wang Chao's act of submission, the others followed suit, kneeling in unison, their heads bobbing as they pleaded for mercy with similar words. The scene before me was utterly amusing, nearly causing me internal injury from suppressing my laughter. Just moments ago, those ruffians had been pursuing us, and now they were treating us as if we were specters from an ancient tomb, bowing and begging for mercy. We remained silent, relishing this unexpected advantage. Suddenly, Hu Yu Tao could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, sounding rather porcine. Wang Chao abruptly lifted his head, and the others followed suit. Huang Deng inquired, Brother Chao, did you hear that sound just now? It seems as if a ghost were laughing. How could a ghost laugh? Who among you brought a flashlight? Shine it over here. Wang Chao beckoned, and someone handed him a flashlight. He raised it, directing the beam towards us. Instantly, the light exposed our true forms. Hu Yu Tao wore a stiff grin, waving at Wang Chao and his companions. Hello, you rascals. Pretending to be spirits, I'll make short work of you. Wang Chao shouted in anger as he rose from the ground, clearly infuriated. Having been the first to kneel, his pride had taken a significant blow. Wang Chao, accompanied by his rowdy companions, rose to pursue us. I pointed behind them and shouted, "The spectral soldiers are coming." Startled, they halted in their tracks and turned to look back. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, we turned and fled, only to find our path obstructed by a formidable tomb wall. However, at the center of this wall, we discovered a tomb door. I had previously noticed this door while circling the tomb chamber, yet I refrained from opening it, knowing that one should not recklessly intrude upon an ancient tomb. Now, with no other option as Wang Chao and his cohort pressed on, we had no choice but to rush through the tomb door. I urged Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, quickly push the tomb door open. They dashed to the entrance and, with all their might, managed to force the door open halfway, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. At that moment, Wang Chao realized he had been deceived. The space behind us was eerily empty, devoid of any spectral soldiers. Infuriated, he cursed loudly and, accompanied by his companions, charged at us with fervor. "Hurry inside," I called to Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao. Hu Yu Tao was the first to slip through the door, followed closely by Tian Yu. However, Tian Yu, being somewhat broader, became stuck at the entrance, unable to advance or retreat. Inside, Hu Yu Tao anxiously urged, "Could you please hurry up?" Tian Yu's face flushed with frustration. "I damn well want to hurry too, but I'm stuck." As I noticed Wang Chao and his companions closing in behind us, I had no time to ponder further. I lunged forward and delivered a swift kick to Tian Yu. Exclaiming "Ada," my kick propelled him through the entrance, and I followed suit, rushing into the tomb. Just as I crossed the threshold, Wang Chao seized my garment. I strained against his grip, and with a ripping sound, my clothing was torn apart, leaving him clutching a tattered strip of fabric, which he angrily tossed to the ground. Cursing, "Let's see where you think you're going." Upon entering the tomb, I urgently signaled to Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, urging them to close the door. The entrance was a heavy stone portal, and my intention was to brace it from the inside, ensuring that no matter how hard Wang Chao and his crew pushed from outside, it would be nearly impossible to breach. However, my well-laid plan faltered as I had not accounted for Tian Yu's momentary obstruction at the threshold. This misstep cost us precious time, preventing us from shutting the door before they caught up. By the time I turned to secure it, it was too late. Wang Chao and his cohorts had blocked our exit. Outnumbered 3-8, we stood no chance of resisting. The door was soon forcefully breached, and Wang Chao and his minions surged in. With the entrance lost, we had no choice but to retreat further into the tomb. Behind the tomb door lies another chamber. Yet in terms of space, this inner chamber surpasses the outer one in size. According to the ancient tomb's architecture, the chamber behind the door serves as the main burial room. This ancient tomb is likely designed in the shape of the character, with a small outer chamber, a central door, and a more spacious main burial room behind it. We have now ventured into the inner sanctum. The main burial room is shrouded in darkness, compelling me to illuminate my flashlight and cast light around. I soon discover that this chamber is not particularly large, approximately the size of half a basketball court, with a very simple structure and minimal furnishings. At the center of the chamber rests a stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is thick and heavy, and due to the dampness of the subterranean environment, its surface is cloaked in a layer of dark green moss, lending it an eerie and somewhat frightening appearance. Chapter 92. The Headless General. With unwavering determination, we concealed ourselves behind the stone sarcophagus. Wang Chao and his minions swiftly caught up to us. The tomb chamber was all too small, leaving us with no prospect of evasion. A wave of despair washed over me. Damn it, we had truly run into a dead end. Wang Chao raised his flashlight, the white beam sweeping across the chamber as he ominously chuckled. "Run. Keep running. Not so easy to escape now, is it? Come out immediately, and unless you bow down 100 times, you shan't leave this place." Advancing towards us, he brandished a steel pipe, striking the sarcophagus with a series of resounding thuds, attempting to instill fear. Tian Yu glanced at Hu Yu Tao, who in turn looked at me, and I met Tian Yu's gaze. "Shall we fight?" I inquired. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao bit their lips, nodding vigorously. "Let us do it." As those words left our lips, The three of us rose in unison from behind the sarcophagus. Spotting us, Wang Chao's lips curled into a chilling smirk, playing hide-and-seek with me. Are you? No more hiding now. Come here. You took advantage of me earlier, and now it's time for you to pay back 100-fold. Do not push us too far. A cornered dog will leap over the wall, and even a frightened rabbit will bite. If you drive us to desperation, we too shall fight fiercely. I glared coldly at Wang Chao. Oh, how amusing! Wang Chao sneered, turning to his henchman. Did you hear that? He is threatening us. Is this how middle school students behave nowadays? One of his underlings chimed in. Brother Chao, we should teach them a lesson. These modern middle schoolers think they can act with impunity. Wang Chao's countenance suddenly transformed into a fierce visage. He gestured towards his henchmen and coldly declared, since they refuse to bow on their own, let us compel them to do so. The henchmen responded affirmatively, brandishing steel pipes as they surrounded us on either side of the stone sarcophagus. I pressed my lips together, tearing off my tattered outer garment to reveal my sturdy physique, ready to fight for my life. At that moment, I suddenly caught sight of a ghostly figure at the entrance of the tomb. A chill ran down my spine as I quickly raised my flashlight to illuminate the figure, only to be met with the shocking sight of a headless general clad in battle armor, wielding a heavy sword, the very specter that had pursued us just moments ago. This was disastrous. My previously ignited fighting spirit extinguished in an instant upon the sight of the headless general. Tian Yu and Hu Yutao also beheld the apparition, their faces paling in unison, their voices trembling as they uttered, the headless ghost, the headless ghost. What headless ghost? Spare me your attempts to frighten me. Do you think I am so foolish as to fall for your tricks? Wang Chao scoffed. The man named Huang Dang glanced back, exclaiming, oh my, as the steel pipe he held clattered to the ground. His exclamation prompted the others to turn around, and upon seeing the headless general, their faces turned pale with terror, some even crying out for their mothers in fright. Good heavens! Wang Chao's face turned pale with fright, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he brandished a steel pipe at the headless general, exclaiming, stay back, you, don't come any closer. The headless general, however, paid no heed to Wang Chao, advancing steadily towards him. To describe his approach as walking would be an understatement. It was more akin to gliding. With each step the headless general took, Wang Chao felt a shiver run through him, and in that moment of terror, he succumbed to fear, wetting himself. The air was thick with the pungent odor of urine, suggesting that this individual had been under considerable stress lately. With his knees buckling, Wang Chao sank down beside the stone sarcophagus, slowly sliding to the ground. Then, like a dog, he crawled on all fours to hide behind the sarcophagus, squeezing in with the rest of us. In that instant, he completely forgot we had once been adversaries. Hu Yutao glanced at Wang Chao with a look of disdain, stating, could you possibly move away a bit? You smell atrocious. Wang Chao forced a laugh, replying, united against a common foe. Haha, sharing both joys and sorrows. I raised a finger to my lips, signaling them to be silent, urging, Shu, do not speak, hold your breath. Wang Chao quickly covered his mouth, while Tian Yu and Hu Yutao inhaled deeply and followed suit, eyes wide open as they watched the headless general drift from the entrance of the tomb to the center of the chamber. At that moment, the 7 or 8 of them, along with the 3 of us, 10 individuals in total, were paralyzed with fear tightly covering our mouths. The scene before us resembled a 3-dimensional horror film, immersing us in an atmosphere of palpable dread. Before us, the headless general floated gracefully to the center of the tomb chamber, standing before the stone sarcophagus. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The headless general remarkably glided into the coffin, vanishing without a trace. We rubbed our eyes, ensuring we had not erred in our observation. Indeed, the headless general had disappeared, truly slipping into the coffin. I stood momentarily dazed, suddenly pondering whether the body resting within the sarcophagus belonged to the headless general himself. Was it his spirit that returned to the coffin? If so, did this imply that the master of this ancient tomb was none other than the headless general? For a considerable time, the headless general's absence rendered us speechless. Finally, summoning my courage, I approached the stone coffin to verify its emptiness. Supporting myself against the sarcophagus, I exhaled deeply, realizing my face was drenched in cold sweat. The atmosphere within this ancient tomb was dark, damp, and somewhat chilly. Yet, inexplicably, we found ourselves sweating profusely, perhaps due to the fright induced by the headless general. Meow, has that headless ghost departed? Tian Yu inquired. I nodded, gently patting the stone coffin. Yes, it has returned to the coffin. Why did that headless ghost return to the coffin? Hu Tao asked, perplexed. I stroked my chin thoughtfully. It must have returned home. Within the coffin lies the body of this headless general. This tomb was likely constructed as a resting place for him. With the crisis averted, a collective sigh of relief escaped us all. Once they had caught their breath, both parties suddenly realized that they remained adversaries. And the atmosphere within the tomb grew tense once more. The ruffians brandished steel pipes, glaring at us with menacing ferocity. Tian Yu pointed accusingly at Wang Chao, saying, Didn't Yu just proclaim unity in the face of a common foe, sharing both hardships and joys? Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed intently on the stone sarcophagus, not lifting his head as he retorted, Get lost, get lost. I have no time for you right now. He circled the sarcophagus, his fingers caressing its surface, his eyes gleaming with intensity, as if he were tenderly touching a woman. Huang Deng inquired, Brother Chao, aren't we leaving? Wang Chao replied, Are you foolish? Why should we leave? Huang Deng frowned. It's so terrifying here. I want to go home. Chapter 93. The heavy sword, are you out of your mind? Wang Chao exclaimed, pointing at the stone coffin before him. Heaven has bestowed upon us a golden opportunity for wealth. And you wish to return home? Wealth opportunity? Huang Deng paused, his eyes suddenly glinting with avarice. Brother Chao, are you implying? Wang Chao, licking his lips in anticipation, replied excitedly, This stone coffin appears to be quite ancient. If we manage to open it and discover even 1 or 2 burial artifacts, we could strike it rich. Brother Chao's mind works swiftly. Following him guarantees a feast. The crowd of ruffians gathered around, showering praise as if wealth were already within their grasp. Wang Chao assured them, No worries, all brothers present will have their share. Upon hearing this, the others rejoiced, but Huang Deng turned to us and scolded, What are you still doing here? Do you think you deserve a piece of the pie? Scram! Get lost! Let us go! We should hurry! Hu Tao urged. What is the rush? Tian Yu gazed longingly at the coffin. We discovered this place first. Why should they benefit from our find? What? Do you still covet the artifacts within the coffin? Hu Tao asked incredulously. Tian Yu responded, If there are indeed burial items, they should share some with us. If they refuse, I'll report them. Do you dare to claim the possessions of the deceased? I asked Tian Yu coldly. Have you truly forgotten the calamities that befell Panlong village? The calamity was born from the insatiable greed for the possessions of the deceased. Do you wish to repeat the same folly? I chastised Tian Yu, who awkwardly chuckled. Meow, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Hu Tao interjected. What nonsense is this? Let us disregard them and depart. As Hu Tao took a few steps, pulling Tian Yu along, he noticed I had not followed and curiously inquired, Meow, are you not coming? Instead of responding to Hu Tao, I advanced a few paces to stand before the stone coffin, placing my hand upon it, and shouted, Stop! Wang Chao and his companions were taken aback, looking up to see me, instantly filled with rage. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Wang Chao spat venomously. I am merely offering a warning. Do not meddle with the possessions of the dead, for it could lead to dire consequences. If you wish to meet your end, so be it, but do not drag so many others into your folly. I retorted to Wang Chao. Spare us your theatrics. Do you think we are easily deceived? You intend for us to wait until you leave so we can claim the burial items from the coffin, right? Your schemes are transparent. Wang Chao replied with a sinister grin, his expression one of having seen through my facade. Fuming, I countered, Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Should calamity truly befall you, it is on your own head. Do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Are you done yet? Huang Deng shoved me aside, thrusting his finger at my face as he scolded, Step aside and do not hinder our path to fortune. I warn you, anyone who dares to obstruct my path to riches shall face dire consequences. The ominous yellow light revealed a malevolent intent, as greed had already consumed his soul. Observing their relentless fixation, I could only shake my head in resignation. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao approached, urging me, Miao, let us depart. What is the point of conversing with these individuals? If trouble arises, it is their own folly. Just as we turned to leave, we heard the chant of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, echoing behind us, followed by a muffled thud as Wang Chao and his companions lifted the stone coffin lid, letting it crash heavily onto the ground. The sound reverberating within the tomb chamber. Wang Chao and his group brandished their flashlights, eagerly craning their necks to peer into the sarcophagus, emitting hushed gasps of astonishment. Witnessing their reactions ignited a profound curiosity within us. We too yearned to discover what lay within the coffin. Thus, we turned back, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse inside. Illuminated by the white beam of the flashlight, we were taken aback to find a stark white skeleton resting within the sarcophagus. Time had stripped the flesh from bones, leaving only a bare skeletal frame adorned in the ancient armor of a general. It was evident that the skeleton had once belonged to a commander. The thought of the general led me to recall the headless figure we had encountered earlier, drawing my gaze to the skull's position. To my astonishment, I soon realized that this skeleton was indeed devoid of a head. A moment of shock gripped me, but I quickly comprehended that this white-boned skeleton must be the true form of the headless general. Report, Brother Chao, it seems. There is only a skeleton. Huang Deng's face revealed disappointment. Wang Chao asserted, impossible. Turn the body over and search meticulously. We must retrieve something. The group, in a flurry, bent down and flipped the skeleton over. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light emerged, illuminating the ceiling of the tomb. Someone exclaimed, "There are treasures below." Another inquired, "What is it?" "It appears to be a sword." Huang Deng responded. Beneath the white bones, indeed, lay an ancient sword, presumably the general's weapon from his lifetime. Robust and heavy, a formidable blade. At last, our efforts were not in vain. This sword should fetch a considerable sum. Wang Chao exclaimed with excitement as he bent to grasp the hilt. I initially intended to call out a warning, but upon reflection, I realized it would be futile, for Wang Chao would never heed me. The heavy sword was cumbersome. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, Wang Chao summoned all his strength to finally extract the sword. With a resounding clash, he drove the sword into the ground. Even after the passage of years, the sword remained razor-sharp, its tip piercing the stone slab beneath, embedding itself 3 inches into the earth, standing upright. Wow! The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming as they scrutinized the heavy sword. The blade gleamed like snow, bright enough to reflect one's silhouette, and the stout hilt was etched with an imposing tiger's head, exuding an air of dominance. Wang Chao, brimming with excitement, declared, "This is undoubtedly a treasure of a sword. Ha ha, brothers, we have struck it rich this time." Huang Deng exclaimed excitedly, "Surviving great calamities surely brings blessings. Had we not been pursued by those specters tonight, we would never have stumbled upon this ancient tomb." I retorted coldly, "Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. What if this is not a blessing, but a curse?" Huang Deng turned to me, irritation evident in his voice. "Damn it, close your ominous mouth. Why are you still here?" Before he could finish, a sudden scream erupted from Wang Chao, who was engulfed by a plume of black smoke that unexpectedly surged from the tiger head sword, enveloping his right hand that clutched the weapon. Wang Chao trembled violently, his expression contorted in agony as he desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover that it was as if the tiger head sword had ensnared it, rendering him utterly unable to extricate himself. Chapter 94. The Sword Soul Possession Help. Help! Wang Chao's voice trembled, laced with a cry, his visage contorted, devoid of the arrogance he had just displayed. A few ruffians gazed at Wang Chao in terror, too fearful to step forward to assist him. The more timid even retreated to a distance, forsaking any notion of brotherhood. Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao, witnessing this scene, turned to me in astonishment and inquired, Miao, what has happened to him?" Furrowing my brows, I observed Wang Chao, recalling the wisdom of the elders. Heed their warnings or suffer the consequences. I had repeatedly cautioned him against meddling with the belongings of the deceased, yet he disregarded my advice. Now, it seemed he was ensnared by a malevolent force. I pondered aloud. This tiger head sword has accompanied generals into countless battles, steeped in the blood of many, and has claimed numerous lives. Over time, it has become imbued with a sinister essence. The dark smoke we just witnessed emanating from the sword's blade may very well be the sword's soul. Wang Chao has become its vessel. No sooner had I spoken than Wang Chao let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Ah! A shroud of darkness enveloped his face, and his eyes glimmered with a blood-red ferocity. I was taken aback. Indeed, Wang Chao's current state was unmistakably indicative of being possessed by the sword's soul. Huang Deng, determined to show loyalty, bravely approached Wang Chao, inquiring, "Chao Go, what has befallen you?" A chilling, bone-chilling laughter escaped from Wang Chao's throat, his lips curling into a bizarre smile. The mind of Huang Deng is as rigid as a stick. Even in the face of Wang Chao's evident distress, he foolishly inquired, "Brother Chao, why don't you speak? What does it mean to just keep smiling?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, Wang Chao raised the tiger-headed sword with one hand and, without uttering a word, brought it crashing down upon Huang Deng's head. "Oh my!" Huang Deng cried out, terror gripping him as he instinctively shielded his head and crouched on the ground. The sword struck with a resounding clang, cleaving off a corner of the heavy stone sarcophagus as if it were mere tofu, a testament to the sword's razor-sharp edge. Had that blow landed on Huang Deng, he would have surely met his end in the underworld. "Run! Brother Chao has gone mad," a voice shouted, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The ruffians who had followed Wang Chao scrambled to escape, their prior aspirations of wealth forgotten. The only thing that mattered now was preserving their lives. At such a moment, no one cared for notions of brotherhood. Self-preservation took precedence, with everyone fearing that lagging behind might seal their fate. Witnessing Wang Chao's transformation left Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao equally horrified, and they grasped my arm, urging me to flee. Inside the tomb, Huang Deng lamented loudly, "You heartless bastards, wait for me. Please wait." Clambering to his feet, he stumbled after us. Wang Chao, brandishing the tiger-headed sword, strode purposefully out of the main burial chamber. Perhaps overwhelmed by fear, Huang Deng stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps. As he fell, Wang Chao had already rushed behind him, brandishing his sword with intent to strike. Huang Deng, terrified and pale as a sheet, closed his eyes in despair. Though Huang Deng was my adversary and had relentlessly pursued us moments ago, my inherently kind nature compelled me to extend a helping hand in this dire situation. Being the closest to him, I stepped back, grasped the collar of Huang Deng's garment, and pulled him with all my might. He slid half a meter across the ground, and it was precisely this distance that saved him from the clutches of death. The clang of the tiger-headed sword struck the earth, landing squarely between Huang Deng's legs, startling him into a jolt of fear, though I could not ascertain whether it had truly frightened him. Wang Chao, enraged by his missed strike, bellowed furiously and swung the tiger-headed sword towards us. Witnessing Wang Chao's ferocious advance, the crowd erupted into chaos, scrambling toward the half-open tomb door, our only escape route and a beacon of hope. I shouted to Tian Yu and Hu Yu Tao to hurry outside. Upon reaching the tomb entrance, we were dismayed to find it obstructed by two ruffians, each vying to escape the tomb first. In this moment of life and death, human selfishness revealed itself starkly. The two thugs jostled against each other, neither yielding, creating a bottleneck that prevented anyone from exiting. Their commotion distressed those behind them. Had everyone lined up orderly, we could have swiftly made our escape, but instead, no one managed to flee. Wang Chao pursued relentlessly, striking the tomb's entrance with his sword, igniting a brilliant spark that sent the gathered onlookers into a frenzy, scattering in terror as they clutched their heads and fled, only to circle helplessly within the main tomb chamber. This exhilarating game of hide and seek was unprecedented in our lives. With his tiger-headed sword in hand, Wang Chao assumed the role of the predator, while we became the prey. Whoever fell into his grasp would meet a grim fate. Inside the main tomb chamber, the beams of flashlights flickered erratically, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic footsteps, creating an atmosphere rife with despair. Voices rang out in curses, others wept loudly, and some screamed in sheer panic, transforming the entire chamber into a tumultuous scene. Tianyu, breathless, exclaimed, I can't continue. I'm utterly exhausted. At this rate, we'll perish here. Miao, can you devise a plan? Hu Yutao dashed over, leaning heavily on his knees, cursing vehemently, damn it. Rather than being relentlessly hunted by Wang Chao, we should unite our efforts and eliminate him. I gritted my teeth and inquired of Huang Deng, do you happen to have a knife? He nodded, handing me a blade, trembling as he asked, what do you intend to do? I weighed the knife in my hand, discovering it to be a bone-cutting knife, light yet remarkably sharp. Frowning, I glanced at Huang Deng and remarked, you brought a bone knife with you? Were you planning to carve me up tonight? I have just rescued Huang Deng, and he no longer harbors any animosity towards me. With a bashful smile, he remarked, my family sells pork, and we only have this boning knife at home. I merely carry it to assert a semblance of authority. Its lethality is so formidable that I dare not wield it recklessly. I refrained from engaging in further conversation and turned to Tianyu and Hu Yutao, instructing, I will draw Wang Chao's attention. You take the opportunity to subdue him, particularly his hand that wields the tiger-headed sword. Do you understand? Tianyu and Hu Yutao exchanged anxious glances, their faces etched with concern. Miao, what? What are you planning to do? A flicker of resoluteness crossed my face as I urged, do not ask too many questions. Simply follow my orders. They shared a silent understanding, inhaled deeply, and nodded firmly, affirming, as you command. Chapter 95. Severed hand, come on, chop me. I called out to Wang Chao, striking a defiant pose behind him. Wang Chao suddenly turned, his pupils glinting with a bloodthirsty light, his face contorted in a fierce expression as he lunged towards me, wielding the tiger-headed sword with a ferocity that stirred the air, its blade flashing and dazzling, making it difficult for me to keep my eyes open. To say I was unafraid would be a lie. I was indeed terrified. The razor-sharp, tiger-headed sword, if it struck me, would surely result in death or dismemberment. Yet what choice did I have? In such dire circumstances, if I did not step forward, whom could I rely on? Could I place my trust in the inept individuals Wang Chao had brought along? Having seen them stubbornly block the tomb entrance earlier, I'd already deemed them utterly useless. Wang Chao relentlessly wielded his sword, driving me into the corner of the tomb chamber. His entire focus was on me, leaving his back wide open. I shouted, Tianyu, Hu Yutao. Tianyu and Hu Yutao charged in from behind, exerting every ounce of strength they had, one attempting to grasp Wang Chao's waist while the other clung to his legs. Caught off guard, Wang Chao was swiftly brought down to the ground by their combined efforts. Tianyu mounted Wang Chao's back, firmly pinning down his sword-wielding right hand, shouting desperately, Miao, I've got him. I've got him. I nodded, brandishing the bone-cutting knife. Crouching down and stepping on Wang Chao's right hand, he struggled violently, emitting grunts akin to a bull. As I glanced at his right hand, I saw a mass of dark energy enveloping it completely, binding Wang Chao's hand tightly to the hilt of the sword. I inhaled deeply, a chill flickering in my gaze, and addressed Wang Chao. Forgive me, but this is the only way to save you, to save us all. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for ignoring my warnings. I have repeatedly cautioned you against meddling with the dead. You brought this upon yourself. It serves you right. As the last words fell, I wielded the bone-cleaving knife and struck fiercely at Wang Chao's wrist. With a sharp crack, the knife, exceedingly sharp, could slice through bovine and porcine bones effortlessly, let alone human. A glimmer of cold light descended, followed by a spray of crimson, splattering my face with droplets of blood. Wang Chao lifted his face, his features contorted in agony as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. A pool of blood formed on the ground, and within it lay his severed hand, tightly gripping the hilt of a tiger-headed sword. The dark mist that had enveloped his wrist quickly retreated back into the sword, freed from the sword spirit's grasp. The bloodlust in Wang Chao's eyes vanished, and his mind gradually regained clarity. Clutching his severed hand in torment, he writhed on the ground, howling as if a pig were being slaughtered. I removed my outer garment and wrapped it around the stump of his wrist, performing a rudimentary bandage. Wang Chao, drenched in sweat from the pain, turned pale and shot me a glance, cursing, "You son of a," before his head lolled to the side. And he fainted. Tianyu, astonished, inquired, "Is he dead?" "No, He has merely fainted. However, we must rush him to the hospital. Otherwise, he could succumb to excessive blood loss. I replied, let's go quickly. Hurry and leave this wretched place. Take him to the hospital. If he were to perish on the way, we would become murderers. Hu Yutao said, his face etched with anxiety. I pointed at Huang Ding, beckoning him to come over and assist in carrying the unconscious Wang Chao. The group swiftly made their way towards the entrance of the tomb. No sooner had we taken a couple of steps than an odd, rustling sound emanated from within the tomb. We involuntarily halted, scanning our surroundings. Tian Yu inquired, meow. Do you hear that noise? I nodded, of course, I'm not deaf. Hu Yutao, visibly agitated, exclaimed, what is that sound? It's giving me goosebumps. Initially, the peculiar rustling was faint, but within seconds, it grew louder and more alarming, instilling a sense of dread among us. None could fathom what strange occurrence was unfolding in the tomb. In the midst of the panic, someone shouted, run, and a throng of us surged towards the tomb's entrance, eager to escape this accursed place. However, as the ruffians reached the threshold, they were instantly seized by terror, screaming and retreating in disarray, exclaiming, snakes, snakes. So many snakes, snakes. I raised an eyebrow and aimed my flashlight towards the entrance of the tomb. Such creatures are quite common in the mountains of Qianan. Even in our village of Panlong, there are professional snake catchers, including specialists in venomous snakes. Having dealt with snakes in childhood, we found them far from terrifying. However, when the beam of my flashlight illuminated the entrance to the tomb, I was taken aback by the sight before me. A multitude of vividly colored serpents surged forth from the tomb's threshold like a relentless tide, their presence a dark mass that sent shivers down my spine. The eerie rustling sound emanating from the writhing snakes only heightened my trepidation. Goodness, why are there so many snakes? Tian Yu and Hu Yutao, startled, clung to me on either side. As I beheld the throng of serpents, a wave of unease washed over me. My dear wife, a white snake, had never instilled fear within me. Yet the sheer number of snakes now invading our space undeniably unsettled me. This general's tomb, having stood for centuries, was undoubtedly a favored haunt for snakes, who thrive in such dark, secluded places. It seemed that these serpents had long ago claimed the ancient tomb as their lair, constructing a nest of scales and slithering